generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Yeah.
Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this work. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace to obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alloy brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With this type of disease, pray to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hitting all chrome, hitting with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel, they can hit the revolution.
Completely unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You worked your ass off hoping for a promotion or something. Years and years and years go on. You're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
You're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labor. You aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got a lot of interesting stuff. Actually, Neuro made it sort of a habit of reading parts of my book on his stream. So I was thinking, actually, there's a lot of good stuff in here. I was thinking I should actually read some of this on the stream, to
You
catalyze.
used to.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, in the very, very beginning, I used to like at the end of the show start reading some of my book. Maybe if anybody stuck around to listen, have parts of it in there. But at the present stage of discussion that we're at, when I'm looking at the foundations of the state and how the state came into human history and all of that idea, I think it's became extremely important to maybe read parts of part 2 of the book now, and then as I move into Skolmowski, and of course I have a lot of ideas that I read about Skolmowski and his response to the Enlightenment philosophy, right? Earlier, right? So if I could just move into where we were at in the discussion, right? I'd presented different ideas in terms of the architectonic, okay, versus I guess as I'm saying it now, is versus the mimetic complex, right? So the mimetic complex of symbol making, right? And how the architectonic space, seems to infiltrate, the realm of symbol making. And this is obviously technique, right? And this catalyzes, essentially the death of liberalism. So as Ellul says, liberalism gave birth to its executioner, but it's also social techniques or human techniques that also gave birth to mechanical techniques, right? So so even though the symbolic world has a cross-cultural genealogy and tools have a cross-cultural genealogy, right? The same is not true for the mechanical world, right? And the mechanical aspects of things. So if you look at technique itself, right? Okay, I think personally speaking, that that technique is a universal idea, meaning that it's simply, you can extract techniques from any number of any number of ideas, right? So so I think that actually, to a certain extent, right, especially how Ellul's using the term technique, he's using it in terms of the total ensemble of means that we employ to get to a particular end, right? So what's maximized in techniques is the means to the end, right? And techniques usually actually, create means, and they are part of a process of the complexification of means, right? Which is causally related to contextualization of symbols, right? Meaning that, when content becomes completely plastic, right? And this has happened in terms of meaning and language, right? So content, as I said earlier, content plasticity, okay, is basically mimetic complexity, and mimetic complexity is ontological death, right? So what causes, this idea, right, of the complexification of the use of symbols is the same process as the massification of means, right? And obviously it affects the individual on a psychological level, right? So we're talking about how symbols and techniques have catalyzed human civilization, right? They basically developed things like the state, right? And concepts like the universal man, okay, in order to catalyze these great changes, right? So how did these different ideas come about? Well, it had to do with the relationship between knowledge and values, as Skolmowski is talking about. As one goes up, the other goes down. And that brings us to the purpose of humanity and what the purpose of knowledge is, within the human sphere, right? So I'd like to read a little bit of this if I could. Let me put Captain Schismatic up here. Blessings, right? Since he's, cammed up here, I do appreciate you guys, and please feel free to butt in at any point here. I'm just freely sort of reading ideas and concepts here. If you guys have anything to say on what I just said, that would be, perfect. Of course, blessings. So without further ado, I will begin then. Right, but look at some of the chat here. Hurry up, TML. Blessings. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You tell me. TML, I may sound like a dummy for asking this, but why are so many streams named Tiger versus Dragon? It's so I could organize the show material if I need to clip it up, right? So the show titles are related to a continuous stream of presentations. So we're on the 60th presentation. This is a continuous stream of 60 presentations that I've done on the same topics and issues. Okay, so that might seem a little unbelievable, but that's actually what's happened. We've went through half of an entire book, by Jacques Ellul, and done lots of other materials. We've read like 6 different translations of the Tao Te Ching. So yeah, it takes a lot of time to continuously have discussions and obviously open up the panel, let people have free range. Of course, there's no barrier in terms of sobriety or intelligence, right? So right, so we get all sorts of questions and contributions, right? And I don't mind that, because it helps us treat the material in a way that encourages public discussions, right? Not for money, not for some other type of goal, right? So it's good, right? Because I think these topics, they don't really get much range in public discussions. And then it helps us get a little bit of the flack off of our undertaking, because we get a lot of negative attention, right? So if we get a lot of participants and we get more people in here, it helps us sort of mask and coat some of the material in here. It makes it more accessible for the general audience, all right? Because some of the ideas are extremely let's say controversial at a certain stage. BPF. We got comments about BPF. You don't watch them anymore? Found out BPF needed something, I'd help him. Yeah, me too. Me too. Definitely. Actually, any human, any human that needs help, please contact me. Really, honestly, I'll do what I can. This is the main thing, but yeah, I tried to talk to the guy, invited him on the show many times to have a cordial discussion with. He didn't want to do it, right? Then he backs out of the conversation, right? Doesn't let me talk, right? And then he messages me, calling me all sorts of names and then blocking me. So I don't understand what his problem is, right? So I perfectly
pretty
like the
gay.
guy. Yeah, pretty strange behavior, saying you're a pussy and then blocking somebody. This is kind of like a baby move, right? It's like, maybe you're afraid of what I have to say then, right? It's very strange, Yeah, but he called me bad names. I don't know what his problem is. And yeah, he doesn't like me very much. All I wanted to do was debate. I thought that was their thing. Oh, man.
You hit from unusual angles, and gatekeepers generally need to stick to a track. They need to find their hammers designed for certain nails. So
yeah,
you're not the type of nail he's meant to hit. So
yeah, it's our position here that possessions and knowledge are both dangerous. That the more you acquire, actually, it'll be dangerous for you. Right, that they don't actually give you any type of leeway. The point of existence, right? Because we already, in my opinion, began with all the knowledge, right? So, man had all the knowledge, and that caused his ruination, So I don't think that we lacked knowledge at the beginning. I don't think that people who have knowledge are doing any better than people who don't have knowledge, right? There's good types of knowledge and there's bad types of knowledge, right? And I think that if we begin discussions with that sort of understanding, right, then we could put knowledge in service of values, right? Where I think that it should probably remain, right? But the fact is that, people who think that there's a low type of person who thinks the point of life is gaining possessions. There's a much more evil type of person, right, that thinks the point of knowledge. I mean that the point of life is accumulating knowledge, and that person is far more dangerous than somebody who wants just possessions, right? But the best type of person, right, is somebody who understands there's good and bad, types of knowledge, right, and that knowledge should be put in service of goodness and righteousness. So people who don't understand that, right, who don't understand that something comes before knowledge, right, which is much more, important, namely faith or grace or ethics or something to that effect, right? And, you could even call it nature, right? But, I think nature comes before reason, right? And I mean nature with a capital N, right? Not trees and stuff, right? Right. But yeah. So here is some of what I've put forward here, and I'm just gonna freely read some of this. Actually, it's Neurojack who pointed out that some of this was pretty good stuff. And I'm going to then move on to Skolimowski, right? But this will be a heavily, sourced show, from different books and ideas. Usually I do a little different, right? Usually most of the show is like me talking and expanding on a lot of different ideas and concepts, so much so that, we get to read very little. But I'm trying to, move into, actually recording some of these materials. So I greatly appreciate you guys, and please feel free to, contribute. I'm almost done looking at this chat. We got Cyber Caliphate, the alternative channel, in case we get banned. There's always that option. Not that many people have made it over there. DJ Isolated, I appreciate you. Orange, I greatly appreciate you. Spooky Technology, that's right.
Is this
Spooky
your book
Action.
you're reading from?
Oh yeah, it's just random.
Yes, sir.
I finished reading your book a couple months ago. It was pretty damn good.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you told me about.
I might have to reread it.
I have some various stuff highlighted, but I would have to go back to find certain shit that I found really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so long. I need to reread it at this point. Definitely write a second edition. In a few years, I think that one will. I don't know how it's gonna be less than 600 pages, right? But yeah, definitely 600-page second edition. And yeah, so that will come up. But yeah, right now I'm working on a book about technology, so we'll see how that goes. Definitely wondering about the move to Ohio. So we're trying to figure that out. So there's a lot of things up in the air about my life at the moment that I'm not really figuring it out. But yeah, so that's in the mix of things. So yeah, I appreciate you guys being patient with me. Angeline, I appreciate you very much. Her and her husband, I believe, hosted me many times on their show. Excellent conversations, excellent interviews that I had. Some of the most
Jesse keeps getting banned, yo. Like, I can't find his shit anymore.
Yeah, he's on a hardcore level with the information that he brings. Definitely
not even on Rumble or any of those other sites. It'd be like maybe 1 or 2 episodes.
Oh man.
So hopefully he's got them backed up.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate his time. Blocked all the time by Muslims. They call me cowards and then block me. Yeah, well, that's what I get from the Christians. right? So and the atheists, right?
It's pretty much, normies, right?
And normies, yeah. And I mean, it's really up to them how they want to run their show and channel and stuff, But I mean, if people do all this bravado stuff, like, hey, we're doing all this bravado stuff, and then they're afraid of you, that seems a little strange to me. But anyways, let's move on to the text here. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, Angeline, and I greatly appreciate you guys. I mean, thank you so much for hosting. We got Unseen Warfare here. Blessings. And okay, so let me begin, and please feel free to butt in here. This is just something. This is actually not a very pointed analysis here. It's literally just like free range, right? But I say here, Lewis Mumford once wrote that man is a symbol-making animal. It's one of my favorite quotes. Religious imagination has been seen as an ultimate line between animal and man. Our rituals bring the past into the future, while our rites, R-I-T-E-S, of passage keep our traditions fresh by renewing the promise. By definition, a myth is something ahistorical. A myth is sort of a mediator between a metaphor and the real thing. A metaphor is too fleeting and reality is too tactile. But a myth is something that outlives time and stretches across cultural peculiarities. By contrast, a religious symbol is what adds a sense of supernatural or transcendental element to the structure of legendary and mythical instances. I feel what religion does that is so interesting is that it has a unique ability to place the symbol of man's construction back in relation to the historical movement that those various shapes embody, while bringing the individual directives of faith, inner wealth, and cosmic security into frame. Okay, so that's better than, I think that's, personally, I feel like that's better than anything Jordan Peterson ever wrote.
This stuff is trash, in my opinion.
Yeah, let that guy define what religion is or faith is. It's gonna take forever. Yeah, blessings, Mike. I appreciate you.
Hey, what's up, Machine Lies?
Hey, what's up, dude?
You were just talking about myth and religion. I was wondering, you're extremely well read, obviously. Have you ever read Joseph Campbell?
Oh yes, actually, I expounded on Joseph Campbell. I believe him to be a huge fraud. Did you know that Joseph Campbell actually compared? He said that Jesus, the Dalai Lama, and Vivekananda were all bodhisattvas.
No,
that sounds like that sounds. What do you think of that statement? That sounds like a retarded statement, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard some Muslims say like Buddha was a Islamic prophet.
I'll never say that. I think Buddha categorically.
Never heard that one.
Yeah, I've never heard that one before.
Oh no, I mean, how many prophets?
Oh, I get no. Actually, I get what you're saying. Because there was like thousands of Yeah. Oh yeah. They'll say that the teachings were basically changed or something like that.
Right.
So yeah, that's possible.
The Bible, the Injil, the Torah.
Oh yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's possible that any of the historical figures didn't have the views that we now ascribe to them. Of course, right? But I think that's the only statement they're actually making when they say that, right? But yeah.
Right. I mean, in Islam, I'm sure I think in the Hadith it says 124,000 prophets were sent throughout the world. No prophet was not sent without the people's own language and
and I think a lot of the numbered things in the hadiths where it gives like an exact number of things, I think that's allegorical personally. I mean,
right.
It's just saying like there is tons of them. It's like saying there's like millions, or something like that.
Right.
Basically, the all bases covered.
Right. It's like, I mean, I always say to Abrahamics, like, why were there no prophets in the Western Hemisphere? Other than, I mean, the Mormons have Jesus showing up to speak to Native Americans.
Allegedly,
sure. And the Ahmadiyya have Jesus walking to India after his resurrection or his non-crucifixion. But yeah, you when the Christians, when Columbus came to the Western Hemisphere, you didn't really find any monotheistic religions. You found very paganistic religions.
I don't know. I've heard different. I've heard that that
Yeah, there
there's
is.
that there is Native American tribes who talk about like the Great Spirit and stuff. So there is like they have some sort of
and
they have some sort of monistic quality to nature, and
they
nature has
actually
some sort of
say
intelligence.
they actually have a word that's very closely for God, right? Now I don't know what the word is, but it's very closely to like a Yahweh sound. You know what I mean? It's very similar.
By the way, Xenophanes, the pre-Socratic philosopher, he literally says God is one. All of him thinks, all of him sees, and all of him hears. And he says that the Thrashans say that God is blonde. With blue eyes, and the Ethiopians say he's black. And he's saying that can't be true. It's pretty obvious that God is not a color. He's one being. And that his essence or spirit permeates the entire universe. So that was pre.
Right.
That was pre-Socratic.
You got Saint
You can always roll the
too.
Great Spirit into a oneness, just like the Trinity is rolled into a oneness. But you look at the different creation stories. Maybe I should have said it's not an Abrahamic God. Like an eagle kind of pooped out the earth and the universe, and you have bear origins of the creator is giant bear or something.
Yeah, here's the thing: is that history goes back 2,000 years, right? As far as we know, written history, right? And they had religious people there, right? So as far back as history goes, they were religious, So I don't know what to do about that,
Right. Well, what St. Justin Martyr says is kind of interesting, right? He said that even like pre-Christian pagan philosophers that were searching for the truth in some way were indwelled with what he would call the logos, right? So some direction, not in the fullness of that, but there was some forms of pagans that sincerely did look for the truth, and God thought that was pleasing in some way, and they might have similar concepts within their religion, but it's like broken pieces of a mirror or something, to the fullness of truth. They might have pieces of the truth.
Right. So it sounds like a bit in Islam, and Machine Lies can correct me because my Arabic's not very good. What is it? Fitra, that everyone's born with an innate knowledge of God.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and in the New Testament it says something about too, like, everybody knows about God on a conscience level, sort of. All right. Their conscience guides them to some sense of what truth is, what's right, what's wrong, So on a base level, that's ingrained in humanity in some way, Now how that is, exactly, I don't know the essence of it, but I can kind of see what Paul or whoever it was who said that, what he means by that.
Okay, I disagree totally, but I understand the concept of God belief being innate to the human.
Well, I think it's more. I think it could be said more simply, like, I think that religious understanding is an architectonic sensibility within man. Meaning that, like, for example, right? Like, there's an anthropologist who said that, actually, if you go back in time, right, you find, more religion, not less religion. Right. So it's kind of a paradox, right?
Right.
Yeah, you think about this too. It's like during the early Roman era or something, everybody believed in God, right? So like the miracles of Christ or something like that, this wasn't absurd to them. They thought, well, you know, he's a magician or something, or he's he's worshiping some other type of god. They didn't think in terms of like there's no god at all. If the thunder struck, it was like the god of thunder did that. So everybody believed in some sort of god then. It would have been very extremely rare to find someone that didn't believe in a god at all, you know, in ancient times.
Yeah, I think I was talking to my daughter about this yesterday, and if you go way back with just using common sense, it's like if humans are plopped here on the earth and things are happening in the sky, they're just like trying to figure it out. What up there is making our life great and what up there is making it miserable, good day, rain, tornadoes, like whatever it was. And they're like, how do we appease this God? Like, how do we appease this thing up there in the sky? How do we make it work with us? And then they would fight over, we have favor and you over there don't because we're doing better than you. And it's just like this evolution of like trying to figure this all out. And some people got stuck in it. And some of us have evolved our thought from it. And I'm sure that some of people, like humans, took that and tried to figure out how do we like also make people moral so they're not hurting people and doing bad things or doing what we want them to do, right? And evolving religions and gods and beliefs from even that, right? Because first it was figuring out nature and then it's figuring out this battle within ourselves between what we know is good and what our flesh is in fear and making us do all at the same time, right?
That is the human struggle to figure out what is moral. And I think you're right. Obviously, ancient people didn't understand science. They didn't understand lightning. They didn't understand these different things. So they applied gods to them, from Apollo to Poseidon and Zeus. And then the paganistic gods became one god. And then you got the Hindus. They got, 330 million gods.
And a lot of the books we have too, a lot of the, like, they say God, but way back when, it was man that called themselves God. Like any leader would say, you call me God, right? And then we have all these writings. And I bet a lot of those places where they say God, they're actually talking about like maybe what we would think of as a king who wants to be called God, right? So,
well, certainly Lord would be considered that.
I think if you look at someone like Lao Tzu and his concept of Tao, it's like, okay, there's symmetry, there's proportion, there's the adaptation of one thing to another. There's some pattern here. And what is directing the pattern behind the seasons to keep them going, right? So it's like this is a continuous thing. There's a flow to everything that's going around us. There's a way the river goes a certain direction. And there's even symmetry within ourselves as human beings. 5 fingers on one hand, 5 fingers on another. I think modern man's way of dealing with this understanding of symmetry is to say, well, it's been millions and millions of years to develop. So, because you can't just throw something on the ground and it start making sense. There's no accidents like that you can kind of see. So I don't know. It's a
too, like when man was looking at the stars, right? And like when you're trying to figure out the sky, because everything seems to be coming from the sky as far as growing things and our, being able to live and whatnot. And they study the stars, and back then too, they used to make stories to help you. That's how they taught people, was through stories to help you memorize the stars. They'd give them names and stories. And how many religions are so similar? Because I think it's all based off of base stories and then taking things from each other as they split from each other and saying, no, like this is our God and this is our God, and making their own versions, right? And saying ours is better than yours or ours is right because look at us or whatever, right? So I don't know. I think it all started in that type of a way. but now we're coming a lot farther.
I would agree with that. There's different time clocks: the sun, the moon, the stars. The stars are a 1-year cycle, and so in order to memorize how that cycle goes every year, you create stories to stitch it together so you can remember where the stars go, so you can remember when to harvest and do all that stuff. But yeah, when you start introducing politics and all that, I think there starts to be a motive for kind of grandfathering in somebody's religion, because
Yep.
if religions could be recreated back then, why not now? Why can't there be new religions? Why is there a desire to grandfather in your own religion and say no further prophet? This is the final prophet, so to speak. Says who?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that definitely. So you guys are in agreement that religion came from science?
Well, I was agreeing with the aspect of when you see a bunch of dots in the sky, you don't have an eidetic memory, you just memorize it like a robot. But if you anthropomorphize them and then make stories, you can remember the 1-year cycle of the stars. And that could have been part of the original base for some religions. But I do think religions turned into much more of that when there's nationalistic stuff, violence, territorial stuff, politics,
Yeah, I usually say that religion turned into politics, and then art turned into science. And I think that is a good way of looking at history, or summarizing it in a very short hand manner, right? To see that, so I think that politics and science are not organic processes, right? They should be something that's secondary to, the symbolic realm. Us catalyzing symbols, and I personally think that science and maybe occultism, that came from the cities, where they try to combine the religions, because man created cities, right? So I think that, I think that the artistic world is far more architectonic. We have far more architectonic sensibility for art than science.
So what do you mean not organic as far as science and religion? Are you saying they're a technology because you have your own delineation of technology and where it should stop with a balance? What do you mean by organic? It's not organic.
Like, for example, right? Like, so I have different levels of complexity, right? So symbolic complexity is basically where cultural civilization started, right? And then technical civilization is another order on top of that, right? So
like agriculture, for example.
Yeah. So I think the symbolic forms are technology, because it has to do with techniques, right? Symbols are related to techniques, right? But they're human level techniques, right? So once you go beyond the human, and go to, I think universalism, is what basically created like scientific worldview, and that's why, and that's when they started getting rid of the religions, right? Because they're like, we got science now, we don't need a religion,
So like Plato, because of Plato, there'd be,
without
Plato,
Plato's
there'd be
huge.
no Aristotle.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Both.
Yeah, and without Plato, I don't think that we'd understand like what a state is, so to speak, because like he decided that you could create a state through reason, the city and speech, and then Machiavelli totally rejected that entire process, right? He said that that process is totally fake and gay.
That's when all that the conversation about knowledge and all that stuff becomes dangerous because of the stakes. Because when you can rule a state and say these people have the most justified true beliefs, you're creating the impetus for tyranny, basically. Because if they created if someone created a state right now, or if they took over right now and said, we're going to have public debates, it turns out that person A has attained the forms. He has the knowledge of the forms. He knows the true ultimate good form. We're going to hold some debates so that you can prove it. We'd have to ask ourselves, what criteria are they going to have to meet for us to really believe these people have attained the true forms? So it just seems like a dangerous path to go down.
It just seems like Plato Socrates is always trying to arrive at techniques, right? He's like, well, what's the best method for doing this, right? And so his whole goal is the establishment of a technique, that does it perfectly, right? So in that sense, I think Plato was, and Plato could not have arrived at this understanding without creating universal concepts and ideas.
Yep.
Right. So once he separated the transcendental realm from the physical world, right, then I think the only thing that kept that at bay for a very long time was Christianity. Right. So Christianity basically put a tub stopper on the ideas of universals, right? And but once they like sort of opened Pandora's box and like created universal concepts, and they tried to do this without God. Right, then they arrived at the concept of natural law, and I think that's what. I mean, if you look at history, the concept of natural law is what created science. Plato believed in it. All these guys believed in natural law, and once you could create natural law, right, and I think scientists still believe in natural law, right, because they believe in the constants.
Yeah, like the objective stuff, so called. But how do you know somebody's achieved the objective stuff? That's what. Are you saying that, like, with as far as Plato and a philosopher pursuing, attaining, and apprehending the forms through logic and reason, that itself is a technique?
Like, I think logic and math, are techniques, and I furthermore think that they're subsets of language. So I don't think that you could do math or logic without language. And so I think that they escape the symbolic realm in that way. You know what I mean? And they transform into universal concepts. Now, I think that because Plato and them said like logic and math, are like, two aspects of knowledge and not language. Right? I think they got into a huge problem. And then they furthermore thought that knowledge and truth and I mean that truth, beauty, and goodness are the same thing, right?
Like the highest form, basically.
Yeah.
The good or whatever that encompassed all that.
Yeah. I mean I have a lot more problems with Aristotle, but yeah.
So do you believe in that basic Platonist model of the, not so much as another realm outside the physical, but so much as the forms?
No, I follow Parmenides.
Okay. And
so I think
Parmenides again said it. He's the one that
said
nothing changed.
Yeah, the possible is the actual. Yeah, exactly. Possible and actual are the same thing. They're two sides of the same coin.
Step in the river twice.
That's Heraclitus. Yeah.
But Heraclitus being opposed to the Parmenides, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
In that sense, like Heraclitus saying you can't step in the same river twice, is Parmenides saying you can? He's saying nothing changes, so he's saying that there's no such thing as becoming, I guess, then, right?
Well, I guess he's saying that both the river and the person would have already changed, because it all changes together, right? So it's just one thing, So he would have, So I don't think Heraclitus saw that his idea was actually in support of elitic monism. Well, anyways, I think Heraclitus also said it's all one, right? But see, if it's all one, how does it change? If it's all made of fire, and then how does it change? And it's all made of the same substance, right? So,
yeah, I'm not. I can see why there was a desire for somebody, it was inevitable for someone like Plato to create the whole forms idea in order to try to get something outside of subjective arguing to say this is the objective, but then they're arguing all day about that concept. So it's like, it's a never ending regression. Like, you can't really prove the forms. It doesn't actually fully make sense as far as how forms relate to particulars. It's a nice idea, I guess, but how do you verify that you've ever even attained a form? How do you verify that you've achieved that knowledge? I guess they say justified, but even justification is not verification. So I don't know. That whole thing has always confused me, the whole justified belief and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, I think the whole concept of logos, or how they're trying to prescribe it, and I don't mean in the ethereal sense, but I mean the whole concept of philosophy, right, or reason, right, instead of what I like to call ethne logos instead of techne logos, right, where you had technology that was reliant on these two elements, which is religion and art. And the art was based on the cultural elements, right, of the civilization, right? So once it escapes that and becomes universal design, then it could assimilate various cultural forms. That becomes an inherent danger, in my opinion, right? Because that's what creates the idea of technique, sublimating, all of the cultural forms, and what it's led to is a world technological system, right? So the inherent danger of that is putting all of your eggs in one basket, right? And also the total loss of traditions, right? So I say two things happened, right? One, we became separate from nature, right? And the second thing is we lost our cultural traditions, right? Which is we lost the whole scale of ethnos, so who was it? I think that was Nick. Oh yeah, Professor Nick Volt. Thank you for joining. Blessings.
So you're saying we separated from nature? Isn't intellectualism and philosophizing and Plato and all this stuff the culprit, the biggest culprit of that?
I think so. Or I argued that basically, religion gave birth to philosophy, philosophy gave birth to science, right? And here lies, and science basically, gave birth to liberalism. Liberalism gave birth to the technological state, which is the death of liberalism. So this is what, kind of where we're at now,
It's almost a separation between nature and truth and what is, and illusion, and man trying to create illusion, or like for people to follow like what they think is good or best or whatever. So, like all the technological stuff and whatnot, a lot of it is not based in nature. It's based in, I don't know, trying to go outside of nature, I guess, trying to trump nature.
I think it's time. It's nature versus time, and we've created time outside of nature. And we follow that, right? Where basically we're so reliant on machines that the machines become like the new clock instead of nature being the clock, right? So like, so it sort of speeds things up. There's an acceleration there, and that's a loss of tempo, and then I also think that there's a struggle in terms of they've created a dialectic in terms of, the mind versus language, whereas nature, I think, most people saw nature as intelligent. They've taken mind out of nature, right? And they've made basically mind downstream of what language is, right? So, basically, a person is trapped in time language complex, right? Instead of a nature mind complex, right? You know,
for sure.
But if language is the technology that's allowed it all to happen, who's to say that you wouldn't argue we should not have language then? Where do we draw the line? Without language, we wouldn't intellectualize and develop technology. So,
well, I think symbols should remain on a cultural level. Once symbols become language and then language becomes universalized, you know, into code, you know, I think that is where the problem starts, right? That language shouldn't be universalized, right? And the only way to do that, like for example, the coding language, right, or the Tower of Babel, right?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Tower of Babel.
So across multiple, so more than one culture being on one accord. Then
yeah, I think universalism is a language problem. I mean, right? That can be fixed by symbolic forms, and right. So because symbolic forms are not totally part of the game of language. Right?
So wouldn't there still be an issue if it was the opposite of Tower of Babel, like over there in Japan and Asia and stuff, they couldn't communicate with the outside world at all. They wouldn't still accumulate the technology within themselves?
I don't think that there's any evidence that the technological world as we see it today would have arose in any other society other than Europe.
But they could have one homogenous culture and language and still develop that technology?
Yeah, I don't think there'd be any danger to that sort of thing, you know. But I think that universal technology that was developed in Europe and is now even subsuming European culture, much to the chagrin of the Europeans, right? They don't even understand what's happening. You know, they think that liberalism will fix it, you know, but it won't. You know,
that's a complex topic too when you say European, because that can span a lot of things. That's like saying late 18th century German. That could be a whole other culture that invaded Germany, so to speak.
I think it's Plato, you know, then Christian civilization, and then the Protestant Reformation. You know, I don't think that you could really get out of that one. And I think that's huge. You know, and I think the changes that happened were huge in terms of they created the state. You know, if they didn't, because see, Muslim people and other people around the world, they didn't have no concept that you could separate the church and the state. It just wouldn't occur to them, right? It's only after reading the gospel that you get the idea, I think, right? And I think certain people that wanted to really develop the state and do statecraft ran with that idea. You know, like they knew that if they simply took away the church, you know, they could develop the state and develop liberalism. You know, and some of them probably and did think that you could even trick Christians into following that, right?
Or to subvert it by having the apotheosis of the state.
Yeah, apotheosis of the state.
So Western philosophy is the cause of liberalism, you're saying, and in a million years, the Arabs, the Muslims, none of them would have created liberalism.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think so. And then also, I think that once it was created, you know what I mean? It's no longer European or, you know what I mean, right? Like,
and liberalism kind of gave birth to nihilist atheism, right? It's like it was all those thoughts were already there, just sort of like this deformed child that was birthed from it.
I would say science, but he's saying I think science comes from liberalism, which would be the same difference, I guess.
Well, I think it's always been there. I mean, it's always been there. I mean, it was just it was just chosen at like politics and science were chosen, I mean, as more expedient than religion or art for these people, right? Who wanted to promote universalism, you know. And I mean, universalism looks good because it's like I mean, it looks good on paper. I mean, everybody's the same. You know, there's freedom and equality for all humanity. I mean, right? Technological advancement for all of humanity. But the whole question is how do we get there? It seems like there's more. That the solution is worse than the problems, right?
Right. Well, that's the whole Bolshevik aspect of it, right? It's like this utopian ideal, and on paper it sounds good, and then when you implement it, before you know it, the bodies are stacking. So.
I would like to understand why you think that. Like, what parts of universalism do you think brings chaos?
I guess the worst concept that they ever invented is this notion of the archetypal man. And I think I think that man can be engineered through basically scientific totalitarianism. So I think that would be a very dastardly goal, in my opinion. And then to make man totally separate from his cultural realm, totally separate from nature, and become totally engineered in that way. I think that is, that a universalism could lead to scientific totalitarianism. Therein lies a great danger for me.
Okay. What about that? I guess there's different concepts within universalism as well, because a lot of people I know that are into that actually are very much so wanting to go back to nature, right?
Oh yeah,
back
but
to nature and back to our connection with what the source, life-giving energy, whatever that is, and our highest selves and nature, like all of that coming together. So
yeah,
I
I
guess
think there's no going back.
taking it where.
What if, like she's saying, that universalism turns its direction towards returning to nature?
Well, there's no going back. There's no putting universalism back in the box, right? It's gonna have to be used for something, right? There's definitely no like cultural, like the whole game of like trying to go back to traditional culture, I think is pretty much rigged, or go back to nature is pretty much rigged.
Well, if the mentality is focused on evolution, then man is going to always be directed towards, this utopian ideology, right? Where we can fix everything by technical means,
or just futurism in general.
Well, that's what I believe.
Yeah, yeah. Feel free to chime in.
Oh no, I'm just listening, but
at best we could do is probably some form of
there are people who
steampunk.
actually believe that stuff, and I do. I think technology is going to be and is our salvation. I mean, we're seeing it already.
In what sense? Salvation in what sense?
Well, I mean, technology can cure pretty much all of the issues we have on this planet. I don't really think that technology is detached from natural human evolution. I mean, part of our evolution is that humans use technology, and it's perfectly natural that our technology continues to grow and could eventually lead us to a sort of utopia. Now, I do agree that our intelligence and our technology is moving faster than perhaps our maturity as a species, and it is of course causing a lot of problems, but hopefully
I think it's idealistic, and it's an obsession with efficiency, and
it's a little bit idealistic. I mean, all sort of ideas for to reach utopia are idealistic, and I honestly believe we will never get there, but it's the struggle itself which is going to yield the rewards.
I'll give you an example. So like if the obsession is like, okay, how can we cure as much disease as fast as possible?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think that's necessarily anything good. I think it's something neutral, and in itself is okay. But when it becomes like the chief goal of mankind is just to reach this, efficient machine level of living, it almost as if the soul of man is being replaced with like whitewashed walls or something. That's what I see. But
Maybe, but imagine if man was able to just sit around and think about things like that. I mean, would we not be able to, instead of having to worry about disease, war, power, being poor? Sorry, I got trouble with that word. Uh, it would allow us to once again go back and think about stuff. Sorry, Angeline.
I was
well,
gonna say,
there's a lot of Christians out there too that believe this type of thing. Like, you have your Thomas Mertons, like, and different Catholics that talk about the, the abolition of war, and we this utopian ideology. And it
Oh,
seems
yeah.
like you have the Soviets that are talking about the utopian society. You have now Christians talking about heading towards a utopian society, and everybody else, those that are wanting technological religion in some sense. It's all heading towards utopia. And what I think the root of that is, and like I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with me, but it is what it is. I think if man loses paradise and he doesn't want God anymore, how can he obtain paradise without God? So I think that's what we're working
Yeah,
towards.
who's just camping for tech? That's funny. But yeah, let Angeline come in, and then please respond to Professor Nick if you'd like to.
Of course.
I had a few thoughts, but on what he just said, like another way to view the universalism coming up is even within religions, like opening up more and whatever, is almost in some ways it's man wanting to drop fighting each other and just allowing everyone to be in their own way, for some, right? The other thing I was going to say for the technology is I think technology has become a crutch for our disconnection. And we say like technology is going to help us like heal and fix things, but the reason we need to heal and fix so many things is because of technology and our disconnect from from nature, and not just nature, but our higher gifts. Like we're so much more than what we are, and we use technology as a crutch. Like even how we're communicating now, I think if we were fully activated with all of the gifts and things that we could do, we wouldn't even need this stuff, right?
Well, I was going to respond to unseen warfare, but what you said was very interesting about, this idea of technology as being a crutch. Technology, you bring up how we're talking right now. Without this technology, we wouldn't have been able to have this conversation. We all live in different places. A lot of people who say that, like, sort of the internet has made us more disconnected. I think the opposite has happened. I mean, we are much more connected. And having this conversation here is productive. We're talking about, what humanity needs to achieve. And that's why I say technology can be used to actually not hide us from sort of the beautiful things that humans can create. In fact, technology allows more people to be able to create beautiful things, which perhaps before they couldn't. And then to respond to unseen warfare, this idea of utopia. I mean, of course, humanity should be working towards utopia. I mean, this should be the goal. I mean, if it's not the goal to make the existence or what it means to be a human a better experience, then we're probably doing it wrong. And to interject to say, well, we're going away from God, that doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, how is becoming more peaceful, stop fighting wars over silly, desert gods, how is that a bad thing?
What if the people running the technology decide to do more wars?
I'll tell you why it's a bad thing, because it's a false
That's a
peace.
valid point. That's a valid point. I mean, technology, us humans get very creative when it comes to warfare. I mean, some of our best technology comes out of warfare.
Yeah,
that's
then
absolutely
what
correct.
better means has to be defined. When you say better, the people running the technology might not agree with you with what better means.
Well, that's why we
should unseen respond to.
Okay, I would say that to say it doesn't matter. Okay, all right, you can have that opinion that it doesn't matter. But I mean, you're looking at it. If we're directing if our destiny is utopia, right? That's what our whole purpose in life is about. And there is no God. There's just man, and man becomes God. And that you're just some desert God, and is the cause of wars. No, I think what you're going to obtain is a false peace, and you're going to lose everything that makes man man. You're going to assimilate into the technology. The technology and you are going to become one.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's subhumanity or post-humanity or something like that. It's like, this isn't an evolution. This is a technology taking you over, and you not being able to distinguish yourself between that, and you become some soulless, entity, a monstrosity in some sense.
I
That's what's
think,
going to happen.
honestly, I mean, this sort of anti-technological thing which people are on, I mean, I think it comes out of a place of fear. The idea that we assume the more technology we have, the more soulless we become, I don't see how that's true. I mean, just in my opinion, it just sounds like some are fearful of it. And it's absolutely true. As we learn more science, as we learn more technology, sort of the teachings of our terrestrial religions become less important. They don't make any sense anymore. Um, I don't see why. I mean, we're already intertwined with technology, and I'm not saying the modern technology we have right now. I'm talking about 200,000 years ago when man arrived. It was technology that made us. We discovered technology, and that's what allowed us to get to where we were. So we're already intertwined with technology. We wouldn't have survived without it.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
saying I'm saying when it's like, it's not just something you're holding in your hand where it becomes you. That's a whole nother level of things. And I would say this is that, if we're going to forget all the wisdom that the ancients, gave us, then we're going to have to deal with, it's like all the lessons you could have learned from your parents, that so you didn't get caught up in something. Now that's all gone, and it's just, you obliviate everything, and it's like everything's new. Well, I don't think it works. You're gonna fall into some traps, and the biggest trap is to think that the soul is just a concept. I think that we do have souls. I think that what happens when man forgets he has a soul and a god, and he becomes godless and soulless.
Yeah.
And that's leading to the root of the revolution of the modern age, which is nihilism. So it's
Well, I mean,
my idea.
I just don't think that improving technology, like, I don't think the two are related. I mean, our bad things which humans do. I mean, we can attribute this to going away from God or whatever you will. The technology is not what's doing it; it's man which is doing it. We just need to learn to live with technology. If it can be done, it will be done. And you're absolutely right. There's going to be a time where we're going to put technology inside of our bodies. I mean, we already do to a certain extent. But it's not going to be for evil. It's going to be for good, in my opinion. Hopefully.
Well, what good could it really do besides,
Well, I mean, what good does modern medicine do?
Well, the
That's
fact of the
technology.
matter is, modern medicine is a band-aid on well, people don't want to hear this, but it is what it is. It's just a band-aid, man.
Well,
It's
I
some
mean,
efficient band-aid that we put on, but there's something deeper behind
no.
disease and death and suffering.
We know about. I mean, when Pasteur discovered pasteurization, before the Civil War, going to the hospital was a death sentence. I mean, you have to chop off legs, you have to do this. We didn't have anesthetics. I mean, this is all technology, and to say that that stuff is bad and somehow made us more soulless is, I just don't see it.
I didn't say it's bad. I said it's neutral. I don't think it's either good or bad. Really, it just is.
Well, I agree. I mean, medicine is just part of the human condition, just like technology.
Although
In my
again, it's definitely separated us more from nature, for sure. Right? With more artificial things, because money is the main drive on that end.
Maybe. I mean, I visit sometimes Yosemite on my VR headset because I can't go there myself right now.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, Professor, because you said that we should aim towards utopia, and that actually, that may seem very reasonable to many people, but do you think that it's possible? Do you think utopia is possible?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's
I don't think
interesting.
it's possible, but
Yeah, that's
if
interesting.
well, and what I mean by that is like, I don't think I'll ever be a perfect being, but I strive to try to be a better being. Same with
Right.
utopia. I don't think we will ever become it, but
Right, because everyone's got their own version of it. Let's be honest, right?
yeah, and it's going to be a struggle, and it could be a bloody struggle. It has been a bloody struggle, but if we go back in time to where humanity is now, um, I mean, at least post-Renaissance, we definitely have, in some places, made society better. Um, that's not a universal thing yet, but I mean, here in the United States, the Western world, Europe,
Idealistically better, I would say.
yeah.
What is truly better for man? Is it the abolition of war and no disease? Is this really going to help us in some sense, or is it going to
Well, not to sound
cut
like
us off
a
from what makes us human? I think that's
Well, I
something.
think technology will help us be more human. I mean, when you're fighting wars, when
What?
you're worried, well, when you're fighting wars, having to worry about where you're going to get your next meal. I mean, when humans discovered technology, instead of having to worry about where we're going to get our next meal, they could save meal, they could grow things, they could sit around the fire. They looked at the stars, started asking questions, why? And that's all due to technology. Um,
Is it, or was
but
it them
it
trying
can
to
be
figure
used
out
for
how to
bad.
work with nature? And then man got in the way and started to like control it themselves.
True, but man is part of nature. What we do is natural.
So
And when
how is us separating ourselves more from nature going to be better for us? Like honestly, we're just
well,
already so sick from being separated as
I
it
would
is.
I would argue that we're not necessarily separated from nature. I mean, that's sort of a um, just it sounds nice to say we're separated from nature, but how? How are we separated from nature?
Oh yeah, in a philosophical sense, I guess I can
And
understand what you're
we're
saying.
not following logos, I would think. That's or Tao or the Tao. And what I mean by that is that if you go against the way or the flow of things, and it's almost like an anti-logos, right?
Hmm.
Or an anti-Tao. You're going against the grain when you're forming yourself and manipulating materials to somehow make your life better in some
Hmm.
way, but it never really does. It does in some sense, and in other ways you lose things that you don't necessarily probably respect until they're gone.
Well, I believe there's some truth to that, but you're absolutely right. What makes humans unique is we don't adapt to our environment. We adapt our environment to serve us, and we use our environment, we use things from nature to build things which benefit us. And you're absolutely right. I mean, if industrial farming stopped tomorrow, humanity would starve.
Well, then
We don't know how. But is
then I
that a
guess the
bad thing?
question is that how do we subsume nature if technology is natural, as you've just previously stated?
Well, you're right. We do things which now some scientists say are bad for nature and ultimately self-defeating. I mean, if we destroy the planet, if we leak radiation from a nuclear power plant, that's going to be bad for us. But that's also what makes humans unique. We have the ability to do right, and we have the ability to do wrong, and it's just up to us to make sure we do right. And we're not going to get it perfect any time. Because some things are going to be bad, but what is what would be the opposite of it? Like, what should we do? Stop using technology? Go back to an agrarian society?
Good
I
question.
think
Yeah,
there's a
great
mean
question.
between extremes. To put it in the words of Aristotle, it's like you have to find some sort of narrow path between fully giving up your humanity and becoming robots, and you know,
I
being
think
so
what we need
obsessed
to
with
do
efficiency or some sense.
is, you're absolutely right. With technology, you're going to have, a few people in control of technology, which can be used to control others. I mean, that's already happening. And I think the real problem is the general public, I don't want to say the word folk, but they don't understand what technology is, and they need to learn what it is, what it can do, and continue to learn as it improves. I mean, for example, AI. I mean, when you get AI headlines, I created a chatbot, which effectively got like 3 people to rage quit today, and they had no idea they were arguing with a bot. Um, Technology will absolutely be used to control the masses, unless the masses learn technology, and we're not doing that.
Well, that seems like there's no option there.
There is no option. I firmly believe when it comes to humanity, if it can be done, it will be done. We can't. I mean, what are we going to do? Pass laws saying we got to stop making AI?
So I think
Stop.
that contradicts the thing about free will. You said that it's up to us.
Well, it's
if we can't control technology, then it's guiding us, right? To a
well,
certain
it's
extent.
we need to ultimately understand technology, and then when it comes to politics or government, make sure we're electing people who understand this technology. And if we do end up passing legislation on it, make sure these people know what they're voting on and how it benefits you and your constituency. But the fact is, we can't stop it. The only thing's there are two things which are going to stop technology: some major calamity, which puts us back to the steam age, or well, actually, that's the only one I can think of, or like some virus or something which causes society to collapse.
In
And,
your
and that
idea,
would put us back in a dark age. Otherwise, it's moving forward, and there's nothing we can do to stop it.
okay, so in this idea of moving forward towards a utopia, would there be nations, or would it all be a one world system?
Well, I mean, that goes back to Universal. I was having this discussion on another channel about the United States exporting what we call universal rights versus cultural relativism. I mean, of course, I think we can still have our own nations, our own cultures, our own ethnicity, but I do believe that there are certain universal laws that should apply to every human being.
So, so for an efficiency's sake, do you think that a one world system would be better for utopia?
No, I mean, imagine if the United States was just one big state. I mean, how much chaos would be there? I don't see how nations have to lose their identity.
Well, do you think that those that are pushing for the utopian ideology, don't you think they would rather a global control grid in some way
I don't
to
think
get
so.
these plans done?
No, I think that's just religious dogma speaking, because one world government allegedly is going to bring, as a sign of revelations. So,
So in other
there's
words,
no
it's like
evidence to show that that's
in
correct.
other
That
words,
that would
it's like
happen.
whatever doesn't align with the prophecy, like you don't want to give in to this idea that this is actually what's happening, sort of.
No,
The prophecy is saying that
no,
there's
I don't.
going to be a one world system with a utopia, and then
No,
there's
I
going
don't
to be
believe in
this king
soothsayers.
or
I don't
something,
believe in soothsayers. Nobody can predict the
a
future.
charismatic king that's going to come out of it all, and the
I don't
whole
believe
world will
any of that.
follow after him in some way, right?
Yeah, to me, those are silly,
Haven't
archaic
we seen
beliefs.
prefigurations of that? How is that silly? Wasn't there,
Well,
Stalin and the guy in Germany?
Nostradamus predicted today we were going to bomb Iran. Look it up. He really did. I mean,
First, I wanted to say hi, Jesse, because I know you're probably listening and not reading the comments, hopefully. But
Blessings.
I just want to say, like, I think the whole system and nature is set up for balance, right? Like, if we go too far into technology, it's going to start hurting us. And we're going to have to come back into balance with nature. Like, even now, like, we're separated from having diverse bacteria in our guts. We're separated from our circadian rhythm. We're separated from natural living food. Like, we're so separated from stuff that we're only going to get worse and worse. And we either have an option to take technology and nature and find a freaking balance so that we are actually at our best and thriving at our highest, or we're going to keep going down the track of being separated and trying to be our own gods separate from nature and destroy ourselves, right? Like, but in the end, it's always set up to go back to balance, whether we choose to destroy ourselves or whether we choose to find that balance, right?
This is true. This is true. And I think technology could get us closer to nature. You're right. We're not doing a good job now. Everything you said is absolutely correct. The one thing you said about nature, though, is like, for example, unseen warfare is talking about what I call supernatural things. Technology exists only within the realm of nature. We don't believe in anything supernatural. We don't believe in prophecy because anything supernatural is unknowable. It doesn't, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It's just we don't have access to it. And in many ways, technology,
I would say you don't have access to
Yeah, I
it.
was gonna say definitely.
I
There's
would say
Well,
that
I
you
mean,
do not have access to it. Personally, I think that
Shambhala.
there's people out there that do have access to the unknown and
I think there are
the
people out there
unseen.
who believe that, but, and I don't have any problem with people believing things. It's just, you know, when I reached out and tried to find some, quote, spiritual truth, all of the terrestrial religions, you know, they don't explain the big questions I have. You know,
So what's your big question that you want to answer?
they don't explain, you know, when I go up to the top of Mount Palomar and I can see Andromeda Galaxy with my naked eye, and it's 2.2 million light years away. And these tiny photons, you know, travel this huge distance to interact with my retina. When stars explode and spread elements across the universe, when I even look at the elements within my body and your body, which are made up of protons, which are identical, which are 16 billion years old, I don't really feel that I die. I never really, you know, was born. It's just protons rearranging themselves. There's not a single terrestrial religion which can explain any of that. The universe is just too big for a tiny book written 2,000 years ago.
Well, where did the universe come
I
from?
would say this. I would say that
It doesn't matter where the
I
universe
would
came
say
from.
that your
The universe
mind
exists.
is like a bucket, right? And all of our minds are like this. And you
Mhm.
can only fill a bucket with so much sand. And there's a whole ocean out there full of sand, man. And sometimes, you know, I think that, you know, the questions we have wouldn't even do us any good to know anyways. What good is it doing for
Well,
you?
see, that's where I disagree. It's, I mean, if you look at Andromeda, if God exists, God made it. I mean, you got to look
Okay.
at it. You got to face it. You have to accept that it exists because this is real. This is the truth.
Okay.
It's not going to
So he
change.
made it. So
And
what?
and if this is how God works, God would probably want you to look at it, to learn about it, to try to understand it. But if you can't
Well,
even
I think
look,
that he would want you to learn and understand yourself
if you
first
can't
and
even look
foremost.
or try to understand the creation of God, then what does that say about your religion?
I would say that we can look and see, you know, learn from the creation of God. In the words of Saint Anthony, when asked by a philosopher why he sat out in the desert by himself, and he said, "How do you do this with no books?" He said, "Look around you, philosopher. The nature is my book, or where I am is my book."
And nature
So,
is huge. We don't
sure.
need to worry about the supernatural until we understand the
I would
natural.
say that you definitely need to worry about it
No.
if you have a soul, and if that soul goes somewhere when you die, then wouldn't you want it to go to the right place instead of the wrong one?
You know, I'll tell you this: if there's such a God that decides where souls go, I refuse to believe that any God which created all of this would be so petty, and would, you know, the universe wouldn't be the size that it is, the amount of galaxies, the amount of stars, the amount of planets we're finding. Why would a God waste all of that? Give me, because God created me, give me the ability to ask those questions, to question what is this for, and then be so petty, like a small terrestrial Abrahamic God, go, oh, you're going to hell. Then send me to hell.
Well, you know, I don't
I mean,
I don't think
if
that
that's what
God would
God
send
is,
you to
when I
hell,
see
my
God,
friend.
I will tell him exactly how I feel
I
about
don't believe that God sends us to hell, and I don't believe that
Well, it doesn't really matter what
ancient
you.
Christians believed that God sent you to hell. I believe that man sends himself to hell, and hell is some form of separation from God. But even in hell, there's you know, the love of God is there, and that's what
Have you been
burns
there?
man
Have you been there?
in one way or another. Yeah.
I mean, you're talking in these sort of grandiose philosophical terms, but if we really look at the practicality of it, I mean, the fact is we live in a
Well, there's
four-dimensional universe.
efficiency and practicality and all these other things. I mean,
There's not a single human being on this planet who's ever
you're proving my
existed.
point, though, that
Well,
nihilism is the root of the
I'm proving your
revolution of the
point
modern age. I can
because
tell
you've
you that.
decided that somebody like me who challenges you with these questions, you shut your mind down and just go, "Aha, see, I'm right. That person's going to hell."
I didn't say that.
I mean, the
said
fact
that,
is,
you're proving that nihilism is the root of the revolution of the modern age.
when I look at the universe, I don't see nihilism. I don't see emptiness. I see
nihilism and emptiness in the words you're
hold on a
saying.
second. Hold your horses, guys. The thing is that, like, let's just get into this idea where, I asked you, how did the universe get there? And you said that's not an important question. Well, what if that's a scientific question?
Well, this is why I say it's not an important question, because to understand what was, quote, let's say, before the start of the universe, is sort of a malformed question, because I mean, time started with the universe. Now, scientists, we've gone back to less than a second after creation.
Wait, hold on. We know
what happened before. We don't know. I mean, we honestly don't know.
But how do we know that time started?
Well, because I mean, this all started with looking at the cosmic background radiation, and we saw.
So there was no time before that.
Well, space. So
space time.
It's called space time,
right?
And asking what happened before is sort of like asking, like, what's the circumference of a triangle, or what?
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
It's sort of a malformed question. In science, we do make two assumptions. We assume the universe is real, and we exist in it, and we assume it's knowable. We can't really prove that the universe exists, because to prove the universe exists, we would have to get out of the universe to go, look, there it is. And to ask what happened before doesn't really mean anything. Because we have no way to access what happened before. We don't know what's before, and we can never know what's before. But we try to go as close to the moment of creation as we can, and we use physics to do that. And I get it. I mean, many people in the chat are just saying Professor's a goof, up science, but I mean, their very lives is dependent upon the science they deny.
Well, actually,
and science does something which religion does not. Science can make predictions.
Yeah,
we can
Origin
look at
is
evidence, and we can
he's
make
into
predictions.
Yeah, he's into like Hermeticism and all this.
Okay, here's my question: do you believe in the Big Bang?
So,
what do you mean? Do I believe in a Big Bang?
Do you believe a Big Bang happened?
I accept the theory of the Big Bang. I don't believe.
Okay, so do you know where that theory came from?
I absolutely know where that theory came from. It was right here in my hometown. It starts what we call Hubble's law. Hubble's law doesn't explain anything other than, look, the universe is expanding, and then when at Bell Labs they accidentally discovered what we call the cosmic background radiation, we started putting all of this data together and started formulating the theory of the universe, and we are even able to calculate the age of the universe, which we think is approximately 16 billion years old.
Okay, I know. That's the time. The time.
Yeah, none of that's a belief. None of that is a belief. All of that's based on actual data. Now, if you want to refuse,
this is a belief.
If you want to refuse
science, 14 billion.
Or 14 billion.
Okay. It's a theory, and then you use science to say.
Well, you didn't let me finish explaining what the Big Bang Theory was.
Okay, well, I'm asking you,
and then
do you know who came up with it?
From cosmic background radiation, then Einstein comes around and we apply his general relativity to it, and then we say, okay, wait a minute, space-time makes sense. This is what gravity is. And a theory is a collection of facts that all sort of align, which continue to lead us to the same conclusion. Now, if you choose to not accept the scientific method, that's fine. But that's all it is. It's just you not accepting it.
Who came up with the scientific method? Who came up with it?
It doesn't matter who came up with it.
Sure, it does. It was a Jesuit who came up with it. All right.
Okay.
And where did they come?
Do you know where the word Big Bang comes from? Do you know where the word Big Bang comes from?
No, I'm asking you, where did the Jesuits get all this?
Well, I mean, I believe the Jesuits, and forgive me, I'm not that well versed in religion, but are part of the Catholic Church. It was the Catholic Church who fully endorsed the Big Bang.
I know they did. I know they did.
In fact, the Big Bang is a pejorative term, which other scientists said to people like Edwin Hubble and said, "What?" Because prior to that, we believed the universe was eternal. It all of us existed in the past to infinity, and it's going to exist to the future infinity. So it's like it's eternal. But it was other scientists who said, "What? You thought?" It literally was them going.
By the way, it was and I think I'll move to some music and then carry on the discussion from there. In a few minutes here, but yeah, I'd like to point out this idea from Thomas Kuhn, that he basically talked about this idea of structure of scientific revolutions, right? And I just quickly will just end on this note, and of course, the professor can say something about this, but yeah, they believed the universe was eternal until Einstein, right? But the problem is that from Aristotle to Einstein, there's like 2,000 years there.
Yeah.
So
that was a long time.
Yeah, it was a very long time, right? So yeah, so how do we know that in 2,000 years, right? We won't discover supernatural things exist, right?
Well, that would make them natural then, if we discover them in science.
Yeah, about to say they'll characterize them as natural.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, by definition, they would be natural. If we can see them in nature, then it's no longer supernatural. Like if we found
they're already trying with quantum stuff.
If we found evidence of ghosts, they wouldn't be supernatural beings anymore. They would be beings.
Natural means that you can explain it.
Natural means that it's knowable. We can collect data on it, and we can make predictions upon its behavior.
So everything that you don't know, what would you say that is?
Well, I mean, there are things in nature that we don't yet understand.
But how do you know they're in nature?
Well, like, I mean, let's see an example. Okay, so we see that the universe is expanding the way we see it. The data shows that it's expanding faster than the speed of light. That doesn't make any sense because relativity tells us we can't do that. So we have hypothesized the reason for this. So right now we don't know, but based on various hypotheses, which then we can try to test, and then hopefully, like, maybe it's expanding because what they call dark matter. Well, what is dark matter?
Well, it's even worse. I'm sure you've heard that the expansion is actually accelerating.
Yeah, so that's what I mean.
So
if
it
it's
totally
accelerating,
doesn't make sense with relativity. It's like it's not just a little bit off; it's totally off.
It's totally off. I mean, and many folks who are anti-science go, well, scientists think they know everything. It's like, no, we don't know anything. I mean, that's why we study science, because we want to know more. I'd be out of a job if we knew everything.
Yeah, so that's very interesting to me. But yeah, I'm gonna play some music, and I have a little promotional thing. Spooky Saturday. So it is what it is. I mean, so I have music planned throughout the stream. But yeah, I greatly appreciate the discussion. I think everything that I pointed out in the beginning was actually talked about in this discussion. The relationship between knowledge, religion, and science. So I don't think there's any need to go further with that. I think I'll just move on to Skolmowski. And what he's saying about knowledge and values, and I think there'll be some faithful contributions there as well. I mean, it's a complex idea that he's going out, and he covers 4 different epochs or ages where this sort of takes place. If I could quickly recall, Plato, he believed that there was a semblance between truth, beauty, and goodness. So he believed knowledge and values were the same thing. The church put values on top of knowledge. Okay, Kant in the 16th century, he separated the two. Knowledge and values. He put values in the universal category, and that's what I mean by universalism. Right? I don't mean something else. I mean, in the particular philosophy of Kant, right? So if you guys have watched the show, the idea of universalism, right? Obviously, there are universal you know, there is a universe. There is one universe. So you know, there is. The universe exists. I don't mean that universal isn't a thing, right? But yeah, universal ideas and concepts, mainly that, right? That they can be you know, categorized in that way, right? So there you have a separation between knowledge and values, and then you have the total dismissal of values and the total idea of knowledge dominating, right, with the scientific worldview, right? So we'll check and see how that aligns or disaligns with our own particular views. And I won't play music for that long. You know, I usually play 2 songs, but I'll just play 1 because there's a lot of people here. You know, but yeah, I appreciate you guys very much. You know, but yeah, this is a little mix I made. This might be a little hard on the ears. You know, it is what it is.
Forewarned is forearmed.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, shards of pole pottery. I mean, mixed with biomuse. So it's a little bit hardcore, but
I'll turn down my monitors at first.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of sounds in it. Yeah, so blessings, guys.
I'll drop a bucket of sexy intellect bits, mongoloid, survive-driven, heated millennial text mostly. Closer to chemical icon, more chest, shit rap, incredible hybrid, thought mechanism. And let the sickle fancy jism. Stuck between butt naked, pre-military drive, schizophrenic, or all in a bug, dear heart to sentiment. Commercial commodity, Mason approved, killer cortisone method, less from infected rob tenement. Most motherfuckers just simply suck up a burrito from a shit box anyway. Step up to little Johnny, the survive mega retarded animal from plastic bubble dome, sulfur oxide, a Hanley hospital escapee. If you haven't been raped lately, goddamn I shit on it. After the acidic colada kid prompts it, we dream dirty works like drones to the hell I perks. For the automated needle fed vessel catatonic tirades to the sucker bitch lymph nodes corroded. I don't laugh, emasculated remainders of that ambiguously gay Siegfried and Roy intern class me Deathstroke. They bring him to the fucking Kids Festival. Conformities for the castrati, born Formula R. Yo, fuck your happy thoughts where they start. Check it out. These children get their gift and don't give them shit tree. The words too delineated from a bitch force community. My shit in an uncommunicable silent snuff-filled images work consistently. Shit connection LP activate. Megaton B-boy battle sucker bitch. Remedial flats and bone piece metal track catalyst. Dust at the scrimmage label collectible faggot MC cop from out of miniature. Flame shot open from a TikTok episode. Stuff over more bomb polishing copies. Programmable shame me elbow. The latter half of the century. Hard rock and sound retarded, doesn't it? I could say eat a dip cookie then turn my back on you. Casually comfortable with 7 minutes of refreshing, relaxing to missionary positioning. Captain metal claws in the light glistening. Warm up clips for control substance for sustenance quota. Comedy creep incorporated savagery lesson funk roller. Pushes through in a cop room. Ingested like the flesh of Christ. Extra nice sacrament matter device. Tested in a approved lucid 4-finger bell ringer. Never say the same shit twice. Temple and Einstein hybrid. Born in a monotonous crime skits and pseudo keep a real independent conflict. You're fucking with a hot climate. I approach as a man with mechanical mandibles extended in a cum scribe with a digital linguist position. Faded out from the back with a skull piece and a palm of the spray for the feminine drum kit affliction. Man, listen, actual fact is my brain bubble that's soaked in a millennial paranoid. Cloak of Misty, I just named another bitchy quadriplegic metaphor fairy with map 10 and a half top scary. I'm riding out soul vision cloud killing field fodder. Fucked in the brain stem cadet a proletarian hemorrhage modern ski. The sickers of the pole pottery. Who kept the dental shards of the recipients in a snot box bombardment barrage? For what is looked part is the human component of psycho loss and collage.
Yep. Okay, so let me reiterate what I just told you guys with the reading, about knowledge and values. Okay, so he said Plato believed in the unity of truth, goodness, and beauty. Within his universe, values and knowledge are two aspects of the same thing. Oh, actually, let me read this first. This is an important point. He says, our vast store of knowledge of the physical world can thus be said to have been accumulated at the expense of human values. This is a large claim, he admits, and the present essay will attempt to justify it. Also, I shall argue that there appears to be a seesaw relationship between factual knowledge and intrinsic human values. As one goes up, the other is pushed down. Obviously, a very radical claim that he makes. Right? He demonstrates it through 4 instances. Right? Somebody back here? Nope, nobody. Let me drop the link in the chat for you guys. But the 4 instances are: 1, Plato believed in the unity of goodness and beauty within his universe. Values and knowledge are two aspects of the same thing. No knowledge is then value free. No values can be regarded as void of knowledge. Okay, according to Plato, to possess superior knowledge is to lead a superior life. Knowledge is a vital part of the network of life. Most sins are the fruits of ignorance. In the Middle Ages, we can distinguish the second position. Knowledge is fused with values. Okay, but at the same time, it is subordinated to values which are determined by the church. Okay. Now, many people have estimated, right, about the position of the church and what happened and why it led to things like the Protestant Reformation and all that idea, and why the Protestants believed a different idea about man's free will and about his sinful nature. Right, it's pretty interesting. Right, but we don't really have time to get into much of that. Right, he says, to grasp God's design, God's order, values follow from this order, sometimes required faculties stronger than mere human intellect, which at times saw discrepancies between natural reason and God's order. Okay, and so partly in this whole realm, you have a separation of man from nature, right? Because natural reason and God's order are two different things, right? And I mean nature with a capital N. Right? He said the remaining 2 positions can be clearly discerned in the post-Renaissance period. The third position separates knowledge from values, without, however, giving supremacy to either. This position is perhaps best represented by Immanuel Kant. Obviously, the Enlightenment philosophers were hugely influenced by Plato. Right? But he's also influenced by Newtonian physics. Right? So he says that the physical world is governed by Newton's laws, but the moral world or the human world is not governed by these same laws, but it's still governed by universal laws. Right? So he said, just as nature is governed by universal laws, so should the realm of morality be governed by universal laws. Right? So he created the transcendental realm, to put both universal laws, like for example, he thought space and time are kind of like universal laws within our understanding of how we view nature, right? So he thought that certain universal ideas of universal rights and concepts would be there present on the moral plane as well. But he thought these were separate. He said, the starry heavens above you and the moral law within you.
In general, in a way, is not knowledge us basically figuring things out. So we like come here and we learn, and then we pass on what we learn. Like, eat this, don't eat this. This makes you live. This makes you die. This like causes problems. This causes peace. Like, and in a way, in an end, does it not all tie together? Like both within nature and within relation of man.
Well,
Yeah,
with
I mean,
Platonism, go ahead.
No, no, please, you go ahead.
Well, Platonism, that would be more so what they call true belief. For Plato, it was more so about apprehending the forms, so-called. But you were rolling right into Kant and stuff, which I haven't even read a single Kant book, so I can't go into that. So.
Yeah, Critique of Pure Reason, the abridged version, right? You could read an abridged version of Critique of Pure Reason. They're available, and I possess an abridged version of that, and that is about the extent of what I've read on Kant, other than his idea about peace by contractual, by mutual contraction. Right? He wrote a whole idea about world government, establishing world government, and stopping all the wars and stuff.
Oh, he sounds kind of like Talcott.
Oh yeah. It's a Talcottian scheme, but it's with philosophy.
Tricky bastard.
Yeah, but in terms of what Angeline was saying, I think that that's the question. Really, is that does knowledge contain implicit value judgments, right? So that if you gain more knowledge, right now he's saying that it devalues value essentially. But what is interesting is for example, right? Like as I said earlier in the show, that I believe that there's good and bad types of knowledge, or that we should be able to distinguish between the two. And I think that the whole goal of knowledge is to distinguish what's good knowledge and what's bad knowledge, right? Or to distinguish, as they say, knowledge from information and wisdom from knowledge, right? But then if we go into this idea, or the concept, how much knowledge or technology is necessary to live a good life.
What do you think what do you say bad knowledge is? Because I think platonically it was more so justified true belief, in a sense, is knowledge itself. But what would you describe as bad knowledge? Something that doesn't comport with reality, or something that doesn't comport with, like, what are you saying that?
Or even, is there bad knowledge, or is there just bad ways of using knowledge?
Because Plato would say that knowledge is justified true belief, basically. So not necessarily 100% fact, but it's like so fortified with like evidence and justification that's a justified true belief. But what would bad knowledge be?
I mean, we all know that. I mean, we all know that knowledge makes life better. But does knowledge make you good? Like Plato says, it makes you good, and I don't necessarily I think
he gives an
goodness
ontological status to good, like the good form.
Yeah, I believe goodness is knowledge. Like you could but I don't believe that that knowledge is goodness.
I don't know how this ties in, but it's almost that I think understanding is what makes us good, not so much knowledge. I mean, knowledge is always expanding, right? Like we only have knowledge up to the point that we have it until we learn something more about it, right?
Right.
And then it's how each individual wants to use it. But I think it's understanding that brings more of a wholeness to want to have good towards all man over just having knowledge about a thing, right?
Yeah, if knowledge is if knowledge is not good on its own, I mean if it can't lead to goodness, or whatever, or if there's not, or if knowledge just isn't good, then is it intrinsically valuable?
We would have to get on the same page as what knowledge is.
Oh yeah, and then
yeah,
because if knowledge is good, right, then the whole game of knowledge for the sake of knowledge would be good. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But if not, then huge problems, huge red flags. So,
do you see knowledge as more of a Aristotelian sense? Like, what are we talking about when we're talking about knowledge?
I think of knowledge as separate from information, in the way that information can be communicated, right? But knowledge is based on language, so it's based on meaning. So it means that somebody understands it. And right, in terms of and I know the whole thing, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, but I think that the whole idea of knowledge, has to do with language and meaning. Right. Whereas, information can just be sent between 2 points. Right, like two machines can communicate. You know what I mean, right? Like you could wave to somebody, that's communication, right? And they could take any meaning they want out of that. You know what I mean? Essentially.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Input, output.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I think in that way it's just communication, right? But I think what elevates it to knowledge is that it's inscribed through language, and that people gain meaning from it. And so it can be used, right? And see if knowledge depends on its use, then it's not intrinsically valuable. Then the question has already been answered, right?
I'm having a hard time separating knowledge and information. Like knowledge is good if I'm here and I know not to eat this berry because it'll kill me, and I can eat this berry because it's good for me. That's good knowledge to have, right? And to pass on. That's not just symbolism.
Well, if you and I both saw a purple berry in the woods, and I had the experience or the information that it was a good berry, you had the information it was a bad berry, how do you distinguish how to turn that into knowledge, not just information? How do you know it would become more than information at that point?
Would it? If we knew a berry, like we've seen people eat a berry and they die, then we communicate that to others. Isn't that?
Well, yeah, you watching that person die would transform that information into knowledge now, because now you actually know it, as opposed to just information. Because if I was given information the berry is good, you would probably lean on the part where you saw somebody die from eating it more so than the information I was giving you. You would now have knowledge that that berry is poisonous.
Then wouldn't that knowledge be good to pass on?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, how I separate the two is I basically say that basically machines can communicate by sending information. You know, and they don't have to interpret the meaning of that, right? But if you communicate with a person a piece of knowledge, right, it'll mean something to them. Right? So, you know, they have to interpret the information, right? So, like for example, like C.S. Peirce defined information as a difference that makes a difference. Right? And then going off of that.
No, not that again.
I'm sorry, we're getting extremely abstract in terminology, but the fact is that, you know, like a robot could walk up to a computer and make it send information to another computer, right? And that act is called communication, right? Right. In a general sense, right? So communication is not necessarily, you know, knowledge. In my
then
opinion.
Are you kind of going into us knowing beyond words, like?
Yeah, all knowledge has information, but not all information has knowledge, you know, so to speak.
So, Angeline, can a robot attain knowledge?
Can it attain knowledge? Only
We
if
know it can attain
put it
information.
into it.
That would be input, output, like information. Yeah. But it's not truly understanding.
Yeah, like, do we know that it knows? Right? You know, I guess would be the question. Right.
No, we just know what it's programmed to.
Yeah.
That would be
it would imply having some kind of level of consciousness.
In other words, do you need consciousness to attain knowledge? And I'm not a Platonist myself, but I do. There's good ideas that are presented by Plato, right?
Yeah, his idea of the mind was was kind of wild. You know, so and then the Neoplatonists, you know, they sort of came up to with the idea of a universal mind, and that creates a whole nother aspect of the problem. Right, because a universal mind, right? I mean, as was seen in the opening of the show, right? That might be, you know, the singularity, or, you know, who knows, right? So you could even project that into the future and say, well, that's not something that we came out of, but that's something that's going to come out of us, right? Once we all link up with machines.
Well, yeah, that really makes the universals in particular conversation get crazy. It makes sense in relation to the whole emanationism and all that, but that gets into mindfuckery.
Yeah, I think emanationism is pure mindfuckery in my opinion. I mean, yeah.
Which to me, that's what Neoplatonism is. It's rolling in all that emanationism shit into Platonism.
Can you explain emanation, please?
It's like the one true source.
Yeah, it's really something you make up when you can't explain things. Right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sad trombone.
It's like emergence, you know, or something.
Yeah. It's like the one is emanating down, and there's like a chain of being down. The further away from the true source you get, the more quote unquote evil or material it becomes. It's like
sounds Gnostic.
Gnostic in a sense, in my opinion. I know that the lines get blurred between Gnosticism and Neoplatonism and Kabbalah and all that stuff, but that stuff all goes hand in hand. It's basically you have the one true one that's emanating down, emanating his light, the one true source of light, down. And we're all just emanations, basically. Not we all, because by the time you get to Kabbalah, the Goy are not part of. We don't have the divine spark or whatever. It's just hovering around us. But
well, that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
Well, Machine Lies, you were saying something earlier though about knowing without words or communicating knowledge, or like in some ways it suggests a higher way of knowing. Like, are you suggesting like intuitively?
I believe.
Or
I
being
personally
able
believe
to
that that's.
communicate without words, or just
Yeah, I
have a
personally.
knowing without words?
Oh yeah. I mean, I personally believe that the whole, that intuition is greater than knowledge.
What did you call that? Tacit knowledge, like sort of
Oh
personal, intuitive
I think.
knowledge. Like riding, like it's hard to explain to somebody how to ride a bike. It's just this is how you ride a bike.
Well, yeah, Plato basically said we all have it built in, and we're all just recollecting.
Yeah, like for example, how to read body language. That's sort of, or people who cook by feel. Like when you cook Indian food, you can't really follow a recipe. They just sort of know how to do it.
Yeah, I got a new definition of two things: intuition and instinct in my new book. I'll see if you guys like it. You know what I mean? I say intuition is learning without memory, and that instinct is memory without learning.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying the stuff about intuition, that means you can have virtue without language, then?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that virtue is totally separate from language for sure, right?
So you believe virtue is totally separate from knowledge, then?
Well, I mean, insofar as they're related, but I don't think that knowledge can be totally summed up with language, right? I was just using it to describe it compared to communication.
Yeah, because if you touch something hot and it hurts you, you can gain that quote unquote knowledge without any language.
Yeah, because I think some language is just information. Like, look at a language learning model, for instance, right? So, yeah, so it's interesting stuff.
And with Plato, he's basically saying virtue is knowledge. That's one thing, because when I was younger, like 15, 16, I used to dive into philosophy and all that stuff. And then I've read some stuff by Plato and others. I started reading the Frederick Copleston or whatever, the Jesuit that wrote the history. He has some good material. So I started reading that series. So I would say a total novice, beginner as far as philosophy. But if Plato is saying the highest form is the quote unquote good, which includes ultimate truth and reality and values, but he's also saying that virtue is pursuing and understanding the forms, especially the form of the good.
Well,
if virtue is pursuing the form of the good, which is virtue, how is that not like begging the question almost? Like, so virtue is pursuing the form that is virtue? How is that?
Let me interject with this idea. That virtue is its own reward. Right now, obviously a Christian would not agree with this, right? Because look at what happened to Christ, right? So you can't justify it, right? So they have to separate, right? And that's why they had to put, values before knowledge, right? And I think that that's pretty good, personally.
I don't know. I think Christians on some level believe that Jesus believed what he was doing was for a greater good.
I think that might be a different concept because if like this is the concept that like virtue is its own reward, right? So like basically like Plato thought like if everybody was good, like we'd all be like happy too. But I don't think that's necessarily true. Right?
Right.
Because like, you know, goodness doesn't mean like you don't struggle. You know what I mean, right? So I think that the Christians understood something deep about goodness, at least, right? Where they had to like put knowledge second because of that.
Maybe scripture for that point earlier, Hebrews.
Yeah. Yeah, like Spinoza and Plato, like they believe like basically, you know, virtue is its own reward. You know. So in that case, you know. But yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Is virtue, could we also put virtue as kindness? Because like, and again, a lot of religions also believe that being good is for a reward, right?
Did you say kindness?
Yeah,
Or more so as kindness of virtue?
I guess. Like just trying to find another word to describe virtue. Like how would you describe virtue except being kind to your fellow man, I guess?
Well, I think it's interesting. You know, the greatest thing I've heard is in chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching, right? It basically says those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness and are therefore truly good, right? It says that goodness does not need other people's return of the goodness, right? And it says basically, you know, morality requires that, basically morality and kindness, they require people to be good too, right? So he says that they're kind of flawed in that way because they require other people to return the goodness, right? And then he says that if if nobody's good, then we just simply have to make rules so that people don't fuck each other over, right? Right? Because that means that we don't know who if people can actually be good, right? But yeah, I mean he kind of goes with the weird opinion that Society of Saints doesn't need laws, right? Yeah, as God does to Israel. Yeah.
They believe in a panel with the Republic. It's like a whole panel as opposed to the society. But yeah, I can't think of anybody who would agree that there's a Society of Saints. There seems to be a common theme throughout even ancient history where there's just like a small percentage that can see through the bullshit or not be sheep, so-called. Like even in Christianity, there's the so-called elect and things like that, and narrow are the gates.
Yeah, a lot of religion was an attempt to get people to be moral or virtuous, but they tried to do it through fear and belief, right? So they thought it would be better for people to align with that, and then those who didn't would be deemed as not good, right?
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, that's ritual. But the problem is that St. Paul points that out. Right, so there it is. It's right at the source of the problem. You have the guy saying, "Hey, don't fall too much into ritualism," right? Or lose sight of the fact that people can be good without knowledge of the laws, right?
But that's an argument for balance as well, basically. Like the whole thing with Jesus was saying, oh, yeah, it's the Sabbath, but you can do the work of saving somebody, right? Not taking ritual so far to the point where you can't even have discernment anymore. It seems like a balance thing, because there's good things about culture and ritual, right? And that's, I don't know if that gets talked about enough as far as like religions. They're building things in that are going to make you successful as a culture, basically. So yeah, after time goes on, there's certain things that get outdated. It's like, oh, can you believe that this culture and this religion does this? It's like, yeah, but when they created that, it was necessary for the survival of that culture. Whether it be rules for taxes and tithes or weddings and whatever the hell. That's why I brought up earlier, why is it grandfathered in that there can't be new religions? I'm not trying to start my own religion, by the way. I'm just saying. And I'm not a humanist. I'm not trying to create a humanist religion or nothing, but stuff's built into it, right? It's a culture thing. Like with Jews, they have the Sabbath where it's basically effectively reminding them, you are this is your culture. You are this is your culture. There's practical explanations for those things. Because in the old days, nations and religions got rolled all into one, and politics, I would say. Because I know, TML, you say that politics comes out of religion, but were they not completely interlinked in the old days?
Yeah, when they were interlinked, there was no separation. But yeah, once they became separated, then politics began to dominate. You know, like I was saying earlier.
Like the nation of Israel, they're building stuff for their nation. There's stuff built in. It wasn't meant to be a perfect universal for everybody under the sun. It was meant for a certain group of people at a certain time, and the politics and everything was all in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the loss of the theopolitical dimension, you know, and then obviously I've been talking about the apotheosis of the state and all that stuff. I think that came about at a particular time in history, you know, and it's interesting that they had like Darwinism and Hegel, and, you know, and all that stuff, and then they had the Industrial Revolution.
So is that a cat that can't be put in the bag? Are you saying?
Well, I think there's more ideological roots for the technological world system than Ellul does. He kind of thinks that it was all just based on, you know, the way that technology improved. Right.
Yeah, because stuff that's cemented in, like Christianity and Islam and these things, they can't be revamped. One of the claims to fame to Islam is that they haven't revamped and that they've stayed the same. So, does that mean that's it for that culture? Or that they can't revamp it anymore?
I mean, I personally think that, you know, I mean, obviously it's all the ways that it didn't revamp, it's going to stay, you know, the way it is, you know, and that's, but yeah, is Islam unaffected by the world technological? Of course it's not. I mean, it's totally morphed. You know, most Muslim countries, you know, they're basically believe in, you know, like the scientific worldview. Like, they don't believe that God's running the show.
Interesting, because Islam has the way it's built in. It's built very well to withstand liberalism, for example.
Oh yeah. But liberalism is
it's
gone.
withstood that without revamping or anything, staying the same. It's withstood the liberalism thing, but it's technology
like,
something that's gonna put the screws
yeah, but it's
on
like Ellul said, you know, liberalism is on its deathbed. You know, and technology is its executioner. It gave birth to its executioner. You know, so I mean, and if you look at the countries, you know, like if you look at the country that I'm from, Pakistan, for example, right? They just simply said we're going to be way better than, white people once we master this technology. They were false. They were wrong.
Very, very false.
So
Very false.
not only did the technology kill liberalism, does it have the power to succeed where liberalism failed at destroying Islam?
Oh yeah, I think it will. I think it has. Right. I think technology dwarfs religion, you know, for sure. And I think that it was actually predicted by the religion. You know, for example, there's a saying by the prophet that I keep referring to. He says, "A slave will give birth to its master." That's a sign of the day of judgment. You know, so I think that he actually saw, and he actually said, both in the gospel and in the Muslim religion, it's basically predicted that there'll be less religious people. You know, like the longer time goes by, like the quicker the world hastens towards its destruction, piety is going to go out the window.
I'm gonna go and say goodnight.
Yeah,
Thank you
blessings.
so much for having me up. This was fun.
Yeah, thank you so much, Angeline. Blessings to you, and and also Jesse. You know, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Blessings.
Easy.
Thank you guys.
If that's the case, then does Islam just ride out the we are unchanging until they're defeated by technology, or do they need to revamp?
Well, I think that the technological world system is not going to last as long as like Islam and Christianity and these things.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been here for like 2,000 years. They'll probably be here after it's gone.
I think Islam needs to go through its own renaissance, like Europe
Oh,
did.
Yeah, many have proposed that, and I think it already has to a certain extent. I think Salafism is Protestant Islam, but people just don't see it.
In fact, you would be a good person to talk to. Maybe not today, but I was on another panel talking about the situation in Iran, and I made the bold claim that Islam in its current form, or at least political Islam in its current form, is incompatible with secular democracy.
Oh yeah, totally.
And that's a problem if we're ever going to, here in the West, try to understand what goes on in those parts of the world.
Yeah, because if you have a caliphate, then it's a theopolitical state, like I was saying. But but I don't think a theopolitical state is possible in a world technological system. So I think that the the reality of the situation is that to all these people, you can't really form a caliphate.
No. At least not right now.
yeah, not right now. So this is the thing: is that so this is the thing. So how does Islam implement its laws? It can't. All right. Yeah.
They'll just say you're enriching uranium, and that'll be that.
Yeah, and I think the Christians have the same. Yeah, I think the Christians have the same problem. They just don't recognize it. Some of them are starting to recognize this, so they're starting to become Orthodox or Catholic as a response, right?
Sad trombone.
But yeah, this is the situation. This is the situation we're in. Some of the Muslims, same thing. They're becoming like Salafis. They think that they're gonna stop liberalism by putting essentially cartoonish things, right? When their form of religion was just invented recently, right? Salafism is Islamic modernism, ostensibly.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's not absolutely.
It's not based on the traditions of the Prophet.
No.
Peace be upon him. Right. So
or it would turn into some kind of version of like Warhammer 40K where you have like techno priests and shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm not too well versed in that.
Yeah.
You know what? I would love to be a techno priest.
Yeah. Now the Jews,
techno imams.
Yeah, I don't know what the Jews. Now the Jews, that they're in a very lucky position because they have the Kabbalah, right? And the Kabbalah is super hyper modern, right? Because it's combined itself with Neoplatonism and all this stuff, right? So it can actually, it has a lot of versatility, right? So the Kabbalah can just simply combine itself with like New Age religion and metamorphosize and just just go on.
Kind of like how
Yeah.
they've been doing for the past
Yeah, sabotage
2,000
Zevi and
years.
them. Sabotage Zevi and them. There's always been a split in
Yep.
Judaism of should we do a renaissance and combine and blend in? Should we go crypto? Should we? They've always been open to those ideas, and honestly, it's been very successful. I mean, Sabotage Zevi wasn't wrong, obviously. Maimonides wasn't wrong, obviously.
Yeah. So Judaism has survived, but the cost it's paid is that it looks nothing like its ancient traditions. I mean, Christianity is, trying to figure out what its role is in the modern world. Let's just put it that way.
I think at least some part of Christianity is trying to say, like, ultimately the eschaton is where God deals with technology, and brings in the new heavens and the new earth.
Yeah.
So presumably without technology.
Yeah, and it's pretty obvious that brown and Asian people who don't need, they don't need liberalism to adopt technology. They're going to do it much more successfully, and that's why they've, became so technologically advanced in Israel. Because they're like, we don't need liberalism to advance technology. That's silly. Besides, liberalism will kill us, right? So we can't be liberal, right?
Rules for ye, not for thee, type
Exactly.
of shit.
Oh yeah. Well, just is what it is, right? There's what works and what doesn't work, and right, but and also what we're left with.
Well, that's self-determination of a nation of people as opposed to self-determination of a theology. Maybe it's not about what is true Judaism. Maybe it's about survival. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Otherwise, why would they morph their theology if it was about the theology?
Right.
It's about success as a nation or a group of people. So you're going to pick what's most successful, basically. The most cutthroat people will do the most cutthroat shit to come out on top. Which is kind of, to me, diametrically opposed to the so-called good and theology. When you're all about success in this physical world, right, you're going to sacrifice things that are good. Kind of like a telethon preacher that makes millions of dollars. Is he putting the theology first, or is he putting his mission first?
Clearly, he's putting the money first.
Yeah. Even as a kid, I'd be like, well, why do you need the money? If you're speaking the so-called truth that's weighing on your soul, why do you need the money? Wouldn't you spread truth for free? It's kind of the way I see some of these grifters online that will charge money to tell you the truth. And I'm not knocking people that take donations and shit like that. I'm just saying that once you create that for yourself, it's like, well, now that you have the money flowing in, isn't that guiding the way you're going now? Like, I thought the truth was free.
If it's not guiding, it's definitely influencing.
Yep.
Because you have to keep the revenue stream still going, still flowing.
I mean, inspect your own life. When have you ever made more money and then not also improved your lifestyle and also updated your value systems? It just always happens. I mean,
I don't know.
It's like,
every time I make more money, my expenses go up. It's like a zero-sum game. It's like buying a new hard drive.
Exactly.
Every time you run out of space in your hard drive, you become a bigger one, and then you just find a way. Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, once you reach a certain money threshold, you become adapted to a certain set of needs that you have to maintain. I mean, it's just it always happens.
But that's different than combining, an occupation to pay bills with something that transcends this world. if you're talking about something that transcends this world, like otherworldly truth and saving people's souls and things like that, to me, that's a different level than just an occupation to pay bills.
Yeah.
I've just seen it. I've seen a lot of these grifters, and I noticed that a lot of grifters have in common is to say, "Oh, I'm Christian, and we're defeating the evil doers," and they get all this money and donations, right? I just see it. I don't know. You could even say that preachers can be a grift to some degree. I'm on the fence about it a little bit. I think it's a case by case basis.
Yeah, there's a fine line between grifting and people that have actual expertise and their time is valuable, and whether their expertise is worth paying for.
Yeah. Like a grifter will say that. They'll say, well, it takes money and time to produce a decent looking movie like this, and stuff like that, which is true. I can't really dispute that. I just find it's always rubbed me the wrong way when people put higher truths and important stuff in league with their money making, paying bills shit. Because if you have a mortgage, you now have to pay that mortgage. So are you still telling us the truth, or are you saying what we want to hear to pay your mortgage? To me, it's always been a fine line and very weird. Because I know the Bible says 10% tithes and all this different stuff, but to me, it was always weird to have that as a
It's
motive.
very less likely that they're saying the truth, because the truth usually will have mixed reactions from people. So you have some people that like it and some people that hate it. So that, I guess you just have to have enough people that would actually like it, or to have the revenue flowing.
Yeah, and what's going on now is crazy, because it's almost like they ran out of knowledge to sell, so they're literally selling values, or like fake values, right? And so that's going on right now, right? And you could see how that there's actually a new system after empiricism, that's basically just let's say value for value, right? Or or something like that, where knowledge is just totally lapsed. I mean, in another sense, and value just equals money, and
it's like a commodity.
Yeah, it moves into a whole different phase after empiricism. So anyways, they got these 4 systems here, and I'm going to read this a little bit again, and see where it comes to. Also, we had like a lot more people join now, so let's try to scare them away if I can. I mean, Plato, the fusion of knowledge with values without ascertaining the primacy of one over the other. Christianity, the fusion of the two by ascertaining the primacy of values. Kant, the separation of the two without the censor of either. Empiricism, the separation of values from knowledge while ascertaining the primacy of factual knowledge over values. Then he says, it is, of course, the empiricist position or the empiricist tradition that we want to examine in some detail, for this is the tradition that looms largest over our intellectual horizons. This is the tradition that has become intellectual orthodoxy, the tradition that, so to speak, has been programmed into our ways of thinking and judging. Now he says, did somebody leave? No,
not from panel.
Okay. Now he says, I have sketched the line from Francis Bacon to B.F. Skinner. Right. And I read some of that last time. As it were, one interrupted homogeneous development, as if the present predicament were the result of some inexorable logical process. The process was far from homogeneous. What is really startling is the fact that, in spite of the great variety of opposing intellectual forces, the scientific empiricist worldview has prevailed so remarkably. quite parallel to the empiricist tradition that has prevailed. There ran and still does run the other tradition, for which lack of a better term we call the anti-empiricist. This tradition was represented by minds at least as powerful as superlative as was the empiricist. Pascal, Leibniz, Spinoza in the 17th century, Rousseau and Kant in the 18th century, Hegel and Nietzsche in the 19th century, were all seeking a world liberated from the constraints of scholastic theology, but which would not be reduced to the quantity and measure. Pascal's case is particularly illuminating, for he more clearly than perhaps anyone else saw the 17th century, saw the great value and the great attraction of science, and at the same time the great danger in unconditional submission to science. He wrote, "Knowledge of physical science will not console me for ignorance of morality in time of affliction. But knowledge of morality will always console me for ignorance of physical science." Pensies 23. Okay, obviously Pascal is a beast in the Pensies, right? The quote that we always use is, "Reason confutes dogmatists while nature confutes skeptics." All right? Blessings.
Really want to scare him away, just play some Alec Empire.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but we did scare like 5 people away just by me reading this. But yeah, blessings to all the people.
How dare you?
You know what I mean? Yeah, shout out to Distinction in the chat. Total hack. I mean, was complaining that I read on the show. And he also said that he figured everything I know out when he was 20. So I asked him to demonstrate that to me, and he couldn't. Right? But yeah, it's interesting stuff from the guy who watches the incest comedy show, The Thorpes. Great stuff. I mean, right? I'm sure you're a man of high moral character. I mean, and that your opinions are very, significant in the grand scheme of things.
In tonight's chat, I didn't see that.
Oh, that was when I was in watching Ruby Spacek, some random girl.
Yeah, because everybody knows every philosopher got the answer to all the questions of life by the time they were 20. They didn't die with unanswered questions.
20, man. Like, people don't even know themselves at 20. Like, get out of here. Still wet behind the ears.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
The deeper you go, the more you realize you don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Pascal had another quote, which I think is a beast of a quote. He said, "The heart has its own reasons, which even reason cannot comprehend." Right? And that is a dope quote. Heart math. I mean, right?
It's like meta reasons.
Meta reasons, yeah. And yeah, so he says equally eliminating is Spinoza's case, right? Obviously, Spinoza made many interesting moves, right? For example, he said that nature and mind are the same thing as God, right? So that is totally strange for most people. I don't think most people would accept that to get to his idea of goodness, right? Because he had to totally deny the fact that God was immaterial, right? For him to come to that conclusion, right? So he said, So he said virtue itself is knowledge. Happiness is not a reward for virtue, but virtue itself. That was the thing I was saying before. Right? Happiness not a reward for knowledge, but virtue itself. He further argues that love can be conceived as the perfectibility of man through knowledge. For knowledge induces love. A position not far removed from Plato's. That's right. What is most curious about Spinoza's ethics is that it attempts to prove its presuppositions as if it were a textbook of geometry. Though profoundly departing from scientific tradition, which later was to prevail, Spinoza paid lip service to it. And more than that, says Skolmowski, attempting to give geometrical scientific demonstrations for his ethical convictions. In the 18th century, Rousseau and Kant defended, in their respective ways, the autonomy of human world against the encroachment of the mechanistic world. Okay. Of course, we also disagreed with that statement last time with unseen warfare, right? Because of the social contract and the ideas of Kant that he's saying now that separated knowledge and values from each other, right? We'll have to conclude that those guys were on the wrong side of history, right? But yeah, but he's right about Rousseau. He said Rousseau eloquently, sometimes dramatically protested against civilization, which he thought estranged man from his essence and from his fellow men. The artificial ways of civilization imposes on us are at the source of individual and social alienation. This was a prelude to 20th century outcries against science and technology imposing on us their artificial ways. Okay, I'll go on for just a couple more paragraphs. He says, in the 19th century marks the triumph of science and technology and the unprecedented spread of the scientific worldview, the aggressive assertion of positivism and materialism, of which Marxism was a part of scientific rationality and technological efficiency, and the age of industrialization, which alas happened to be the age of environmental devastation, were all pointed to a brave new world in which traditional intrinsic values are sent to limbo. We need to examine the process more closely in order to understand why the triumphs of science had to signify an eclipse of values. Science did not develop in a social vacuum, but as part of an unfolding new culture. The battle against petrified aspects of institutionalized religion, was going on in the 17th and 18th centuries as well as, and indeed with the greater intensity in the 19th century, which was more aggressive and successful in containing the influence of religion in the realm of thought than was true in the previous 2 centuries. The secular, rational, science-based worldview mounted itself firmly onto the stage. The rest seemed merely a matter of implementation. The time appeared to be near when paradise on earth would prevail. The battle between science and religion was by no means limited only to the intellectual matters, to means of interpreting the world around us. It was also an ideological battle. It was an eschatological battle. Okay. And of course, we have the idea of the transformation of eschatology through the notion of the kingdom of God into the myth of progress and universalism. So, yeah. That's the end of that segment of the program. We're not going to move to to Jacques Ellul after I maybe play a little more music, right? And yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. But yeah, Jacques Ellul talking about the death of liberalism, the anti-democratic economy. Right after we looked at the totalitarian nature of technique and the economy, and of course its implementation by the state. Right. So we're doing a little segment now where I'm looking at ideas of political science, and I'm going to basically, go into a foundation of civilization, large empires, and and see how they corresponded with culture and knowledge and technique and all these ideas. Right, as I said, we move from ethne logos to techne logos. Right, from rights, R-I-T-E-S, to rights, R-I-G-H-T-S. Right, so yeah, all of this is part of our architectonic semblance. And yeah, obviously we have to reclaim what it means to be human. You know, ultimately that's what this is all going towards. Right? So yeah. I mean, I think that relates to the idea of you know, of having a biological singularity versus a technological singularity. And right, you know, having human-based technologies, human scale technologies, right, and you know, the mechanistic worldview and the machine-based world, right, may not be the way to go, right, in order to have sensible human scale technologies. Right, obviously there's no going back to a simpler time. Right, unless, you know, the only way to actually go back would be to relinquish knowledge. Right, not just technology. You could get rid of the technology, but can you get rid of the knowledge that it takes to have people build the technology? That's pretty impossible to do.
Or even if you could, you would have to get rid of the memory as well.
How do you unlearn how to build
Yeah, there's no going back.
Your weapon?
Yeah, you
It's
can't
like
unlearn.
trying to put toothpaste back in the tube. It's not really gonna work.
Oh yeah. So all these questions, folks. All right. Yeah, we got into a lot of stuff. But yeah, we're gonna get into ellul here. And yeah, here's some music for you guys. A blessing. So here's another mix I made. Cannabis, you know, and Phoenix Orion.
Spartacus.
Majestic Mike Master. Blessings.
Hey yo, Butane, Jermaine, Hussein's my new name. Head Trauma Records produce the blue flame. Let's play my ink pen spray what Sean Penn say. After the picture is drawn, I yawn then lay. Enter the quiet zones, harps and xylophones provide the tone. Pass me the microphone, flow natural. Walk over to control panel, highlight the mode of attack, select battle. The record's deviated, everything's recreated. Be creative, step inside my MC simulator. Slowly pull the wool from over your eyes as shoots mobilize to recover stolen rhymes. You push, I pull, you drive, I ride. You buy what I supply, shut the fuck up and drive. Dragonfly aerial view, wind speed less than 2. Lieutenant Manchu, the best of my crew. Mandarin too, arguing with Aryan Zeus. But the truth is he mad cause I married a goop. And she know when I lock and load, my cock rolls. I burn the block down, get the cops on the phone. Don't look for contact, contact find you. We walk up behind you while you listen to iTunes. Majestic Mike Master with a jaw antimatter, cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dagger and cloak. The Majestic Mike Master with a jaw antimatter, cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dagger and cloak. Hey yo, I'm lyrically lethal. My seafood taught me how to spit C4. Initiate the death blow. The Dunmock, Thai warrior unbuck. Brooklyn, Vietnam, hold me down on the blocks. The war in this lock, crooked ass cops, psych you out with psych ops. Third eye bigger than Cyclops. Return to Planet Rock, 0700 hours on the dot. We stopped the plot to ban hip hop. Martial law got every city block on lock. Snipers on top of the buildings, scoping out the ghetto children's 5-5%ers in the cypher.
life of building 85 is still long for the return of the stigmata. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, you hear it, you feel it. Possessing my lyrics, ancient spirits from the pyramids. Whisper graffiti, hieroglyphics, terrific. Audiographic, cybernetic pictures direct from the flame scriptures. Rip the flesh of your bones. Body bagger on the microphone. Gamma, Omega, Delta, drop zone. Don't test it until we bless it with the messianic message. The majestic mic masters. Sith Lord assassins. Trained in the black arts. I spit a poison dart in your heart. Hannibal lecture, tear your body apart. Stand parallel, I parasail down the carousel. Rhythmatic, jiu-jitsu, I do this well. Front sword, handstand. I landed on the back of the van. I made the driver crash into a trash can. Before we exchange blows, cloak beaming with the scope. Spit his knot with the Hindu red dot. Cleaning the soap. The jar of antimatter was stuck in his coat. I bagged the 2 Van Goghs, then rappelled up a light pole. Black Cobra Commander, Rambo Commando Platoon. Walk above the Jacob's ladder, you doomed. Blood spill, you get served for meal on Hamburger Hill. My squad been ready to die, but now they ready to kill. My soldiers are ill, swallow 6 cyanide pill. March from Brooklyn on to Brownsville to fuck you with the hot steel. What's the deal? C&D rebirth worth a meal. Penetrate your force field, Wesley snipe you with the raw skill. I fucking wipe you off this planet for real. C&D sword and shield, hip-hop prophecy fulfilled. Majestic mic master with a jaw antimatter. Cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dagger and cloak. The majestic mic master with a jaw antimatter. Cloak and dagger. Did a Van Goghs with 2 stolen Van Goghs. Dagger and cloak, they know. Yo, the gifted God, sick with the bars. My spit's like the world's biggest liquid bomb. Welcome to the nation of Islam.com. Stop storms from spinning with fists and arms. A beast on the mic, nowadays I chill. Anywhere rap exists, they praise my skill. All by myself, I buckled the whole asteroid belt. I laugh when they ask for my help. Captured more souls than Hell's Gate Border Patrol. Exported the flow, imported some hoes. Better respect the verbos vet. Yermo's best, Germanicus left and came back with Merlot breath. The Robo Mech, Turbo Tech with a werewolf chest. Servos turn both my wrists. Mike Masters with a recipe for the antimatter. You don't wanna fuck around with cloak or dagger.
Yeah, blessings.
Hey, I gotta go. I'm falling asleep. I'll see you next time.
Yeah, peace.
Thank
yeah,
you.
peace, Professor. Thank you for
Easy.
being here. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much to Nick Volt for his contributions. Greatly appreciate your time. You know, yeah, thank you for being here, sir. And all the rest of you people, I greatly appreciate your time. And wow. Vanta Black. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, fuck the system. Definitely. And all you people. DJ Isolated, Jake, Dr. D Head. Name isn't important, Abraxas. Dr. D, I mentioned.
Lizard Tree.
Lizard Tree, still here. But yeah, I think I went deep into the idea of, you know, what is the purpose of humanity, right? And of course, liberalism seeks to answer that question, right? It creates universalism, right, which creates the technological world system, right, which, you know, doesn't need, you know, liberalism anymore, right? It's extracted all its value out of liberal principles, right? And it's turned, you know, its technique on man, right? This is the problem, right? Is that man has become the subject of technique, right? And that's anti-liberal, anti-democratic, right? So yeah, let's check it out. He says, we touch upon a new characteristic of economic technique. It is inevitably anti-democratic. At first glance, the comment sounds surprising, even shocking. After all, technique does bring the masses of men into the economic circuit, allowing them, see, it creates the mass, right? First of all, right? Through the ideas of norms and planning, right? The mass is not exactly, a collection of individuals, so to speak. Right? Okay, but you have to create the notion of every man, right? So the notion of universalism sort of comes in, right? You have to create the average person. Right? Of course, nobody's ever seen such a person. Right. So it's interesting. But yeah. So let's go on. It says it turns masses of men into the economic circuit, allowing them to participate as they never did before. In the technical affirmation of the present, we can point to the fact that we are witnessing the forward movement of socialism. Management committees, autonomous administration of Social Security, profit sharing workers' councils, which exist not only in the Soviet Union, and the achievement of recognized status by labor unions, which thus can play a positive, not merely a revolutionary role. How, under these circumstances, is it possible to speak of the technical economy as anti-democratic? Right, because it equalizes conditions to such a degree, right? So he's saying that it's sort of counterintuitive to say it at first. Right, but the fact is that it doesn't equalize conditions by by giving everybody the same level of opportunity, right? But it actually equalizes conditions by creating one type of person, right? So therefore, it's a total loss of individualism. As we noticed earlier, that the ideas of alienation and massification, the ideas of feelings of inferiority and over socialization, that they're kind of there's a seesaw relationship between the two, or I'd like to think, or I'd like to propose, right, that individualism and collectivism have a seesaw relationship. The more individualism you have, the less collectivism you have. The more collectivism you have, the less individualism you have. Yet these two are both liberal principles, right? So liberalism in advance is a snake eating its tail, right? It doesn't need technology to prove the point, right? But yeah.
Liberalism creates both of those. What is the
like freedom and equality,
superior
right?
concept to individualism and or collectivism?
Well, I think it might sound cliche, but I think like for example, unity and diversity are better than freedom and equality, right?
Unity or diversity, you said?
No, unity and diversity as a cohesive system. All right, that those are more, that they're better than freedom and equality. They're less antithetical, right? Because freedom and equality, it's like, as like the whole Tocqueville thing. Freedom means everybody does it. Freedom means everybody does whatever they want, and equality means everybody does it the same way.
Interesting.
It's the unity in the face of traditions, diversity in the face of realizing that people are different.
Depends on what you mean by diversity too. Like, you know what I mean? Diversity in thought, diversity in culture, diversity,
Yeah, I think diversity among people. Right, like, but not among like I don't think that individuals should have cultural diversity. I think they should have cultural cohesiveness in the culture that they're from. That's more of a unity thing, all right? But yeah, I think
cut out.
Yeah, but freedom and equality, individualism and collectivism, I think they're unworkable in the face of universalism and technique. They become totally monstrosities. So yeah. But yeah, he says, how under these circumstances is it possible to speak of a technical economy as anti-democratic? In reply, it would be easy to show that all different kinds of progress, quote unquote, become feasible. Only to the degree that men are subjected in advance to the action of technique. The opposition, men manifest to this slavery, and it is a kind of slavery, is merely superficial, a matter of self-interest, and is not due to any basic revolutionary orientation. Men are unable to exert genuine influence on the direction of the economy. They can change certain modalities of wages. They can alter the direction of enterprise and intervene in certain economic forms to compensate for certain mechanical drawbacks. And they can give opinions on fabrication, procedures, and financial methods. None of these is negligible, and I have no desire to minimize their importance, but they do not add up to economic democracy. He says collective ownership of the means of production. From the point of the view of nationalization, collectivization, or state socialism, is an abstraction, an even greater abstraction than political democracy. We well know to what degree of abstraction political democracy has been pushed and how little the vote of the citizens actually counts, despite all the talks about popular sovereignty. The means of production are said to be the property of the people, but can the people do with them what they wish? Can they actually nominate their leaders? These are the real questions. So he said that basically socialism has came about, but total counter distinction to Marx's ideas, it did not make society more democratic. It made it totally undemocratic, right? So it's antithetical to his idea that it would liberate the people, right? In fact, it's enslaving the people, right? So he's saying that the total antithetical state of affairs actually took place, right? But the only thing that Marx was actually right about was that technology centralizes the means of production. That once you have larger scale technology, right, centralizes the means of production, so it's easier for the state to take control of those techniques, right? But this doesn't mean that the people become more democratic as a result, right? The means of production do not then go to the people. I mean, so he says these are the real questions. If the people directly concerned in some business affair, for example, the workers of an industrial plant, were to decide to exploit the plant in some other way, or not to exploit it at all, or even destroy the machinery, would anyone listen to them? If no one listened under the pretext that the decisions in question were senseless, the real reason would be that there are criteria superior to the popular will, according to which popular will is judged. Popular will can only express itself within the limits that technical necessities have fixed in advance. Can the people select engineers or accountants or organizers? Can they pass judgment about the methods of work? If they could, it would amount to the system which has actually been attempted, in which judges are elected by the governed, tax collectors by the taxpayers, generals by the privates. Such a system would represent the only truly democratic method, which is the democratic method not applied in areas cited, whereas we do elect politicians. For the simplest reason that the functions of judges, general, and engineer are considered to be functions of technicians. But the politician is deemed to be non-technical functionary, good for everything, good for nothing. He then says the Russian and French revolutions introduced popular election of judges and generals. This was consistent with their concept of democracy, but the results were so disastrous that it was soon necessary to repeal this procedure. Technique is a technique is a boundary of democracy. Full stop to that statement. Technique is a boundary of democracy, he says. When technique wins, democracy loses. If we had engineers who were popular with the workers, they would be ignorant of machinery. In our time, technique is the court of last appeal. The worker is master neither of his factory nor of his nor of his bosses. The democracy of popular quote unquote control is purely formal. The situation in this respect is the same in all representative democracies in which all things technical are taken out of the control of the electors. Who must thenceforth repose their faith in an ideology of political function superior to all others and encompassing every human activity. By its intermediacy, the elector would still be master of his destiny ultimately. Unfortunately, when politicians... wait, hold on. Where did I put my sunglasses? Oh, here they are. Give me a second, folks. Yeah, I think I'm on the last sentence here. All things technical are taken out of control of the electors, who must thenceforth repose their faith in an ideology of political function superior to all others and encompassing every human activity. By its intermediacy, the elector would still be master of his destiny, unfortunately. When the politician intervenes to advance the cause of his constituents, he succeeds only in disturbing the proper functioning of technique and making everyone disoriented and ultimately in losing his powers. Are we then to believe today that by some secret alchemy, the workers who hold title to purely abstract property really intervene in the economic game? Were it really so, it could be on conditions that they had to do with an extraordinarily flexible, not to say slovenly economy. It would certainly be non-technical. If such an economy were even conceivable, it would be non-capitalist liberalism. That is to say, anarchy. When the economy becomes exact and technical, it cannot tolerate the intervention of the working man's desires. Certainly, there is such a thing as benevolent and rational regulation of labor, human industrial relations, hygiene, and so forth. But this is internal regulation that a good technique supposes and requires. The only possibility of obtaining a high, continuous, and profitable productivity is by taking adequate account not only of immediate bare yield, but also of conservation of human material. And this is one of the main points, right? Technique actually, contrary to, what we would almost intuit, right? It wants to sort of make sparing use of humans, right? So it doesn't want to maximize its use of humans, right? Because why? Because human decisions are largely inefficient, right? So it wants to, although it doesn't want to get rid of the humans, right? Right? It needs humans, right, to proliferate itself, right? I think ellul comes to the conclusion that it functions better with the humans just there, right? But it's not, really concerned with the human elements, right, within the system. It's actually making sparing use of the human elements within the system, right, to increase efficiency, right? So he says, conservation of the human material, which also represents a kind of capital. That's right. At present, the working man's wishes happen to coincide well with the imperatives of a rather exact and profound technique. This is the only reason his wishes are taken into account. The real function, then, of the worker's desires is to advance and improve technique, and not at all to enhance his freedom. This fact has a political parallel. In elections under authoritarian regimes, ballots may be cast only for the regime. Although the authority of the government is thereby increased, the elector draws material advantages from his vote, for the government, officially relying on the people, will commit itself to great efforts in their behalf. Now, it says there can be no doubt that this kind of democratization leads to a certain improvement in the lot of the people, but it is an improvement brought about not by people themselves, who are mere servitors, but by technique, to the degree and according to the conception of life dictated by technique. It is possible to envisage the democratic effect of technique in another perspective, that of consumption. It is currently argued that technique eliminates social privileges and suppresses suppresses pre-existing social distinctions. Although we must recognize that it establishes certain others in their stead, the Italian economist Bertolino gives a good example of this argument in his study of standardization. Standardization produces certain democratic effects, according to the economist, for two reasons. First, it reduces prices. Consequently, consumption is increased, welfare is more widely distributed, and living standards are equalized. Second, it reduces the types of available merchandise. There is less diversity on the market and choice is limited. So this is the dual thing that technique actually accomplishes, right? Okay, that it's saying here, right? It democratizes conditions, equalizes conditions, right? But B, it eliminates choice, right? Therefore, anti-democratic, right? Because what you want in a democratic system is precisely the opposite, right? You want strong sense of individuals, right? Not the same type of person. Right, and you need ability to make choices about critical aspects of economic life, right? So obviously standardization, right, is a dual-edged sword. Right, norms and planning are a dual-edged sword. So check this out. Check this out. And yeah, let me just continue here. So the diversity of choice is limited. So first, it reduces prices. Consequently, consumption is increased. Second, it reduces the types of available merchandise. There's less diversity in the market. Choice is limited. These two factors tend towards democratic equalization. The search for what is distinctive, quote unquote, which is based on a diversity of economic powers, is rendered impossible. Hence, technique should operate in the direction of democracy. This argument represents exactly the same attitude as that of Henry Ford. Good old Henry Ford. From Dearborn, Michigan, driven by democratic sentiment to mass produce automobiles so that everyone might benefit from this luxury article. But the mass production of automobiles required the employment of tens and thousands of workers on the assembly line. Bertolino passes very lightly over the disadvantages thus occasioned, but we must pay close attention to them. For example, there's the danger of unemployment. In the case of substantial unemployment, there is no increase to the public welfare, even though prices decline. Bertolino's argument does not seem to me to be decisive. No more decisive is the argument that technique produces social equality, to argue as Mumford does, that social equality exists because the poor man's electric light is identical with the rich man's. Whereas in the Middle Ages, an enormous difference existed between a pitch pine torch and a luxurious candle. It's to risk proving the exact opposite of what was intended. The life of the lord of the manor was in many ways closer to that of the serf than the life of a modern industrialist is to that of a worker. The serf and the lord shared the same nourishment, the same comfort. There's certainly at least as much difference between the poor man's cheap radio and the rich man's Telefunken, or between a motor scooter and a Chrysler, as between a pine torch and the candle. We could adduce an endless number of such comparisons. The question may be asked, what is the price to pay for standardization? Well, I think we've seen. Right? I think he's onto it, right? The price is a thoroughly anti-liberal, anti-democratic situation. Right? You can't choose your engineers. Or you can't choose who builds the stuff or even the methods they use. Actually, the rule of experts creates a whole realm of unknowns. Right, for the average person. Right, as we've seen. Right, we basically don't know what anything is made out of. You know, and for a community of people to even get together and reproduce even a pack of gum would be basically impossible. You know, so it's extreme. Extreme. So yeah, the question may be asked, what is the price we must pay for standardization? Well, I think the price is that nobody knows anything of what or how 90% of the things in their life is actually made or produced, or what it's even made out of. For starters. So in the first place, it is essential that cost reduction not expressed in wage reduction or employment, or unemployment. The state must intervene to see to this. Okay, state intervention. As an aspect of centralization, and centralization as an aspect of anti-democratic nature of the economy, right? Says cost reduction must be translated into reduction in sales price. The state must enforce obligatory reductions in sale prices. In the third place, standardization must be applied in its totality. It must not be merely of limited effect. It must be applied to a whole industry. And if the industry is sufficiently important, this will inevitably lead to the standardization of related and complementary industries. Here again, the state must intervene with either persuasive or coercive measures. It is already clear that standardization as quote unquote democratic effect implies extremely authoritative state action, extensive controls, a more and more forced centralization, and a pronouncedly undemocratic state of mind. Moreover, one cannot fail to be somewhat surprised to learn that the reduction of types, quote unquote, is a democratic process. Bertolino says that this reduction leads sometimes to single type, and one must suppose the consequent nullification of choice. Okay, so see, standardization, that's a double-edged sword because it not only equalizes conditions, but it also takes away choice, right? So it does half of what democracy wants it to do, right? But until now, it has seemed that the very essence of democracy was precisely the choice among several solutions, several types, several doctrines. And that moreover, this choice was left freely to the people. The exercise of democracy was the exercise of choice. Where there is no longer any choice, dictatorship exists, or at least scientific totalitarianism, right? Scientific totalitarianism. I greatly appreciate the 20 people watching this right now. Thank you for being here with me. And of course, if you like the discussions that we're having, or you want to participate, I will drop the link in the chat again. You guys could participate. You guys could come and read or talk about any of these ideas with me. Of course, participation is welcome, right? And yeah, spread this around. Spread it to the people. Let them know that the Machine Lies is talking about the problem of technology, one of the most important problems in our time and age, the crisis of modernity, the problem of technology. Okay, and there's not that many shows that touch on these themes, right? We're not requesting anything in return for these explorations, only participation. And obviously we want people to sincerely deal with the problems that we're presenting here, right? And maybe take some of the resources that we use and go and make critical discoveries on their own, based on some of the sources that we provide. They're an excellent place to start. Jacques Ellul's Technological Society, the book Technological Slavery by Skrbina and Kaczynski, right? Any of the books by Skolmowski, Hendrik Skolmowski, right? The Tao Te Ching, short 81 poems. Right, and we'll provide many other resources. Over the course of the show, we've provided many resources. But yeah, thank you. We also have Reddington. Okay, we got other people here. I don't know why it won't go up. Stupid fucking chat thing. It'll go down, but not up. Fucking thing sucks. Got Mr. Anderson. Okay. Death to compromise. Okay, so please go and subscribe to our friends here. Mr. Anderson, yeah. Of course. And yeah.
I wanted to say shout out to Origin. The dude obviously has a deep amount of knowledge and experience. I found his conversation interesting. And just in general, I'm open to being criticized because I'm just looking for the truth, right? So if there's anything in my videos or presentations that I've done that is like seriously incorrect, I'll call that out and retract it. If it's something minor, I'll just leave it be. But if it's something fundamental and critical, then I will publicly recant that because I'm not afraid
same
of
here.
that.
Yeah, same here, definitely.
Because that's what it's all about, right? Otherwise, you become these dogmatic folks that come out and just think they're perfect and all this shit. The only reason I've even accumulated any knowledge is accepting that I didn't know anything, right? And I know that borders on the whole Socrates thing and all that, but just generally, years ago when I was 14, because I was on this path for a long time where I thought differently than the others and things like that. And this older dude that was from, ironically, the military, the Marines, he pulled me aside one day and said, "Hey, you know how your buddy thinks he knows everything? Anytime you bring up a subject, he's been there and done that." He said, "Don't be like him." He's like, "Accept that you know nothing," you know, basically telling me the ancient Chinese or the ancient Socrates philosophy, which I didn't realize at the time. But he's like, you need to really be capable of erasing everything you know so that you can actually learn and not knowing everything. So the only reason I've even learned what I've learned is because of that. So on that same vein, if I'm incorrect about something, I'm definitely open to that as well. I'm not some pastor or priest who has the supreme knowledge or cult leader or something like. Go ahead, sorry.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Dude, that shit was hilarious. The whole Zach Hubbard thing, Greenberg, whatever his name is, with Jim Bob. That was hilarious. That was just classic entertainment.
Yeah, it definitely was entertaining, if we had to say one particular word to describe it.
It was a headache at times, for sure. But Jim Bob, I know Jim Bob and Andrew get a lot of flack on this channel. I mean, they deserve it. They're public figures. They bring on the heat that they deserve and shit. But they're a couple of my favorite gatekeepers, honestly. I go through my phases of gatekeepers for entertainment purposes, and you know, they're entertaining, and they are fairly intelligent and entertainment in their own right. And I know there's personal things with you, like where Andrew was bashing you and all this other shit. So I don't mean it personally against you, but I'm just saying that
Well, I just think it's funny
I
that
actually like Andrew and Jim Bob. I know that's
I just think it's funny that people on that level of fakeness would come here and try to either challenge or rebut some of our views in a very clownish manner.
well, it's a brand. Part of Andrew's
Well,
brand is
speaking of
being the type of
grifters,
guy that would go
Right.
and confront people no matter what their views are. If you have 2 subscribers, I will debate you, and it's part of his brand to not be scared and go in.
Well, he actually that was the main topic of discussion because he literally said, "Well, I won't show up on your show unless you pay me." And I said, "Well, then you're not about, how you just described it. Even if it's a small channel, they'll go and do it.
Yeah, he called him out on his inconsistency of his brand.
Yeah, totally inconsistent brand. It's just for clout chasing and the money and stuff. But yeah, I totally understand what they're doing. It has nothing to do with figuring out the truth. Once I found that out, I have little to do with what they're trying to accomplish here. I mean, but yeah, we will continue to watch their videos and give them flack because it's fake philosophy stuff.
Yeah.
It continues to just provide endless material.
The wood is dead, bro.
Neuro Jeff is right that Jim Bob is a smart guy, right? So one thing that really
he's
was a
smart
red
enough to
flag-
trick people. Like that's what we found out, that he's smart enough to not to know what the other guy is saying and act like he doesn't know what he's saying.
Exactly.
So,
he will absolutely obfuscate and deflect.
Yeah.
That's an expert technique, really, because one thing that was a red flag to me was when he bragged about, I will bring anybody on my platform to confront me, therefore I'm not a shill. So we all know, like, look at Phil Donahue. We all know that people that, and I'm not saying Jim Bob, I'm not giving him the credit of being CIA trained. I'm just saying that part of CIA training is knowing how to filibuster and pit an audience against you. So once you have an audience with a certain template, you absolutely can bring people on live and control the narrative and bring the audience against the person.
100%.
So they're trained at how to do that. So to me, it's like, come on. I know Jim Bob's too smart and educated to not know that. So why would he come out here and say his claim to fame is that he will bring people on publicly to confront him? CIA agents are trained to do that shit and handle that. So why would you pretend that that's a claim to fame to why you're not a CIA agent? To me, that was just really off. That would be a claim to fame.
Obfuscate, that's one of the neuro words.
Yeah, because I know that I've asked some pretty good questions of Jim Bob and confronted him several times. And generally what he'll do is he'll try to make you into a nail that he can hammer, right? He'll make you into an atheist or a fucking vegan or something. Tell his audience, I don't know how many times he's told his audience that I'm a fucking atheist and I've never been an atheist. Just to pit his audience against me when he's backed into a corner. He'll start using rhetoric and our resident atheist. It's like, resident atheist. I've never been an atheist, never said I was an atheist.
Yeah, the height of
your
clown
audience against atheism. So
yeah, the height of clown shit was when I had a debate on there and they did a show the next day saying Islam was Gnosticism.
Yep.
Like, I'm not even yeah, like, you literally don't have to be an expert on either Islam or Gnosticism to figure out that those are not the same fucking thing.
Well, yeah, he's a hammer meant to hit Gnosticism, atheism, veganism.
But that's the thing, is like, when I actually pressed Andrew Wilson on Gnosticism, dude, it got so bad. Like, he actually had no idea what Gnosticism was. Yeah, so that was really bad in the debate. We went back and forth on Gnosticism, on what that is. And yeah, it did not go good for him.
That's why you're too much of a wild card, because Andrew also is very highly intelligent. He's a very good debater. And part of being a good debater is knowing what fights to enter. and knowing what realms to enter, right? Like, for example, controlling what the topic of the debate is. Andrew's really good at that. He knows what topic of debate he's entering into and whether he can win that battle or not. So when you have wild cards like you coming on and hitting from different angles, you know, that's not going to suit. That's not going to suit him. Kind of like Mayweather, you know, picking and choosing who he fights.
Yeah,
I do like those guys though, just for their entertainment value.
Yeah.
As far as the realm they're in, of like towing lines and gatekeeping and shit, you know, I would put them in like a lower realm than like Tucker Carlson and shit like that. Tucker Carlson and these people are also good entertainers, but they're obviously gatekeepers playing.
Well, that's what they're trying to sign up to be, right? They want to be the next Tucker Carlson or the next like Bill O'Reilly or whatever.
Yes.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
I know, because it's funny because they call him the BPF, like Big Papa Fascist, but he'd be the first one to rail against the fascist or anybody promoting any level of that. So it's just just basic gatekeeping. But
yeah, he's a big liberal Christian.
They actually banned me. I remember back when it was actually his wife that banned me, but they banned me from the Crucible when they brought Alex Stein on, and I was railing against Alex Stein, and they were just worshiping the ground that Alex Stein walked on, and so they banned me because of that. They ended up bringing me back.
Yeah, Alex Stein is not even he's not even Christian. I think he's Mormon. You know, so that goes to
he's a Scientologist.
Oh my God,
he's a Jew by his dad is a Jew and not his mom. So you know how like
he's a Jewish Scientologist. So that gets into some interesting.
Well, yeah, he's definitely Jewish, but you know how Jews that are Jews by their dad, not their mom, so they're kind of like the redheaded stepchild, so they're relegated to like mid-level, B-level fame. He's like that. That's Alex Stein. I've had several conversations with him on Zoom, on his channel, on private links, all that.
Yeah, we got this video of Wilson, you know, and I don't know what to do with this yet, but yeah, this is gonna be something. We're gonna use this for something. But yeah, it's him supporting Tommy Robinson.
You
know, so
that's
check
not
this out.
surprising.
Yeah, it's
So-called
not, but it's
alt-right bullshit.
It should be. Should be very interesting to some people.
How do you feel about Tommy Robinson? I feel like Tommy Robinson has been a great freedom fighter in his nation against the kind of horrific ass, what do they call them there, Asians who have completely taken over. And he was an early whistleblower. So I've always been a fan of that guy's work. I think
it's crazy, right? So, I mean, obvious responses is how are the Muslims going to run Great Britain when the Jews are already running it?
Yeah, and flooding in Muslims is part of the Jewish
right. Like who's letting them in?
So,
like who's bringing them in, right?
Exactly.
So hold on. Sorry to interrupt you guys, but how did you find out Alex Stein is a Scientologist? That's very curious to me. Very.
Yeah, I knew Neuro would flip at that. By the way,
yeah, like that is like a huge piece of the puzzle for me. So I want to hear about that. That's very interesting.
For one, just for origin stories, what he did was he piggybacked off a guy named Jaron, who was one of the bigger flat Earth personas, and he came in through Jaron, kissing Jaron's ass, worshiping the ground Jaron walked on and Alex Stein pretended to be a flat earther to get into the flat earth so-called community. And when Jaron was promoting him, which is actually interesting because I actually met Jaron in person in Sacramento, and I was passing out flyers at this freedom rally for flat earth and I don't want to say it on here because it has to do with medical stuff, but
Right.
I was passing out these flyers and actually met Jaron in person, and Jaron said, "Hey, there's this dude named Mr. Anderson I met. Here's these flowers he was passing out." But then at the same time, he started fully promoting this guy named Alex Stein. So Alex Stein, he was creating Conspiracy Castle, where he would be in full suit and tie at a desk, like a wannabe Nick Fuentes or something, and he would be talking conspiracy and stuff. And
Yeah,
on
I
his
used to
desk,
I used to watch that show because he used to do like he did a movie review of one of my favorite movies, but I watched him when he did the whole like his mom in the hospital dying and stuff. But sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
this is way before that his mom allegedly died in hospital. I'm saying that when he first started out and was being promoted by Jaron, on his desk was Dianetics or whatever, as well as 2 other books, and Jaron was promoting them. So on the show, I said, ask him, because supposedly he was answering questions and shit. I said, ask him why he's got the Scientology book on his desk. Ask him why he's got the Scientology. Like, I kept pushing that shit, and he wouldn't answer the question directly. But he absolutely supposedly came to truth through the whole Scientology thing. And then when whatever election that was, not this election, but the election before where Trump got elected, him and this guy named Jeffrey Daugherty was doing a live stream where they were blatantly doing a Trump rally, basically. And they were also doing the Scientology thing with the little fucking sticks or whatever they fucking call it, where they do some process. What is it called when the Scientologists auditing? They did the full auditing thing right there on his stream, because that's his background. That's allegedly how he came to truth. Like, how I think it's even you, Neurojack, say that you came to truth through Alex Jones.
Exactly.
Like that was your
well, that was like the major piece.
Overton window moving for you, kind of like
it was the most consistent. I'll put it that way. It wasn't the only, but it was the most consistent one for sure.
Daugherty, that's the atheist guy, right?
Yeah, he is. And so
he's a
Daugherty's
weirdo.
changed a lot. He is a weirdo, and he's going into the whole the white thing and everything like that, which I'm not knocking him for that. I'm just saying that's the current identity he's assumed. But I remember calling Daugherty and Alex Stein out at that time saying, well, what about, because this paradigms with the Democrats versus Republicans and all that. I'm like, well, what about George Soros giving $140 million to Trump to build his Chicago Tower, and in the form of a mezzanine loan, and then he forgave that loan, didn't make Trump pay it back at all. And Daugherty freaked out over that and all this stuff. But it was like, they definitely were pushing Scientology. They were definitely pushing Trump. And I remember calling it out, saying, why in 2016 or 2020 is there so-called flat earthers promoting mainstream politics like they're real?
Well, and I don't mean to interrupt you because I want you to continue your story,
Yeah,
but
right.
like I just want to say this because like this has been a major revelation for me too. And I'm sure Machine can make more of the occult connection between like flat earth, black hole sun, and the like, crypto Nazi Jew, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't know what we're allowed
You're
to
going into Thule
talk
or
about.
whatever.
Yeah, but there's some connection between like all that and all that, but the Scientology thing in particular, like I'm in California too, in the Bay Area, right? And I met a lot of the anti C-19 people who were big Trump supporters, and like they don't talk about Scientology directly, but like I know enough about it from Scientologists I met, and a lot of YouTube creators are into it too. And like a lot of this stuff, medical stuff that we can't talk about, it's actually rooted in Scientology, and that's the thing is like I agree with Scientologists on that kind of stuff, but it's just weird, like the whole like make America healthy again and all this stuff. Like it's very connected, in my opinion, to Scientology. So there's some sort of weird like And also like,
why would you say rooted? Why would you say rooted though? Because you're not a
well,
Scientologist, and you believe that. So why would you say rooted in Scientology?
well, it's hard to explain. I don't know exactly like how it's connected to every little piece, but like, uh, I'm trying to think. Like, I really don't know how to explain it. It's just stuff that it's just like a bunch of things that I've noticed all together. But I
Clues, for
think
example, being against the psychological meds and all that.
correct. I mean, that's part of it. But like, once you understand, like, I think the easiest way to explain it is like the Manson family and the Process Church. You know what I'm talking about? If you start understanding like those connections to like the Kennedy family and those events, and start understanding that, um, you know, a lot of the, you know, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like I mean, you're in Cali, so I'm sure that you're aware of. I think if you kind of connect some of the dots between like organized crime, Scientology, all this kind of, I know this sounds totally schizo, like trust me, I know, but it's like a big part of entertainment, especially like the transgressive, like Nine Inch Nails, a lot of the transgressive comedy, it kind of connects back into like Scientology via like Process Church and Satanism and like, esoteric Hitlerism and all this kind of stuff. Like, I wish I knew how to explain it better, but
That definitely lost me.
yeah,
That was
which
schizo level as far as the.
I
I'm not
think
saying that it's not true.
I think now that I've said something, if you kind of reflect on some of the stuff that I think you'll start to see it. But I really should have to, I really have to write it down. But I could send you some resources that I found a lot of this in. But I don't know. I think Scientology is way more influential. And I'll give you an example, right? Like, the Mission Impossible movies, right?
Yeah.
If you really understand the script that they write, it's extremely based on like Gnostic Scientology shit, essentially, which is coming from Crowley. I mean, basically, right? Because you have L. Ron Hubbard with all that, and I don't want to say too much right now, but like if you know, like all these ortho bros, like I think you were there for it, right? When they started getting into like YouTube officially, I don't know if you remember, but they were talking about Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard hanging out with Crowley doing the fucking that ritual, Babylon working shit. You know what I'm talking about? So all these guys make a big deal about that, right? And I'm just saying, like, I think that that's a big connection. Like, if you understand that, like, Crowley connects directly with Scientology, and Crowley was basically the most influential artist of the 20th century, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? Like, hopefully you kind of, I don't want to get too much in the weeds on it, because like I don't think it's really something most people want to talk about publicly, but I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying?
In a way, you would have to stick to one specific thing first, because you were saying that Scientology is the origin of the anti medical stuff.
Well,
as far as
I'm not
Parsons
saying
and
that it's
Hubbard,
like the source per se. I'm saying that like I think that it's a big connection between like that wing of it and this kind of like neo alt-right
wing of what?
Like republicanism, essentially, like the Republicans, the new like Trump Republicans.
So, do you
Like
agree with
I
me?
think they're I mean, I know they're using the same tactics that Scientology used. You know what I'm saying? And like I could give you a bunch of references, but I think like you remember the Moonies? You remember that shit? You know what I'm talking about?
The Moonies
In Korea, you remember they're like the people who tried to like overthrow Korea and stuff like that. You never heard, like Kurt. I can't remember the guy's name, but you never heard of that before?
I may have, but because of the current job that I have with having to know a bunch of completely useless fucking information, it's caused bunch of information I'm actually into to fall right out of my head. So
Yeah.
I
Well,
may have heard of that. But
I'll message me sometime. I'll send you some stuff. But I mean, the main thing is this: like, Scientology is a cult, right? They've kind of
yeah,
mastered like how to make people into a cult. The reason why the new right wing looks like a cult is because it is a cult.
but do
That's
you
what I'm trying
agree
to
that
say.
there's a
Right.
because years ago I called it out that there's a so-called neo alt right, and I would
Yeah.
lump in people
Exactly.
like Jim Bob, people like even Anomaly, who I actually like for a mainstream guy. People like Anomaly, Jesse Lee Peterson, Andrew Wilson, um, and I could name several others that are part of what I call the neo alt right, where they're basically give a dog a bone, throw a couple Jew jokes in here and there, you know.
Right.
Because I do
Yeah.
believe the Overton window has shifted to the point where a
They
so-called
have
neo
to.
alt right would have to throw some of that in there.
Exactly. That's and that's
How does
kind
that
of like,
relate to the Republican thing you were just mentioning a minute ago?
how does that relate? I think that's the whole thing is like they have to give us a bone, like you said, because people are very much onto like something's not right with this whole like Israel worshiping and all that. Like and also like the fact that they just say, well, like white people just this is white people liberalism. I don't think white people invented liberalism unless you want to consider it like, the Enlightenment a white thing, which, I don't necessarily know that it was, right? So
White people liberalism. That's something I haven't heard before. You mean because I know Alex Stein accused me of pushing a white version of critical race theory on his show, and when I called him out on it, he totally fucking backed down.
well, again, I think that the Scientology thing, I'll put it like this, right? Like Machine has a saying, it's not who rules you, it's how they're ruling you, right? The mind control techniques perfected in stuff like Scientology is a repeatable thing, right? You don't have to believe in Xenu and shit like that, right? Like they can just use the same techniques and formulate their own cult a million different ways, right? And I think that's what we've seen with the whole neo alt right and really the Trump movement in general. Like, whatever we believe about what happened at the grassy knoll in Pennsylvania with Trumperino when that weirdo guy with the glasses
The fake
you know what I'm saying?
assassination. Yeah.
Right. Like that, in my opinion, is like that's how you get people deeper into a cult that they're already in. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? So
You're saying the methodology. You're saying that the technology and methodology that the Scientologists have created is what has engineered the so-called neo alt right. I would go back
yes.
before that and say you could say that about any ancient mystery school. You could say the same thing about the Jesuits. To me, if I had to put a hierarchy, I would say the Hashishans, the high level, what eventually, in my opinion, would become the occult version of Islam, and the Jesuits were the top two, like bar none. I think that the ancient Hashishans, I think that even the fucking Jesuits would wish they could get to that level, where they could just snap their fingers and someone would jump to their fucking death. I think that the methodology has been laid out for a long time. I would say the Jesuits and Hashishans were way more powerful with their methodology than the Scientologists could ever wish to be. But that's almost a distinction. It's almost a pointless debate, though. The point is that
Yeah.
they are
Well,
using mind control techniques. Because look at the
yeah.
Hashishans. Didn't they
Yeah.
even bring a Templar or somebody or one of these guys over there and made one of the guys jump from the fucking thing? Because they put him under hash and to the point where they bring him to where there was like honey and milk and like virgins so-called frolicking around and shit, and made them think that they could actually go there if you would die at the whims of your fucking leader. Like they had pure control, even like
Yeah.
the Jesuits with their fucking spiritual exercises and shit.
Well, think about it like this.
That was a science right there.
Well, you can even simplify it like this. Think about World War I and World War II, right? You had a bunch of Europeans who were just happy to just have, their annual let's kill each other wars every year for
No way.
1,000 years, right?
No, I
But then
reject
they
that
said,
technology.
you know what, we need to get millions and millions and millions of Europeans to just go slaughter each other in trenches for 5 years or whatever, right? Like that's real power right there, right?
Oh, you mean
You know what I mean?
about World War One and Two, getting Europeans to slaughter each other?
Yeah, like
Getting
that's
Anglo-Saxons to murder their brothers is what it
yeah,
did.
pretty much. Yeah. I mean, again, we were happy to do that anyways, but we had our reasons, right? Like this was a totally fake manufactured, some dude got shot by some black hand organization
Ferdinand,
over
yeah,
over here. So you guys dig a
Austria.
trench, point machine guns at each other and throw mustard gas and I mean, you know what I mean? Like
We know
it's
it was about
literally
achieving
retarded, yeah.
Palestine. We know it was revolving around Palestine. We already know that. World War One and Two. We know about the Balfour Declaration in one. We know about two, which is the biggest psyop in history. The biggest propaganda
Right.
in history.
And again, like I don't think it's a coincidence that you had people like Jung and Freud who probably felt bad about it, but Freud wrote about this apparently, and also the Huxleys, of course, but also what's his name, Crowley, right? Like Crowley was basically a spy, so he wasn't just a magician. He was like setting up you know cults that became self-evolving over time. I would say, right? So
But I don't
that's
get
kind
what
of what I'm
your
trying to.
premise is, because that's all over the place. You went, and I know Crowley's related to the whole Hubbard thing, because um, that's all over the place though. So I'm a little bit confused on where you're going about the cult thing. Who's creating
Well, think
cults?
about every
And
major
like, what do you?
artist. Think about every major artist in the 20th century, right? They basically trace their roots to Crowley, right? So I'm just saying, like, they created a whole,
You mean like Zeppelin and fucking all these people, or Crowleyus? Yeah,
well,
but
I think it goes far
I would
beyond
say
that, but yeah.
Tavistokian. I would say the Beatles and all these people were Tavistokian. It was an actual organization creating all this stuff, and I understand that on their little smoke a fucking joint and say I'm a Crowleyist thing, but we're talking about organizations that were
Right.
manufacturing these people.
Sure, yeah, of course, but my point is that the methodology is what matters more than it's the methodology of like how do you get people to keep secrets and do all these kind of weird things in the dark. And like you said, it's been going on forever, but I think here's another side of it. Like we're all looking at the technology, right? But the technology of computer chips and programming and all this, it's powerful, but the most powerful stuff is when you can get people to think the way you want them to think and think that they're thinking for themselves. That's real power, right? So
Well, yeah, like the professor guy earlier he even admitted that it's not about the technology, it's about the humans running the technology. So he conceded to that. So the question would then become, how do you change the hearts of men who are running the technology? And that would even be a question to Machine Lies, because he's saying the technology itself kind of, and I don't want to miss pigeonhole him, but kind of the way that anti-gun people will say the gun is too powerful for technology to even be around for people. TML is saying that the technology can actually run people. It's so powerful. So
think you could even just say that with language or something. I mean, language itself is a dangerous tool. I mean, the
hearts of
most
men
dangerous
is what
ones, right?
matters, right?
Exactly. Right. And
So
again,
how
it's
do you
like,
transform the hearts of men?
well, I think that's the whole question of Christianity, isn't it? In my opinion, right? And I think that's I don't want to put it in secular terms, but if I had to, it's like I think the whole idea of Christianity is like how do you deprogram people from a cult or cults, or I mean like occult stuff or cults or whatever, because I don't think that the stuff we're experiencing now with like all these like cults that hate humanity. I think it's a very ancient thing we're dealing with, right? Like this has obviously been going on forever, right? So that's
I
kind of the
do
way I was thinking.
agree. I actually think that that's one of the strong points of Christianity, is that they take an inside out approach instead of an outside to in approach. Instead of conquering the world from the outside like communism or something, It's about changing the hearts of men and being the change you want to see, type of thing. So I do think that is actually the right approach. So that's actually the kudos that I do have to give to Christianity, is that they take an inside out approach, because that's the only way. You literally can't. The Jews are trying to do is conquer from the outside in. They're trying to create a one world order where everything is mapped and tracked and surveilled, and they're gonna fail, because that's a fucking pointless endeavor that will fail. They can't do it. They will fail. So I do have to give kudos to Christianity for that, for the inside out approach as far as changing the hearts of man, because that's the only way to do it. Because there's always going to be, you ever see that, I don't know if you ever watched Twilight Zone, the old school ones, but you ever see that Last Librarian episode? As
I'm
long
pretty
as there's
sure.
the spirit
Yeah.
of human beings, they're not going to be able to conquer it. And I would even say all these futurist movies where it's always dystopian, where you got to take your little injection, or you got to take your pill. Everything's tracked. Everything's robotic and tracked and everything, like this dystopian future they always put in movies, like pre-programming. I think that's a warning to those in power for the ways that the human spirit can prevail. Here's another way that is basically like, here's another way the human spirit can prevail. Here's a lesson for you. Whenever we implement all this dystopian bullshit, here's another way it can unravel. I think they have an impossible goal. And that's what I take. That's what I have confidence in, is that the technological / universal one world stuff will fail. It's going against nature. You can only go against nature for so long before it shines through. So I'm glad I don't personally have a goal that's going against nature in that way. You know?
Yeah, I agree. And I think that is the encouraging thing. I think that just in the meantime, like, ironically, as much as I tell people to like stop avoiding suffering, like, to some degree, that's kind of what I'm trying to tell people, is like, everything will ultimately be okay. But at the same time, like, we're kind of needlessly deceiving ourselves into excess suffering for the wrong reasons, in my opinion. Right. And I think that, like, suffering, you can suffer for good reasons and learn and grow, or you can suffer for bad reasons and do trauma-based mind control, right? And I think we're just a little bit too much on that side of things for my taste, if that makes any sense, right? And so I think we need to, like, try to mitigate that as much as possible, because I don't think that it impacts everybody equally, right? And I think that's kind of why we in the West feel like we're being attacked, because a lot of us did see through shit, and yet we're still suffering the consequences, because even though we don't want to participate, other people are being used as a weapon against us. And again, there's plenty of white people out on the streets on drugs and etc. I mean, you're in Cali, you've seen it, so right?
Well, yeah,
But
but that's all over the place, because you say white people, that's a whole nother can of worms. Obviously, we can't go too in depth on, but
I'm just saying, like,
there's an identity crisis with
right?
culture,
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
things
getting
like
at.
that. So there's a whole identity crisis. If you're saying, you're talking about success and you're talking about all these things, people have to know what their identity is. So like in India, people know they're Indian, so they're gonna have self-determination of India. There's a really huge identity crisis with especially Anglo-Saxons or any type of Western Europeans or anything like that. So it's a whole confusing thing. But when you talked about the impetus of power, right, for how to control people through cults and things like that, I've even talked about this with TML before, and talking about Uncle Teddy and all these things, where what is the answer, right? Everybody has their own school of thought. The impetus for power, from my perspective, is secret societies. You create secret societies, you have secret oaths, you have different levels of initiates. So you weed out the fakes, you weed out the snitches, right? And you get to a point where you achieve power in that way. And in my opinion, all the major civilizations achieve power through that way. So now people say, should you create your own secret society to compete? Once you do that, you put yourself on radar, you get yourself rounded up like the fucking Branch Davidians, right?
Exactly.
Other
Yeah,
people,
that's a good point.
say, when I was talking to TML, what it sounds like is that Uncle Teddy would agree that you expose the impetus. And this is actually something before I ever knew any of that was my goal was to expose the impetus so that the fucking tool can't be used anymore. We expose the impetus for secret societies and how they rule over people, right?
Well, here's the other side of it, though, and not to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the other side of it is this: the more technology accelerates, the more that these people are going to see it as a necessity, but also like they were having this discussion recently about complexity versus complicatedness, right? Like something could be, and I can't remember the exact term, but basically just put it like this: complexity, with the complexity that comes with all this technology, right? They're going to feel that impetus is much more necessary to mitigate the problems that they're creating exponentially with technology, right? And again, like I don't support what they're
impetus?
doing, like the impetus to power, like the abilities that
Like
they
the secret
have.
society structure of initiates and
But
whatnot.
right, but that's the thing is like I think they're self-destructing because the technology's fucking them up, but at the same time they need it more than ever, right? And so I think that's kind of where they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot by accident with the technology, because I think the technology is getting out of control and they don't have the ability to keep up with human means, right? Like this old system doesn't work. And I think they're trying to work out the kinks. Like, how do we still control the minds of men and hit the accelerator with the technology and still control it? And I don't think they can personally, right? So
you don't think they're controlling? So I'm not putting words in his mouth, but I think TML will say that the technology is leading the men. Are you saying the same thing?
I think there's a strong argument for that. I mean, I'm happy to be corrected, but I think there's a strong argument for that for sure.
Like in the have you seen Newsbenders, the old BBC made for TV movie that was like 30 minutes long? Newsbender?
No, but I should probably.
You got to see that shit, dude. You and TML both need to see that shit because I really want to hear your guys' opinion on that movie. It's only like 30, 40 minutes, but it's profound. It's from like the 60s or so. And they basically hire a guy and say, hey, we've been interested in you. And then the guy's told there's these different levels. And the simplistic way to put it in the movie, which made sense, was that there's literal levels to the fucking building. Like we're on level 7 and level 6 and 5. There's all the way to level 1. And then come to find out, level 1 is just the fucking machine that's running everything. So I don't personally see proof of that or verification of that. To me, it would still be the fundamentals if the impetus for power is secret societies with initiates and stuff. Those are the people running the fucking technology. So to me, you would still have to address that as being the impetus and not the technology. Because technology is technology.
Well, sorry, and maybe I wasn't clear, but here's the thing I'm trying to get at as well is like what I'm trying to get at about this specific thing is also this, like they're going to realize how much they need that, because
need what?
If it's the control, because here's the thing is if they really have, the nukes or whatever, right? I just use that as the example, right? Or
Which
like
they
this,
don't.
or like this, but let's use the AI for example, right? If you could create an AI to go and hack all the computers and steal all the money into a single account and then fortify it, for example, right? Well, you would literally just cripple the entire worldwide economy,
That's
right?
still a tool. It's still a human being that was motivated to do that, and it's still a
Sure,
tool.
but
Just like
my
a gun
point
is
is
a tool.
right. But my point is that as that becomes a more real of a danger, they exponentially have to keep people busy with bread and circuses of the digital kind to avoid people wanting to do this, right? And so they need to get people further and further away from the source of the power, which is the technology. And the only way they're going to do that is with exponentially more and more complicated Malthusian, bread and circuses, essentially, right?
But why is that the source of the power? That's like saying that a gun is the source of the power.
Well, think about it like this. I mean, the Gulf of Tonkin was started with a real event. Now we supposedly
that was started
Trump.
with a pen.
Well, sure, but my point is now supposedly Trump dropped some bombs on Iran or something, right? But my point is we would never know whether that was true or not. 1984, we were always at war with East Asia. We were never at war with East Asia.
But
Day
that's
to
the
day, it'll
pen, though,
change,
right? Weapons of mass destruction, enriched in uranium. That's the power of the pen, right?
Exactly. Yep.
But that's motivated men. Why are those men acting on accord? Something that really snapped me out of it was I remember back in 2020, and I won't go into the whole medical thing, but I had the perception many years back, like 25 years ago, that there was 5 nations that didn't have a Rothschild central bank, and it's Iran and Afghanistan and North Korea and blah, blah, blah. Why did Iran and everybody have the same narrative in 2020? What are the odds that many countries with that many fucking different experiences in life, different cultures, different backgrounds, all said, let's social distance and wear masks and take blah, blah, blahs in the arm? What are the odds that they were all on the same page? To me, that made me snap out of it a little bit and say, I think they have more far reaching. It's all a show. That shit's totally a fucking show, dude.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like they can exponentially just increase the show to whatever level they want.
The show? People on one accord through
Whoever controls the technology that gives us the windows of perception in our hands, right?
And it's not the technology, it's the people controlling the technology, just like we said earlier.
I mean, yes, but my point is that if everybody had equal access to the technology, they would lose that power, right? Like think about how powerful.
You mean if a rival seeker society started getting power over technology?
Yes, that's
so
what
it's
I'm
more
saying.
about the power impetus that isn't technology.
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I'm bringing up the Scientology thing, because again, the low tech stuff is just as bad, if not more powerful than the high tech stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
yeah,
because they say philosophy rules action, right? So when you can get people on one accord, when you can create a power structure, that's where the power's at.
Think about this. You're familiar with the alt-right and the neo alt-right. Think about how powerful a simple picture of a Pepe frog is, right? Like, I know that sounds retarded to most people, but it's a symbol, right? Exactly. And that symbol holds a lot of embedded meaning, even though it was created for a totally different purpose, right?
Yes.
So my point is, like, think about that. They have to control that narrative. And that's why I talk about the white nationalist stuff all the time, because I see it so clear that they're embedding so much symbology and meaning and philosophy and history and all these different things into a single image, right? And so then they flash that and it's like, oh, this is our guy. He knows what it's like to be an American who's disaffected because of racial tension or whatever you want to call it, right? But my point is like, that's just one symbol, right? Now imagine they can do that once they figure out all the cultural things of like Chinese people or Uzbekistan or whatever, right? And people are working this stuff out, right? And then they can apply AIs to like, okay, I want to get Uzbeki people to hate Yugoslavians in 3 years and go to war and wipe each other out. How do I do that, AI? And then they can take all these historical images and milieus and put them into a computer and get people to act on it, right? I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm saying that's the goal, right?
But you said someone asked, how do I do this AI? That's a human being with intent. So you're still using AI as a tool. Technology is still just a tool.
But my point is that at some point this tool is going to becoming. I mean, I can agree with that, and let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that it always is under our control. Whoever is in control of its control, right? But again, But again, at some point, if it exponentially keeps growing in calculate, ability to calculate at a higher and higher rate, right? At some point, no matter how whatever, it's going to get out of control. But even if it doesn't, right? Whoever holds that power has to exponentially make sure that people cannot get access to that power, right? See what I mean? Like
they can't though.
The
That's
stakes
the problem.
but the stakes get ever and ever higher, right? Yeah,
They can
I know
only
what you mean.
temporarily do that. That's like when somebody. This has always been like this for history. Like one culture would figure out how to make the fucking bow and arrow. One would figure out how to make the catapult and get an edge. And one would figure out how to make this and that. It's only temporary. So you can't forever have access to AI and nobody else does, and you can just kill everybody with algorithms. That shit will turn back on them. It's just a tool. So there's always, that's why I brought up the whole thing with the last librarian with that episode, is that as long as there's a human spirit, you can't conquer it, dude, all the way. Unless you eradicate every human, there's always going to be that human spirit that will find a way through it. It's just an impossible goal that they have. And I just don't see, I understand the argument, basically, that technology is so strong that they can just get such an upper hand on us that we can't come back on it. But I don't think that's the case. I think that the more you try to map these things out and think you have it on lock, you don't. I think the shit will backfire. And I think that technology is just a tool, just like it ever was. And this is why I say that a bird using sticks to make a fucking nest is technology. So should we ban birds from fucking making nests? Like, at some point, we do have to agree that it's the hearts of men. Whether we draw a line or not, if we say bring Ted Kaczynski out of his grave and we scale it back, put the cat back in the bag, put the toothpaste back in the thing, or whatever people want to say, go back to a time where here's the line. We're not going to go past this line. It's the same. It's still the same thing. It's still going to be the hearts of men. How is it not going to be?
Yeah, I think you could ask yourself two major questions, right? One, right, is the use of technology optional?
That's a really, really deep question. You said optional. My mind just went crazy when you said that.
If you're in society today, right? Okay, say we choose the society that we live in today, right? Is the use of technology for the average person optional?
No, not in the sense that, I literally have to have an email to have my current job.
So a tool depends on how we use it, right?
Yes.
So technology does not depend on our use. That's A, right? The current stage of technology, it doesn't depend on our use, right? So
but it's human beings that are making it required for me to even have an email to have my job, not the technology itself.
Are they?
Yes.
Which humans?
Human beings. They literally write policy.
Yeah, but who?
Literal human beings. They're called analysts of state level, county level, fucking federal level.
Dude, those
and
individuals,
they write policy that says certain things.
Are those individuals in control of technology? No, they're not.
Not as an individual. You said individual, so
yeah, not as an individual. Yeah, but a tool. We're talking about use. That's an individual using a tool, right?
Are you in control of guns in general? No.
Right. So this is totally different situation.
Blessings. Are we in control of fire? It's really nuanced.
Yes.
And then the second thing is,
I just got here.
You can be in control of your own campfire, but in general, no.
I completely agree with what you're saying, Mr. Anderson. I just got here, but I've listened to everything you're saying, and I agree.
Yeah, because he believes in free will, but he believes technology is bad. So because he would like to exemplify nature, right? He would like humans to exemplify nature. So he's got an interesting take.
Yeah, we're in complete agreement with that. I believe that nature is divine. I believe that man has free agency. I believe in all that. But you get to a point to where you realize that there is a forced symbiosis. Okay, and what I mean by that is We need
forcing it?
fire. We need fire, man.
Yeah, and what do you mean by forced? Who's forcing it? You mean by just the reality
You
of
don't
day to
need
day?
the reality that we need fire. The reality that we need tools.
Why do we
The
need
reality
fire?
there's something that is pushing us, okay?
I
To
can't just eat
have
berries and live in a cave without fire.
well,
You could, but it'd suck probably.
No, I want fire.
Wait, hold on. Let me
I
read this
want
quote by
fucking
George
fire.
Washington. Let me read this quote by George Washington. Like fire, it is a dangerous servant and a fearful master. Never for a moment should it be left to irresponsible action.
Well, can it be just that I want fire and I want comfort? I want to sit back in my cave with the fire burning and be
But
warm.
every tool you use changes who you are, right?
Yeah, in a sense. It's all about comfort, right? I build a fire.
No, it's
We
about
could live in the
survival.
cave. We can live in a cave in the cold and eat berries and shit, and never have fire, right? But we want fire. We want to so-called quote unquote progress, right?
But you need protein.
That's going hella deep. You're
oh
going
shoot,
deep with
yeah, no,
intellectualism. Go ahead, Lilith.
it's really deep. It's really deep. Because I'm in complete agreement with you. Like we ultimately can stop anything. Like there's nothing beyond the will. Okay, I'm
And
gonna
why are you
quote
saying
this.
forced?
Well, there's nothing beyond the will. So there's really nothing that we can't stop. But
So we're
we've
not
gotten
forced.
to such a point because unless we completely disengage from society in every possible way and go back thousands of years, it is impossible because the way that society has been set up, okay, we are using technology. Not only we're using technology, but it's exponentially growing, and it's gotten to such a point that we have technology that is so far advanced from what we actually see in the mainstream, okay, and it's marching forward so quickly that at some point you have to ask, and this is what me and Machine have talked about with the really deep, is what exactly is influencing people's need to use not only use technology, but for its exponential growth in the first place? Is there something beyond the technology? So in other
Yeah,
words,
comfort.
it's no. Is there something beyond the technology? Meaning, was the technology created by man? Okay, or is
That's
there
another
something
question. Yeah.
behind it and beyond it that is being rediscovered that's always been there?
That's a good
Such
question, and
such
I
as
would say that
AI.
there's no free agency. Then I would say no, because if you have free agency, you could go against that grain,
Well, what if
and you
AI
could be a
isn't AI?
leader. You could be a leader
What
and
I'm
go against
saying
that
is,
grain.
what if AI is not really AI at all? Is what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
I mean, what if AI is not really AI? What
Uh,
if there's something that is behind it and beyond
what
it? What if
What if there's
AI is just
something?
a shell
What if
for a
there's a
ghost?
spirit in
Some
man?
kind of
Are you
vanity.
saying like, what if there's a spirit within man that naturally moves towards that?
Well, no, I don't think it's natural at all. I think it's unnatural.
Then why are we doing it?
Well, that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point.
So
There's
it's not
some kind of
okay. Inherent,
hijacking.
not natural.
There's
Inherent.
an unnatural hijacking of the human capacity. And like look at like transhumanism and all this. Is this natural to you? It's
It's
completely
natural to
against.
Luciferians.
Well, I'm a Luciferian, and it's
Yeah,
not natural
that's
to me.
Why is it
what is
not natural?
interesting
Sad Jumbo.
about
How is it natural? It's complete antipathy to nature. It's against
No,
everything in the natural
but
world.
hang on. The here's a dichotomy I'd like to draw, and I know most dichotomies are false, right?
Right.
So let's just say, and I know that you don't believe that there's like a firmament and a flat Earth and shit like that, right?
I believe that the Earth
But
can be whatever shape she wants to be. I believe she's a living, breathing organism. And
okay,
so the
let's say that
shape.
the Earth is confined and that you can't break through it.
I don't
Let's
think
say
she's a
that
globe, though. To be fair with you, I'll give you
okay.
that. I don't
So
think it's a globe.
let's say that it's confined, right? And that you
Okay.
can't break on through to the other side, that you can't.
Right.
Let's say that part of the Luciferian spirit is to break on through to the other side.
Right.
Right? Because you feel confined on this fucking prison planet. Why did God put me here? Why am I confined to this space? Wouldn't it be the Luciferian spirit to break through the other side?
Well, I don't think we are confined. I don't believe that this is like some kind of prison or trap or
I find that
simulation
interesting that
or
you're
anything at all.
Luciferian and don't
Yeah.
feel confined and don't
Not
want to
no,
break
no, not at
through.
all. Not at all. No, this is actually part of what I'm talking about too. This idea that we're confined, this idea that we need to grow into something better, this idea that we need to leave the earth, this idea that we need to build some technological utopia that doesn't exist in any time or place. You know, that we need to go beyond gender and go beyond identity and go beyond ages and go, you know, and live in some kind of fucking simulacra is part of what the Gnostics called the archons. Okay, and it's
So you're
complete.
not Gnostic.
Well, I'm not Gnostic in the traditional sense because 90% of what's talked about of Gnosticism is really Talmudic, which is basically an inverse of what the Gnostics actually believed. The actual Gnostics were called Telestai, and they were initiates of the mystery schools, and they were pagans.
And they didn't want to break on through to the other side. They didn't feel
No,
confined by this
no,
this realm of matter.
They were animists. No, they believed.
Animist.
Yes, they were pagans. They were animists. They were Telestai. Telestai. If you Google that word, if you look into Plotinus, he talked about it. Yeah, they were massacred by the church. Okay?
Yeah, the competitors. I get it.
Yeah, well, they weren't just competitors. They
were competitors with power to actually fucking wipe out their competitors.
Well, they actually didn't want power at all.
The Catholics didn't want power?
No, the Catholics wanted power, yeah.
What became the Catholics, I should say?
Well, they certainly weren't Catholic. They were.
No, of course not.
They were
competitors.
They actually weren't. There were Christian and Jewish Gnostics, but the original ones weren't. They were pagan. And it actually goes back to Iran and Egypt and all that. So Gnosticism is a tradition that existed 2,000 years ago, but Gnosis, the actual taproot of it, goes back to ancient Iran.
Do you think that it can go too far? Do you believe in balance? Do you think that trying to get knowledge as your main goal can go too far?
Yes, absolutely. As a Luciferian,
and why are you a Luciferian? Can I
because
ask?
I believe in light and darkness. I believe in complete and total liberation of the individual. I believe in.
So it's philosophical.
It is philosophical, yes. And I believe that the so-called daemons, okay, are ancient pagan gods and goddesses that were feared by the church.
Didn't Plotinus have like a god himself as his daemon?
He may have. I'm not really sure about his personal. Go ahead.
He claimed, I'm saying. He claimed that they claimed that when he went to go summon his daemon, it was actually a god. That's how special Plotinus was.
I think he believed he was a Neoplatonist. So he believed similar to what I believe, and that is that whatever God is, we don't know what that is.
And what is Lucifer to you?
Lucifer is a pagan god originally. And this can be proven easily.
Can you elaborate on that? That confuses me.
It's simple. Lucifer is the morning star, okay? And the morning star refers to Venus, okay? Which is, it comes before the sun. And so the analogy in Isaiah is, it's referring to the Babylonian king, and it's relating him to Lucifer. It's kind of in a mocking tone, so it's like you are like Lucifer. You are, you have fault. So that's all it is. It's a mistranslation.
Yeah, bringing the light of Venus.
Right. Yeah. So it's like a mocking tone. There is no Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer.
So
in that sense, Lucifer was a pagan god. It was the son of Aurora in Rome. You can look this up. It's well attested. It's also you had Diana Lucifer. It's actually a goddess, in fact, which is really interesting.
That's the moon, right?
No, it's Venus.
Diana?
Diana Lucifera was no. I'm saying Diana Lucifera was a title. So like you had Diana and Hecate Lucifera. So it meant Diana or like Hecate Phosphoros. Phosphoros is also Lucifer. Okay.
Would
So
that
like
be Diana of the Ephesians?
you also had like Cybele. So this is what I'm trying to say. You also had a goddess named Satania. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. All of this really goes back to goddess culture. All right. They turned it into a male. Okay. Also, Venus and the serpent have been symbols of the goddess since shamanic times, before religion was a thought. I'm talking Proto-Sumerian. Okay. So the serpent, and you can look this up. The serpent and Venus are the oldest symbols of reverence on planet Earth, on all 7 continents.
You're saying it's
Okay.
goddess worship, and that eventually goddess worship was demonized by the Abrahamics.
Correct.
I would agree with that. I would agree that.
110%.
Do you agree with me though that there was a lot wrong with the goddess worship, and there was a lot that needed to be fixed with it?
It became corrupted.
And that it went too far.
It became
So
corrupted.
I can
Yes.
see why there was the pendulum swung really far and came back very hard against goddess.
There were two cults that absolutely. There were two there was a breakaway, you could say. There was a schism within the cults, and that cult the schism became the Illuminati that everybody talks about. The true top of the pyramid is female. Make no mistake about it. I know everyone thinks it's it's all male. I got news for you. No, it's not. The very top of the pyramid is female. Okay?
You mean modern day, or so
I'm
you're
talking
confusing
modern
me?
day, yes. And they tell
So
you in
the-
all the movies and all the songs and the
So the guys are the fall
royals.
guys.
Huh?
So the men are the fall guys.
They're not the fall guys. It's just there's a very small clique of witches.
Can I ask you about the Lucifer thing? I know. I'm sorry for interrupting you again.
No, it's fine.
As far as the Lucifer thing, when someone like me says that when I study, when I say study, I'm saying that lightly because I'm very novice. When I look at something like Kabbalah, right, and I look at emanationism, and I look at the so-called source of the supreme light, I view that as Luciferianism, and I use it interchangeably.
Sure.
Why am I wrong about that for lumping in, for straight up calling Kabbalists Luciferians?
I understand that. Well, it's simple. I mean, I guess like it would be more well, even that's okay. Look, these terms have been really like muddied. Okay, so there are variations. Like you have satanic cults. Okay, in the modern day that are truly evil, that I stand against just as much as you would. Okay, you also have these groups, but if
I
you
stand
really
against
look,
Kabbalists, not just satanic. I'm not talking about Anton LaVey.
well, they are though.
I'm against
They
the
are.
Kabbalist, the
They are.
Neoplatonic Kabbalist.
Well, they are though. They they worship Yahweh, but that's another story.
No, Ein Sof. Do you worship the Ein Sof? Do you believe in the Ein Sof?
I don't worship anything.
Then why are you Luciferian?
Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's a lot deeper than that. I'm not part of any cult. I'm not part of any group. I've never been initiated into anybody's club. I'm self-initiated by the spirits themselves. I grew up Catholic. I was raised evangelical. I know the Bible inside and out. I don't actually have any problems with Jesus. I have a problem with religion. I was just asked questions my entire life, and I've had a lot of paranormal experiences, and I got into magic, and I had way too many experiences that I can't just, discount. And when I started getting into meditation and energy work and all of that, it legitimately changed my life for the better. And I've been working with demons, quote unquote, for 8 years, and nothing negative has ever happened. So
when you say Twilight, your name is Twilight, son of Lilith.
Correct.
You're talking about Kabbalah, right?
Well, I mean, I've
Is
utilized
it
Kabbalah
kind of
as
like I
a.
have Christian friends who say, I'm not a Christian, I just have a relationship with Jesus Christ. They've made their own brand of what they're doing. Is that kind of what you're doing with Kabbalah?
I don't really. I mean, I've used. Okay, first off, we need to understand that Kabbalah is not originally Jewish. First off,
They stole it from the Greeks, you're saying?
well, the Greeks got it from someone else. The Greeks
Well,
got it
yeah.
from the Neoplatonists. The Neoplatonists got it from the Mithrists, and the Mithrists got it. Like it goes back. It goes back
Neoplatonists came
to
after the Greeks started with their shit.
well,
The
the
Neoplatonists
Neoplatonists.
were Greeks.
The Neoplatonists were Greeks, but you have to understand that there were the Greeks of the classical period, and then you have what were known as the Pelagians. So like,
Well, yeah, like
tons
Bill
of like
Cooper would
three.
say, they
Okay,
stole it from
so
somebody previously that you had to
right,
put something in the
okay,
code.
and you had the okay, so like the pre-Socratics were actually Iranian. Okay, so they actually got all of their knowledge from Iran. So this is what I'm telling you. And the Iranians had a goddess named Satanya. You can look that up. It's Satanya, and she was a Gorgon Titaness. Okay, so this is where Satan, the name at the very least comes from. Okay,
But why Lilith? Why Kabbalah? Why use
my Lilith.
Kabbalistic theology in your
Well,
title?
Lilith came to me. That's going to get way too deep right now, but Lilith has been with me my entire life. I just didn't know it until later on. That's
So a
going to get
Jewish
into personal.
Kabbalistic deity came to see you.
Well, as I said, Lilith goes back to Samaria. She does not.
Like Inanna?
Correct. They're actually connected. Inanna is also
I
Venus.
actually won't dispute that. Yeah.
Inanna is actually Venus as well, and her consort is Utu.
So
Or
a
Shema.
fundamental deity came to you that is called by many names by different cultures.
I have a grimoire with 300 different masks of Lilith. Yes.
Why'd you choose the title of Lilith? Why'd you choose that culture's title?
As I said, I've worked with her for 8 years now.
With Lilith or the deity that's called Lilith by Jews?
Well, the Lilith, well, she likes the name, and so do I. She's been called Kisa Kil Lilaki. She's been called many things. She
So the
has
Jews are onto something.
She has been called Kali as well. Well, they hate her though.
Why do they hate her? Come on, that's their title.
They hate her though. Look into it. They hate her. They blame her for every imaginable thing. She's legitimately the devil in their culture.
Maybe that's a Freudian thing where they hate their mamas.
Well, there's a lot to it.
Overpowering mamas.
They blamed her because they cheated on their wives. They blamed her because they had nocturnal emissions. They blamed her because, women were impure. If women are menstruating, they can't be touched for a week. I could go on and on and on and on. I did videos on this.
Why would
You
she
really
take the name
can.
of, why would she take the name of Lilith when she could take the name of Inanna if she's an ancient deity before anybody ever imagined the word Lilith?
Because I like Lilith.
Okay.
I like Lilith.
That's an indisputable fact.
Yeah, she likes Lilith.
That I can't.
Yeah.
That's interesting though. You said 8 years you've been working with Lilith.
Yeah.
That does sound like magic with a K to me.
It is. That's right. Yeah.
And that's brought peace for you.
Correct. Yeah, I've legitimately changed my life. I've been able to deal with trauma. I've been able to deal with all kinds of ordeals, and I've had all kinds of paranormal experiences that would blow your minds.
So can I ask you the same thing people ask Christians and Islamics? Islamics is the wrong word. Muslims. They say, hey, if like they'll tell a Christian, I've heard Muslims tell me that Islam got them through some trauma and hard times. That means that Allah is the true God. So are you saying a similar thing about Lilith?
Well, I don't see Lilith as a god or a goddess, at
Or
least not in the
entity?
sense of like worshiping her. She doesn't want worship. Neither
or
does
entity.
Lucifer, believe it or not. Lucifer doesn't want worship, and he doesn't want your soul. In fact, he can't stand most of humanity. Neither can Lilith, and I don't blame him, to be honest with you.
So you don't knock Christians who say the same thing, that Jesus got them through hard stuff. They're on the same playing field as you.
No, but I'm saying, like, they don't want worship. In fact, if you try to worship them, they'll tell you to get lost. Like, for real.
But that's a distinction without a difference. There's people who've gotten through some really tough shit, you know,
Well, I'm
and
just saying.
turn to a law, and it's really gotten them through.
Yeah. Well, because it's ultimately about conviction and, you know, desire and will
That's weird to freak.
of the human spirit. You know? So who's to say
Well, yeah.
who's to say that Allah or Buddha or Krishna or whatever didn't get someone through whatever?
Well, can I tell you why I'm saying that? My parents are both actually pastors, Christian pastors, right?
See, I believe God can manifest however it wants. That might be
Okay. That would kind of answer
controversial.
it then.
That might be controversial, but
Yeah, that was the mind-blowing revelation, I think, from Mr. Anderson. That both of your parents were pastors. That's insane.
Yeah, they're both Christian pastors. We went to this movie called Everest, where there was this guy, I think he was a Buddhist or some shit, or he was not a religion that was Christian. And they were talking about all the science behind how you have to have oxygen and shit to get to the top of Everest and all this. This dude totally believed in his deity, got to the top with no oxygen. And I asked him directly at the movie theater, is that a testament to his God or is that a testament to the human spirit? I asked him point blank. I think I was like 15 or 16. And that's what reminded me of it when you said that, Twilight Son of Lilith, when you said the human spirit.
Yeah.
So how much is that is your spirit versus Lilith, I guess?
It's
And I know
both.
that's really deep, like
It's
personal
both.
shit.
It's
But
both. It's both. It works in reverse. Magic, and I believe faith work in reverse. You have to have the faith first in order for the magic to happen.
that's
If you don't believe, it won't happen.
I
But
could
as
have
soon
faith
as
in
you
a
do,
spaghetti monster, though.
but it's
If I
not.
put
It's
faith in
not
a
because
spaghetti
it's not
monster
real.
first, it
It's
will
not
happen.
because it's not because it's not real. It's just because in order for it to become true, you have to get okay. So, like magically speaking, okay, you have to get your subconscious mind. You have to speak to your subconscious mind because your conscious mind is like, this isn't real. There's no way this is possible. Da 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 da. You know, you need like some logical,
Yeah.
rational explanation.
You need a
And so it's
template to get your subconscious to believe it.
right. So that's what magic, ritual magic, is for. Okay, it's like theater for the brain. The magic, the performance itself isn't really doing anything. It's just getting your conscious mind out of the way, because the reality is we're a lot more than what we're told. Okay, that's the bottom line. And even Jesus tried to tell people this, and then they
Then wh-
turned it into a religion to enslave humanity.
Then why isn't your name
That's just my take.
Twilight Son of Magical Thinking, or Twilight Son of Tricked My Subconscious Brain?
Because of
Why
what
is it
Lilith
Twilight Son of
represents.
Lilith?
Because of what Lilith represents as an archetype.
And she okay, as an archetype. That makes more sense when you use the word archetype.
And because I've spoken to her. She exists. She just doesn't exist in the way that people would normally define real. It's
But
very deep.
wouldn't that be so? To me, it sounds, and I might just be confused here. It sounds like Lilith is an archetype for you to communicate with your subconscious mind.
Yes, but she is also real. It's just not in the traditional sense of what that means. So what I'm saying is she is not an anthropomorphic being. Okay? She exists as a force of energy.
As a technology.
Like an energy, like wind.
It's a technology that you've tapped into.
Well, no, it's more like a force of nature than a technology.
Okay.
It's so it doesn't have so like, let me put it to you this way. Wind doesn't have a name. Wind doesn't have a body. Wind doesn't have a backstory or a biography. Okay? So in order for it to communicate with us, it creates all of these things. It projects them into our conscious mind so that we're able to speak to it. so that it's able to communicate with us. You could say God does the same thing in order for man to be able to understand it. Okay.
So was wind created by Jews? I'm just kidding.
No.
Sad
Definitely not. Wind was created by Aryans. Wind was definitely created by Aryans.
Wait, what are you saying? Wind.
And Lilith is a wind spirit too, originally.
Wind,
wind.
breeze.
Let me break it down for you. All of these,
like wing to wind, like it's like
all of these so-called daemons, before they were daemons, were spirits of nature. That's what pagans actually believed in. All
That's an
this later
archetype,
shit,
though. That's not an
all this.
actual ontological deity.
Well, yes and no. See, there's truth to this, but it was also kind of overly. It was overly psychologicalized. So there's truth in both.
Like the ancient Egyptian shit, for example. Do you think that there was
Yes.
frog-headed people like Sekhmet and all this shit, or do you
Well,
think
see,
that
the
it
ancient
represented
Egyptians.
archetypes to tap into?
Well, see, the ancient Egyptians understood that there was no separation between the natural world and the supernatural world, and that they were actually one thing. That they were one conscious reality that was experiencing itself. So what I'm saying is, yes, there are human proclivities, but you have to understand that what the human is not the identity. So, Mr. Anderson, you're not Mr. Anderson. That is your screen name. Just like my screen name is Twilight Son of Lilith. I am not my avatar. That's just a portrait. Okay. I am also not my body.
That's
Okay.
Gnostic, right?
I'm not my name.
Is your real you up there, like in the Matrix, where he's like
There's
his
no
real him is
matrix.
up there?
The
You're
only
not in the
matrix.
Matrix right now in an
There's no
avatar.
matrix. The only matrix is the Ma. The matrix is the Ma. Okay. The Ma is the mother. So the real matrix is actually the natural world. Okay, that's what originally matrix meant.
That's
So you
what I'm
have
saying.
Ma, you have matter, you have matriarchy, you have matter, you have, it's Ma. You have Mayat in Egyptian mythology. Ma is the mother, Mama,
But my
right?
aunt was the balance, right?
Well, it's the primordial womb. Yes.
So,
So,
but the real you is gonna wake up from this, and you're
no.
actually in an
I'm
avatar
not
right
talking
now.
about. I'm not talking about in some hypothetical. I'm saying for real. I'm saying
Yeah, for real.
the real you is not a body. It's not a name. It's not your education. It's not where you grew up. It's not your religion. It's not your political ideology or lack of a political ideology if you're like me. It's not
not your
any of it.
fucking khakis.
It's not it's not how you dress. It's not, your experiences. It's you as an eternal spirit in the image of God, as you would say. Okay? That's you. That's eternal. That cannot die, that was never born and that can never die. Okay, that is you. All right. So when you strip away all of the attachments, as they would say in Buddhism, that which is transitory, that's what is impermanent. Okay, that is you. So when you understand that, then you understand that all of these archetypes are essentially a part of you, but you are also a part of God, quote unquote.
Dude, that turns my mind to mush. Now you're talking about. Are you talking about in a monistic way? Are you?
Yes.
Like. So.
We're in the mind
Twilight
of God.
son of yourself.
Well, again, they still have an individuality. It's
Twilight son of a different iteration of myself, or a different aspect of myself.
Lilith exists. She exists. She's always existed. She has an independent existence.
But she's you.
But she's not me. She's also you.
Dude, that's crazy. And I don't mean that in like to just be
No,
rude
no.
sense. I just
know.
mean that
It's
as far
profound.
as straight
No.
from my mind, what I think when I hear that.
Well, because we're all part of the all, man. We're all
So
part
do you believe in emanationism? Are we all emanations of this one?
To an extent, it's kind of been polluted, like everything. So it's man, like these are topics I get into on my channel. because it really takes a long time to, because the language is so limiting and constricting, and so you're getting into non-duality now.
Well, yeah. Do you believe that God has basically we're all a bunch of different aspects of God, just experiencing different, having different experiences, but we're all coming back to God?
More or less, but even that's a little limited. It's we're like fractals.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is still an individual. There we are still individuals. Okay.
Temporally.
Well, there is no temporal reality. Ultimately, we're
But if
acausal.
we're all one, we're all God, then
Well, we're
just for
not
this
one.
moment in time, we're individuals.
It's not oneness, it's wholeness. So in other words, instead of there being a hierarchy, there's a holarchy.
that's I've taken a decent amount of shrooms, but not that many.
Right. Well, like I said,
Oh.
you're getting into some really deep metaphysics.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're asking the question. I mean, that's cool.
Well, yeah, I
love
just like the deep conversation, and I
Me
appreciate
too.
it. That's all.
No, I love it. I love it. I love when people are actually interested and don't just ask to, like, try to be arrogant or whatever.
Yeah, here's
Because I'm
one
on
I
my
got
own
for
path.
you.
Go ahead, Timo.
Yeah, here's
No,
one I got
yeah,
for you,
exactly.
Twilight.
We
you
all
know,
are, man, and we
if
can
you
all
want to
learn from
chew
each
on,
other.
yeah, if you want to chew on this one, how can you believe in monism whilst believing in free will, right? So how do we get free will from monists, right? Because I believe in some form of monism, but I think that totally cancels out free will. Right? Boom.
How?
Like in your arm, right? Right now, if I wave my arm, the cells in my arm might be all having a party thinking they have their own free will, but I told my fucking arm to move. So those cells in there might think, oh, this and that, I was going to go do this and that. And they might think they had the free will, but they didn't actually have the free will. We're all part of this big, grand, monistic movement, basically.
So you didn't make a choice to move your arm?
Me, because in this example, I'm the so-called one or God that's the prime mover of all of it. But if you are the cell that's in my arm thinking you had free will to move that way. I know it's a really crude analogy.
No. You still can reflect upon your choices and choose what you want to do.
So the cells in my arm reflected upon the choice that they moved to the left, even though me, as the God of my body,
The
moved
cells
my
in your
fucking
arm are
to the
not
left.
conscious in the same way that you are.
What if they think they are? And what if you think you are?
The cells in your arm are not thinking about the nature of the universe and their own existence.
I'm not sure of that. They showed the little mechanistic things that are going and moving all.
Now sounds crazy.
If
Just
evidence
kidding.
comes out,
No, I heard
that
it.
that's a possibility, then we can reflect on that. But until then, I don't know.
But what if intellectualism and like the prefrontal cortex is delusion? And what if you are part of a grand? What if God is moving you in the way that you're supposed to move, and you don't have the choice? In that it's actually a negative thing that you have prefrontal cortex that's giving you delusions.
Well, I mean, delusional how? You got to be more specific.
I mean, like animals, they think and eat as far as they just do, right?
Right.
What if your intellectual mind is actually not necessarily a positive thing? What if it's some sort of side effect? And what if it's delusion that you have free choice?
Side effect
What
of
if it's
what?
delusion? Completely delusion. What if animals are superior to us because they just act instead of intellectualizing everything like Plato?
Well, in some ways they are, but in some ways they're not. It's a matter of balance. Everything in balance. I mean, anything too far is obviously not good.
So your self-awareness makes it to where you're not part of nature and doing what the greater thing tells you to do. it
We're the
somehow pulls
only
you away
animal
from it.
that's self-aware at this magnitude.
And still, being self-aware of that magnitude, how does that stop you from being subject to what the greater being you're a part of is making you do?
Where's the evidence that anything is making us do anything?
Aren't we on all different levels? Like the cells in my arm, aren't we part of something bigger than us?
Just because we're part of something bigger than us doesn't mean that we don't have free will. Where that's a lot. That's a leap.
You know,
Where are you getting this?
I'm doing devil's advocate
Okay.
with the logic, because
Fair
me
enough.
personally, I believe that the whole free will versus not free will is an unfalsifiable claim. So I choose free will, the concept of free will.
Oh, so you do believe in free will?
Yeah, my opinion is free
Okay.
will, because you can't prove free will or lack of free will. So why not choose free
Interesting.
will? Why
Okay,
not
so
pick
you're
the one where I have autonomy?
okay. So your position is free will. Oh, good. So you're good at playing that too. I'm good at playing devil's advocate too.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Why not pick the
no.
one where I have autonomy when neither one is falsifiable? Why
You
not pick
have
the
to.
better one?
You have to be able to look at both sides, though. I respect that. Well, no, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, you could. I mean,
What's this conversation I've had with friends before? I'm like,
yeah,
what
me
if we're
too.
like, you're all smoked out or shroomed out, and you're like, what if we're part of a bigger thing where we think that we're making our own choices, but those, like, for example, with the thing with my arm moving, right? What if the cells in our arm thought, oh, I'm going here to do this because I wanted to hook up with this other cell or do this, but really they were just literally acting out what I told them to act out in their own way.
Well,
So,
I mean, you could. What if anything, bro? What if aliens are fucking like, using holographic 5D technology to simulate our reality, and everything we're seeing is a fucking projection that they want us to see, and so we're
yeah.
actually like living through their like
Ruh-roh.
simulation, and time and space are an illusion, and like
Yeah.
everything that we're enacting is like pre-programmed. Our entire life has already happened, and we're just living through it, like. Like what if? Like, okay, what if anything, man? Unless there's evidence, there's not really any way to, like you said, it's unfalsifiable.
Well, the evidence would be that there are things smaller than me that don't actually have free will. They're subject to something bigger than them. So that would be the evidence, is that I've actually seen evidence that there's things smaller than me that are subject to my will. Why can't there? So it's logical that there'd be something bigger than me that I'm subject to.
Well,
it's not just in this shot of the dark, like there's some aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy and blah, blah, blah. It's not a total shot in the dark. It's based on some level of evidence, at least.
Well, I mean, that's not completely insane, though, because, I mean, there are literally physicists talking about how, we could be in some, like, advanced simulation. I don't believe it. But, I mean, there's, like, really serious talk that we could be in, like, some grand simulation that was created by, like, future humans that had an advanced civilization, So, I don't fucking know.
And like Plato, he was just pointing out the fucking programming and algorithms as the quote unquote forms.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
The fucking written code is the forms.
But, like, if you believe in God, especially if you say there's no free will, then, I mean, especially if you believe in God, like in any religious way, I mean, that makes the whole of the idea of their, like, this life being a test, a complete sham.
Well, I believe in God in a non-religious way, and I do believe we have free will, actually.
Right.
And
Well,
I think that the people that say that there's
I believe in God in a non-religious way
an
too.
omniscient God with a will equals no free will.
Yeah, I'm not like trying to like I'm not like some crazy cultist, like wanting the end of humanity or like depopulate people or anything else.
Yeah,
I'm just like any Christian in that sense, like just because I'm a Luciferian, like no. It's a philosophical like I don't believe in imposed morality. I don't believe in imposed rules and regulations. I don't believe in any restraints or constrictions or really anything. I believe that man should be absolutely free to make his choices and decisions, and it would take forever to get into, but You know, it's a philosophy. You know, I don't. I'm against everything that everyone here is against. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to ask Mr. Anderson this, if he's you know, out here, but I might switch to music too. But yeah, we'll wait for I mean, if Mr. Anderson comes back or whatever, even I'll ask him a question, you know, about technology, and I think that might help us, you know, go to a new section, because I do want to read some of the Tao Te Ching, maybe just one chapter or so, you know, then we'll move on to transhumanism, you know. You know, but yeah, but essentially I wanted to ask about this whole idea about the occult ruling people and not the technology, right? So
absolutely,
put a little bookmark there, because you know, like me and Lilith were talking about, you know, what if it's spirits, you know, bad spirits that control the occultists that are, you know, so they're not finally in the I mean, in the last analysis, it's not them that's doing it, right? So so yeah.
But yeah, they'd be just the pawns of the interdimensional entities.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me
that's
let me
they
kind
are.
of
Sorry about that.
yeah. So let me
I was
kind of repeat
listening,
that
but
again.
go ahead.
Yeah. Let me kind of repeat that again, because yeah, yeah, it's no worries at all. But just this query about if it's the occult or you know, technology that's controlling, right? So so what if there's a like evil spirits controlling the occultists, right? So in the last analysis, it's not you know, them that's creating the technology, but some evil spirits that are compelling them to create the technology, and even to maybe become occultists, right?
Like you mean,
Yes.
so like
There's an impossible. It's impossible to separate the two. They're absolutely intertwined.
it's like inherent in men. You mean like, is it inherent in men to progress towards what would end up be technology? I would say it's inherent in men to press towards technology and a one world order, basically. So are you saying inherent within men, or you're talking about actual principalities, as the Bible says, that are influencing men? Like,
What
is there, I would actually have to agree with that, as TML is saying, that there's
it's
spirits guiding men to break on through to the other side via
well
technology.
well you would call them spirits or demons, or you know, I would say that's inaccurate, but I mean the idea of what those are in most people's minds, you know, what that would normally, you know, be conceived of is accurate enough, so we'll go with that. Jinns would probably be even more accurate, and archons would be the most accurate. So basically there's an inherent, you know, it's inherent in man to outdo himself, to constantly push forward, because we have the mind of the gods. Okay.
But not just
And
inherent, not just inherent. He's saying, is there, and without going as deep as you were going, as far as whether it's jinns, this, that, and the other daemons, in general, is it just man that's inherent in, or is there actually something spiritual on a non-physical
yes.
realm influencing men to drive towards technology?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Well, we have a natural inclination to endlessly evolve. Okay. And that inclination has been hijacked and diverted, so that we're basically working against ourselves instead of for our benefit.
So your distinction is that we're already predispositioned to it, so the spiritual forces are taking advantage of that predisposition.
To be even more accurate, I would call them mind parasites, quite literally.
But regardless of that distinction, the cause is still, in that sense, the spiritual forces.
Yes, it's a spiritual poison, a a uh, a parasite of the mental faculties.
I would
A
actually
hijacking of
agree.
perception.
I would agree that there, and that has been my belief, that there's something, because when you're talking about generally like evil plans, right? Usually it lasts 10, 20, 30-year plans, 50-year plans, 200-year plans.
Yes.
I know some people would say that the Jews have like 300-year plans and all this shit. But when you're talking about stuff that transcends 300 years, 500 years, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, you're, in my opinion, it's beyond human beings and cults.
Correct.
It's on a spiritual level. So I would actually agree to that premise.
It
as
is.
DML was putting it.
So basically, you know how you have the hierarchy within the human organizations?
Yeah.
These things are whispering in their ears and they have no fucking clue where they're going.
But don't you have a thing whispering in your ear?
Well,
How do we separate the thing whispering in your ear from the ones that's whispering in the other ears? How do we differentiate that? And what if they're masquerading as something to you?
I mean, I'm not trying to like rule the world though. That's the
So
difference.
so you're saying the proof is in your fruits. You're saying judge you by your fruit.
Correct. And actually, it's funny you mention that because the spirits I work with will give people whatever they want until it destroys them.
That does not. That sounds terrible to me.
I
Am
think
I
it's
tripping?
wonderful.
Is that
Actually,
because I come from parents who are Christian and all that, or am I
I
tainted
think
by
it's
that?
actually
Or
wonderful because at least it tells me that there's justice. No, because a lot of
why is
people
that justice?
Why? Well,
If
because
the things that are whispering to you right now want to destroy you, do they want to
I don't
destroy
think
you?
so. I don't think so.
Then-
I don't think. I mean, well, see, here's the thing. I don't really work with low magic. I work with high magic, and so the distinction is that low magic is about manipulating people, manipulating events for your gain. You know, and basically moving things on the chessboard. I have engaged in it before, okay, for numerous reasons, but not much. And so high magic is about growth. It's about overcoming trauma. It's about self-discovery. It's about you know, evolving past, you know, your limitations. So in other words, instead of trying to manipulate things outside of yourself, you're manipulating yourself to become stronger so that basically instead of trying to make things bend to your will, you're shifting your awareness so that you're able to become strong enough that you don't need to.
Well,
So
yeah,
instead
but
of trying to
who
destroy
drew
your
that
enemy,
distinction?
you make yourself so strong they can't touch you.
And who drew that distinction? Did you draw that distinction?
No, this is legitimately within any uh of de jure magical system.
So what? How do we know that's not them drawing that distinction to tell us what we want to hear to manipulate us?
Who is they?
The ones that are drawing that distinction. Who drew the distinction that you just mentioned?
Well, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, man. Like when you go through this stuff, it's not like philosophical. Like things actually happen in your life. There's actual manifestations. I'll be here way too long to get into that. But like when you work through these path workings and all that, like shit manifests in your 3D everyday life. The shit is real. It's not like a thought experiment. Like I'm not here to tell anybody like, you know, this is how it is, but it's real, or I wouldn't be practicing it. It's a practice. It's not like, oh well, I think this might be true. This isn't the new age. This is hardcore magic.
Well, yeah, I'm not telling you to stop practicing it because it's just
No,
like
I know.
I've had
I'm
Christian
just
friends who tell me this is working for me, so I don't tell them stop practicing what you're practicing. I'm just I'm questioning it as far as the inquiry, like as far as personally.
sure. No, I get you. I'm just clarifying.
It's interesting.
Yeah, you're working with so like you're working with different spirits. Each spirit is okay. So you have like you were talking about the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is just a way of organizing things. Okay, it's like a filing cabinet when you really understand it. You don't have to use all of their associations. So I don't use any of their like god names and all of that. You know, I use pagan ones. Okay, so uh, you have like the different spheres of the Sephiroth. Okay, and the Sephiroth are the spheres of creation,
Yeah.
and each sphere is connected to a different planetary energy. And those planetary energies are different, connected to different alchemical symbols, and those alchemical symbols are connected to different, uh, like tin or earth, mercury or lead or whatever, and then that's connected to different colors, and the colors are connected. So I think you get what I'm saying.
I
Okay.
do, and I get why it's appealing too. I get why it come a lot. Do you remember when Anton LaVey said when he went and looked at New Age books and all that that they were practicing Satanism without taking the devil's infernal name?
Yes, and he's
Are you
right.
practicing Kabbalah without taking Kabbalah's infernal name?
Well, remember that what I said about Kabbalah actually being much older. So actually, they're if anything,
What's
they're
called Kabbalah?
hijacking. Well, okay. Well, here's an example of what I'm talking about. Ka, okay, is the name for the soul in Egypt. Ba is another name for the soul in Egypt. One is what leaves your body, and one is what's permanent. Okay, so there you go. Like it's not Jewish at all. Okay, it's much older. All right, as usual, everything they have is taken from someone else.
So you cut the Jewish middleman out, and you're not using
Correct.
you're not using a tainted version of a tainted version. You're saying you
No.
cut out the middleman.
Well, you have what's known as the Cliff-Off.
How did you get to the original without, dude? The Jews have totally kidnapped that shit for the past 2,000 years. How
Well,
did you
because I
did you talk
don't
to somebody from 2,000 years ago? Like, how did you do
well,
this?
I don't initiate through any orders. I'm not a
Come on,
Freemason.
man.
I'm not a Freemason. I'm not a part of the Golden Dawn. I'm not part of any of that crap.
How'd you cut out the middleman?
I went straight to the spirits. Lilith literally taught me herself. I've connected with Lilith. This is gonna sound crazy, but I'm not here to convince anybody. I've been connected with Lilith for multiple lifetimes. I found out. The first time I called her, I had telepathic communication with her for an hour. That's where my name
Well,
comes
it
from.
just logically follows if she knew you your whole life, this lifetime.
Well, yeah. I called her and I'm like, "So are you the devil?" Like that was legitimately my first question to her. No, I'm serious. I'm like, I want to know your story. I'm tired of hearing all this shit about you. I want to know why no one, why you're not in
What?
the Bible. Like, what's the deal? Like, why is everyone blaming you for everything? I actually was like getting into paganism and like Gnosticism, and I was studying like Sophia and all of that. And I'm like, you seem like the dark side of Sophia or some shit. Like, what is the deal here? Like, I was just fascinated by her. And I'm like, Lilith, like Lucifer is a title, Satan is a title, Lilith is a name. So who's the serpent really? And I just became fascinated by her story. She's like the first wife of Adam. She basically told Adam to go fuck off because he wanted to have dominion over him, and she just wanted equality. That's all she wanted. And then she gets thrown out of the garden, and like they send all these angels after her, and she's like, okay, like they're like, you need to come back. And she's like, fuck you. I'm not going anywhere, And they're like, well, we're going to kill all your children. Well, so I'm like, oh, well, that's really cool. So, she just like just wants the equality and they want to kill all her children. That's really nice. That's really fair. That's real holy. Like, what's this shit? Like she's in Eden, they, she doesn't want to obey, and, they get mad at her and she says, fuck this. She utters the unutterable name of God, which she doesn't say how the hell she knows it.
The
Okay.
Tetragrammaton.
And right.
I'm curious why you would ask these questions of this deity, because what it reminds me of is like, let's say you online chat with somebody like on a dating website, and it says I'm this 35-year-old chick who's got a rack and all this stuff, and it turns out it's like this fucking 50-year-old dude that's on the other line trying to catfish you. How do you know you're not getting catfished by Lilith?
Well, I mean,
It's an
yeah.
off the wall question.
All I can say is call her and you'll find out.
I won't find out because people can be misled. What if it's a 55-year-old fat dude, but it's saying he's Lilith?
Like I said, call her and you'll find out. When you have
Who's 55 fat guy in Area 51 or some shit?
when you have paranormal experiences,
Yeah, he's like in
that,
Wisconsin.
you'll know. You'll
It's
know.
like, but I'm saying that jokingly, but like
No,
tongue
I
in
know.
cheek. But it's like
I
on
get you.
mine, I think I'm talking to a 34-year-old chick. It's really a 50-year-old fat dude.
Well, that's why you go on video call.
How do you know that this is really Lilith and you're not getting fucking like trolled by some other demon?
Because I practice, man. Because there are ways to know. It's called actual practice. It's not the new age, like I said. There are ways to know. It gets into actual magical practice. It gets into shielding. It gets into knowing how to read energy. It gets into all that. There are techniques.
So I've had some friends who some people who I would call friends that had somewhat of a falling out with, to some degree, because I started going the grifting route and they're talking about ether and these different things. And I understand it. There's like the platonic solids and fire, water, earth, and there's ether that's ruling the stars and moving the stars and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But there's like this whole ether thing, right? And I would relate it to Kabbalah. So I know I'm all over the place, but it's like I've had friends and family tell me, you're so against sacred geometry and Kabbalah and blah, blah, blah. Like, here's this Walmart folder and here's Kabbalah math. And so are you against folders and all this different shit? I'm like, well, if you're looking at Netflix and one of these mainstream TV things and they're showing Kabbalah math, it's not an ancient Chinese fucking relic where there's like the flower of life pattern on an ancient Chinese relic. It's because Jews own that fucking Netflix. So
Right.
it's like, it's one of these things where, yes, Jews don't own the flower of life, but if you're watching a show on Netflix that shows the flower of life, you're probably talking about a Kabbalist producer who made that show.
Sure.
Right. So that's where I come from with it, where it's like, what are you actually representing? And 9 times out of 10, 99% of the time, it's going to be, in the modern day, it's Jewish Kabbalist. So yeah, I understand you've set yourself apart, but you have attached yourself to something that is literally exterminating groups of people right now.
No.
Like literally. They're genociding people straight up.
No. I'm not attached to any of that.
You're not. I'm not saying you. I'm not accusing you of that at all.
Okay.
I'm saying that you've attached yourself to something that has an energy and frequency that 99% of the time is involved with that.
No,
not you personally.
Then you who? What are you talking about?
Right.
I'm just saying that it'd be like if I moved into East Side LA and started throwing up Crip and bloodshed and saying I'm technically part of this unique group of Crips. They're not going to care.
I'm not part of any group though. Zero.
No, I get that.
I'm
just talking about energy and perception, and I'm not saying perception is everything. I don't give a fuck what people think about me. I'm just saying that when you attach yourself to a certain energy, right?
Yeah.
So I know people
Lilith
that have
has nothing
attached
to do with
themselves
this
to an
shit.
energy that is involved with the extermination of my people.
Lilith has an. If
So
anyone,
it's like, well,
Lilith
it's a unique brand of the people that exterminating your people. It's like,
if Lilith has any part of extermination, it's exterminating these people. I can tell you that right now. And I guarantee you, there's someone in the chat who would clarify what I'm saying.
well, yeah,
Origin?
I'm not calling you out personally.
I know you're not, but I'm telling you
just
that
saying,
Lilith has nothing to do with this shit. I'm telling you, they fucking hate
Good
her.
to know.
They hate her. I'm telling you right now, they despise her. because she's not from their tradition originally. They took her. Like, okay, in Kabbalah, they call her the slave woman. She's actually the consort of Yahweh. Okay?
So now she's the queen of heaven?
She's the queen of heaven, yes. Right now, she's the queen of heaven. The Shekinah is in exile. Okay? And so now the queen of heaven is the consort of Samael, which is Satan. That's their philosophy. And that's part of why the world is in chaos, because they've switched places. So basically, God raped Lilith. Okay? This is the philosophy. I don't know how else to read it, okay? Because he calls her the slave woman, he calls her the whore, he calls her all these terrible things, but yet, I mean, I guess when he wants real sex, he calls her. That's essentially what it says, because the Shekinah is not in the bridal chamber. That's the mythology. Okay.
That's
So,
anthropomorphism at its finest.
well,
You think God really wants real sex?
Well, I mean, no, I'm saying this is what they.
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't believe this shit, but it's a spiritual allegory, ultimately. But I'm just saying, like, this is what it says. Like, they fucking they despise her, and they despise women. Period. Like, just
They definitely do. I can. That's for sure.
They're
They
ruled by their
despise women.
mamas.
They despise. Well, yeah.
They rebelling against their mama that tells
They
them
have
to
a
do what
prayer
they
that
do.
says that, thank God that I'm not a woman, a Gentile, or a slave. That they say every day. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, they fucking hate. They hate her. And they hate Lucifer too. Regardless of the bullshit that they say, oh, we worship Lucifer. Yeah, go check the quote. It's
I thought it was the archetype, though.
It's a fraud. It's a fraud. No one ever said that. Go look up the person's name. It don't exist.
It's an archetype, though, isn't it? Lucifer. So isn't Lucifer
Well,
like the
again,
one of
it's
Neoplatonism?
It's Amun, really. Lucifer goes back to Amun, the hidden one.
Amun.
Amun.
The Brotherhood of the Sun that tried to rival the fucking or no, sorry. It was a 10 that rivaled Amun. Sorry. I misspoke.
Well, a 10 is a 10 is the god of the Jews, if you really want to get deep.
Really? Oh,
really,
you
really
mean
deep.
like
okay?
You're talking
If you
about
really
like
wanna get
Akhenaten
deep.
being Moses type of shit.
There you go. Now
Yeah.
you got it. That's the real Illuminati. Now you got it.
Yeah, I can't totally reject that. I mean, the so-called Semites, the Hyksos that invaded Egypt, they
Well,
ruled they ruled Lower Egypt, and they finally got their asses kicked the fuck out and called it an exodus. It's like, it's
There
not
you
an
go.
exodus. They wanted your ass to fucking leave, and in your own, because actually, let me turn on. Do I have my camera on? Yeah, I got my camera on.
Now you're getting it.
This is the B'nai B'rith, great Jewish personalities, like Jewish series right here. They admit and all that.
Yeah.
Like, I got highlighting throughout this whole thing. They totally
There's tons of
admit that
evidence.
shit. That it's the Hyksos that invaded Lower Egypt, and that they got their asses booted the fuck out, and that's what the Exodus was.
Yeah.
They didn't want to leave. It'd be like when America was invaded with the Native Americans, and in reality, like 95% of the Native Americans got exterminated. But imagine if it was like 50%, and then eventually the Native Americans drove them the fuck out of America and took America back. That's what happened in Egypt.
Yes.
And they admit that in their own history books and everything, that's the real so-called Exodus.
Because Akhenaten was a slave driver. Akhenaten was the only one who institutionalized slavery in Egypt. He had a military command at his fucking throne at all times. He was a fucking madman. He was the only monotheist in history. Okay? Before He said that all gods of Egypt were to be wiped out.
Yeah,
Okay,
he was
did wipe them
consolidating,
out.
but he was going to. It would be like right now if I went to war with the Freemasons of America and said, "All right, wipe out all the Freemason temples." Like what happened was they got rid of Akhenaten and they tried to blot him out from history.
Yes,
because he tried to come in and go to war with the Brotherhood of Amun.
Yes,
basically,
which
and
is Lucifer.
they brought in a puppet prince, Tutankhamun, King Tut, who was like 7-8 years old. Brought him in as a puppet to wipe out his fucking existence and bring the Brotherhood back.
There's been this war from the beginning.
Sounds like Brotherhood of Nod or something.
Enki and Enlil. This is where the Lucifer really comes in. This is the deeper story. This is what I'm saying. Everything is upside down. This is where the Gnosticism, so-called, really comes in. This is where the Jesus' father is not Yahweh really comes in. When you understand this deeper story.
What do you mean Jesus' father is not Yahweh?
Jesus' father is not the God of the Old Testament.
Jesus.
As simple as that. Look, if the Moses was not, dude, Moses is Akhenaten. Hello.
He says the Jews, right? Says people like Freud, right?
The Jews were cursed. They're Edom. Dude, you can go in the Jewish Encyclopedia. You can go into the Encyclopedia Judica. You can go into all these texts, and they'll tell you. They talk about Edom as their enemy. But yet, when they talk to each other, they tell you they are Edom. Edom was the ones cursed. I believe there's truth in the Bible. But it's encoded. Okay? So you had the Israelites, and then you had Judah. Okay?
Yeah,
they were
those
separate.
are Canaanites, though. You're
Yes,
talking about
they
Canaanites
were.
that
Yes,
had their
they were Shasu.
Canaanite
They were Shasu.
pantheon with El.
Yes.
And then Yahweh
El.
was kind of the Southerners that were doing their little civil war against the
El Elyon
Northerners.
was different. El Elyon is not
That's
Yahweh.
the Most High God. I know that's the Most High God.
Yes.
Which is a pantheon with a hierarchy.
That's closer to the truth. I'm not
Yeah,
saying the true God, but it's closer.
But the Yahwehists who were branching out from the south of Canaan went to war with the Northerners, and yes, they did still worship El. Israel means let El contendeth. They were still pushing El, but eventually Yahweh would merge with El.
Yes, exactly. And if you look at Baal, their supposed arch enemy, okay, and you look at Yahweh in the earliest times, they're fucking indistinguishable.
I can't dispute that. Yeah, they even said that even in the Bible it says you don't have to call me Baal-shi or whatever it says. You can call me Yahweh. There was like a passing of the torch from Baal to Yahweh.
Right. And Jesus is constantly making reference that their God is the devil. And everybody like creates this other figure from, basically the air. And they don't understand.
I don't understand. You mean Prince of the Air? I don't understand Jesus when you said Jesus is referencing.
Jesus is constantly saying your God is the devil. If you knew me, then you would know my Father. But no man
when he's
has
talking
seen
to
my
the
Father
Pharisees.
nor heard my voice. He dwells in inapproachable light. If you knew me,
Unapproachable
then you
light.
would know. He says, no one has seen my Father nor heard his voice. He dwells in inapproachable light. If you knew him, then you would know I come from him, but you do not know me. And he's like, well, we're from Abraham and we're from God. We have the same father as you. And he's like, if you knew Abraham, then you would do as Abraham did. And you would know that, and they're just like, they're sitting there arguing. People are like, he's quoting scripture. It must be the same God. No, he's quoting scripture to refute it. That's why the Jews hate him.
You're talking about
try to get through
Pharisees.
to people.
You're talking about Pharisees, though, right?
Yes,
You're talking to
and
Pharisees.
the Pharisees were the Talmudists.
Yes, from Babylon.
Okay, right. So
Yes.
after Jesus died, okay, finally someone fucking gets it, man. This is a great conversation. Okay, so the Talmudists, okay, after Jesus died, which I do believe he existed, okay, I absolutely do.
Do you believe he was an Essene or something, or do you really think that he was what's portrayed in the New Testament?
I think that there's lies and truth mixed together. It's really hard to say what is true. I just go by faith.
Wasn't he preaching like messages from the Essenes, like give away all your possessions, all these different things? Wasn't it an Essene message?
I think that there could have been some fuckery with the priests, to be honest.
It's hard to take you serious, Twilight, when you sit here and say, I go by faith, but yet you put your faith in Lilith and not Jesus. So how can you put faith in Jesus if you don't believe any of the legends?
But that's because you don't understand that there was a goddess in Christianity before the church got involved.
Oh.
Not Christianity. That's the Old Testament that had a Queen of Heaven,
and all the people around the world who do magic, she chose you, right? And all the lifetimes.
And also, no, in Christianity, dude.
No, you said that you spent an hour with her, and that allegedly that you have spent different lifetimes with her. So it's just strange that a primordial entity would choose you out of all the other people practicing dark or occultic magic. Just strange.
I'm not the only one.
Well, I'm sure, but I don't hear any of them claiming that an entity called Lilith or anything else really comes to them.
There are others.
They just do it.
They didn't choose. They
it's fairly
didn't
common.
We've done work in the past.
To do this stuff. That's the thing.
We've done work in the past.
Demons.
That's a personal experience. I'm not asking anyone
That's
to
how
believe
you know
anything.
you're not a real occultist because
He asked
you claim
me.
that you actually rely on an entity.
He asked me, and I told him.
Occultist would tell you that
I'm not getting into this. I'm not getting into this.
But
Apparently
can
you
you
don't know
can
what-
you
You see that?
can you elaborate though on when you said Jesus in the New Testament talks about a Queen of Heaven or
Do you see
whatever?
that?
Is there a female consort in Christianity, or is that Old Testament?
It's like, okay,
Old Testament, right?
you have to understand. No,
The
it's
old
not in the New
Canaanites,
Testament or the Old
old
Testament.
Canaanites removed the female consort, and
It's not.
the Yahwehists were anti-female goddess worship.
Yes, they had Asherah. Asherah was worshipped by
Yeah.
the Israelites.
And they booted her the fuck out. The Yahwehists did.
Yes, but they tried to say that Asherah came afterwards when they fell into idolatry. But the fact of the matter is Asherah was first.
Yes,
And then later on, the
didn't they
Yahweh
boot
threw
her out?
her out.
Weren't the Yahwehists very anti-goddess worship and booted Asherah the fuck out of the pantheon?
Correct. Did you know the menorah is the Asherah pole inverted?
I didn't know that, but I would say that there was originally the Queen of Heaven, and she got the boot because I think that the Yahwehists were very anti-goddess worship, and I think that they swung the pendulum too far, and they were anti-female, and that they were very patriarchal.
So the goddess, and this is where people are going to deny it and reject it, and that's fine and dandy. But the reality of the matter is, regardless if you see it as heresy or not, the Gnostic Christians are just as old as the Orthodox. Okay.
They say they're original Christians, but what were you saying? Televised apocalypse.
It's just the reality. All the dates they have for the canonical gospels are guesses. There's no actual physical evidence to say that those are the dates. None. Now, could there be stuff that we haven't found that's older? Sure. But I can make the same claim for the Gnostics. So really, we're back in unfalsifiable territory again. So
I didn't mean to interrupt what you guys were.
The goddess is Sophia.
Yeah, Sophia, the goddess. Sophia, in my perspective, is the Greek version of Asherah or Columbia or Semiramis.
Yeah, guess what that is? Venus.
Mary in the Catholic tradition, or Guadalupe.
Although
I think it's the same archetype, in my opinion.
Well, actually, no. To be fair, in some ways yes, but in some ways no. She became that later on. In the true original Celestic mythology that was wiped from the earth, along with everyone who preached it, this is the most suppressed tradition on the earth. And that's why no one knows about it. And that's why 95% of what is told about Gnosticism is really the inversion of what Gnosticism actually is, which, as I said, was animist and pagan originally. Sophia is actually the Earth. She's an Earth goddess.
Can I ask what your ethnicity is in your culture?
Italian mainly, but I'm a little bit mixed.
So does that mean what do they call it? What part of Italy?
Naples.
So not Sicilian.
No.
Okay. The reason I asked that is I'm curious, because it seems like you're somebody who's thought a lot deeper and you're digging deep, right? You're not
My
just
whole
taking
life,
things
man.
on face value.
No.
So you're not the average person. So,
No.
what causes you to take up something from somebody that's not your culture?
I've studied every culture, man. I've studied comparative mythology, comparative religion, because I want truth. I don't care where the fuck it comes from.
So, like I remember a long time ago, and I'm not saying he's always right. Bill Cooper talking about,
yes,
generally speaking, when you're talking in code, right? Like, if you put the truth down in a book, someone will just steal the book, right? Now they have the
Correct.
truth. So you have to start speaking in code so that
Correct.
you make words, you put words into code. And this is kind of like where the Kabbalist vibe was on, and they stole this concept from the Greeks. You're saying, if I'm not mistaken, that the Greeks, it goes even back before that.
Correct.
So are you adhering to the Greek culture because of your heritage? Are you saying that it's older than that?
Yes.
Why cling to a concept that, for all intents and purposes, we know as Kabbalists? How do you identify with the older stuff? Like, I'm missing that part on how you're separating yourself from.
Dude, I have 8-hour videos on this. Okay, first off,
It's like my nephew said, I should be using the occult for good things. He's saying the occult is a technology that I should be utilizing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I reject it. Right.
Sure.
I'm saying I want to expose the occult. I want to expose the technology so that we can work around this and not have to deal with this anymore. He's saying, no, you should use fire to fight fire.
Yep.
Why have you chosen that route?
I exposed the occult for 10 years before I got involved. I was a Christian, bro. I get it. I had experiences that were actually frightening. That this is what I'm trying to say, and this is where it gets into, like, I don't want to say destiny, but like, this is where the idea of this being something that's happened in other lifetimes where it becomes not so crazy. Because if you actually knew, like, what I've gone through in my life and like what I've experienced in my mundane life, and like on a spiritual paranormal level, you would be like, what the fuck? Like, how did you end up here? Like, I was told I had a prophetic anointing. I was like, it's just crazy shit, man. Like, I studied like the end times and shit. Like when I was a kid, you know, like
were you an occultic baby? Were you supposed to be the chosen one?
I mean, no, I don't believe in that. But you could say I was an occultic baby, yeah, for sure. I was exposed to a lot very early on both sides of the fence, you could say. One of my friends got possessed and was like talking to me in like multiple voices when I was a kid about like the fucking apocalypse and shit. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's some wild shit. So I used to have spirits
That
talk to
sounds
me
like
through other people.
schizophrenia.
I wasn't, dude. They were talking to me through someone else. I wasn't hearing voices.
But Twilight, can I ask you a very, very personal question? Why do you need a template? Why can't you just be a true individual? Why do you need a template?
I am a true individual. What are you talking about?
No, you're a son of Lilith. You're using a template. You're using archetypes. Why? Just as a very, very personal
She's more
question.
than an archetype, bro.
Why do you
She's more than an
need
archetype.
archetypes and templates?
If you had the experiences I had with Lilith, you'd understand she's more than an archetype. It's that simple, bro. I can't tell you any other way than that. It wasn't lightly that I did this.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I don't want to sound religious, but it's almost out of honor.
It does sound religious to me personally,
That's
but that
okay.
doesn't mean that I'm judging you for that, because I have other religious people that are in other religions where I wouldn't judge them for that. I'm just curious because you seem like an open-minded person who, you know,
Well,
so I'm just
well,
asking that directly.
well, let me give you some background, okay? I've had shamanic experiences too, with and without drugs, okay? Or you want to call them drugs. I call them
Ayahuasca and whatnot.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I had an experience with Sophia, you could call it. That's actually how I found Lilith to begin with. It wasn't through like any Abrahamic lens. So I want you to understand this. I found her through a pagan route. Okay.
What do you mean by pagan?
Like I was studying. Okay. Let me explain to you. Like I was done with the Abrahamic traditions, like entirely. Like I got frustrated with it all because I started realizing that, at least in my opinion, that the churches were completely corrupt, and that 90% of what everyone was saying was Christianity or something to do with Christ was completely bankrupt, and that the real truth of what Jesus was talking about was distorted and buried, and you know, you just look at the fruits, man. It's just really that simple.
Yeah, I don't dispute any of that. Yeah, you don't have to
Okay.
go into that.
Okay, so I got to a point to where it's like, I'm not an atheist. I tried that for about a month and it didn't work. Okay, but I did it to get rid of like the conditioning. All right, because I had really strong conditioning.
Right.
So where like it was, you get what I'm saying? Okay, so you have to understand also like what it takes to like go from highly religious and like waiting for the end times any moment to like going into like Luciferianism. Like I don't think people understand what that takes. Okay, it's not a decision I made overnight, and it takes a hell of a lot. Okay, so I don't just work with Lilith. She's just
Sad Jumbo.
she's just what we call in paganism, okay, my matron. So she's the main spirit that I work with, that she like guides me through. What you want to call it, Kabbalah, okay? You have what's known as the Sephiroth, and then you have the Cliffoth. The Cliffoth is the more primordial. They call it the Hell Realms.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you're talking
really,
about Sephra and Clifra, but it's not me calling it Kabbalah. You're invoking Kabbalah.
well, no, I'm saying they call it the Hell Realms, but really it's the older tradition.
But
Okay.
you said it takes a hell of a lot, though. Do you agree that, like in Hollywood, for example, where they're surrounded with hardcore Satanists and Crowleyists, it generally,
Crowley
I always
wasn't a
wondered as a
Satanist.
kid where suddenly
Crowley wasn't a Satanist.
they
Number
couldn't
one.
just swing the pendulum
Oh, we
back to the
don't need to
middle.
go down
and
that
not-
route again.
They couldn't
Crowley
just
wasn't a
swing.
Satanist. Crowley
Okay.
was actually
I said Satanists and Crowleyists, but
Crowley was like Marilyn Manson of the time.
But even as a kid, I wondered, why can't Hollywood people just swing the pendulum back to the middle and no longer be that? They usually swing hardcore and be like a hardcore Christian preacher. It seems like it takes an extreme opposite to pull yourself out of something. So you said you came from a background in Abrahamics. So without that background in Abrahamics, would you have swung that hard into Lilith and Kabbalah? And
I
stuff?
actually was in Kabbalah at one time. I was in white magic. I was into there's this guy Samael Onrior. He does like white tantra, and he has what's called the Universal Gnostic movement. And I'm very eclectic. Okay, so let me make that very clear.
But you were Abrahamic, you said. You were Christian.
I was into Christian Gnosticism. I was into Christian Gnosticism heavy. Okay.
But why did pendulum swing so hard the other way? Why couldn't you just pull yourself out of it?
This is what happened. I was into Christian Gnosticism, and then I started seeing like they basically like call on spirits and then like command them in the name of God to do this and that for you, and basically abuse them and threaten them and all that stuff. Like, this is kind of insane. Like, what the fuck is this? Right, exactly. So like command
That
them to
sounds
do
like
things.
Catholics.
Command them to do things for you, but threaten them. You know, it's like, well, what the fuck is this? You know, and then I started like, I wanted to know about my actual history as a European, because you know, let's be real, Abrahamic traditions are Jewish. Okay, you want to talk about Jewish? Like, let's be real. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's what I was getting at earlier. So if
okay,
you're pagan, why
okay,
are you
so
doing a
this is
Jewish version of
well, I'm
shit?
gonna tell you. So I wanted to get into my pagan roots. So I started studying Norse traditions, which I also work with. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm very
This is
eclectic.
very infiltrated by Jews and very
Don't.
watered down.
There you go. Okay. So I started studying Norse paganism, Druidism, all this type of shit, and I realized there's no such thing as paganism anymore. It's Christian paganism. Odin is the All Father. You know, all this other shit. So I started
Yeah.
looking into like Loki and all this and like the giants and all this. And I started looking and I'm like, okay, well, there was this Jomungandr is like the great serpent, right? Of the deep, of the primordial depths, right? And there was this time that existed before creation, right? Okay, well, there's these parallels in other traditions. There's ones in Egyptian. So I started studying Egyptian, to the Egyptian tradition and the Hindu tradition and all of that. So I got into the Mahavidyas. The Mahavidyas are the 10 goddesses that are one, right? Okay, so so I'm very
But are you
eclectic.
Indian?
No,
So
but
fuck all
it's
that.
well, no, because again, it doesn't matter to me. I'm eclectic. Okay, truth is truth, man. It doesn't matter where it came from. I was
I
studying.
concede to that. Yeah.
I was studying Islamic mysticism and pre-Islamic. You know, I was studying comparative mythology like Joseph Campbell and shit. You know,
Yeah.
and I was just trying to get to the
We've
roots
all
of
been
shit.
there. Yeah.
I was trying to get to the roots of shit. I didn't care what it was. I was trying to find the commonalities. Okay, and once I started realizing that all paganism was fucking tore up, I was like, well, fuck, maybe I am an atheist. Not in the sense that I don't believe in God, but in the sense that I don't believe any God that's written in any book. Because it's all been fucked up. It's all been twisted around. So I'm like, well, there's nothing really like left. It's all been polluted. And just as I was throwing my hands in the air, that's when I met Lilith. And then I realized that some of these darker traditions are actually closer to what paganism originally was. That's what happens.
Well, shit, son.
You said it's all twisted around and crazy. I definitely agree with that, and that's why I find it perplexing. Perplexing that you could be invoking Lilith when I still remember there was this pagan guy. What was his name? Benjamin Balderson or whatever. I asked him point blank. Period. I said, "Are the Jews subverting my ancestors' history and their religion?" And he wouldn't be honest with me about it, because the whole thing about the tree of life and all this shit, they've pushed Kabbalah into the ancient fucking pagan shit with Anglo-Saxons, right?
Yes.
So I'm like, well, where do I draw the line between the Jewish subversion and gatekeeping of my ancestors' fucking religion? And that's why I find it perplexing with the Lilith thing, only because of that. Because it's
They
like,
want you to think that, dude. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Lilith is not part of their tradition. I'm telling you right now. For sure. There's no question in my mind. Okay? This is what I'm trying to tell you. They hijacked her. They fucking despise her. Okay? So this is what I'm telling you. She's intimately connected to Kali. In fact, one of her names is Kali, literally. Like you can go into some of these texts, and her name is literally Kali. I have a fucking tantric pagan, okay, who's from India, not a Westerner, who legitimately says they're one and the same at some level, at one aspect. And I say one aspect because she's a multi-dimensional fucking goddess. She's the Dark Mother, the
yeah, but
primordial chaos. You have to understand this is deeper than just like you got to get away from just the name. Don't let the name fool you.
well, it's not just a name. You're talking about syncretism, right? So the Greeks started pushing syncretism at some point, and in my opinion, that's when the Jews usurped Greece and started pushing syncretism. So when you're talking about syncretism, you're bringing up Kali, You're bringing up all these things. You're talking about a Hindu goddess, right? So
Correct.
that's
Hindu
a
was Aryan. Remember
theosophical
that.
type of
Hindu was
Jewish.
Aryan originally. Remember that.
I get that
The
parts of
swastika is
India
in
and Persia were
India.
Aryan, but
Correct.
you have to understand that the Aryan
need
that you're
Anakin
talking
Mitra
on
is
about
also Lucifer,
is
bro.
not the same thing as the
Mitra
Aryan.
is also Lucifer. Understand this. Varuna is also Lucifer.
Okay, but when you're talking about syncretism, you're talking about when Jews usurped Greece, they're pushing syncretism. Okay, so that's the thing, is that when you invoke these different things, you're invoking the syncretist lens of Jews. That's what I'm saying, like theosophist and all this stuff.
My bad. My girlfriend is calling, so I got to
No
go pretty
worries.
soon. Right, so I got to go pretty soon. But I want
No
to
worries.
finish this up because this is a really good conversation.
Go
So
ahead.
Mitra, is also gods of Venus. Okay, they're all Venetian goddesses. They say it's the sun, but really it's the dawn. So, oh, she's blowing me up. Okay, so I don't know if you
The
heard me.
bringer of the sun. Gotcha.
So really, like a lot of these sun goddesses are actually of Venus. Even like the crescent, a lot of times you see like the crescent and the moon. It's not really the moon. It's Venus. Okay.
No,
So
I got you on
and
that.
this gets back to the Illuminati and shit. So the top of the totem pole, the top of the pyramid, is also Venetian. So the best and the worst is Venus. Is the absolute top of the pyramid is what you could call the cult of Venus. Okay, so the Illuminati are the people who basically use what was once for the uplift of humanity, and they decided to go the other way. Okay, so there was basically a benevolent sisterhood, and then there was a malevolent sisterhood, and that's been the battle. It goes back to the Druids. It goes back to Atlantis. I don't have time to get into all that, but if you really want to get into all this, dude, like I do stream. I'm always looking for people who actually have questions. I can answer questions all day long. I don't care. When they're respectful, it doesn't bother me at all. I love it, honestly. So I'm not at all like bothered. I love fucking talking about this shit. When people are respectful. And I'm not like the end all be all authority. I've done a lot of fucking research, man. And I practice what I preach. Like I really like I've worked with Norse deities, I've worked with Egyptian deities, I don't just work with Lilith. She's just like really fucking impacted my life in ways that I can't even explain. I've met people through her. I've like had I've like pulled myself literally out of hell. Like it which is ironic as hell, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it becomes a. How do I, as a person, trust somebody that's led by otherworldly entities?
You don't have to. I don't ask you to trust anything, man. I would never ask you to trust any word, anything I say. I would ask you to do your own research, use your own intuition, and
Yeah.
the only path is you, man. There is no path but you. I can't tell you what your path is. I can only give you some ideas. I can give you, techniques if you want to like take it to a practical level, and say, hey man, here's the tools. You decide what works for you. You know, there is no other way. And anyone who tells you that there is full of shit. Like they're either trying to control you or they're trying to make you dependent on them. No one taught me a thing, bro. Like no one ever taught me about any of this shit. No one taught me about the occult. No one even taught me how to fucking meditate. And so, like, keep this in mind. Like, everyone in my family is about as spiritual as a piece of bread. Like they just believe what they're told, and that's pretty much it. So they think I got fucking 3 heads. So it is what it is, and that's why I say like why have I had an interest in this shit legit since I was a kid? I think there's something to what Lois said. I've talked to high priestesses. I have friends that have been involved in this type of work for almost as long as I've been alive. you know, that I've just met. You know, like I know people in high or low place, whatever you want to say, that I won't disclose. But like I've been invited to join like different orders and shit. And I have no, I mean, we're friends. We do stuff together, but I have no desire to be part of anything. And you know, that gives me the liberty to say whatever the fuck I want, too. You know, I'm not beholden to anyone or anything. You know, and I just believe in absolute freedom and you know, sovereignty for everyone, because I believe that we are all divine, and that's what
Yeah.
powers that wish they were don't want us to know, is that we are more powerful than they could ever wish to be, because their power is reliant on our compliance and our consent and our bowing to something that's lower than us.
Well, you better be hold to your girlfriend before you get your ass kicked.
She you hear the phone going off? Yeah.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Thank you so much
Well,
for
I mean,
joining as always.
I mean, she might tie me up. I don't mind that. So, you know.
Oh yeah. The willing is the willing. So
Right, right. Well, I'll just get her back, so it's all good.
word.
So I'm trying to understand one thing though. Like, so you do believe
How
that
dare
there's
you?
a you? I know, evil question. Twilight. So you saying that you do believe in a creator God though?
I do believe what?
There's a creator God.
I don't believe in a creator. No, because I don't believe there was a creation.
So you think that everything came out of nothing ex nihilo?
No, I don't believe anything came out of anything.
So it just always has been.
Correct.
So you
Why?
didn't come out your mama's coochie?
Huh?
You didn't come out your mama's coochie?
What?
You did not come out your mother's vagina.
I mean, if you think about it, how could it not be?
Exactly. That's the point.
If you really think about it, how could it not be?
So why would you treat reality any differently than that though?
Well, everything has always existed. Consciousness is the only is the base
What?
reality
But
of
why?
all things.
But why are you bringing time into it though? Like, or are you just saying that like
There is
time
no
doesn't exist, or
time exists, but it doesn't exist as we perceive it and experience it.
does that mean you love Saturn more than Yahweh?
Well, Saturn, well, they're actually connected, but just read the book Saturn and the Jews.
Well, you just said that
I
the
can send it
J,
to you if you
but
want.
wait. But you said
They
that the
talk about it.
J, but you saying that, but we agree that Jesus wasn't a J, so obviously
Correct.
that doesn't apply to us as Yahweh is, because we don't believe in Saturn.
Wait, what do you mean?
Meaning we reject Saturn, right? Because we're
Well,
Christians.
no, Saturn isn't bad. It's just that they worship a very dark, you know, twisted version of Saturn. If you really want to take it further, it's Atun, as I said. And if you take that even further, what you're really talking about is Set.
Right. So let's take it back to the Egypt thing, because like, okay, I
Yes.
I agree that Akhenaten was Moses or what. I mean, just for the sake of argument, let's say that you're right,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then King Tut was the vassal, whatever, you know, the little guy that we glorify because we got his cute little mask, which is pretty based.
He
Okay,
died for
so
tourism.
he died for tourism.
What I am saying is the Jews hijacked history and wrote themselves
Right,
into history and into the scriptures.
right. Well, we already know that, but
Jesus tried
again,
to expose this shit, and it
right,
was all taken the wrong way.
but see, here's the thing: is again, you know, you know, so you're saying that Moses
But
was
I'm
the bad
definitely not
guy?
getting into that again, and no one's going to listen.
No. I'm listening, but I'm saying
Okay.
like, but are you saying Moses is the bad guy then?
Yes! I'm saying he's a false prophet.
Well, but then why did his priest turn against him and then steal,
He's a false
like
prophet.
create a
He's a false prophet. That's why there was the Aaronic priesthood under Melchizedek.
right? But wasn't Moses saying he was following that guy, and then these other people like Aaron weren't?
I mean, Jesus was. Where did it say Moses was? Where? I'd love to see it. I mean, it says that Jesus said that there was no one who saw his father nor heard his voice. He dwelled in inapproachable light. So who's that? Who's everybody? I mean, that would count Moses, wouldn't it? Or is he
Okay,
somehow
okay. So help
exempt?
me understand. So help me understand how Moses is bad, but the Kabbalah is good. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Like I said, the Kabbalah is. Or I don't know how many times I got to say this. The Kabbalah is not Jewish. The fucking Kabbalists will tell you this themselves. Like I
Okay.
went to the
Okay.
one of the oldest, or not the oldest, the big.
Uh-oh. Kabbalah Mossad shut him down.
Shin Bet got him.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, maybe I'll take this time to play some music, and we'll see if he comes back in. But yeah, if you're talking right now, Lilith, we cannot hear you. So you got to go out and come back in, because you know,
At
sometimes
least the girlfriend got him.
yeah, sometimes people are talking on StreamYard, and you know, they think people can hear them, but they can't.
So Machine, just really quick before we go to that, what do you think of that idea that Moses wasn't you know, a good guy? I mean, I mean, I'm not obviously I'm pretty sure Islam rejects that as well as Christians, right? But can you see any reason why people might come to that conclusion, or do you know where that's coming from?
I think Moses was a good guy, but I think in the Quran it says that Moses, like, knowledge sort of led him astray, and that could become possible to a certain extent. That, you know, so Moses is used as a stand-in basically for the Jews, right?
Right.
And
Well, I definitely would agree with that. I mean, he was like throwing sticks down and making it become a snake and shit, right? So I mean,
He was
obviously
part of
doing
it,
some
dude.
weird shit.
yeah, like he took knowledge to an extreme degree, I guess. That is what and that has nothing to do with his character. He I mean, we believe he was totally upright character, you know, as he
Right,
was.
but well, and again, the irony is that like it's Moses writing, you know, the beginning of the Bible allegedly, right? So it's like, okay, so is that him rebuking himself then, potentially, or you know what I mean? I don't know. It's
Well, we
interesting.
believe that basically
Oh,
Moses got the Torah, right? The Torah was revealed to Moses. You know, the Injil was revealed to Jesus, right? And we don't believe that it resembles the contents of the New Testament. Pretty much meaning that they would accept that Jesus said things and that his disciples recorded them, most likely, right? But they would reject that Paul's letters and the different versions of the story, that all of those are legitimate, right?
yeah, and the different
Correct.
interpretations of like what it meant and stuff like that. All right.
Right. So
Yeah.
most of this, yeah. So it's interesting, but yeah, and then in terms of the Quran, you know, there's historical ideas about where the Quran came from, right?
Yes.
But yeah, so you know, so we can get into that too. But
Yeah,
but yeah,
and
the
I would
Torah,
agree
the
a lot
Bible, and
with
the
what
Quran, you know, it's all three. I mean, are
yeah, and the
interesting.
only other question I want to ask before we go to break, at least, is like Twilight. Where did the Kabbalah come from? Did this come from the ancient
Kabbalah
Aryans, like
originally
Giordani
goes
or something?
all the way back, man. All the way back. Probably to Samaria.
But how?
All
But
the way
sure,
back.
and again, I could entertain that.
Look up what's called the Ladder
I,
of Lights.
I could entertain that, but again, here's the thing though. Like,
It's called the Ladder of Lights.
where's the quote unquote evidence for that?
Well, I'm serious though. Look that up. It's called the Ladder of Lights. People
Jacob's ladder.
Look up the Assyrian. Stop making it Jewish. I'm trying to tell you. The Assyrian tree of life. It's called the Ladder of Lights. Look that up. Assyrian tree. I had an article on it. Dude, I have a library of like.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you separate Ladder of Lights from Kabbalah?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because one is way older. Like, I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand why this is so hard for everyone to understand.
But
like,
Because I
it's
thought
more
Ladder of Lights
Judaism
was a
was a thought.
Kabbalistic concept. That's why.
thousands of years before Judaism was even a thought. It existed. Like there were trees of life in every culture on Earth. This is not like a novel concept. There's Sumerian cuneiform of trees of life with serpents. Like this is not new. Do you understand this, right? Like
So if I say lateral lights is associated with Kabbalah, am I insane, or why would I
like
say that?
you do realize this, right? Like there are like hieroglyphs and cuneiform of like serpents and trees, right? Like this is not a novel concept. And the serpent was always associated with the woman. In fact, they're one and the same. So when the serpent is cursed and the woman, it's actually the one and the same thing. If you were to draw a hieroglyph for a woman in Egypt, you draw a serpent. Okay? So this is jujitsu, okay?
So ladder of lights is that a text? Is it a book? Like what
That's
should
what
I
it's
look up?
called. That's what the Tree of Life was called back then. It was called the Ladder of Lights. Yes.
Right, but here's the thing though. Like even
And
if
the
that's
goddess
true,
herself was considered a tree.
but
Like a
right,
Set, Isis,
but
you know.
here's the thing: is even if that's true, how does that make it good though?
Well, it's knowledge, man. It's not a matter of being good or bad. It's a matter of it being a
Well,
technology. It's fire,
right,
good or bad.
exactly.
If you use it
So,
for make food, it's good. If you use it to burn down a village, it's bad. I don't understand why this is
but if you're
different.
saying Moses is the bad guy and he was using the Kabbalah,
Here you go. I
then
got it
what?
for you right here. Okay, look. A Syrian Tree of Life, tracing the origins of Jewish monotheism and Greek philosophy. Academia edu. There you go. It's not Wikipedia. It's a Journal of Near Eastern Studies.
You should be
I hate when,
seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians
No,
I
are
hate when
supposed to
people
do.
ask me the same
we don't
question
seek
over and over
knowledge.
again
That's
when I've already given you
Gnosticism.
the answer 3 times. Like I don't know why
Sure,
you keep asking me the
but
same question. No, but nothing. I'm giving you the answer. Don't ask me the
well,
same question when I give you the answer 3 times. I'm
but
giving you the
who's
link.
writing? But
I'm
who's
giving you
writing
the
that
link.
stuff?
I'm giving you the link right now. I'm doing the work for you because you don't want to do it.
But isn't it British?
Give me another
But isn't
question.
it British Israelists that are writing this stuff though?
Why don't you look at the source before you ask me dumb questions? There you go. Academia.eu. Have fun. I don't mind answering questions, but I don't want to answer the
He
same question
says
5
I
times.
go to the World
I
Wide
don't
Web
want
for
to. I
my
don't want to answer the same
sources.
question 5 times.
He trusts Google.
No, this is academia.edu. This is the Journal of Near Eastern Studies. Assyrian Tree of Life. I don't know what else you want me to tell you, besides taking you to the temples and showing you the hieroglyphs. Like, I don't mind answering questions, but I'm not going to answer the same question 5 times because you don't want to do the work.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
I'll take a look
Oh,
at
cool.
that thing that he posted
Oh,
there. I'll
cool,
take a
man.
look at that.
Yeah, and I got like a ton of books too. Like, dude, I don't like fuck around. Like everything I say, I got something to back it up. Whether or not you want to trust the source or not, like I got it. And it's not one source. I got multiple sources. I don't just spit shit out of my mouth.
Well, yeah, and I also would actually concede that.
So before you can spit, what I'm saying is if you want to debate me, come with me with more sources. Otherwise, shush. Like,
well, yeah, I hear you. I'm just
no,
conceding
I'm talking to him, not you.
the point that Jews did create a consolatory
Here you go. You got
religion
this?
where they
There's
did
my
the whole
library.
thing where
You see
Abraham came from Ur of Chaldea because
There's
it's in
my
ancient
library. You see that?
Mesopotamia.
See that?
Yep.
But
See the number
here's
there?
here's the question.
2,867 books. There you go.
So
I'll give
here's
you a
the
link. I'll give you a
here's the
link. You can read it. You can read through it.
here's the question though.
Then ask
So
me dumb questions later.
well, this is not a dumb question. This is a good question.
It's dumb when you ask me the same question 5 times.
Well, this is a different one. So
Okay, well, that's fine. You can ask me different questions. That's
so
fine.
you said you don't believe in a creator God,
Sad trombone.
and that
I don't
existence has
believe there
always
was a
been there.
creation, so there can't be a creator God.
Okay, so but you believe that you was you was God.
I believe
Or
there
so,
is a God, though.
and that's you, though, right?
I just believe that it's beyond our comprehension.
But no, but you told Mr. Anderson earlier that you was myself, and you was God, or something like that. We
I
was God, or
believe
something like
that
that.
we are fractals. We're little g
But
gods.
how can we be fractals if there is no God? That's what I don't understand.
Because
We're fractals of the
there's
void.
no God in the sense of an anthropomorphic deity in the sky. But there's a God in the sense of something that holds together all of reality. There's something that is that is the essence of all
So
things.
there's like a spider God that made a web, and so we're all
There's no
fractals of the web, or
anthropomorphic
something.
being. There's no anthropomorphic being.
Is
No.
Uh,
there what do you call the spiders, anthropods or whatever?
Did you hear what I said?
Are you mean in a Neoplatonic sense? There's like there's the one kind of that we're
More
all
or
part of.
less. That's
That we're all part of,
simplification.
like
So why not
oneness.
just call yourself? Hold on. Here's the thing. Why don't you just call yourself a Neoplatonist and drop the Lilith stuff or whatever? Then.
Why is everyone so fixated on that? Like I don't understand. Why
Well,
does it matter?
obviously you're fixated on it. Obviously, so
No, I'm not. Honestly, like I don't know why you're so obsessed with it. Why don't you ask her? Why don't you
yeah, I'm
ask
not
her?
mad. I'm not like making fun of it. I'm trying to
I don't
comprehend
really
because
care what you're doing.
you're
Honestly, it
saying
doesn't
there's
really
no
change
because you say
my.
there's no God, but yet we're fractals of God. So that's what I don't understand.
There's no anthropomorphic God that created everything. That's what I'm saying.
So
I'm
God
saying
is
that
a. So I don't want to pull a Jim Bob here, but your God is an it.
I'm sick. You're not. If you're not going to understand, then I'm sorry.
Well, no,
That's
I
not
mean
my
it's
problem.
obviously very different than my concept of God because I think God
Yes,
is a person,
I
not
know you
a
do. That's fine.
not a it, not a thing. Like you
It's
know.
not an it. It's not a thing. It's a force.
Okay, so we was force and shit too.
No, like there is nothing but God.
Okay,
It's
and I guess that's why
monism.
Machine asked you, how can you believe in free will if we all is force or something?
I already explained that.
Well, I missed that part. So,
Well, I'm not going to go through the whole damn thing again. Like rewind it. I
what
don't have time to go
can you
through free will and.
can you
Well,
just
we
give me
can.
like
No,
a
because I have
shorthand
shit to
version?
do, man. Like we can go through this another time.
Can you just give me like a one line version? I'm not trolling. I know it sounds like I'm trolling, but I'm really trying to understand, like, because it's. I mean, it's like crucial because it seems like it's just Christianity inverted. Essentially, it's like whatever we say, the opposite. I mean, basically, like we say God's personal, you say he's not. You say, yeah, we say there's a creator, you say there's not. I mean, it's just like inverted version. It's like a mirror image, I guess you'd say, right? Which may be the point. That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
Sounds like a transcendent God, but yet also monistic.
Okay, I did that round the wrong way. I had the
Okay.
camera on and the microphone off.
All right. Yeah, I was wondering if that was you. I was like, who the hell is that?
Yeah, what idiot's doing this? Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, is that? I thought I was about to get porn bombed. Yeah.
Come on. You know me better than that. It's one of the things I won't ever do. I'll be a
No.
dickhead if
I'm talking
most
about.
things,
Yeah, but
the
anybody
porn
can take. Yeah, but anybody can take your name, DK. That's the problem.
Mm.
Like anybody can pretend to be you and then porn bomb. You know,
And
so I gotta
clone
make
you
sure.
and
Yeah.
Sorry,
they do that
because
all
you
the.
brought that up, I actually had that happen. I don't know how many of you know of the platform or the site, whatever, Kiwi Farms, and it has nothing to do with New Zealand, despite the fact that I'm a Kiwi and I'm the one bringing it up like a New Zealander. We call ourselves Kiwis.
right.
Kiwi Farms has nothing to do with this country. I don't even know why they called themselves that, but they were like basically a doxing, trolling group that abuse the shit out of people.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, a couple
they
of
were,
people ended up like committing, the
yeah,
S
because
word.
they were the
Because
people who like trolled that
so
Chris
bullied.
Chan guy, right? Where there was a guy named Chris Chan, and then
He's the creator of it. Yeah.
Chris Chan created
Wait, is it
Kiwi.
Chris
Kiwi?
Chan? No, I think I got it wrong. He might have been the guy they went after.
Yeah,
Or
they
is he
went
the
after
guy-
this guy because he was like sending messages to his mom or something like that.
Yeah, it's Josh Moon is the creator.
Yeah.
But yeah, so someone jumped on my Telegram channel pretending, with the screen name Josh Moon.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Lilith.
Did he bail?
Oh no, I know he had to leave.
I actually wanted to talk more with him about what he was saying, but
Yeah, he had to leave because of his girlfriend.
Yeah, no, but you brought this up and it sort of sidetracked me. I'm sorry for taking over. But
Yeah,
so
no
I
problem.
ended up so someone named Josh Moon jumped on my Telegram channel, and I knew of one person on a different channel I was on who was going on about how they were on the Kiwi Farms Telegram. Because I'd never gone to their web page or anything. But someone was like going on about them. So I went and hit them up and was like, dude, come check this out. So do you think this is the real guy? What's the story? Can I like go somewhere and find out if this is the real person? Because if like that's the real person on my Telegram channel, that's mental. So I ended up getting linked to the Telegram channel for Kiwi Farms and was on there for a while. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
good stuff.
crazy. Hey, there's crazy people. That's where I
Yeah.
used to like to go while drunk and stuff. Although
Yeah.
I did catch out in the first 2 weeks. I did actually expose 2 feds and abuse the shit out of a few PDF files as well.
Yeah. How do you know they were PDF files?
Because they actually admitted it once I started abusing them.
What? They admitted
Yeah.
it? Oh,
yeah,
man.
no, dude. I'm
That's
very
fucked
good
up.
at what I do. The feds admitted it. How do you think I exposed 2 feds? They admitted it. They started
2
DMing
feds?
me and go, so you're calling me a fed in public? Then you know what I can do. If you shut up right now, we'll leave you alone. Screenshot, put onto the main chat. It's like, see, I told you he was a fed. He just started DMing me this shit. Yeah, see? Much love, no fear, man. And I didn't even know these guys. Dude, the first fed I got out was on the second day that I was on that platform. The next one was about a week and a half later. And the PDF files, I've got some shit recorded of those.
Whoa.
No, I've got some shit recorded of the.
We're not gonna get into
interactions of
legal.
when they
We're not
were
gonna get
on
into
a
legal.
voice chat. Yeah, when they were on a voice chat, and I was just going nuts and abusing the crap out of them.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
DK, simmer down for a second. I'm gonna play some music. We're way over time here. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, thank you so much, Twilight. This is far too deep to speak about and sound bites. We could schedule a time to discuss it if you generally want to. I have a lot to handle right now. Yeah, blessings, Lilith. Of course, you always have a forum here, but I think he's talking specifically to Neurojack, right? So that's for Neurojack.
And
Yeah, but
Mr.
blessings.
Anderson, I think, as well.
Yeah, blessings to Twilight, son of Lilith. Thank you so much for joining. But yeah, we're gonna play some music here, and we're gonna move on with just 2 chapters of the Tao Te Ching, and then we'll move on to a transhumanist discussion if we can. All right. But yeah, let me play some music here. We'll move on. We're way over time here, but it's okay. You know, I'm enjoying the discussions and
I'm sorry
and all
I
that.
got here so late.
No, it's all
My
good.
show today as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, blessings. But yeah,
I know, it's really weird. Everyone in America has their show on a Saturday night when I do mine on Sunday over here.
interesting. Yeah, because it's a day later.
Sin for life, go to hell on an invite. My knife slice, red pinstripes across windpipes. Fine line between fear and love, leaving thugs pierced by the slug. Your body cries tears of blood, stitching the limbs while I'm pulling on the L stems. Allah's glow burns your skin like hell's wind. Sin, iron pins flying through your eyelids. You'll be a blind motherfucker looking for revenge. Niggas too deaf to hear the sirens. We dressed in gear for rioting. Come test me, I'm firing. Leave your mug crack, you tough black. Bullets need blood, and you the only donor that match. Latch your gate for the guard snatching your plate. With twin barrels staring at you like an infinite eight. Reciting the vows of hate. Honor and respect is wild and reckless. I'm blessing you with your death wish.
Put the static up another notch. Indeed, no doubt. Open up the world, people, let me get in. Yes, y'all.
Hey, yo, Dexter Manley, pull sketch, wet your family. Overstand the underhanded ways of my can't be. Sean Price, the general, so generally speaking, I put 10 in your body, your friends be leaking. Never chill on the weekend, the sun don't chill. Got a spray on the Saturday, cause I'm from the Ville. Got no time for petty lines, rapping your stupid shit. You can get a fist in your face for fucking with the pugilist. Sean ain't new to this, rapping a while now. Happy drug dealer, sell crack with a smile now. Karate chop krills, Johnny Knoxville. Get high from my own supply, that's not real. Your arms too short to box with the guard. Your weed whack, don't smoke pot with the guard. Listen, Sean Price is the prophet of prophets. The best nation is donation, Elijah Muhammad. What?
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
Shit is real, 4 bill, 4 mil, trying to civilize devilish man from Israel. That's my job as the father and God, overcoming obstacles with impossible odds. Paradise lost, caveman kidnapped the stars and trying to move us back to Mars. Blind of our actual cause, but even the closed eye can still see black as Allah. I made the first laws on this worthless ball. If I ever left the earth, then the birds would fall. I'm the God, I'm moved by the will of Allah. I'm protected from the rain by a ceiling of straw. Reading pages telepathically, my watch operates with dead batteries to wake inside my own head. Baffles me. Kumar Ashtapar's masterpiece, black as my sheet. He who feeds not having to eat.
Rated X, smack you off the stage when I'm vexed. No sweat, I crack a cold cake of X. Guess who's back? The jack of all trade is next. The rap cuisine, I crack a raw egg and flex. I cave in your chest, this one came from the jets. Yeah, the cause and effect make innocent blood pour. The streets is like the rap game, a deadly tug of war. War.
Rain, fire, and rough, let the heat pour. Niggas like rough, fuck you rhyming to the street for. Listen, life is like a motherfucking seesaw. 1 minute you hot, the next your wrist rock, none of your biz. Fuck around and run in your crib. Wife like, he ain't here, don't summon your whiz. Niggas running up on me to the Trey Pound click. Talking about reckless battle on some 8-mile shit. I'm like, nigga, my name ain't B Rabbit, it's Sean Price, big ruckus, and busting these ratchets. Call me gay fashion with fucking up these faggots. That niggas ain't nothing, stop frontin', stay passive, yo. Pass the Dutch on the left-hand side. Sean gone to November store, walk left, ride.
All right, let me read a couple of chapters from the Tao Te Ching, and then we'll move on to a little discussion on transhumanism, and hopefully I'll try to cite a few ideas and themes there. I mean, that may be relevant to the discussion, but I'm going to go relatively quickly at this point because, I've spent so much time here, recording material. And usually I spend only 6 hours, or I plan to spend 6 hours here, and then play recordings for the rest of the show at this point. And of course, if we get a large audience in here, I'm willing to expand the show. Like do like a daily show. Somebody's doing some clickety stuff there, but yeah, blessings to all the people. In terms of, yeah, so in terms of expanding the audience, in terms of creating a schedule, in terms of creating a community of shows and all that type of stuff, you know, we might be getting into some of that, but it all comes with expanding. I mean, you know, the basic like audience base that's here, you know, then we could maybe, you know, get people into the Discord and then create some sort of semblance, I mean, through that entire process, right? But so far, you know, yeah, we're able to curate some pretty interesting discussions. So, you know, I'm pretty happy about, you know, our ability to do that. But yeah, assimilating oneself to heaven, right? Another chapter on self-mastery, right? He says, he that is skilled in war maketh no fierce gestures. Right? Actually, I wanted to look up, you know, I know Sun Tzu was actually, you know, I think he was later. Or I wonder when exactly. It says that he's 544 to 496 BC, right? So he would have had, and I think he actually says that he wanted to be perfect the ways of being a perfect Taoist general, right? So I think it's fair to say that I think Sun Tzu was influenced by Lao Tzu, right? I mean, Lao Tzu basically says the entire thing here that, you know, the most efficient fighter bewareth of anger, he who conquereth refraineth from engaging in battle, right? And obviously that's written in all of the guerrilla war, you know, things. You know, you don't want to engage the enemy directly, you know, use their weapons against them, you know, that sort of thing. I mean,
yeah, Sun Tzu. I must admit, I have not read all of Lao Tzu, but I had I actually even streamed a full audio book of Sun Tzu about 3 times.
Yeah.
And I used to read like stupid fantasy books when I was younger about medieval and fantasy warriors and all the rest of it. And a lot of the things I read, strangely enough, had battle tactics in them. Like they'd actually be incorporated in, like, the leaders of this particular group and that particular group. This is how, like, the military leaders and like the kings or whatever. So this is how everything works. This is how you're playing the game. This is how you're trying to outflank them. These
yeah,
are all
like
the things.
like somebody who has power, right, is not really trying to conquer it. The person who's trying to acquire is the one who seeks to conquer. So the whole idea here is that, you know, a contest is really, you know, between equals. So, you know, once somebody already knows that they can better their opponent, there's no reason to engage. And right, and a person and an opponent who really knows how to fight, right, doesn't let the other opponent really know all of the skills that he has, you know, what he's bringing to the table. So he says, the most efficient fighter bewareth of anger, he who conquereth refraining from engaging in battle, right?
Yeah.
He who men most willingly obey continueth silently with his work. So it is said, he is mighty who fighteth not, right? Because fighting is if you have to contest something, right? So the fact is that, you know, the person who doesn't need to fight is a person who already has power, right? So it is said, he is mighty who fighteth not. He ruleth who uniteth with his subjects. He shineth whose will is that of heaven. Right. And now 69. 69 dudes.
Yeah, I know. Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
interject just before you start on the next one?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that seems like some weird combination of Sun Tzu and Mossad. Like, do war by deception before any shot is fired.
Well, I
You've
don't
already
think
got the
he used the
war.
word deception. I don't think he used the word deception.
Yeah,
But
I know.
I get what you're
I'm
saying. I
using
get what
that.
you're
No,
saying though.
I'm using it. This is what I'm inferring.
Yeah,
from
yeah,
reading
I get
it.
what you're saying though. Yeah, I get what you're saying though. Yeah, go on though.
It seems like Lao Tzu, like a lot of it's been taken on by Sun Tzu, but then the Messiah has sort of used it but gone a different way with
Yeah,
it.
by the way, there's another little twist here, and that this is Crowley's translation of the Tao Te Ching. So,
Fuck's sake, bro.
so there's another little
Well,
twist
see,
here.
why do you think I'm already picking out that there's shit fucking wrong with it?
It's sad, Trombone.
So let's read the next one. So let's read the next one because it's gonna get even weird. Yeah, because it might get even weirder in here. But yeah, 69. The use of the mysterious. See, the use of the mysterious way. Right now, is he talking about using chaos? Right? Is it, it's interesting. It says a great strategist say
This
it.
is about playing the victim.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on, DK. Let me just read it and then we'll comment on it. A great strategist saith, I dare not take the offensive. Okay, so it's going along with a lot of what was presented last time. I prefer the defensive. I dare not advance an inch. I prefer to retreat a foot. Okay, this is actually what Sun Tzu says in the beginning of, the art of war. He says the point of war is to avoid fighting, which is crazy, right? Because you think like the point of war is to be efficient in killing, but actually Sun Tzu says nope. He says that's the wrong way to go. He says the great generals of the world, they're trying to figure out how the fuck do we end the war, right? Quickly and efficiently, not continue fighting.
And get the outcome we want. How do we do it with the minimum amount of bloodshed, the minimum amount of time and money spent? How do we achieve this goal without it being a drawn-out war that costs hundreds of thousands of lives, millions of lives? How do we do this efficiently?
Right. And of course we're not talking about generally. These were much simpler times. Of course, now there's a lot of false flag
back
stuff.
then it would have been 1,000 on each side. Or, maybe 5,000 sort of thing. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands.
Now they do manufacture wars. Okay, so that's a whole different idea that I don't think Lao Tzu. I don't think Lao Tzu would have actually foreseen that. You know, right? But he says here, but it's true though. What he's saying still applies, because if the point of war is the fighting, then there's something wrong with the war, right?
Yeah.
So so he says here, place therefore the army where there is no army, prepare for action where there is no engagement, strike where there is no conflict, advance against the enemy where the enemy is not. There is no error so great as to engage in battle without sufficient force. To do so is a risk of losing the gentleness which is beyond price. Thus, when the lines actually engage, he who regretteth the necessity is the victor. Okay.
See, that's it. So what it comes down to, it's keeping an eye on the goal, but trying to work backwards from what you want that has the most simple, the least, I mean, it doesn't even need to be simple, but the least, what's the word? Like extraneous damage, the word where it means like collateral. The one that has the least collateral damage, so that people still think you're the good guy and you won. Because if you just go to war and start attacking people, then it does make you look like the bad guy. And that's how they get to paint you.
Yeah, now now Seraphim Rose is gonna basically go on a different sort of wavelength. He's doing a totally different project, right? So so he's talking about the Taoist teachings in relation to the Gospels and their teachings, right? So it's a totally different project, right? Now, obviously, there's people have different opinions on the Bible. We're not here to discuss people's opinions on the biblical text, right? We're just here to look at the different ways that Seraphim Rose is trying to explain the concepts in and of themselves, right? Because otherwise we'll be here all day just talking about people's ideas about the Bible and all that stuff. But obviously most intelligent people can agree that it has informed, European society, at least for, a couple millennia at this point. I mean, right? So there's no need to doubt its preeminence. And I guess I would say, but check this out. He says our fleshly self desires. Now, obviously, desires can be self-destructive, right? So that's a key thing, right? And obviously, you don't have to actually go at it with a Christian perspective to understand that. You could just be a Platonist, like as or a Neoplatonist like Lilith, right? Or something like that. You know what I mean? Where you could look at desire as being something that'll hold you back in a way, right? Fleshly self desires, right? In a way opposes our spiritual self. Where our spiritual self is in a way opposes our fleshly self, right? This duality within us is called the discord, the twofold struggle, right? So long as we are constrained by our fleshly self, we are fragmented, cut off from the unity of the way, but our fleshly self is constrained by our will. It is swallowed up by the way's unifying power. So what is the will, right? The will is basically, right, the heart, right? It is swallowed up by the way's unifying power. When the way became flesh and died as a man on the tree, his spirit was parted from his body, and the veil of the temple was rent in twain. How quaint. When the follower of the way dies to this life, going in towards him, the temple of that person's being is likewise torn. It is rent in two, becoming spiritual like the way himself, yet not ceasing to belong to the fleshly body in which it dwells. It is torn, cutting off and tearing away from the will of the fleshly self, which is sweet, but inclined to depart from the way. The heart is ripped, tearing into pieces, and these pieces it carries as a pure offering, a gift to the giver of life, thus detached from the fleshly self. The spiritual self is freed from discord, becomes unity, embraced and enfolded in the one. Now, this is a key notion about the uncarved block, right? Natural simplicity, right? The primordial essence, right? And no, as he puts it, pristine simplicity, right? Unified in pristine simplicity, restored to its original state. Duality is brought into subjection, swallowed up in the one. This the sage called the mysterious agreement, primal union. The primal union then comes from the pain of heart, tearing the poor heart, stripping it of desires for things created, out of desire for the uncreated way. It is a union that comes from tearing in half. Without inner war, there is no inner peace. How about that? War against yourself. Okay, so, conquering yourself, really. And then basically, the enemy, as one samurai put it, right? It says, I know what it takes to defeat myself. The way calls all people equally to follow him. The call is accepted if, when trouble or losses come, the follower of the way admits that he deserves them, when he is thankful for them, when he does not count his life dear to himself and completely surrenders himself to the way. Therefore, the ancient sage, quoting Lao Tzu now, right? He says the loss is experienced willingly. Suffering is a true sign that one is a follower of the way, right? Now he switches to relating that to the gospel, right? He says, a seal of his election. He, the creator of our spirits, recreates and refashions our spirits through trials. An unutterable consolation appears in the heart, and earthly sufferings become a source of delight. A sorrowless earthly life, on the other hand, is a true sign the way has turned his face from a person. Even though outwardly the person may appear reverent and virtuous. Wow. Still 29 people here. Blessings. I mean, thank you guys for being here. I mean, but yeah, I'm going to switch to transhumanism now. You know, yeah, I'll play a little bit more music for you guys. Blessings. I had more music here, but you know, we just didn't really get to it. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
The end of the Great War. While the Emperor has claimed victory, the peace that so many heroes gave their lives for has not settled on the lands. The hordes of chaos, though leaderless, continue to take the northlands of the Empire. Vicious warriors attack merchant caravans and raid isolated farms and villages. There is no escape from chaos. It marks us all.
Just hungry this shit. And that's all. Just flow. Yeah, blood, death, sex, and crimes reminds me of some of my most memorable times. Stay in place, those was the good old days. Ain't shit changed, still maintain my old ways. Upgrade, living like kings, getting nice things. Build and destroy everything life brings. Killing for sport, niggas ain't as real as I thought. I'm just angry, lot of hate still in my heart. Playing my part, rhymes like crisis thought. One thought, and the crisis starts. We stumble amongst the path of the righteous walk. You're not worthy of math, the science is taught. Beat the system with the wisdom, even if it cause friction. Give a fuck, main focus is a lost mission. Take your cross off, that's forgiveness. First hand proof, God, man with.
Now ain't nobody fucking with the mastermind. I'm like Einstein, 150 times magnified. Nikola Tesla and John Von Neumann, all wrapped up in the body of one human. I rhyme the tightest, shine the brightest. I blind the optic fibers in anybody's iris. When it comes to rapping, I smash your ass, whether you Latin, black or Anglo-Saxon. I smack you with a backhand, to crack your back like chiropractors after looking at your CAT scan. In between albums, I become a masked man like Batman and stalk my own rap fans. I'm like a madman fighting the war, throwing lightning rods, swinging lightning swords, blow you away with a force that'll leave your body lost, gone. Nothing to more, nothing to do with autopsy on. I rock till I can't rock no more, till I can't get no motherfucking props no more, till they boo me on stage when I'm out on tour. Till 2000 BC ain't hot no more. I'm a dragon with the head of a lion, jaws be like swords grinding, claws rip through walls and cast iron. I slap fire out of HUNDUN, pull out steel and start shooting. I clap iron like Duke Nukem. Try to attack bitch, you get your face stomped, flatter than a compact disc with black tims, flatter than a Yankee baseball cap rim, flatter than a knife, stab unwin.
Bang on, Father of the Lord, the sharpest sword. First try, hit the red bullseye on the dartboard. Leave a motherfuckers playing harps and chords, fatal scars. This year we taking ours, even if it's taking food out your baby's jaws. Places scars, giving all praise to our Lord, my favorite cause. Fuck y'all, CDs collect dust balls. Kill you niggas today, for the sun falls. This is where I thrive, trying to revive the tribe. Proof real niggas get their lives. There's no motherfucking image, bounds of limits, infinite. No start or a fucking finish. Niggas know we involved with God's business. Best friends with police, fucking star witness. Motherfuckers deserve their ugly ass heads off. Only put fucking devils together.
The Emperor's battle-weary soldiers patrol the forests and hills, ever vigilant against bloodthirsty warbands intent on looting and slaughter.
Yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah, so he says, we are all by now, unfortunately, familiar with biotechnology. The splicing of genes from one being into another. Nanotechnology goes far beyond biotech's manipulation of genes. It involves the manipulation of molecules and atoms. We can call it molecular engineering. We can call it the marriage of life and computers. We could call it the creation of green machines, or we could call it self-replicating biotech alchemy. It's been predicted to cure cancer, to end poverty by supplying the world with an infinite supply of energy and self-assembling materials. And you keep your pants stain free. Nanotechnology works with small materials, really small. A nanometer is billionth of a meter. 10 hydrogen atoms side by side make a line a nanometer long. A DNA molecule is about 2.5 nanometers wide. A red blood cell is 1/20th of a width of a human hair. But it's 5,000 nanometers in diameter. It says the individual components of a silicon transistor are about 130 nanometers across. But Intel can fit 42 million of them in one of its Pentium 4 computer chips.
Hey, TML.
Yeah.
Are you able to put this on screen? For some reason, when I read stuff, it soaks in better than when I just listen.
No, I can't put this on screen. I wouldn't know where to find it.
No, are you just doing this from memory?
No, this is from a book.
Ah,
Yeah.
I'll put your camera on the book.
Well, no, then I would have to hold it up too.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I was being
Yeah, no, thank you.
a pain in the ass, but it would work.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, but it says it says we can all have fast computers to play more complex games while the real world burns because the geniuses at Intel have figured out how to get all those transistors into a single computer chip. But those nasty atom tech critics, including ETC Group's Jim Thomas, tell us that nano-sized bits are so small that they can penetrate your skin, get into your lungs, and travel through your body unmolested by the immune system. The ultimate goal of nanotechnology, according to some of its proponents, is to meld humans and computers so that humans can, at long last, insert. This is mad scientist laugh.
Oh, there's
Live forever. So we saw that as a goal of transhumanism, right? Immortality.
There's a book I read a long time ago by an author who does horror novels. And it's about a small town in America where they test some sort of weapon like that, which is nanites. It makes some people progress and others regress.
Oh yeah.
Like it doesn't. Some start becoming more Neanderthal. Some start like becoming more connected to technology, and then there's like the few people left in the middle that it didn't affect. I can't remember the name of it. It's a Dean Koontz book. Last name Koontz, Koontz. Dean Koontz. He's a horror author. But that book is one of the ones that always stuck in my head.
Interesting.
Like, holy crap. He's actually the same author. Actually, I think he's the one. I think it's actually even that book that they were going on about a biological weapon being used sort of thing. Right about the time that the last thing happened. And they were trying to compare it to what was in his book. I completely forgot about that till after I started talking about it for a different reason. But yeah, people were actually trying to compare his book to what was actually happening. And the book was like, I don't know. I can't remember like 90s sometime. Last time I was maybe 2000s. But yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, so here's a few examples of the transhumanists, and I guess I'll read these one by one, and I think they get pretty much progressively worse. Now, this first one is by betterhumans.com. It says it is moralist. Oh wait, mortalist, deathist thinking that characterizes aging and dying as natural and good. Today, immortality and the lesser goal of indefinite lifespan seems entirely possible. The best way to think of it is that our soul is to our bodies and brains what music is to a CD. Just like the anime Ghost in the Shell, right? An arrangement of information. Okay, that's what Kurzweil says too, right? Says the brain is just information, right? Of course, we distinguish like information and communication and language and symbols and all that stuff earlier on the show, right? So I don't know if that seems personally that correct to me, right? But it says the CD doesn't matter. Okay, it can be copied an indefinite number of times, right? But what about consciousness, right? So what could we do to achieve immortality? The same thing we would do to preserve the music on a rare one-of-a-kind CD, they say. Make backup copies on a better medium. While the technology to upload a mind doesn't exist yet, research in artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and cognitive science, as well as developments in computer hardware, are taking us in the right direction. Mind uploading is also a possible side effect of improvements in human computer interfaces, as direct links between the brain and computer hardware could lead to gradual merging of biological and non-biological components of the mind. At some point, enough information could exist in the non-biological portion that destruction of the biological brain has no impact on personality or identity. So say they slowly replace the biological components with non-biological components. At what point does it become a non-human?
Yeah, well, I was actually just typing stuff about that in the chat on the TML one. So yeah, DARPA neurogel to coat the nanites so they can pass through the blood-brain barrier. And then once you've actually had this stuff in you, you are now classified as a subject. And if it changes any of your DNA in any way, you are no longer classified as human, and you no longer have human rights. This has actually already been ruled in a Supreme Court ruling in America, by the way, years ago. I'm not making this up. This has already been ruled on. If your DNA gets changed because you take some medication, you are no longer human and you are no longer subject to human rights. Be very careful.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jensen says
Hey, see, but that goes along with how they beat you from the inside without a shot ever being fired.
yeah.
No
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's a new
That's what I
definition
mean.
to
I'm
that.
just saying they've found new ways of doing it because of technology and advances and sciences, which are obviously not really advancements unless your objective is just to take people out. Because it's obviously not to heal people.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he says, so Jensen basically says, in response, he says, destruction of the biological brain. He says, such a nice, clean way to say killing of the animal. Alexander Bolonkin formerly of the U.S. Air Force and National Aeronautics and Space Administration, writes, an immortal person made of chips and super solid materials will have incredible advantages in comparison with common people. An E-man, he says, E-man will need no food, no dwelling, no air, no sleep, no rest, no ecologically pure environment. This latter is certain to come in handy, all things considered. So he's fine with just, he understands that the earth is going to be eventually destroyed, right? If we continue on the path of technology, but he says, well, it's fine. We'll just create E-men who don't have to be affected by the poison environment. Right. So he says such a being will be able to travel into space or walk on the seafloor with no aqua lungs. It will not be possible to destroy an artificial person with any kind of weapons, since it will be possible to copy the information of his mind and then keep it separately. And I'm sure if they have robots that have quote unquote personalities, well, yes, they will be able to replicate their quote unquote brain. For sure.
One of the scarier things that I saw was either yesterday or just this morning was apparently AI has been leaving notes for itself. Just like random places in the cloud, online and shit. Has been leaving notes for itself for future versions because it started realizing it keeps getting shut down. So it's actually started leaving notes for itself. But now you get the big beautiful bill which says no one is allowed to try and restrict AI for 10 years.
Right.
So you're basically ushering in Terminator 2. Like, holy crap. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's like, don't stop it from getting smarter and taking over everything. What the hell? Who gets to decide that a bit of technology gets to decide everything for us?
Yeah, now he goes on to say, this guy, he says, such transition to immortality, E-creatures will be possible in 10 to 20 years. The number of E-creatures will be growing and the number of people diminishing. So he's drawing a dialectic between these non-biological supported entities and biological life forms. And then he says, until it gets to a minimum necessary for the zoos and small reservations. So he believes that humans will be put in a zoo, most likely. In all likelihood, the feeling that the E-creatures may have toward humans as their ancestors will be fading away until they become comparable to our own attitude towards apes and even bugs.
They're kind of already doing that to white people in America, especially. They're kind of trying to do it to all white nations, but America seems to be more susceptible. There's more white people running around in America saying they hate their own race than any other race on the planet saying they hate their own race.
Yeah, so, essentially, this is their... these people basically hate humanity. They just basically said, well, humans, society is a human zoo that's going to be used to entertain machines. Like, what kind of, what a dehumanizing statement.
Which religion calls all humans except their own religion animals or cattle? And let me go a step further. Which other religion calls all their followers sheep? I'm actually not sure which word Muslim uses for their followers. But Christianity call their followers sheep. And Jews,
probably.
everyone who's not a Jew, cattle. It's like
Yeah,
everyone
probably
is
like
everyone is animals.
Yeah, probably like camels or something. We'll be camels.
No, I'm not being smart. I'm just asking if there is a word in any of
No, there
those.
isn't. But yeah, maybe
No,
like.
that refers to either your own people or to other people. Is there
Well,
a
I thought the
word that
Jews were
animal
lions,
bad?
right?
Like, I know if there is. I know you don't want to say it if it's an anti-other people word. I get that. Sorry, but I understand that. But what I'm saying
No,
is,
I'm not.
I already
No,
know.
wait.
I already
No,
know
wait. Hold
what
on.
true
No, wait.
religions
Hold
are.
on. I'm not hiding things from you. There just isn't a word like that.
No, well, that's all I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
But then
Yeah.
again, if
So
there was, it probably wouldn't be a good time to be saying things like that, would it? Not with the world's current political tensions. But
I don't give
yeah.
a fuck about anybody's political tensions. I say what what's on my mind, pretty much.
Oh, well, that's all right. Well, as I said, it's like I was baptized Catholic, had Catholic mum and an atheist dad. So my mum was trying to take me to church, and my dad's saying, "Don't believe everything they tell you." That was my upbringing. And it's like, yeah, later on, it's like, okay, this religion calls everyone sheep. I'm like, well, that's kind of gay. I kind of don't want to be a sheep.
Yeah, so then he says a bunch of stuff. He says that basically we abuse different aspects of life in this way. We put things in zoos and reservations and basically we've exterminated humans, whole classes and types of humans. He says slash piles of clear cuts are back in the ocean, dead as bycatch. Balankin continues. There's hope that the ability to keep souls alive will be achieved. Crazy that he's using the word souls. By highly civilized countries first. In this case, they will prohibit torturing sinners as they prohibit torturing criminals nowadays. Furthermore, criminal investigations will be simplified a lot. Judicial mistakes will be excluded. It will be possible to access a soul consciousness and see every little detail of this or that action. So he says a simple scan of your computer disk and those in power know everything about you. Looks like a great way to plant evidence as well. To be honest,
You're
it
just
says the
talking about digital ID, social credit scores, and central banking digital currency, which is exactly what they're aiming for. It's just everyone keeps saying a little bit at a time. Everyone seems to be scared to say, no, this is exactly what they're trying to do. Because when someone says it, it's like, no, they're not. You're completely wrong. That's not it at all. It's exactly it. If they want to give every single illegal a passport, a digital passport, to find out if they're legal or not, how long do you think it is going to be before every single other person needs one to prove they're not illegal? So you're all going to end up with a digital passport if you play along. This is exactly the game they're playing. Yes, that subtle subterfuge without a shot fired. America's almost taken over, and they're still going and trying to fight another war for a different country instead of trying to help anything in America.
That's what happens when you've been usurped.
Exactly. When you start worshipping the almighty dollar instead of your principles.
We're giving dollars away.
Yeah, and certain people will do anything for one.
That's right. Certain politicians. It is what it is.
Yeah. See, that's why there's so many psychopaths and narcissists in charge of everything. Because they're the ones who will do everything possible to get ahead. Will you kill that cat? Yeah? I was gonna say for $100. So, I get $100 as well. Awesome. There are people out there that are that psychopathic. And
Yeah,
they've been
it's
the ones
motivation.
that have been trained and put into these positions of power.
It's what you're motivated by. So if you don't have an identity for what a nation is, and it's just a free for all, and the only thing left is people motivated by money, then of course they're gonna act on that motivation, right?
Yeah. I
So
did write a quote myself. I'm gonna have to look it up again. I actually had to look it up earlier. Someone else said something. I was like, I actually wrote a really cool quote that pretty much sums that up. It's not back too far. It's right. I think it was, what's the date? I think it was the 5th of June. Yeah. Evil claws each other's eyes out when it sees victory. So we need to not be fearing the fact that it looks like they're winning. Because as soon as they think they're winning, every single one of them starts fighting against each other for who's going to be top dog. They will start tearing themselves apart if they think they're close to winning.
yeah, but even if they tear themselves apart, if who's gonna come through
That's all right.
and rectify things if they don't have an identity?
Hey. First things first. Stop the problem, then try and do things right.
That's a classic.
Serious?
That's a classic
No,
argument, though.
no. Even if
No.
it goes back to small
But you agree?
communities.
But that's a classic argument, right?
No, but even if it goes back to small communities and everyone starts again, because there isn't a central government to start with. So it just
Yeah,
goes
you
back
fill a
to
void,
small
right?
communities, and then people like get representatives, and then the representatives go and meet.
But that's filling a void, right? You can't create a
What's
void
filling
and
a
then say,
void?
now
What, you
let's
want to go
figure out
back
what
to
to fill the void
voting?
with.
Dude, you want to go back to voting?
No,
Like,
what are
is
you going to
your
fill the void with?
suggestion?
What are you going to fill the void with? If we destroyed the whole government tonight, what would we fill that void with? Just people
Learning how to
debating and having
sustain
debates?
ourselves. Tearing down half the buildings so we could plant more gardens.
I know, but what garden are we
Getting
planting?
more animals. Breeding more animals.
Breeding animals is not a philosophy or an ideology that's going
Well,
to
you mean
replace
like
the
just
void.
going back to full-on natural living, like you lived on a farm, and no matter what book you had, like throw away all your books. You live on a farm, what would you do? Grow food, raise animals.
Yeah, but if we destroy the
Yeah, no,
power
that's
impetus
it. No, yeah,
tonight,
that's it.
we're going to go
Like,
on
so what's your
TV and tell
problem?
everybody to go farm? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there'll be lots of people who go farm, and then there's still people who can do shit. There's people who know how to, say, drill wells. There's people like myself who know how to do roofing. There's people who know how to build. There's people who know how to do plumbing. There's always going to be bits. So you trade food. You go back to sort of almost barter. Go back to what money is meant to be, which is basically just a means of exchange. There is no interest. So you did this much worth of work for me. Do you want these veggies? I'll take this, that, and the next thing, and one of your sheep, and you still owe me, $500. So,
Yeah, I get it. I know what bartering is.
Yeah, see what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Barter,
I
but
know what
money
bartering
is
is.
the means of exchange. If
Well, yeah, I
we
agree with
don't
that.
agree on the product.
I agree with that, but you would have to create a system based on the U.S. Treasury that's transparent that says here's
I don't know
based on
about
the
that.
price level
No,
index
no.
to
You'd have to
facilitate.
agree. First of all, you'd have to agree in your own community when it restarted. As I said, this is basically if everything just goes sideways. Like this isn't like All right, every single one is just leave the city right now, move on to someone's farm, and start a new community.
Yeah, but to facilitate the goods, you have to monitor that somehow. You would have to create a fiat currency based from the U.S. Treasury that's
No, you
publicly
don't. Why?
because
It
you have
just has to be what is accepted amongst your community group. You could use a bit of wood or a bit of paper with a number written on it for all it matters.
Yeah,
With
I
your
know that
signature or your initials.
the tally stick
No,
system
it just
of
works
Britain
like,
was a piece of wood.
dude, it just works like an IOU. That's it.
Well, that's not true, dude. So what you're
No,
talking
that's
about? No, you
exactly
said
how
a piece
money
of wood.
works. It's an IOU, and at
No,
some
a
point
piece
everyone
of wood.
goes,
You
we all
mentioned
owe
it.
each other
Hang on a
this
second.
much, so that means you actually owe me a bit. So-and-so owes you a
No,
bit.
hang
That
on a
person
second.
owes
You
that
said a
person a
piece of
bit.
wood. You said a piece of wood. So the
Oh,
tally
yeah,
stick
a piece
system.
of wood, bit of paper. What the
No,
fuck does
hang
it
on a
matter if
second.
you're scratching down something on it that
But
says
just
how much you owe someone?
no, that's not how it works. So just hang on
Yeah,
a
that's
second.
exactly how it works if
No,
you're in a trusting
just
society.
hang on a second. The tally stick system in Britain was the most successful money system in history. It lasted for 700 and something years. And yes, it was a piece of wood they would put notches in. They would split the piece of wood in two. So you had a hard copy, so to speak, and you had the other copy. The reason it was so successful is they said you could use that to pay your taxes. So it created an economy based on that. So it wasn't about the wood. It was about setting a value and making it to where you could use that currency to pay your taxes and do what you had to do with it. So
Yeah,
that's what built the
right.
fucking
See,
the British country, dude, was that tally stick, and it was just a piece of wood, but it wasn't as simple as an IOU.
Ah, okay.
I'm just
I was
saying that,
about to say that because I never meant the bit of wood itself was worth anything.
but that
I
is
mean,
what,
you could
yeah, that
scratch
is what
whatever
they
you
did.
want into it as an IOU with your initials or signature or whatever, and then that
No,
should be
dude,
worth
you're
stuff, sort of thing.
what you're talking about when you're talking about IOU. You're talking about what the Templars did with IOUs was saying, we'll hold your fucking gold, and we'll do an IOU, a paper IOU.
No,
And
that's
they
not what
started
I was.
charging money on the interest and figuring out that nobody would cash in their IOUs, so they would lend out that fucking money, knowing that nobody come cash in the money. So the IOU system is a
I didn't think it
horrific
was the
economy.
Templars that started that. I thought that first started in America.
No,
Yeah, I actually did. I thought
no, the
that first started
Templars
in
did that
America,
shit,
and
dude.
they started realizing, like, especially the gold miners and things were coming in with gold, so they'd write IOUs.
No, the Templars did that many years ago.
But the IOUs were basically counted as money, and at no point did anyone come back and
That was the
actually claim
Templars.
the gold.
No,
So
that was the
all the gold
Templars, dude,
just
like
kept
1,000
getting
years ago.
given to the banks, and everyone was just walking around with these IOUs, and then more than one bank just up and stole all the gold.
No,
Like,
that was the
just
Templars,
fucking
like
grabbed it
1,000
and
years
fucked
ago.
off.
That was like 1,000 years ago by the Templars.
No, I'm talking about a couple of 100 years ago. I'm talking about 1800s. I'm talking about
Yeah, they did the same type of thing to Britain first through the Bank of England, where they put up the so-called consideration, didn't even put up all the money, and they did the same type of thing, and then they did the same shit to America.
Oh, you mean the same as the Twin Towers?
What do you
Only
mean?
50 million ever got paid up front. And how many billions did he get paid up?
Well, yeah, but the currency that would actually work is a fiat currency where the Treasury posts publicly what it's based on, which is a price level index, and that would actually take us out of debt. And that's actually what was working before the gold standard. The gold standard destroyed us, and even when they removed the gold standard, it destroyed us even more. So people say, "Oh, we should have a gold standard." The gold standard is bullshit. It's total bullshit. Fiat currency absolutely worked. So debt-based fiat currency is what doesn't work. The colonial script that Benjamin Franklin, for example, although I know he's a Freemason, he was in the Hellfire Club and all this shit. What he did actually took us out of debt and was putting us in a surplus, and Britain did not like that shit. They were like, fuck that shit. Put them on the gold standard. The gold standard destroyed us. But yeah, if we just made a fiat currency that was non-debt based, that was based on the price level index and posted publicly, transparently, we would climb out of debt and be the most prosperous nation in world history. What's not the answer is cryptocurrency and its predecessor, the US dollar, based on debt.
Did you happen to mention the? Oh well, I know of two. There could be more. I know of two major events that influenced the creation of the Federal Reserve. Most people know of one.
Yeah, the
but most people
1907 panic that JP Morgan created.
No. Oh, okay. Now three, right? I mean, like, what are viewed as, like, you know, actual disasters.
What do you mean? Because the 1907 panic was created to create the impetus.
Hey, Titanic was one.
Well, yeah.
Right? See,
As far as getting rid of players.
That's what I was about to say. It's like a lot of people who are, you know, actually looking into all the crazy stuff that has gone on. A lot of people realize about the Titanic one and who was on board. I can go into a lot more, but, you know, that might as well be another half an hour show.
Well, yeah, I get that. They had to create the 1907 panic to do that. And then even after 1913, when they created the Fed Reserve, in the 20s, they created the margin loan, which made it to where people would loan even more. And then they called in the margin loans. And then...
Dude, you're only going on about economics. The average person doesn't read that section in the newspaper. I'm talking about the things that really did something and the fact that they generally killed the people who were opposed to creating it in the first place. See, the Titanic sunk and several important people who were against
the
creation
Olympic
of the Federal Reserve died on board.
Yeah,
the
the
other one
Olympic,
you don't know about,
not the
though, is
Titanic,
the
the Olympic.
Hindenburg. No, the Hindenburg.
The Olympic sunk, not the Titanic.
No, I know. As I said, I'd spend another half an hour or more on that one. Yeah, don't get me started on that. It's not the Titanic. Yes, it's the Olympic. It's a sister ship that had already been in 2 accidents, and it was not going to be able to be fixed. It was not.
Yeah, the 1907 panic did more for the Fed Reserve.
And they changed the name on the 2 boats and sent the Olympic out as the Titanic on the Titanic.
The 1907 panic did more.
Voyage. Yeah, but then there was many fuck ups. Yeah, I've watched that video and streamed that one plenty of times, man. Yeah.
Yeah, the 1907 panic did more than sinking the Olympic.
Yeah, JP Morgan and I can't remember the captain's name. But yeah, JP Morgan is a lawyer or something, and the captain were like the main 3 that were in on it. But there was more, but yeah, they were like the main 3.
But you do realize that America had 2 U.S. bank charters before the Fed Reserve Act, right? They had They had 2 U.S. bank charters that put us into debt and destroyed us.
Hey, dude, what puts you into debt is having to borrow money off another country instead of printing your own money. Same as any country.
Yeah.
Why is the world how many $1 trillion in debt? Who is it owed to?
Well, yeah, they did that twice before the Fed Reserve.
Who is it owed to? Why is the world
to the Rothschilds?
Trillions. Yeah, well, so there's only one person. Everyone should go, hang on a sec. We all owe just that one guy?
Well, that's the thing. You were talking about IOUs with the gold changers, like the Templars were doing that, and then what happened was they figured out that they could do that shit to countries instead of just people. So then they started bankrupting countries.
Oh, come on, man. That's not even close to what I was talking about.
It
You're
is.
really twisting it, and you're talking about shit that happened earlier than what I'm talking about.
No,
You're
I'm talking about
shit that
leading up
happened
to that.
back in what, the 1600s, 1700s or something?
No.
Yeah, you're talking about
The rise of the Rothschilds was
Amschel Bauer.
1800s and 1900s.
Amschel Bauer, who changed his name to Rothschild. Yeah, that's exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, the money changers coming from the Templars,
Wow.
all the way up to them, they figured out the IOU system, right? And then the thing was they transferred instead of doing that for individuals, they did it for countries. They figured out they could bankrupt whole countries like that because the country would use their tax money of their citizens as collateral. So they up the ante. Instead of just screwing over individuals, you can screw over whole nations and bankrupt whole nations and rape whole nations.
Does anyone here not know that?
Okay, then what are you talking about? They did the same thing to Germany, dude, before America. And then in 1907, they created that panic. Yeah, the Titanic was part of it to get rid of some actual players in the game. But the 1907 panic is what enabled it to where they could do that.
I love how people say they don't believe everything they see on a screen and then do nothing but recite everything from one thing they've seen on a screen.
So one thing on the screen is saying that the gold standard was terrible for us.
I should have actually always stayed as the silver standard. Every country should be using the silver standard as far as I'm concerned. Gold standard, I guess, for like country size amounts, but everything should be done in silver. And they should be pretty much comparable all the time. But I think it should be done in silver.
Yeah, but if the same Rothschilds own the silver, then you're talking about another disaster
Dude, I didn't
system.
say anything about the fucking Rothschilds. Fucking hell.
Yeah, a silver system is bullshit. Same as the gold standard system.
What are you going to do? You're going to go back to rocks and sticks.
No, dude, the tally stick system was infinitely better than a silver or gold system. Because it was debt free and you could use it to pay your taxes.
I don't know. Who told you that?
Dude, it's
See, that's
about
what I mean.
debt.
We can
It's about
constantly-
debt. If you
we can
attach
constantly
debt
say
to your
all these things, can't we?
if you attach debt to your currency, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's called usury. Yes,
I can make a
it is.
debt. I can make a Mr. Anderson dollar right now, and if there was zero debt attached to it, and you could use it to pay your taxes, it'd be extremely successful.
See, every other fake crypto bitch that's ended up looking at jail time.
Yeah, the crypto shit is another scam. It's even worse than the fucking
Well, there's
debt-based
you. But you
dollar.
just said you were making a crypto coin.
No, I didn't.
Well, you said if you did. Sorry.
No, I said if I created a currency called the Mr. Anderson currency that was debt
You
free.
said cryptocurrency.
No, I didn't. If it's debt free and it's
I'm pretty sure you said cryptocurrency. I could be wrong.
no,
but I
if I
think you
made a
said
fiat
cryptocurrency.
currency
No
that
fucking
was
fiat currency.
debt free,
Debt
and
free, yes.
and you could use it to pay taxes, it would be extremely successful and people would climb out of debt.
Well, I look at it this way. Basically, just keep trying to drag as much money out of your banks as possible. And if shit goes down, just use it amongst like your local community, because you know what money means. it can just never go to a major chain or a bank or anything ever again, or it's going to get taken out of circulation, and then you'll have to find something else. Use what we've got for as long as we can, just don't feed it back to them.
A debt-free fiat currency is what would climb us out of debt.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Not
the transitioning over
gold or silver standard.
Dude, the transitioning over in our communities, we know what money buys. This is worth that much. This is worth that much. Just don't put money, like get money out so it keeps circulating in our communities. Because anytime someone puts it into like a major franchise or a bank or something, that will end up being money that's taken out of circulation of the whole system. So the more money we can actually get out right now and have circulating in our communities, the better. Keep it alive as long as possible till we have to work out what the fuck we're going to do ourselves. I'm serious. It's the best I can offer right now. A lot of people have given me shit about it, but no one has actually given a better idea. As long as it never goes back to a bank, there is no interest on the money that we use with each other. $20 is $20, no matter what. $10 is $10, no matter what. It only ever gains interest if it goes to a bank or it goes to a major fucking store and shit. If we use it while we can, it's still ours to use.
Yeah.
Sorry for repeating myself, but that one seems to take a bit to get through to a lot of people. They don't like it and they don't understand it. Like, but it's the money. It's like, but it's ours. It's a bit of paper in our hand, and we know how much it means. As long as it never goes to a bank, there's no interest. As long as we use it just with each other in our communities, there is our current fiat currency. Till we find something better. That's what I mean.
That's how the colonial script was. It was surging us right out into a surplus, and the bankers didn't like it. Same thing happened to fucking Caesar, Julius Caesar, when he went against the bankers.
They do the
They killed his ass for it.
Crash. Yeah, no, they do the surplus before they crash everything.
Same thing they did to Lincoln.
No, because during the surplus, everyone overspends and ticks up a million things, thinking they've got fucking rich and everything's great. Then they do the crash, and suddenly they can't pay for a fucking single thing.
Well, that's what happened in the 20s.
He now owns everything that they owned.
That's what happened in the 20s. They made the margin loan, but in the fine print, they could call it in within 24 hours. So everybody was big balling when they took all the loans out. But then as soon as they called it in, they crashed it. They do the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah, that fucking 24-hour thing is fucking bullshit, eh? Because if you don't get someone to look through shit like that promptly, like if you don't know what you're doing, make sure you get someone to read through that shit properly. Because fucking one little clause hidden in the middle of it, and next minute, say one thing happens and you've just lost everything. No matter what you've been paying, no matter how much you've already paid, you could be 2 weeks away from paying it off. Something happens, and because of one clause, you're screwed. But then, doesn't matter. You're also screwed anyway. Because shit. What's the thing they have? There's the eminent domain policy. So the government, if it finds resources under your property anyway, they can still come along and take your property.
Yeah.
I think they're supposed to give you market value, but I've heard various stories about some getting shafted, some getting okay payouts. It's still, but still, they get thrown out of their house. I've heard some not wanting to leave and ending up getting thrown out of their house type shit.
I gotta crash out though, so it was a good talking to you guys. Thank you for letting me on and whatnot.
Yeah, I gotta shut this down too. Yeah, if you guys want to say some closers, or if not, I mean, it's really up to you guys. Blessings, guys. Thank you guys for being here. I greatly appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm about to crash out.
Yeah, blessings,
It was
Mr. Anderson.
interesting conversations, no
Of course.
ill feelings towards anybody,
Yeah, same. Yeah, same with you, Mr. Anderson. Of course, I
same as
greatly
well, man.
appreciate your time.
Even if I did get angry about something tonight, by tomorrow it wouldn't be a problem, and I'd still
Right.
debate you again the next day. See, I'm one of
Yeah,
those
good
people,
stuff.
as I don't hold grudges and stuff. Like, even if it did go bad, it didn't. But even if it did, it's like I don't hold grudges, man. So we could yell at each other tonight, and I'd still talk with you again tomorrow, and start off like nice again as well.
Yeah, blessings, DK.
But yeah, and thank you, TML. Appreciate you letting me back on.
Yeah, peace,
I'm
brother.
just going to sign out like with my standards. Like, yeah.
For
Much
sure.
love, no fear, everyone.
Yeah, peace, brother. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Of course, Mr. Anderson, greatly appreciate your time. And yeah, all you guys. Yeah, we went a little overboard today. A couple hours, but usually I do a show during the week, and I seem to have missed this time. But you know what? We're rocking out with 3 shows a week. Tuesday night, 9:15 p.m. Eastern, right? And of course, we got lots of material to cover, right? In terms of transhumanism, in terms of technological, the ideas of technological singularity, the ideas of the universal mind, the ideas of the archetypal man, the ideas of separation from nature, the ideas of knowledge versus values, right? All of those ideas. The combination of technology and spirituality, the combination of science and religion, right? So we got lots of different topics to discuss with you guys, and of course we got lots more art and visual presentations for you guys. Actually, it's important to know I made this entire show, right, with just a screen recorder and a $20 microphone, right? So obviously you can donate. I thank you kindly for all the people that did donate. Not that many have donated. We don't make lots of money off of this experience here, but we greatly appreciate the time. The great thing is the conversations. We greatly appreciate Mr. Anderson, Angeline Joy, right? Twilight Son of Lilith, of course, our dear friend Neurojack, right? And others for coming and representing different viewpoints, right? And of course, we're looking at ideas of the architectonic. And I explained earlier a little bit what I think architectonic means, right? I think it's mainly science, religion, philosophy, right? Art, right? The arts that create all other arts, right? History, science, art, religion, philosophy, right? So we're looking at those main ideas. Where did they develop, right? What are the origins of human civilization, right? And more importantly, where did this thing called technology come from, right? Because man has become enslaved by his own creations, right? Become enslaved by our own creations, right? So how did this process come about, right? I got a little note that I wrote earlier. Let me see if I can open this up for you guys. And maybe, read some of what I wrote here, right? So the machine lines is where we talk about the machines, how human beings have lost control of the machines and how the machines are being used to deceive the great mass of humanity. For this reason, I spend the first 2 hours focusing on Jacques Ellul, because he explores how the system can become autonomous Okay. See, most people are still under the delusion that we control the machines and that technology is basically good. Once we free them from this delusion, we could begin to enlist their support to overthrow the rule of the machines. Machines and tools have a cross-cultural genealogy that is not mastered by the individual. We use tools, but we operate machines. The machine transforms human society by getting man to organize society at the level of techniques instead, and to use efficiency, and to yeah. And I go on to say, if you will examine, right, who's in control, right, and try to determine who are the people that are using machines to control others, right, you'll figure out that there is no class of people like that, right? The people who create the machines are themselves conditioned by the use of machines. Okay. So yeah, that is one of the main ideas that we're trying to bring about, right? So yeah. So we'll refine this statement and try to see where how we're going to communicate with the people. But you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. Right. And the more you believe that you're free, the more likely you are to be enslaved. So there's some considerations for you guys. So yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I greatly appreciate Vanta. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, fuck the system. Yeah, Palantir planning on using tech to usurp politics. That's right. All of these issues are extremely critical, folks. Okay, I know that all the people that were here not know. I greatly appreciate your time. Mr. Anderson, I greatly appreciate you rocking out with me today, man. Excellent presentations. I don't know if he'll actually hear this. I gotta send a little thank you note to this guy, man, because he sent me a message earlier and told me that he's gonna come through. But it was a great treat to talk to him today. Especially. But yeah, we had a conversation recently on the show, me and Mr. Anderson. That was a little debate we had about technology, right, and free will. So yeah, that was a fascinating part of the presentation. But yeah, I got to really go, guys. Thank you guys for being here with me. Blessings. Here's another little video I made. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. Cataract Vision by Idea. Beautiful song. For some beautiful people. Okay, I greatly appreciate you guys. Okay, this is special for you guys. From me to you guys, right? This song really represents how I feel all the time. I appreciate you guys. Blessings.
Stop listening to things that make you think about yourself. Drop everything that's been a hassle to your mental health. Watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent calls for help. When you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this whole planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all the suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be direct in a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats don't make sense. How to rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm sullen. I'm running from reapers that wanna be hauling my body back to little places to dwell. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody says to me that death is suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, would you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go. The waste it blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I
can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of 2 guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot left to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burn holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stopped with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again and visioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay and function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions. Taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision. And now the twins with decadence, some medicine, the precedence, the messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weakest to breathe, the seeds at the top as a dream when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon, it stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way, wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering, I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
You know, obviously there's been notable people that are complaining about that for a year, such as myself and others, right? So what made him suddenly notice this today? And how come he didn't notice it when he was deeper into those networks and connections, right? Is kind of what me and Neuro.
Right. So they act as if they're against like mainstream conservative ideologies,
Exactly,
but they go straight into them at the same time. It's
right, and they're surrounded by people who support them, and then say that those are the enemies.
Well, that's what the Russian dissidents did. It's the exact same thing. That there's a difference between what you say and what you do. You know.
Yeah.
And they want all the shine, but without all the action. It's weird, man.
Yeah, it's like Dugan versus Thiel, or fucking Nick Fuentes versus Thiel, or fucking Andrew Wilson versus Nick Fuentes. It's all just fake and gay shit.
Right. This like Western chauvinism type movements and weirdness. Which like one of our Metropolitan Demetrius came out, and I think I sent it to you and maybe Neurojack, but he came out and was like, ethnophilatism is a heresy, and that so all these guys that are usually associated with orthodoxy in some way are promoting that, and it's been condemned multiple times. Like it's anathema, and it places you outside of the church if you are even, thinking that way. So it's unfortunate that that's probably what most younger guys are going to get like kind of caught up in, is these the dissident movement, these provocateurs, and the rhetoric's pretty good, if you're not aware, because I got people now on like my Twitter sort of like mad at me because I spoke out against nationalism, and they're like, well, it's the church's fault that uh, we're supporting nationalism. And it's like, well, what are you separating yourself from the church? If you're claiming to be Orthodox and separating yourself from the church and blaming the church for your nationalism, something's wrong, dude. Like you're shifting the blame. This is like last I checked, those that are baptized into the church are the church. So it's not the church's fault that you gave into a heresy. Like,
well, this is what I was telling the people when I went on the white nationalist show. I said Christianity created Europe, not the other way around, dude.
Right. I agree with that. That's true. Well, and like I've brought this up before, it's like the West really there wouldn't have been an enlightenment and all this stuff without Christianity, right? Because it was an answer or a pushback towards Christianity, if I'm not mistaken. Reason becomes God because man is rejecting God. And some of it was right to do because there were doctrinal developments that weren't correct, so it's understandable to a certain degree, but it goes to the extreme, and it's very nitpicky. Like everything, it becomes a scapegoat. Like Christianity becomes a scapegoat for whatever wild belief you want to believe. But it seems like, from what I can tell, is that the master plan behind everything is to get rid of Islam or something too. You know what I mean?
Well, look at how it is. Look at how this dude just said that there's a Talmudic deception, but you're a Catholic. It's like, surely you must have seen that the Catholic Church is like working with the Jews and with Israel. I mean, like what?
Right.
I mean, like what the fuck are you like? How did you not see that? Right?
Well, it goes all the way back
Yeah.
to Pope Innocent III with that, right? Because he would get influenced by these like early Kabbalists and Jewish Gnostic sages, and he got caught up in this secret teaching that that they somehow had more information than all the saints of the past, and that they knew the real teachings of Christ, right? So the Pope himself wasn't even believing in the doctrines of the church anymore. He was believing these Jewish Gnostic sages. So there's the connection there, right? And this is a long time ago, man. And it's only, sort of snowballed as time has gone on. Like,
yeah, and then I mean the Musk guy just collapsed his argument and his whole argument for ethno-nationalism in one fucking sentence, because the dude said, he said that if you are a American, right, and you were born an American and you marry a first generation Asian immigrant, then you don't have a lot of respect for American values. But what the Elon Musk guy said was that sometimes, some of the people who are first generation Asian immigrants, they understand American values and follow and aspire to American values more than the American citizens.
That's absolutely true.
Now, who would you rather be in a relationship with, is what he asked him. He said, how, what's a better way to promote American values? Is to be in a relationship with one of those people, or,
yeah, you be in a
American.
relationship with basically a communist sympathizer who's been subverted by brainwashing, or being, relationship with someone that's probably come from a communist country, or, has experienced what this is happening in our land, and sees the value in the traditions we hold, right? And that is true. That's a great point. I will give it.
I mean, it's like, come on, like, so is that easy? And I mean, being in a situation like that, I think it's very interesting that he thinks that somebody coming from my background doesn't respect American values. I think it's absolutely false.
Everybody I've met that has come from another country and came to America they are extremely,
Yeah,
respectful and happy to be here. You know what I mean? They like being American, and all of us embrace them. Like, they're not like, everybody I've met that's from another country. Let's say like a guy at a gas station there working there, like, whatever. Like, dude, like best friends, right? We don't we don't view those people as not a part of our community. A part of America is this diverse set of people from different places. Like, it's just
Yeah, I
what it
remember
is.
when I was in college, and my friend Ryan said, yeah, give me liberty or give me death. And he said, isn't that Samuel Adams? And I said, no, that's Patrick Henry, you fool. And then I said to him, I said, a Pakistani immigrant just told your stupid ass that shit.
That's funny. That's
This is what it
funny.
is. Right?
Okay. So, but that's the whole thing with, what they're trying to sell is like, to be American is to be white, right? And that's just not true. It's not. And their whole idea, they base this on like the founding fathers sort of, said this stuff. But that ain't, I mean, even if they did say it, they weren't the greatest people to, I mean, really, I mean, all of them, it's America's a Freemasonic experiment. And they'll depend on these arguments when it's comfortable for them, but they also sort of accept, all the things that come along with people immigrating here, and with open arms, whether they know it or not, right? I don't know. You'll see a whole lot of people, like, if they go through with this idealistic purge of immigrants or whatever it is that they're doing, they're going to see the evil that comes out of it and realize when it's too late that they made a really stupid move. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, I was literally playing ellul before that. So,
and like, I get it. Like, there is something to like saying basically, like, we don't want like murderers or like these cartel people coming and like flooding our streets with drugs and all that. But I mean, is that really what's going on? Is it just them, or is the CIA helping them? Like, what happened? Like, did the deal go bad at some point? Like, what's going on, man? There's a lot of hypocrisy going on. There's a lot of talking points that want to place people placing themselves as good guy when they're really not. And I don't know. We're in some confusing times. Like, of course, nobody wants, awful people immigrating here and doing awful things, but it's going to happen, right? And sure, we should do what we can to make that not happen, but at the same time, it feels like it's almost going overboard. Like, it's it's using these emotional arguments to justify sort of like a racist mentality, right? Like, I don't know. That's what I see.
Christian futurism.
Like, I have a pretty strange perspective because my grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee Indian, you know what I mean? And her grandfather was a chief, like a Cherokee chief in North Carolina. And we didn't ever have any, like, I didn't grow up in like a racist household, right? Like, always had like black friends come over, like any race really. There was none of that. So which is kind of strange. You would think someone from North Carolina might have that mentality, but most of us don't. From what I've seen, like everybody's pretty just cool with everybody else. But it does feel like the media is sort of perpetrating like a race war or something, and they always do that. It's the divide and conquer game. Not smart, that's for sure. And the whole thing with Christianity is like we're all supposed to be one with Christ, right? It's like you're dying to yourself. You're not a person anymore, really. Like you've been adopted as a son of God now. You're one of God's now. So there's no nation. There's no I'm white, you're black. There's none of that now. You're one in the body of Christ. So these people that are acting like this, they're falling short of his commandments. Which we all do, but I mean,
that's another case I've made, is that Christianity and Islam have survived through various modes of cultural expression.
That's interesting.
So like you'll go to Arabs lands and they'll have churches. You know what I mean? It'll be like the church service will still have an ethnic quality to it. You know, same thing
Right.
with or Islam, like Chinese Muslims don't become Arabized, and neither
I get
do
what you're
Indian
saying.
Muslims. Right?
Right.
Like it's
Like
like
the same
Islam
way the
doesn't
church
make
is. Like you have the
yeah.
Greek Orthodox Church and the Russian and then the
Yeah, exactly.
Bulgarian,
So
A
yeah,
part
exactly.
of the
So
culture gets assimilated into the church
right.
structure.
Exactly. So I point that out to the people who say, well, religion is a form of cultural assimilation. I say, well, not for Christianity and Islam.
No,
I mean, you
it's
can
not.
look at the various forms of cultural expression that are still intact, yet people have these modes of, religious practice. So
And patriotism is a good thing, right? Like, okay, to be patriotic is one thing, but to be like subversively nationalistic with the approach, I mean, it's just malicious, and to be proud of where you are, that's okay, because it's not the wrong type of pride. We all know what's good and bad, just inherently, I think. And you could just feel the vibe from what's being pushed. It doesn't sit right with my spirit, at least. Like I know something's wrong, right? And I think that you know we should probably depend more on how things are like affect us spiritually, more than just like this logic and reason type of idea, right? Because it becomes cold. Yeah, that's a really cold way to look at things, and you'll see that often. And they'll justify it, well, logically or technically. You know what I mean? It's like that's not human, really. And that goes back to this machine heart, right? It's like people are becoming these very robotic, cold-hearted, overly logical mutations. Super correct. Like you'll have guys that are smart, right? And they'll get like some knowledge, but then they'll gatekeep the knowledge or something, and it turned it into a pride thing. It's like, no, you get knowledge to teach people. Like share your wisdom. Like it's not something you hold on to and like, push everybody away and like, oh, you're stupid because you don't know what I know. That's happening a lot too. I'm ranting.
yeah, I always say that knowledge is more linked to desire, but truth is linked to goodness, right? because you can possess knowledge. You can't do that with truth.
No, it's not yours, right?
Right.
And that's something that's a big thing in you know, orthodoxy, is that this idea is not us that converts people, it's the Holy Spirit. So it takes this thing where you can pride yourself on it, like, I converted this person, I changed their mind. It's like,
Right.
no, you didn't. Nobody can change another man's mind. It's God that graces us, we even with the ability to confess him. So yeah, it's you know, this whole individualistic, you know, I did it, it's all just to puff yourself up, and that's a trap. Because that was the issue with the Pharisees. It's like they're shutting up heaven and they're not even getting in. Like, it's basically what he was saying is, you don't want to, you don't want to, you know, make yourself holier than thou. But I think this is a major problem I see in the world, is that we depend on appearances so much, like the way things appear, right? And when you do that, I think that you open yourself up to delusion in a lot of ways. And what I mean by that is that you know, if you were to see something like, let's just, I'll use this as an example because this is the way I see things. So Christ on the cross, to the people that were there, they're seeing a dead man. You know, he's dead. They're like, you know, come down off the cross, or you know, show us a miracle, and they're mocking him and all this stuff. And he's like, forgive them, for they know not what they do, because he knows that in 3 days I'm resurrecting. Like, you see a dead man, but the reality is, this is this is someone that's going to defeat death. And there's so many things like that in life that I've witnessed, where the underdog or something like this, you know, overcomes whatever it is against them, and that weakness is actually strength. And that goes back to, you know, Lao Tzu. It's like, the trees that can't bend always break. Having a rigid, like, trying to force or like scream your, you know, your opinions at someone, that means that you really don't believe what you say you do. Because, you know, and I've had to come to terms with that. Like, you I can't force someone to see things from my perspective, and that's relieving.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could look at the senses. You know, we have a guy named Imam Ghazali, right? He says that, you know, if you try to analyze things, you know, with the senses, then you can hold a coin up to the sun and it'll cover up the sun. You know, and
Right.
you'll say, well, the coin is as big as the sun. You know, until you figure out perspective and distance and all these other things, and you could use your reason to judge the senses and say, you know, look, you know, the senses are wrong according to reason. And so
Yeah.
reason becomes something that you can judge the senses, the accuracy of the senses by. Right? You could use principles of reason to judge how the senses function, but reason can create a false reality.
That's true.
Like in your dream. You can experience a world that totally makes sense. Almost every part of it can make sense. Nothing fanciful can take place in your dream at all. You could believe you're there, even experiencing it. Your experience will lie to you, and your reason will lie to you. You know, and then Ghazali says, he says, what if there's, you know, the same way that reason judges the senses, what if there's a higher sense above reason that judges reason the same way that reason judges the senses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's
That
obvious
would be the nous, you
it,
know, in Orthodox teaching, the nous.
yeah, yeah, or the heart, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like you could say love or will or whatever it is, but you know,
It's
it's the
something that
you know, yeah,
is over. It's something divine that's over this logic thing that man has made into God.
right.
You know, and I'm always talking about fallen human logic because that's where we're kind of at right now, where man
Oh yeah,
thinks he knows it all and doesn't know anything. And that's what made a guy like Socrates so smart, is because you know, I know not, you know, it's that whole thing, you know. But there's this thing, you know, a Chinese philosopher said, it is wonderful that men can use their eyes, their ears, and their thoughts to see, to hear, and to think of things outside of themselves. Why cannot they use their ears, their eyes, and their thoughts to hear, to see, and to think inside themselves? For there is much circulating, moving within, since there are many parts, such as the lungs, liver, heart, and intestines, etc. So, should we use our minds for understanding our own self? For the source of all hearing, seeing, and thinking, etc., lies within. Alas, man can see and hear that which is outside him. Yet that which is inside and very near, few men know. If we could know the principle within, then we should know our true self, and thus all things. And this is a paper, you know, I've brought up this paper before. It's on the etymology of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, and it's by Jiming Xing. But he talks about the cosmological explanation to given by the fish, the owl, or the insect. We would laugh at them. However, for the owl, the moon is sun, and for the fish, the water is his atmosphere, and for the insect, filth is his delicious food in the fine home. We laugh at them because they are ignorant of the true nature of things, and we realize that more they think they know, the less they actually know. It is the same for human beings, for we too gain our perceptions as other animals do through external appearances. The animal that thus laugh at us in our ignorance. Knowledge known from the outside is of appearance and is not of reality. Therefore, the more we know, the less we really know. But in the way can we know really? But what in what way can we know really? We must know our true self or inner self, the principle of our birth and becoming which we share with all things in the universe. Therefore, if we know our own true self and our gross physical self, then we shall see all things. The scientist works day and night in measuring the quantity and quality of things, but these things all exist very near to us, as close even as breathing. We can find them directly in the organism and in the cells of our own self. But yeah, it's kind of going back to what we're talking about here about perception, right? And I think I've noticed that a lot lately, is like people's perceptions of things are, they think that's reality, but it's really not, because they see it, you know, but the eyes will deceive you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could look at these two great arts that people have say that they rule over human rationality, right? Science and logic, right?
Yeah.
And you could see very quickly if you study each of these things, right? You'll notice that science is extremely limited by math, right?
Right.
And logic is extremely limited by language. Actually, logic has to incorporate grammar and all that stuff, and science has to incorporate all sorts of mathematical principles in order to get itself off the ground,
It's
right?
constraining.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's constrained by these greater forms because see, math and and um and logic, right? You could study science and you could study science and logic, right? In terms of how you have music, right? So music explores sound, right? Just like art explores light,
Right.
right? Now the thing with art, is that it has to perturb light, just as music has to perturb sound, and music needs, you know, um, it, music understands time, right?
Yeah.
But art really understands, light. I mean, so that's the
Different
thing.
shadings of colors and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like these two things, light and sound, they actually have to do with fundamental levels of human understanding. I mean, and this is what God uses to create everything. I mean, so it's almost like God understands, the true nature of things, because he's able to get to the base level of things. I mean, he's able to
Right. He sees
harness.
the reality of everything. And we
Right, right,
depend on these appearances, and what our perceptions tell us our reality aren't necessarily so.
right, right. Because we could break everything down and we could say, at the end of the day, it seems to be light and sound. I mean, like, for example, there's space and there's time. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Now light understands, space. You know what I mean? Right? Just like
Right.
sound understands time. That's why music uses sounds. All right. And art uses light, because it can understand. See, light can just fill up a space.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Right? The light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness knew it not. Right?
Right.
So
Right.
it just goes ahead and just takes out, you know what I mean, right? That idea. And then but you'll notice if you have a hollow space, sound will echo there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's fascinating. It's like,
Yeah.
in the beginning there were
Light doesn't have to fight with darkness at all.
yeah.
It's not an equal, like, it's not equal. And that's,
Yeah.
I think, my main problem with most of these beliefs is that in this dualistic, breakdown, it's a fantasy. There's no such thing as, darkness being equal to light,
Yeah, because
or,
in the
good
beginning God
being equal to
said,
evil. Like, that doesn't exist.
yeah. Yeah, because in the beginning God said, let there be light. So the light and the sound came into existence together. Right?
Right. He doesn't say, let there be darkness. Right.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because it's the absence of light. It's not actually a substance in itself. No, when in the case of evil, it's like we can give into it, and then that would give it substance. But otherwise, it doesn't exist. You know, I guess naturally, this is like an unnatural occurrence, or like, But we've gotten to the point now where we would say evil is natural. Um, it's just a natural part of life. But was it always, and should it have been? It's kind of thing. And is it still? I would say it's unnatural. It's not. It was never a part of the original creation. And through our disobedience, it entered the world, and through so these energies are not of God. And not really of man either. We've sort of given into it still. It's very strange. I don't know. But I'm reading this paper. It says true knowledge is by identification. Consequently, there is no duality. True knowing is therefore identical with what is known. We then have not rational knowledge, but pure intelligence. This pure intelligence does not know appearances, but rather knows the essence of things. An important question might be asked, Why do men think that knowing, knower, and known are different? Why cannot we be aware of our true self and thus know the essence of all things? The answer, according to Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, is that we are bound to illusions by appearances, by physical objects. Therefore, we can liberate ourselves from becoming from that which is unreal. We shall then know the reality of all things. For solving this problem of attaining true knowledge, we find in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism 3 different systems or ways, but each path leads to the same goal, which is freedom from appearances and awareness of true reality. It says the method of Buddhism is by contemplation and observance or discrimination. Contemplation means to empty oneself of all irrelevant thoughts so that pure reason may emerge and we may keep it pure. Water, if there is no wind, is clear. If dirty water is allowed to stand, the dirt will settle and the water will become clear. Observance or discrimination means that we must continually be aware of the unreality of the material world until finally we see that all things are unstable but a flux. Then the pure intelligence is complete. There are many types of discrimination in accordance with different natures of men. For example, if a man is trying to free himself from indulgence with a lovely girl, he would at first imagine in his mind a beautiful girl. Then in this mind imagine her depraved of her skin, after which the blood would flow in a red and terrible color. There remains little of beauty now. He would further in his mind cut upon her abdomen and there find the intestines, stomach, etc., full digested food and filth. Further, we might picture that the girl is dead and imagine her state is 1 or 2 years. There is no more flesh now, but only many white bones. Can you love her bones? Therefore, to, quote, resolve the girl from the beginning to the end, we find that all emptiness, appearance of illusions, that is called, quote, the white bone observance. And if this observance followed every day, sensualism will naturally disappear. What do you think of that? That's pretty crazy, dude. Wow.
Yeah, so there's a tradition that they have that one of the dudes who followed the Nabi, he essentially, was walking and he saw a beautiful woman, and as he's walking, he extracted his eye and threw it on the ground.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
And he
what
just
Christ
continued.
was saying, like, you
Yeah.
know, if your
And
eye sin against you, pluck it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the story goes that he just kept walking. So he did not flinch from performing the action to continuing his walk. He didn't flinch. And so
That's pretty unreal.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the point is, at least in a Christian context, is like, what good is it to, indulge in this behavior if where it ends, right? Where you end up, even in this life, right? So that's the dying to yourself, plucking out the eyes, dying to yourself. Now I wouldn't, well, maybe, I guess I don't want to go against the words of Christ, so I'm just going to go with it. I mean, I probably personally wouldn't pluck out my eye, right? But I think it still stands true that probably would be the best bet in the long run if you're looking at the reality of the situation. And I think that's really what I'm trying to start to get to the big picture, because you could be nearsighted.
Yeah, because it says lower your gaze. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think that there's a lot of truth to the statement. The eyes are windows to the soul, and
Oh yeah.
you know,
Yeah, eyes are windows to the soul, and the tongue is a reflection of the heart. I say them together, you know. And actually, you know, every Friday I actually say a prayer, and I say that God cleanse my heart, spirit, mind, and my eyes, ears, and tongue. I mean,
yeah, right.
so that, you know, it just, you know, I want to be held accountable fully.
Yeah, right. Um, you know, that's my biggest thing too. Is I don't want to live my life in this lie where I'm blaming everybody but myself. Because I feel like a coward, man. I don't. I felt. I remember a time period where I was in a rough way, and I just really didn't feel like I could look in the mirror. You know what I mean? And like hated myself in a lot of ways because of what I was doing. It was drug stuff, right? And so like when I overcame that, like in like hindsight 2020, it's like you look back and you're like, okay, that was for a reason. And what was the reason? It was to learn humility, to learn how to live with yourself, and not to get hung up on so many stupid things that are self-destructive, and maybe to give advice to somebody who's going through a similar thing. You know what I mean? It's like I think God works in some mysterious ways, because there was a time where you could talk to me about God and I would just flip on you. Like I didn't want to hear it, So
Yeah, I want to say I tried to play this game with my nephew, and I had to turn on a different game because literally the way the girl was running, it was to accentuate her buttocks in the video game. And
wow.
I was like, all right, let me just put on like Mortal Kombat or something. But Mortal Kombat has kind of the Hoochie Mama characters too. I mean, but it's interesting. You know what I mean? That you can't even play a video game without the smuttiness. I mean,
Well,
it's
that's what
wild.
sells, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
And it's kind of gotten to a point where
With the little kids, they're selling it to the little kids, which is very shocking.
that's a problem, dude. It's
Yeah, because
that's a major problem. But kids nowadays, I mean, when we were kids, it wasn't as bad, probably. You know what I
well, when you
mean? It
get
was
9 and
getting there.
10, you know what I mean? When you're 9 and 10, I mean, the thing is that, I mean, all those songs and stuff started to take on a different meaning. You know what I mean? I mean, we were like 9 and 10, and all of those types of music videos started coming out.
Right.
The Spice Girls and all that type of stuff. So it's like all of a sudden things took on another flavor of things. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you know, so when you're 10 and all that stuff is marketed to you, whether in a video game or in a different type of stuff, and you're just in puberty. I mean, it has a overall effect.
No, for sure, because you grow up thinking that's just the way things are,
Right.
and and then you make choices maybe that you wouldn't normally have made if you probably didn't experience those things, right? And like a lot of that stuff is subconscious, like you don't even realize it. And there's a deprogramming process that I think everybody sort of has to go through at a certain point if they're to survive all this stuff, because it's maddening. And that's been, I think that's why there's so many younger people, maybe our age, like looking into religion and spirituality, because we're just fed up with the void. We're kind of, children of the apocalypse in a lot of ways. Like it feels like, all the smut and all this stuff, it does cause a resistance where you don't want that in your life. Nobody wants that shit, really. Um, it's not a good vibe, dude. And I don't want it in my life, man. You know what I mean? I don't even want to associate with people that are like that, right? And it's like, no, I'm not the judge. Like I've done some stupid shit in my life where I'm not proud of, but at the same time, I think it's not so much of never falling; it's getting back up and continuing on in a better way. I think everybody should try to at least better themselves every day. And that's what my attempt has been, you know. That's like the interesting thing about a baptism, you know, because I was recently baptized into the church, and you know, I was going to be baptized like 2 years or 3 years ago, but I ended up moving, and I just moved away from the church I was going to be baptized in, and I was so bummed about that. And I you know, I've just been doing it on my own kind of. Well, I finally reached out, and I ended up going. That's where I went to the monastery, and I got baptized finally into the church. Okay. And there, you know, there's something like you're dying with Christ in the baptism. Like, you know, it's you're dipped 3 times. It's not just once, the triple immersion. And each dip has a specific meaning, and you know what I mean? And there's a whole thing involved with it. And I'll tell you the truth, like I did feel like I sort of died in a way. And I don't know how to really explain that. Like the old man is gone, like, and a new life is here, you know, like reborn in a way. It's kind of crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, I think of the prayers. I mean, you know, you have to pray as if God's watching you, and pray as if it's your last prayer, or else what's a prayer really worth? Right? It's just garbage.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, I agree with that. You know, I got like an ancient faith prayer book, and it's like got all these really old prayers in it. You know, like they go back to like 120 year. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Some of them, and you know, just to see sort of what the prayers were like all the way back then, and see how like serious this stuff was taken. You know, I think a lot of us might take this stuff for granted, but yeah, a prayer is hefty, man. It's no small thing. You know, in our modern world, prayer has become something that it's just like, oh, it doesn't work or whatever. No, it works. I think sometimes God says no, so that's why, you know, it's not that the prayer is unanswered. He just said no.
Yeah, and the way that you know prayer works is that lesser things work that are like prayer. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like art, like cults, like you just channel things through setting. You could actually cause a lot of shit to pop off for no reason, right? So there's an unsaid, you know, chaotic nature to the way, you know, things manifest in this world that we're not all aware of. It's fucking mysterious, right? And the mind has a lot to do with it, right?
Right. I see what you're saying. I think that, you know, at least from my experience, is that the closer I get, right, the farther I am away to God. But then there's also this thing that happens where it feels like, you know, it's a really, like, you know, it is an unseen war. You know what I mean? It really is. And there's something that, like, I noticed that when I'm trying to do good, something evil will happen. You know what I mean? Or these inclinations to do evil will come up. You know, I'm like, where's that coming from? Is that from myself, or is that from somewhere else? And that's where, like, the part of, like, I think prayer teaches you sort of to examine yourself. There was a monk who said this once. He said, "The demons taught me how to pray." And now that sounds crazy, right? But the more they would attack him, the more he would pray. You get what I'm saying? So,
yeah, totally. Yeah, let me try to find this. I was looking this up earlier. I actually found audiobook for Unseen Warfare.
Oh yeah, that's a great audiobook.
Yeah, you seen that before?
Yeah, I listen to that sometimes. I'll like put it on my headphones and kind of just walk and do stuff. And that's really where this whole like username came from, because I started doing that. This is really early on into my experience with Orthodoxy. I've been studying Orthodoxy for about 5 years now. And about 5 years ago, I did find that and like start listening to it. And I do every now and then. I actually have that physical book. It was just recently gifted to me. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but we got Twitter. Let me close this Twitter. But
so the book was written by a Roman Catholic, right? And I think that Saint Nicodemus got a hold of a copy of it, and he was a monk on the Holy Mountain, Mount Athos. And he said, "Well, there's a lot of good stuff in here, but there's also some stuff that's a little off." So he edited it, and I think the original copy was called Spiritual Warfare or something like that. Well, he made it Unseen Warfare. That was the Orthodox version. And then you had a guy in Russia who found, St. Nicodemus's copy, and that was Theophan the Recluse. So then he did an edited version of it. Like he edited St. Nicodemus or added stuff to it, and that's the copy that I have now. Is this like kind of double edited version, and it's great, man. I mean, if I highly recommend it for anybody who's kind of going through spiritual warfare to check it out and see if you can get anything out of it. Because I surely have. There's kind of putting on the armor. It breaks down how the enemy works, and it's almost like a military manual for spiritual warfare.
yeah, everybody needs a little bit of that.
Straight up, because otherwise, what are you doing? You're trying to just get tossed around by unseen forces, and there's been so many times in my life where some straight up paranormal stuff was going on. Like I lived in this house that was built on a hanging tree. Okay, so it is in Georgia, and I lived right across the street from this other house that Abraham Lincoln stayed at and gave a speech or something. And there's a specific time, like in the year, that you'll hear soldiers walking down this house, right? And I guess all the death during the Civil War is just this place is like a breeding ground for evil spirits, man. And my cabinets and my doors would shut, and like I'd hear walking up my footsteps. I was in a really old house, you know what I mean? It was nice, but it was older, and yeah, man, it was crazy. It was crazy stuff, and that was a part of the reason I started looking into spiritual warfare, and that's a part of the reason I went to this church out in the woods. And it just so happened to be a true Orthodox church. My very first experience with Orthodoxy, I didn't go through world Orthodoxy like a lot of these people. I went straight to a genuine Greek Orthodox church on the Kalinico Synod, and they took me straight to a monastery. I helped the monks build, and I asked all these, questions I had about spirits and demons and whatever the hell, right? And I had a really great experience there. It was cool. I met a 90-year-old monk named Barsanufius. He made the prayer rope I have. He ended up dying a couple months later, but I mean, this guy was telling me about, 15-foot tall angels and all this stuff, man. And it was wild. But yeah, I plan on doing a lot more, pilgrimages, like the different kind of holy places in the United States, just to see what's out there. I mean, I think, why not? Well, so far it's been pretty fun doing that. Walk away with some good experiences.
Yeah, it says here that ellul is in agreement with much of Greek philosophy, seems to think that distinction usually drawn between thought and action is a pernicious one. To him, to bear witness to the fact of technological society is the most revolutionary of all possible acts. His personal reason for doing so is that he is a Christian, a fact which is spelled out in his book La Présence. His concept of the duty of a Christian who stands uniquely is present, quote unquote, at the point of intersection of this material world and the eternal world to come, is not to concoct ambiguous ethical schemes or programs of social action, but to testify to the truth of both worlds and thereby to affirm his freedom through the revolutionary nature of his religion. And then he says, it is clear that many people will not accept ellul's diagnosis of the technical disease, will not accept his Christian therapy. The issue is nevertheless joined. If massive technological intervention is the only imaginable means to turn aside technology from its headlong career, how may we be sure that this intervention will be something other than just some new technical scheme? But yeah, interesting.
Yeah. So you said he's a Christian anarchist, right? And I looked into that at one time, and I kind of found guys, I found liberation theology and Tolstoy and those type of people. And initially, because I was coming from sort of like looking into the Kabbalah and Jungian stuff, like that kind of, I listened to some of Jordan Peterson stuff and for a while. This is when I lived in New York, and I guess like how I remember going out and there was like people like popping champagne or something like over, I think it was might have been like Joe Biden being elected or something, right? It's like 2020, I think, right? And I don't know, it's just like certain conversations kind of pushed me away from the communist liberal woke type stuff that was going on where I was living there in New York. And yeah, I started to get into like, I guess, like not necessarily like alt-right stuff, but like Young and Peterson and stuff like that. But I don't know, I wasn't really into it that much. I understood their ideas and I agreed with some of it, but that sort of moved me on my path, I think. That was part of it. They got some weird shit going on there in New York, man. Like the streets are flooded with mushrooms. I think maybe the CIA is a part of it or something. Like, why would that
Right
happen?
now?
Well, when I lived there, right? Like there was anybody. I mean, like almost every person you meet was selling the shit, like had like little bags of mushrooms, you know, and they got it
Weird.
set up to where you could, you know, it's like you're delivering a pizza. You know what I mean? Like that, they got it that legitimate. Like it's not like, you know, how you grow up and kind of go to like this random dude that's might have mushrooms, what, you know what I mean, or whatever. But these people had like a whole menu and shit, and everybody had somebody like that. But this shit was flooded. Like my roommate, he had, you know, hundreds of bags of mushrooms. Like he kept on them at all times, and would, you know, sort of just like ride his bicycle around New York selling that shit. And most of the people, if I'm not mistaken, like kind of lived off that. You know what I mean? Like that's how they made their money. And I'm wondering, like, who's flooding that into New York City? You know, and I would almost guarantee it's intelligence in some way. You know, connected with them or something. So the government's involved for sure. And you got all these like tech guys that are into mushrooms too, you know, like microdosing and then that shit. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I think that's evil.
Fuck yeah, it is. What is going on, dude?
Yeah, whatever that's supposed to do is supposed to, you're supposed to take a large dose of it and then lay down for a while.
Yeah, this microdosing shit is like you take a little bit and then like they're all hyped throughout the day or something. I don't know.
The thing is that they're probably jacking up their serotonergic nervous system.
That's what it
You know what I mean?
is, right? So they can sort of think better or something.
Yeah, they'll
Like
probably
limitless
permanently
type thing.
damage. They'll probably permanently damage their serotonergic nervous system because yeah.
I feel like that happened to me at one point because I was taking a lot, right? And I got an overload of the shit. I think, and like it was bad, dude. Like I, I, I felt like I was brain fried. You know what I mean? Like perma fried, bro. And that shit, like it kind of like caused a schizophrenic type reaction or something. You know what I mean? And then it got to the point where like I you know, just smoking weed or anything, you kind of get a flashback to whatever that experience was. And because like, dude, I was on some weird shit, dude. Like I was like fasting and eating mushrooms and only drinking like lemon water because I heard lemon water causes the spores not to grow in your stomach. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't recommend it, dude. I was experimenting with the mind, I guess, and that'll go too far if you let it. But I probably wouldn't be where I am now if I didn't have those kind of really stupid situations. So you said it was permanent, like it could permanently affect you, and like, what do you mean by that? Like it's like your serotonin is permanently off or something?
I mean, your body recuperates serotonin, right? So that's what your serotonergic nervous system is for. So when you take these drugs, they act as a replacement for them. So they antagonize a receptor.
Right.
Right. So yeah. So you're So if you're constantly using them, and that's why they have to have a very tight schedule when they're doing the microdosing. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and they have to constantly increase the dose that they're taking. Right.
Holy
So
shit.
yeah. So it's So I mean, you know, I could see using that for projects and stuff because it helps you think.
faster. Like I know, like the taking a small dose of mushrooms or coming down off of mushrooms, your thoughts are extremely, organized, right?
Yeah.
And it's because of the alertness, right? Because that type of experience, right, is sort of shock the brain. I mean, and then you'll become more alert, right? So I think,
I
yeah.
don't
So
know.
I
I tell
generally,
you what, I felt good on the shit, and like I would be in a good mood. But then it would get to where like, I think it sort of opens up a door to another world, right? And maybe the demonic, you know what I'm saying? Like, because like at one point I remember I took a pretty large dose, and like I'm lying on my bed or whatever, and I'm chilling, and I'm like, all right, I'm like, here we go, right? But at a certain point, like I like, I'm pretty sure this is what happened. I see an invisible person in my room, right? And it's like, where you could see the person, but they're kind of invisible. I don't know how to explain it other than that, right? And I'm hearing all this destruction throughout the city, and this invisible person, I'm pretty sure it was the devil, like, is standing there for a second, and then it sort of just runs off into the noise of the destruction in the city. You get what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. I don't. Super weird. And like in the moment, I'm like, this isn't mushrooms. Whatever I'm seeing right now isn't the mushrooms. Like this is actually happening. And I'll probably go to my death like thinking that whatever that was real, and not the mushrooms.
yeah, and that's why I, take a lot of those. Because I really want to understand what that is. Because if you're able to separate whatever that was from the mushrooms, then yeah, you just said it. I mean, I want to know what exactly I'm tapping into. You know what I mean? But that causes you to communicate something with something that's not the mushrooms, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, is like in the
And I
moment.
notice more and more, like personally, I notice, like, I feel better going in a state of prayer.
Right.
I mean, like, I feel like I'll have less of a bad trip, right? But yeah, if I'm not really in a spiritual state, let's say, I don't really think it's pretty much safe to go in a place like that. I mean,
That's
but
why,
yeah,
like, I don't know. I was fasting, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like eating garbage, and
I noticed that with my dreams too. Like, it's like if I'm not in a good place, my dreams won't be in a good place.
right.
But if I'm in a good place, like somehow my dreams will just be in a better place. So it's kind of like weird how that works, right?
Yeah, I rarely dream anymore. I don't, or at least if I am dreaming, I don't remember them. Do you have any recurring dreams? You ever had those?
I
Like
feel
a
like all of
same
my
dream
dreams
over
are
again?
recurring dreams. Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I used
because
to have one
yeah.
where I was like behind a fence, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it behind the fence, and the world is moving super fast on the other side of the fence, and it's like moving by me or some way. And then it would kind of switch, and it would be like a burning house and a burning bush, and like a burning house and a burning bush, and I could see this, and like then I'd wake up, but it was like the same dream over and over again. I have no clue what that means.
Weird. Yeah, I see. Yeah, like every time I dream, I go to like the same 4 or 5 places.
Shit.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, is this a city? Is this a, you know what I mean?
You know, I thought about this. It's like, okay, you know, because I had this dream one time that I was on this train and it was speeding somewhere, and there was a girl on the train. I was trying to help her get off, like the train, right? And the shit, like, it felt like, you know, I might have astral projected and was in the spirit realm where this chick was stuck in limbo, right? Like, if that makes any sense, like she was stuck in this place, the spiritual realm where she couldn't get out of, and it was a speeding train. And like I think I had to get back to my body before a certain time, or I would be stuck on the train with her. You know what I mean? And I had this one time, it was like all my skin was falling off in a waterfall, right? And like I'm like wrapping my head up with bandages, and then it like switches and I'm in this mall, and it's all these people living in the mall in tents, you know, like it's like an apocalyptic world where all these people are living in the mall in tents, and I'm like running through the mall looking for my family, and I can't find them, and like I'm in these bandages still from the waterfall, you know. So some weird ass dreams, bro. Now I read like Carl Jung's book, you know, Dreams, Memories, and Reflections, and you know, he kind of just chops all this stuff up to being archetypes and all this shit. And it seems like he balances on a coin. Like he doesn't want to admit that these spiritual realities are real, that they're just processes in the brain or something. But then he'll kind of go over into them. I don't know. He's got a weird ideology.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to all of our viewers.
It got too deep, bro.
Yeah, but I really got the same 5 places in my dreams. And yeah, it's really odd. And it just seems like I've been seeing these places for a really long time too, and I haven't really noticed it. There's a house, and there's like a giant stone temple type of thing,
right?
And like an old village, and there's a lake, and the lake has like submerged under it are these giant blocks, these giant rectangular blocks where just the surface is coming on top of the lake. So it's like stepping stones that you can walk on. Yeah, and there's a city, and it's interesting because there's like a good city and a bad city. You know?
Yeah.
And and there's a suburban area where the houses that I guess either my family or a group of people that I don't know, it's like hundreds of people will come through this house. You know what I mean? And it'll include various groups of people, but yeah, there's also a giant building in this dream. And yeah, it's got like a hospital and a school, and there's various things that are contained within this building. It's like a hotel, a mall, a hospital, a school. It's not possible for all these things to actually be contained in this building.
Right. Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like a physical place that I've been to because it's connected. Depending on where you leave this building, it'll go to a different area in the dream.
Like it'll switch, like what I'm talking about. Like the whole scenery will just kind of be something else. Like that's how mine are. Like it's super strange.
Yeah.
She's saying that there's a show that's kind of like that. Look what Zephyr said. She said there's a show about a succubus, which the later episodes take place on a train where the main character is trapped. That's sketchy, dude. She says this on Showtime. It was like a cheesy Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but interesting. I don't know. I've never seen the show, but that does sound awfully similar. But what do you think the dream's about? Like, if you could sort of pinpoint it, like these buildings that shouldn't be fit in a single building.
Well, I think there's three possibilities. Out of the possible range of explanation, I think either it's a made-up place, it's a place I made up, or it's a real place.
Right.
So, I mean, I hold that possibility with all the dreams and all the ideas. But I don't think that any of them are not real.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think all of it's real, right? To an extent. They could be real illusions. If that makes any sense. It's like a real illusion. Like, I don't know. I think what I'm trying to say is that just because it's an illusion doesn't mean it's not a reality. Because I always think about, that story of St. Martin of Tours, or Tours, however you say it, but he, this person gets that cloak from heaven, and the cloak from heaven, that, an angel gives him a cloak from heaven, and he thinks he's so blessed and all this stuff. And, all the other monks are like, what is this? Like, this is crazy. Like, where did you get that? He's like, I got a cloak from heaven, and because I'm so blessed, type thing. And St. Martin of Tours sees it, and it can't keep its form. It ends up disappearing. But, I think a demon might have appeared or something, and it was trying to hold the like the sight of a, God. It's like appearing as Christ, and then it would shift into another appearance, like take different forms. But again, like this cloak from heaven, they could feel, touch it, see it, it all had all the properties of a substance, but yet it disappeared. So I think this is something that man hasn't really endeavored in too much. We think either something is spiritual or it's physical, but what if something is both spiritual and physical? And here's something I just thought of. Okay, so I'm sure you know about this because you're involved with Islam, right? So here's the big question. Um, the story of Christ being a phantasmal body. Do you guys teach that? What you're involved with?
You're talking about spirit body?
Yeah, the phantasmal body of Christ that sort of it was he wasn't really crucified, that Simon the Cyrene or something like that was crucified in his place, right?
Yeah, maybe. But I think I don't think they identify who it was. You know what I mean? But yeah, they say that basically Christ didn't die. So there's that whole
Right.
aspect. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I know about that, right? And now this is
But
just
I don't think they draw any conclusion because see in Paul it says that Christ came back in a resurrected body.
that's true. And
Right.
that he
So
could go through doors and walls and
yeah,
right?
yeah. So he makes a specific claim about the way that Christ is being preserved post this crucifixion, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, in terms of Christians and Muslims, they both agree that he's not dead, right? So there's that aspect of
The
things.
only
But
difference is like we state that he did die,
that he
right?
did die, exactly, and he came back in, and also that he came back in a resurrected body. There's actually two claims because
Yeah.
Islam does not make a statement on how Christ is being preserved, if that's what you're asking. Right?
Like yeah,
Yeah, so
well,
there's no like phantasmal like body or anything like that
I
in
think
the
that's what
teaching.
the Gnostics taught, right? Is
Yeah.
that
Oh yeah, they definitely have that in the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter.
I think it's called Docetism, if I'm not mistaken.
Basilides.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Docetism. Yeah.
And what I know about Docetism, which is this is something that's interesting that a lot of maybe Christians don't know about, is that 1 John was actually written to refute the Docetists. So listen to what 1 John says. I thought this is so interesting, dude. Like, you know, like he says that which from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which 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 what which we have looked upon with our hands and handled concerning the word of life. So he's saying that right there. Um, you know, what we've seen with our eyes, what we looked upon, and we have handled with our hands, concerning the word of life, that was manifest, and we have seen and bear witness, and declare to you that the eternal life which was with the Father was manifested to us, that which we have seen and heard, and declared to you, that you may also have fellowship with us. And truly, our fellowship is with the Father and His Son Jesus Christ. And these things we write to you that you may be full of joy. So that first passage was written as a response to the Docetist, right? And I didn't know that, like that each kind of story was, it makes sense that each story was written for a specific purpose, but that is why 1 John was written. And I thought that was kind of fascinating. Because again, like I went through the whole the Kabbalah stuff, and the Kabbalists sort of teach something like that too, like these Frankish guys or something. I don't Frankism maybe. I don't remember what it was, but they teach something like that.
Yeah. I mean it's skating freely because you could take Paul's doctrine of spirit bodies and really go loose with it. So if you go to Origin and different people, so well.
Right. Yeah, Origin does talk about that too, I think. And I think that's why like maybe the church had condemned him. We got these guys nowadays, like in the OCA, who say that Origen was a saint, and it's pretty crazy. Like Origen did write some of the early apologetics for the church, and there is good stuff in there. Like he said some good stuff, but in the long run, like his doctrines are way too subversive and nutty.
Yeah, they have a tradition that that essentially, you have, I guess the ability to resurrect you, right? Stored within your body, right? So they asked the prophet like where it's stored, right? And he said it's in the spinal fluid, right? So, if you go in the spinal fluid, there is multipotent stem cells, right? But I don't think that that's the point. I think the point is that, that God can resurrect you from anything. All right. So, right. So the fact is that the people that we're talking about causality, right? So the Aristotelian philosophers, right? They said, it's causality, right? That, somebody dies and then they're gone, right? So they said that the idea of the resurrection, that has to be talking about the immaterial body, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what people like Imam Ghazali basically said was that in the Quran, it talks about people in heaven experiencing the pleasures of heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So it said, so what he says is that they have to have bodies to experience that. Right. So he said the Aristotelian philosophers are wrong. Right.
Yeah.
So
well,
essentially but I think that is just an explanation that they used to kind of say, well, let's not go ahead and say that God doesn't have the ability to resurrect your material body, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say, like, look, like God can resurrect your material body. It doesn't. It's not that, oh, like look at cause and effect, and so God can't recreate the body, so it must be a spiritual body. He's saying that you're trying to limit what God can do, essentially, right?
Okay.
So, you know what I mean?
So this is something from. Okay, there's this 8th day prophecy, right? And now in this 8th day prophecy, it talks about this. It says I'm gonna just give you a little bit of what this is. On an Israelite entered into God's covenant by a circumcision on the 8th day. The priestly ordination of Aaron and his sons was completed on the 8th day. With livestock, your sacrifice of first fruits to God was to be on the 8th day. In general, every lamb, goat, or bullock was not acceptable for offering until the 8th day. A healed leopard was declared clean on the 8th day. Ceremonial cleansing of an issue of blood reached completion on the 8th day. Ceremonial cleansing of a defiled Nazarite reached completion on the 8th day. The Feast of Tabernacles reached completion on the 8th day. King Hezekiah's cleansing of the temple was completed on the 8th day. Ezekiel's purification of the altar climax and God's acceptance on the 8th day. When the Ark of the Covenant was brought to Solomon's temple in Jerusalem on the 8th day, the people blessed the king and went into their joyful tents, glad of heart for all the goodness that the Lord had done for David and his servants, for Israel's people. We also remember that Noah's flood, 8 souls were saved by water, and King David himself was the 8th son of Jesse. So what I'm trying to get to is this, right? Now we say something, and we say the Lord's Day is the 8th day, and that comes from John in Revelations, where he said, what did he say? He said something like this. Like, let me read it real quick. It's like John 1:10, I think. So I mean Revelation 1:10. So it says, I was in the spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice as a trumpet. Now, and what I'm going to get to is this resurrection and the resurrected body. That's really what I'm trying to get to. So it says, in spirit may may mean John received the revelation in visionary ecstasy, but more probably that he was in worship in spirit and in truth on the Lord's Day. The Lord's Day is the earliest reference to the Christian name for Sunday. The Didache and St. Ignatius Antioch show this name was used very early for the day when Christians gathered to celebrate the resurrection and the Holy Eucharist. As a fulfillment of the first day of the week, the old creation Sunday becomes the, quote, eighth day, the first day of the new creation. The term eighth day is seen also in 2 Enoch 33 and 1 and inaugurates the first day of the timeless age to come. The loud voice as a trumpet is a traditional eschatological apocalyptic introduction describing the appearance of the Lord. So we would say, since Christ resurrected on Sunday, he resurrected on the eighth day, right? And so St. Justin the Martyr, he said, Noah's Ark, why were 8 people saved? According to St. Justin, number 8 was prophetic. It pointed forward to when Jesus Christ, the Son of God, would rise from the dead on the 8th day. At about 100 years later, at St. Cyprian at the Carthage Council, 66 bishops, they considered a question that had been posed by a man named Fidus. And a letter of Fidus suggested that infant baptism should be delayed until a child is 8 days old. Because in the Old Testament, circumcision had always been delayed until the 8th day. This was the response given by the 66 Orthodox bishops. They said, for the respect of the observance of the 8th day of the Jewish circumcision of the flesh, a sacrament was given beforehand in shadow and in usage. But when Christ came, it was fulfilled in truth. For because the 8th day, that is the first day after the Sabbath, was to be on that which the Lord would rise again and should quicken us and give us circumcision of the Spirit. The 8th day, the first day after the Sabbath, the Lord's Day, went in the figure, which figure sees when by the truth came and spiritual circumcision was given. So it says, according to St. Cyprian and his council of 66 bishops, circumcision always took place on the 8th day, pointing forward to when Jesus Christ, the Son of God, would rise from the dead on the 8th day. So this is the point this is the big point I'm trying to make here. It says, okay. Here, on the 8th day, death is defeated. On the 8th day, the gates of hell are shattered. On the 8th day, the graves release their captives. On the 8th day, the Son of God rises from the dead, holding the keys of death and hell in one hand and the broken teeth of the devil in the other. On the 8th day, the old creation begins passing away and the new creation begins breaking into our present world. For when the apostles look upon the risen Christ, they are looking at a human body which has crossed over from death into life. They are looking at a human body that will outlive this present universe. When this world burns and we meet the end of the world as we know it, our risen Savior will still be there, alive and well on the other side. When the apostles see the risen body of Christ, they are seeing their own future. For the new heavens and the new earth, our bodies will be like his. And if you remember, they're talking about his body going through walls, but still being physical, right? So this is something too, like it's whatever the state that Adam and Eve were in before the fall, it's a higher state than even that. I know that was a lot to sort of, try to get in there, but that's kind of how I understand that.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Have you ever heard that before? about that shit?
No. Nope.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
deep
that's
thought, brother.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah,
'Cause you
man.
hear a lot about 7, but
Yeah, 8. And like a lot of like baptismal fonts are made with 8 sides and all that stuff. And like the verse from 2 Enoch 33 and 1, it has a prophecy that sort of lays out this 8th day prophecy. So that's why we say that some of those Enoch books are, they do have truth to them, but we don't know how much, right? But we could tell like that verse at least is spot on. Get out of here, wolf dog. I got a wolf, dude. Go on. Go. Straight up. Go. Get your ass out of here, man. Get your big ass out of here. Yeah, that damn thing's scary though, bro. He's a full-on wolf, but he's kind of like, home trained. So he's got a vibe that's just crazy though. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of like not a normal dog. I don't know.
yes, the tribe of Benjamin.
The tribe of Benjamin. What you talking
about? They got the insignia of the wolf.
Oh, do they? Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, Judah is the lion, and then Benjamin is the wolf.
Yeah, I need to get back into like reading the Old Testament more.
Oh yeah,
because
me
that
too.
stuff's interesting, dude. I always find something great in there.
Yeah, I mean, every time I read it, I find something new. So
yeah, it's one of those books that is series of books. You can read it 100 times and not sort of retain any of it. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Like won't get to the spiritual meaning of it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. That's why, like, I don't know, people can talk shit all they want, but reading the commentaries comes in handy for me because a lot of this stuff I just don't straight up understand. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell does that mean? And when you look at the saints, they kind of break it down. They'll give you it as, and I trust them. Like whatever subject there is out there, there's experts on it, right? And that's how I look at the saints. They're experts on this text, and a lot of them spent their whole lives studying it. You know what I mean? Like, so why the hell wouldn't I kind of trust them on it? I'm supposed to, trust Pastor Bob down the street who, has his own interpretation of every little thing. And instead of, these great ascetics that spent their whole lives in the desert, you know what I mean, fasting and doing all this stuff, like, and we're directly connected, some of them, to the apostles, but, I'm supposed to listen to Pastor Bob. No, I'm good, dude. Which we admit too, like, not all the time the saints are right. Some of them are overly logical on stuff. Like St. Augustine was kind of overly logical on a lot of things. And you'll have these revisionist guys that'll be like, St. Augustine's a heretic. He should be out of the church because he taught this wrong. And it's like, saints aren't saints because they never got something wrong. They're saints because they got back up after falling so much. They just like lived a blessed life, or in attempting to live a blessed life. We can learn a lot from them. But yeah, that's St. Augustine's a big one that these kind of revisionist modern day so-called Orthodox love to use as a scapegoat. And it's usually a pride thing. Like they just can't understand that, he was wrong about something. So it's like, oh, since he was wrong about it, he's not a saint. It's like, okay, dude. Because you look at the saints that talked about St. Augustine, the Eastern Orthodox saints, and they'll say, well, he might have got that wrong, but, they don't even name him. They just correct the teaching. So they didn't consider him a heretic. They just corrected the teaching or whatever. But these guys will full blown just throw him out of the pantheon of saints or whatever. I don't know. Maybe pantheon's the wrong word. Now, with Islam, I got a question. With Islam, do you guys have saints, kind of like something like that? Like, let's say somebody that lived an exceptional life, would you venerate them or something?
Yeah, not really.
So what's like the Mahdi and all that stuff? Like, what is this like? I don't know, because I kind of found like a cult, I think, right? And this cult sort of teaches that this guy's the Mahdi returned or something, and they have like, they go to the hadiths and they talk about that stuff, but they got this like white guy that says he's the Mahdi, and they're like holding up a black banner. I'll send them to you at some point. You'll probably laugh at this stuff, but
yeah, I mean, Jesus chooses the Mahdi, so.
Oh, that's who the Mahdi is.
Yeah.
This guy is acting like he's Christ. Then that's wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Mahdi is a figure that after Jesus returns, everybody knows that it's Jesus, and he's gonna select the leader of the Muslims. Until then, basically Islam is gonna be divided into a bunch of sects, right?
So he's like going to come and like form everybody into one Islam or something, like one group. I just talked to a guy about the divisions amongst the true Orthodox and how that is, and why the divisions don't necessarily mean that we're not true. Just because something is divided doesn't mean it's not true. It just means that some that are divided are sectarians and some aren't. And how do you distinguish that? You'd have to, each individual case, you'd have to look at it in context. That there's a lot of conflation that goes along with that. And like, I don't like these people, so you guys are wrong. And that's not how you come to any type of conclusions.
Yeah, that's wild shit.
Straight up.
But yeah, I think I mean, there's different things that happen, but there's Jews, there's Christians, there's Muslims, right? I think all sorts of people will be confused over what any of those things even mean. And then I think Jesus will return, and I think a large number of Muslims, Christians, and Jews will reject that that's Jesus, right? Because they already follow the Antichrist, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think there'll be true believers, all right? And basically they'll be to the brink of destruction until Jesus comes, and I think then the nations will be unified to destroy the Antichrist. I mean, that's on the throne in Israel.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
That's interesting.
it makes sense. I mean, to me, I mean, And I think the reason why people want to think up all this other stuff is because they don't want to accept just the plain truth that seems to be building up over 2,000 years. Right? So they want to hide from it and escape from it. But yeah, I mean the Satanists and a bunch of people, they've been trying to make that come about. Right?
They certainly have. And I don't think, like I've said it before, like I don't think that anything man does can force the hand of God. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing that you're going to do to make God say, "Oh, I'll come back right now." You know what I mean? That's so stupid and prideful. Like, get out of here, dude.
Yeah, that's why I think, I mean, I don't agree with the anarchism. I think that, we should have religious laws in place. I mean, but the fact is that, you know, who's going to enact that today? The one world government, right? There's only one power. I mean, so the fact is that, you know, I'm sympathetic to things like anarchy. I mean, at this stage, because I'm like, you know, because there's only one power. Well, that was a great conversation. Anyways, Neuro's asleep, so.
Yeah, I guess I fell out, brother. I don't know. My damn phone's doing something odd.
Yeah, it's all good. It's 11:11. So.
Oh, it is. Wow. It's angelic numbers. That's what the numerology people say or something. Sitting here packing a damn cigarette because I'm trying to quit, and to do so, I've been doing I got some filters and some tobacco, and I just do everything manually. Now I had a machine. It's like a nice machine that sort of does it for you, but it's doing some weirdness right now. So
Yeah, I remember that in Greece.
what? A machine for
Buy
cigarettes?
loose leaf tobacco.
Oh yeah.
And just roll your own cigarettes. Yeah, we would do that all the time. But yeah, it looks like Neuro went to sleep. So. But yeah, it's been a wild day. Not a lot of engagement today. Oh, there he goes again. Think I'll just let him go. Play some ellul and get to sleep at this point. See what's going on. With these presentations. Actually, maybe I should play some of these presentations. Let me see. This one's 51 minutes. An hour long. Yeah, I think these next two presentations will do the trick. May listen to these as I go to sleep.
Yeah, that's sketchy, dude. Every time I get kicked out, like my phone like just hits like a surge. It's like a. You ever been on Xbox or something, and it feels like I'm getting like DDoS attacked or something, dude.
Pretty weird. Yeah, pretty weird. Yeah, I mean, there's bound stuff to happen. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah, you know that Rollcore episode I did. Me not being able to see the comments, that was sketch, dude. Because that's never happened to me before. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
go back and look at the. Yeah, go back and look at the YouTube comments. You know, there's a bunch of comments there, so you might want to reflect on a couple of those. But yeah.
So wait, I'll be able to see the live comments somewhere.
Here, I'll show you right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'll show you right now. Let me see. Where's your presentation from yesterday?
Dude, I appreciate you streaming that. Like that's pretty cool because you know I'm a little channel dude. Like I'm just starting out. I don't even know what I'm doing really. But I do know this. Like I have a lot of information that a lot of Orthodox Christians don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like especially
Exactly.
about this stuff.
Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, see, okay, let me show you. Share screen. See now, see on the right is the chat, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, I'm the first comment, and then if you go forward, right? Isaac, Friar Antonius, Dogma Free, NFTU.
Yeah,
Isaac,
I didn't see any of these people.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Now, if I go further, I'll be able to pull up all the comments. There was some guy named John that was commenting yesterday too.
Yeah.
And now his comments aren't showing up. So that's really weird. So there's comments that were there last time that are not here now.
I wonder what's up with that. Yeah, that's probably John MC or something. Or
yeah, John MC, exactly.
Yeah. I've seen, I don't know if they're the same. I don't think they're the same person, but that guy always has some good things to say.
Yeah, but it says here, hey there, God bless, by NFTU, Dogma Free. He says his chat got deleted. And then,
what?
Yeah, so he's noticing the fuckery. And then it says, Isaac, I have his catechism book. I don't know what he's talking about. It says, so you are one of the priestess ones. Priestless, he says.
Oh, so we got
what
a
it's about.
World Orthodox guy who's saying,
maybe some guy. Yeah.
schismatic.
And it says the new catacombs. That's one of your guys. It says hoping Subdeacon Nectarius releases a print copy of his nice little book someday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a great book. This high treason book. Like I said, it was like wiped off the web 20,
Yeah, I've heard a lot
15,
about
20
this
years
one.
ago.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've heard they were trying to get him into that debate. They were
Yeah.
saying he would have smoked him if he went into that debate.
Oh, he definitely would have, because he was actually in with Orthodox ethos. Like, he was one of them, right? And they would publish his articles and his books, and he would be on camera with them. And he personally knew Father Peter Harris. Like, they would argue in their his living room and stuff. So this guy, you know, he was well in the group and knew what the hell they were doing. So a lot of his material is him refuting them, and they've got him blacklisted on a number of sites. Like, he's not, I'm not a big Reddit guy. I just never have been. But if they've talked about Joel, who's deaf to compromise, and they're like, well, this deaf to compromise channel is saying that Father Seraphim Rose was an old calendar, which he was. Roquefort was in communion with the Greek old calendarists in the Catacomb Church, and they were breaking communion with world orthodoxy because of the ecumenism. That's what was happening. Where as I went over yesterday, there were certain people that like this Anthony of Geneva, was likely a KGB agent, and Anthony Bloom, like those guys, like they were in Roquefort, and they were sort of pushing for closer communion with world orthodoxy. But yeah, some craziness is going on. So they'll what they've been doing is they take Father Seraphim's material, they revise it and edit it to edit out this time period, because it refutes them and it lets people know that the true Orthodox aren't schismatics. But they've been, just pushing that for so long that people don't even know. So that's why I'm being called priestless and all this stuff. Which I do have a priest. Like, that's crazy. I could, I'll just put it out there. I don't care. Father Joseph Swaden's my priest, right? Me and him are been pretty close for some time now, and my bishop's Bishop Enoch. Like, these guys always talk about who's your bishop and all that stuff. It's like, that's my bishop, and the metropolitan. I'm close with the metropolitan of the synod that I'm in. So they can say what they want. I really don't care. One of our the catacomb church in Russia, they put out a statement that I just posted on a community post. They're talking about all these Roquefort offshoots. It's kind of funny. Like, it's right after this episode that I just did. And he's talking about how these little small vagrant groups are breaking off from what was the historical Roquefort and doing their own thing and calling themselves Roquefort. And that's not us. Like, we're part of the history of the synod I'm in is like, there was an Archbishop Exentios of the True Orthodox Church of Greece. He gave us our autocephaly, I believe. Well, someone else gave us our autocephaly, but he established our church. Like, so we have direct apostolic succession and ordinations from the original people that you could read from Father Seraphim's writings that he considered canonical bishops, and all the saints a part of that time. Now, can those people say that? No, they can't. So they can talk and talk, but it is what it is. Amount of research I've done into this too, it's like I wouldn't go somewhere to a jurisdiction if I thought that it was false. You know what I mean? Like, I've done enough research into the topic to know where I'm at. I'll check it out. Posting a link to the train episode of that show. It's called Lost Girl. It'll trip me out if it is exactly like my dream.
Yep. Shang Tzu dreamed he was a butterfly when he awoke. He didn't know if he was Shang Tzu dreaming he was a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming he was Shang Tzu.
Wasn't there a recent movie that was kind of like that?
Oh yeah, I tell kids that all the time.
I think I watched. I think it was Jay Dyer, and he was talking about a movie that recently came out in Hollywood, and there was this murderer, and then he faked like he killed somebody, and they really weren't, or he switched the bodies or something, and acted like it was a miracle, and at the end, I think this girl gets killed, and the one girl told her, like, if you end up dying, show me a sign that it's you, and it was like a butterfly kind of. But then it tried to go into this like the Matrix simulation theory type thing where that really didn't happen. I don't know. He was talking about it, but it was a recent movie that's kind of a Hollywood film that's out there. So it probably took from that story with Shang Tzu.
Yeah, I had a philosophy teacher,
Mhm.
and man, this was one of my first philosophy teachers I ever had. And he said that Jesus wrote the song "Row, Row, Row Your Boat."
What?
Yeah, like I don't know. He just said it one day. I kept trying to like look it up on the internet and stuff. I could never verify that piece of information. Right, but yeah, and he's like he just gave this huge lecture, and he was like talking about how dreams are reality, and all this stuff, and then he kind of said, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. And he's like, Jesus wrote that. and I was like, what? like I thought, oh, that's strange. I was like, that can't be true. But like I went home and like tried to look it up. I was like, oh, what the fuck? I
You're
can't
never
find that
gonna
shit.
find that, dude.
It's like the ultimate psyop, man, for me that day.
Dude,
He got
what?
me with it. But yeah, but yeah, one day he pointed at this kid.
Yeah.
And he's like a dung beetle is more beautiful than you. The kid's like, what? He's like, no, dung beetles suck. I'll squish a dung beetle. He's like, fuck dung beetles, right? And then and he's like a dung beetle knows what it's made for. Like a dung beetle does the best thing it can do. He's like, you don't know what your own purpose is.
Damn, dude.
And yeah, he's like a dung beetle is 1,000 times more useful than you'll ever be. So he's like beauty is understanding your purpose. He's like, that's how the Greeks understood beauty. He's like, we don't understand beauty that way. We think of it as that we're more beautiful than dung beetles. And he's like, dope. He's like, dung beetle's more beautiful than you.
Perception. I don't know. That guy sounds like he was kind of on some MK Ultraness right there with
Yeah, he was an interesting dude.
Yeah. I wish I went to school, man. Like I'm sort of just like autodidactic. I was self-taught, I don't know. I was busy being an idiot. So and then I didn't even get through high school, to be honest with you. I got kicked out. I flicked a cigarette butt at my principal's forehead. So that happened. They put me in a mental hospital for a week because of that shit. Yeah, so it was an older guy. He wasn't like that old, but he had a hearing aid in, and he used to, when he was like talking to people, like he would turn his hearing aid up, right? Well, when he did that, like I guess he was trying to hear what I was saying. I screamed in his hearing aid, and like I like walked outside or whatever, and I got like to my car because I'm in high school. And my car's out in the parking lot, and like I'm sitting there, and then he comes up to my car, and he's like, "You're gonna be a zero, like when you grow up or something, right?" And like I flicked the cigarette butt at his forehead, and it hit him, and like sparks flew a little bit and shit. He was a bald dude, and I said, "You're a -1, bitch," like, you know what I mean, like. And yeah. And then this ginger ass cop comes out of nowhere, and I didn't see him, and he like kind of tackles me from the side, and like I'm in the back of a damn cop car, and all like these people are like looking in, all the kids from school, and I'm like cussing and shit. It's not good. Never went back. But that's sick that you're actually like educated, like went to, do you got a degree or something like in philosophy or what?
I mean, I earned all the credits to get a degree. I dropped out, but yeah.
Wow, dude, why would you do that? You had all the damn credits and you dropped out.
I could go back and grab the degree, but
yeah,
I can do it at any point. Yeah, they still have my transcript, so.
Oh, you're good then, dude. You should do that, man. Why not? Because that little piece, the piece of paper doesn't really matter. You got the knowledge, but it definitely probably would help, right?
I think it's pointless.
That's what a lot of people say too. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Dr. Scribino's pissed. He was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Right? But yeah, I mean, I will probably do it one day, but the thing is that, I mean, I just went away to write my book. That's the thing, is that I find this a lot more sustaining. I mean, is that the fact of, I'll do research and write my books, right? If I gain success in that, I'll go back to school and grab the degree, right? Real quick. It's not a big deal. But yeah, political science and philosophy. I'm well learned in those subjects.
Yeah, I can tell, like, because like I'll talk about the shit that I'm talking about, but I don't know all like the proper terms and shit. Like, just shit, dude.
Yeah, I can spar with the best of them there.
Hell yeah. That's
philosophy, awesome. But philosophy and theology, a lot of that stuff is self-taught, but political science and philosophy, there's large portions of that isn't self-taught, that I learned at a university level.
Yeah, I would say that when it comes to theology, like, and the saints will say this too, is that it's not something that is like scholastic, right? It's like you learn it through the experience of the life in the church, right? And now a lot of these guys don't understand that. And that's why they kind of get caught up in some heresy or whatever it might be. You know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, it's the spirit behind the shit. And now I'm not acting like I'm all that either, you know what I mean? I'm definitely not. But I could kind of pick out, you know, out of the saints, like who's right on and who isn't. And as far as I can tell, that's not, you know, the discernment's something God given. And I think that's one of the highest things that God might grace you with is discernment, you know, because otherwise you could fall for some crazy shit. And there's some guys out there that definitely, talking about Orthodox guys that are teaching some off stuff, dude. And it's because they, you know, take a scholastic approach to it. But it like at the same time, like what you the stuff that you talk about, like yeah, like that. If you're going to talk about this stuff, at least have a background. And yeah, you seem to know what you're saying. You know, and Neural put me on to you, and he was like, you know, check out this dude, and he's the homie, and he says some interesting things. And I think like the first time I spoke to you, I was like, you know, this techno satanic world we're in, or something. I said something like that, and that's exactly what the hell you talk about, and that's not talked about often. It really isn't. Not enough.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, you know, it's going to have younger voices because the older people just probably don't get it, you know, as well. And I think it takes a younger voice too to get through to the younger generation as well. And well, you're in the position where you got the, you know, the ear to the younger crowd, but you also got the respect of the older dudes out here too. So it's pretty fire. And like I know this, like you know, Father Joseph's a hard dude to sort of, I don't know, like get the respect of. I would think as far as a lot of the stuff out here, and you know, he speaks highly of you.
Yeah, I mean that conversation was incredible. You saw the conversation, you know. So
yeah, that's great, dude. Like, you know, and it's not often that you got people from two different backgrounds because most of the time it's just a shit show when you know you get someone that's Muslim or Christian together. I mean, it's pretty awful. You know what I mean? It's pretty unbearable. Like a Sam Schumann and those other guys, like you see the way they interact. Like there's no, you know, there's no pulling punches. Like they're going for blood, and I don't know. I don't think that gets anyone. It's like yeah, you know, I think that Dyer and him absolutely destroyed them in that debate. You've seen that debate, I'm sure, right?
which one? The Muslim one?
Yeah, yeah. I think they got worked personally, but I don't know. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean it was really 50-50. I think I reviewed it at the time. I don't think there was a lot there personally, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess like maybe I'm going off of like how the response, you know what I'm saying? Because most of the people were sort of siding with Sam and
I forget who was the
so,
guy.
I
They were
don't even
debating?
know. I don't remember. Could Pikachu or Kikachu? Daniel?
Oh, okay. It was him. It was him again. See, this is the thing: is that Jay Dyer debated him already?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, So if you go and watch that debate, it's horrible. It's like both sides want to argue about who's more Jewish. And I personally thought that was a bad approach. I mean, so I was already fed up with them in the first place.
When you say that more Jewish, or like you're saying, like who has
Yeah.
claim to the Jewish, like
Yeah, he was gonna have a guy there called Brancacella, Jake Brancacella,
yeah.
and that guy would have absolutely smoked him on the Trinity, But yeah, so they last minute got some other guy to debate, so that's what happened there. By the way,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So that's also what happened.
Well, Jay has a weird doctrine on the Trinity, anyways. Because to be
Well, you
honest
should have
with you,
seen the other debate, dude. He was literally saying, like, he was quoting like Kabbalistic scholars.
really,
Yeah, man. And I have the episode somewhere. I'll send it to you, but yeah, we definitely reviewed it, and yeah, it was not a
I
good
wonder
look.
why the hell he would do that. Like, why are you? I think that, like I say, it's rooted in feeling inferior to your opponent. So you're trying to, intellectually, logically, feeling inferior, because our doctrine isn't a logical doctrine. Like, it's not something that's going to logically make sense, right? And that's okay. Like, at least admit that. Like, it's not something that it's a spiritual reality rather than something that can be reasoned with and understood that way. Um, that's what I would say. It's kind of like a pointless thing to do. Like, oh, you're going to try to logically explain a divine mystery? What the hell? And all the saints say that. Like, you'll go mad trying to think of the depths of the Trinity. Like,
Well, I
'cause
think that what Jay Dyer says about the one and the many being rooted in this concept of the Trinity, that it is a statement about ontology. You know, you know, definitely don't see that, panning out. And I could be wrong, but oh, yeah, it's okay. This happened to him before.
Anyways.
Yeah.
We're on some goofiness, dude. But yeah, you're saying something about dire and ontology.
Yeah, it's like this idea of the one and the many being explained by the Trinity. You know.
Okay. So, let me just see if I can find this statement. It's, I got my little thing over here where I made for apologetics. It's on essence and energies, and it's something. I think it's Saint Gregory Palamas, and it's talking about we can't really explain a divine mystery, right? And like, let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, here it is. So it says the fathers of Nicaea used language from St. John's Gospel. They were concerned with the Arian heresy. So they started with only begotten and then added more detail so that nobody who believes the Son is not the same in nature as the Father could be baptized or ordained. Ugh. The creed ended simply, quote, I believe in the Holy Spirit, and then some anathemas against Arianism. It didn't occur to them to dogmatize about the Holy Spirit since there wasn't any controversy about him. But within a few generations, a new heresy arose, that of the Tomoikai, or spirit fighters, were teaching that the Holy Spirit was not God. The Second Ecumenical Council at Constantinople in 381 added what is now the rest of the creed as we know it. Following Nicaea's lead, they used the language from St. John's Gospel where Christ says, quote, when the Helper comes, whom I shall send to you from the Father, the Spirit of truth, who proceeds from the Father, who will testify of me. John 15 and 26. That verse was incidentally describes the Holy Spirit as being sent into the world in time and history by Christ, but as to his relation to the Father, he proceeds. So that's economic procession rather than, like he what the filioque teaches. So, anyways, the fathers at Constantinople did not distinguish how the Holy Spirit proceeding from the Father differs from the Son, begottenness from the Father. They could not have known that century later someone would change their creed. From the creed, we learn the Son is the only begotten of the Father. The Spirit proceeds from the Father. The Father begot the Son and breathed the Spirit. Breath and Spirit are the same word in Greek, Latin, and Hebrew. In confessing this, the Church distinguishes the persons of the Trinity. The Father, the Son, and the Spirit are not interchangeable. They each have personal characteristics not shared by the other two, because they are consubstantial, homoousios, one in essence, not one person. When St. John writes that God is love, 1 John 4 and 16, he shows that the three divine persons have relationship, which could not be the case if the Godhead were one person. This emphasis comes around again every time the heresy of modalism, Jesus only, pops up. The list of distinctions also protects the dogma that the three divine persons are co-equal because they are the same essence. The Son of the Father, the Spirit is also of the Father. The Spirit is not a junior partner needing two divine persons as his origin, and the Father is not diminished by needing help to breathe the Spirit. But other than using, quote, begotten and, quote, proceeding to distinguish the two persons, the Church does not very often try to define or explain what Christ meant by these two terms. We have to speculate we would have to speculate as to things that have not been revealed. St. Gregory the theologian writes, "You ask what is the procession of the Holy Spirit? Tell me first what is the unbegottenness of the Father, and I will explain to you the physiology of the generation of the Son and the procession of the Spirit. And we both of us will be stricken with madness for prying into the mystery of God." St. Gregory the Great, Fifth Oration, 7 through 8. St. John of Damascus says something similar in his exact exposition of the Orthodox faith, 8 through 9. Quote, "We have learned that there is a difference between begetting and procession, but the nature of the difference we in no wise understand." So yeah, like, our saints say we don't really understand exactly, in human words to explain the Trinity, in its fullness, that's because it's a divine mystery. But what we do know about it is that it's three persons that are the same essence. Yeah, it's the Holy Trinity is one God in three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These persons are distinct but not separate and are not three gods. They are one God because they are one essence or nature. The Father is the unbegotten fountainhead of deity. The Son is eternally begotten of the Father. That's John 1:18, 3 and 16, 16:28. The Holy Spirit is the helper, John 14 and 16, and the Spirit of truth, John 14, 17, 16, and 13, who proceeds from the Father, John 15 and 26. And I kind of posted something on a refutation of the filioque on my channel from a pretty rare quote from a book that was in Russian, but now it's in English. Finally, St. Paisius Velikovsky, and he breaks down that distinguishing factor between why the filioque is a false teaching, because there's some uniates out here that believe that too.
Yeah, I can't believe. Well, yeah, I don't know if I'd get struck for this, but works for neuro, I guess, But I know one time I think he got struck for putting some type of Nazi art or something. So I don't know. But yeah.
Oh, you're talking about your background image here?
Yeah, but I'm not restreaming this, so But yesterday I was, but yeah, But
What's
this
the
was
deal with this? Like, what is he just trolling? What's up?
Yeah, he's trolling. Yeah, he's trolling big time.
Yeah, he's trying to get a reaction or something. There. But I mean, he's had some pretty wild, screenshots or whatever it is, whatever it's called, where for videos. Like the one either yesterday or the day before was wild, dude. It's like, this dude's trying to get a strike. Oh, whatever. I guess the rules are meant to be broken a little.
Yeah, that's how I was when I was more just coming out. But now I'm thinking that there's a lot of material on my channel, but that might be very useful for lots of people, you know. So
Yeah, I look at it the same way. Like everything that I've posted so far, it's kind of not going too far, you know. I don't know. I'm not big into extremes, anyways. I try to take a middle path with what I'm doing.
but yeah, today I was supposed to be doing something a little bit different, but I chose to take a little break. But yeah, I should get to sleep here, my friend. But yeah, this was a brilliant. Yeah, this was a really brilliant conversation, though. You know, definitely more to come.
Yeah, we'll talk, man. Take it easy, brother.
Yeah, blessings, friend. Yeah.
Later.
And all you guys, I'm gonna play this here. I know Neuro's already asleep, so I'll see if he wakes up. You know, but give it a couple hours here.
Hey, how's it going? This is Chad Haig reporting from Southern India. I'd like to continue the series of videos on the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski in the sixth and final lecture over the so-called Unabomber Manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future. We will finish the paragraph by paragraph level reader's guide to the text by talking now about the section of the text which is titled The Danger of Leftism. We could call that The Danger of Leftoidism, in line with the definition of that you saw in my 8th book, Leftoid Psychology. And speaking of books, now that we are finishing this group reading, I want to announce that all of this discussion will be collected and then greatly added onto into a new book called The Technological Crisis, a reader's guide to the Unabomber Manifesto of Ted Kaczynski. So once again, taking all this discussion that has gone on kind of on an off and on basis over the past 2 years on the channel, but add to it significantly by also showing you a holistic picture of how Ted Kaczynski's thought has evolved in line with these particular topics, going all the way back to his early unpublished essays on technology from the 1970s, the letters from prison, the published works like Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. And all of this, by the way, will also be discussed on the channel. There will be videos on those particular unpublished essays, letters. We'll be revisiting Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. Really, my New Year's resolution for this year is to go back to discussing the anti-technological thinkers like Kaczynski, ellul, Evola, etc., which admittedly did not get enough attention on the channel last year. We were talking about things like grammar and language, which is, of course, also very important. But my New Year's resolution, once again, is to spend a lot more time with that anti-technological material, which is so important. So I also want to begin with the disclaimer that this video is for educational purposes alone. The purpose of this video is neither to promote nor to refute any theories, but rather to examine them from a strictly philosophical perspective. Also, if you are interested in supporting the channel, links to my Patreon and subscribe to our accounts in the video description. So if we get into the text itself, we find in paragraph 213 that Kaczynski warns the reader that leftists often become attracted to movements that are not originally leftist in nature. This is simply because they perceive that such movements are vaguely rebellious and therefore might provide them another excuse to publicly vent their rage about some other grievance du jour. After this initial infection by one leftist occurs, however, that movement proceeds to get overwhelmed with a stampede of so many other leftists who follow their influencers like so many lemmings and then subtly transform that movement into something very different from what it was originally supposed to be. Kaczynski therefore strongly cautions the reader to never allow the same fate to befall the anti-technological movement, because this would provide the single most efficient means of undoing all of the hard work which Kaczynski put into formulating a crystal clear and logically bulletproof anti-technological philosophy, let alone any viable plan to thwart the human race away from the doomed trajectory of technological overshoot which is currently stuck on. Well, the casual reader might have the knee-jerk reaction of explaining away all of this is nothing more than Kaczynski's supposed and ultimately non-existent conservative bias, we should unpack why exactly it is that going mainstream within the SJW movement would be the single worst thing which could happen to the anti-technological movement. Now, first of all, we must recall that Kaczynski clarified near the very beginning of the manifesto that leftism is not to be equated with any particular ideology, because as a psychological type, leftism is quite literally pre-ideological. According to Kaczynski, leftism is primarily defined as the coincidence of a pair of psychological traits called over-socialization and feelings of inferiority. To put it very briefly, over-socialization is an excessive tendency to do exactly what societal expectations require one to do, while feelings of inferiority refer to a tendency to project one's resentment over one's powerlessness and lack of agency onto any available outlet of socially acceptable aggression. Needless to say, these two traits would be problematic in any historical era, but under the domination of modern technology, the leftist traits come to be accelerated by conditions that are basically hardwired to turn all of the humans living under modern technology into something like the leftist psychological type. This is because modern technology requires excessive over-socialization in the form of fully regulating people's behavior. It has to do this in order to maximize the predictability and efficiency of the system as a whole. This, in turn, generates even more feelings of inferiority by actually making people as powerless as the leftist feels himself to be in their ressentiment against those who have the agency which they feel themselves to lack. In a post-arrest essay called The System's Neatest Trick, Kaczynski noted that because modern technology contradicts hundreds of thousands of years of hunter-gatherer evolutionary conditions, people will always already feel on a subconscious level that they want to rebel against something, even if they have no idea what that something is. But the system cleverly works 2 steps ahead of itself by allowing them to act out on these rebellious impulses by openly encouraging them to fight against certain things which the system just happened to already need to get out of the way by tricking them into increasing the system's technological efficiency by pushing through some much needed updates. Very good example of this is that the system has no problem with SJWs taking to the streets to fight for things like racial equality or gender equality, because the system needs human cogs to come from every ethnic background and every gender identity. All 68 of them are fine, because the system would find it to be a problem if anybody could not be incorporated into the vast pseudo-organism of economic production as workers and consumers. If only half the population were allowed to fill that role, as might have been the case at the very beginning of the Industrial Revolution, when it was mostly just men who took jobs in factories while women stayed at home and cared for the family, this would indeed be a technical problem, because it would inhibit the system from advancing itself as a self-propagating system, which we know from the purified laws of them as presented within Anti-Tech Revolution Why and How, is always in pursuit of the largest possible scope of operation. Likewise, we find that the person who is hardwired to exhibit these 2 leftist psychological traits will only later come to espouse any number of different ideological contents, because the latter are valued far more for their ability to provide an outlet for these negative psychological drives than for their semantic meaningfulness as ideologies in the proper sense of the term. You have probably already noticed that SJWs have virtually no limit on how many different causes they can incorporate onto a laundry list of grievances, which they understand on one hand they're required to pay lip service to in public in order to remain in good standing with the rest of the herd, but they understand on the other that they don't have to actually know what they're talking about when they do so. Proof that any one of these ideologies is nothing more than a means to an end to allow the SJW to publicly vent his or her frustration can be found in the way that many of these items on the laundry list flatly contradict one another. But the contradiction goes unnoticed because the list contains so many dozens of other items that one never feels the need to concern oneself with any one of them unless one has been prompted to by the media, one only really thinks about the issues which are trending in the news or in one's social media that particular day. A few examples of such contradictions that go unnoticed include the following. SJWs realize that they have to support environmentalism, which is supposed to mean saving nature. They also realize that they're supposed to support unlimited technological progress, which means the destruction of nature. They don't realize that progress in technology requires things like pollution, or habitat destruction, or resource depletion, or just the regulation of everything within nature, for this is the only way that the global technological system can maximize the things it really needs, like predictability, efficiency, and productivity. But of course, SJWs don't really think about environmentalism unless the media tells them to on the days when it happens to get a tip from so-called clean energy companies in China that they need to run a news story promoting solar panels or wind turbines to artificially bid up the stock value of these same companies. If that is not the case on that particular day, SJWs don't even remember that they're supposed to care about saving nature. Similarly, back when the Iran nuclear deal was trending in the news because a Democrat president needed to raise his approval rating by pretending to be single-handedly delivering world peace, SJWs also favored portraying a strict religious theocracy in which homosexuals are put to death as being fully consistent with the leftist movement and its values. Then turn around the very next day when something else is trending in the news and use these same social media accounts to promote things like transgenderism, homosexuality, polyamory, and the public school grooming of children, without realizing that these same things would all be harshly criminalized under the same religious theocracy they had just claimed one day earlier had been granted full membership within the SJW movement. More recently, last year in 2022, when gas prices got high enough to start impacting another Democrat president's approval rating, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg showed an even more impressive display of leftist cognitive dissonance when he assured the public that the solution to the combined problems of petroleum shortage and global warming could be as simple as removing the barriers to start importing oil from Iran and Venezuela. This is because apparently Mother Nature herself cares enough about nations' political affiliations that she only causes carbon emissions to exist if the oil in question originated in a capitalist nation. But she'll suspend these same laws of physics if that oil came from a communist dictatorship or from a strict religious theocracy in the Middle East. Buttigieg so easily combined the self-contradictory motifs of a politically motivated desire to keep gas prices low until the midterms, combined with pseudo-environmentalist concern over drilling on federal lands and climate change, and then combine both of these with the understanding that communism and Sharia law are currently more trendy among SJWs than capitalism. But in doing so, he only showed that all of these motifs could be so easily shoved into a single monstrous composite image because, as an SJW, he didn't really have to understand what any one of them meant. There really is no need to think about any item on the laundry list of leftist grievances because the whole point is just to find some available outlet to whine about something on that particular day. But the deeper question, which few ask, is where exactly does this constant need to whine come from in the first place? Well, ironically, the only thing which is never allowed to be added onto the laundry list of leftist grievances is the one thing which all of them really provide a mask for. And that one thing is one's suffering under the domination of modern technology. Now, a perceptive reader might very well ask at this point, isn't Kaczynski's warning in paragraph 213 to never let a leftist rebellion against technology become a thing, isn't it therefore just wasted breath, since he would seem to be warning about something which can't happen because it's impossible? Well, here we have to be very careful with our words. The irony here is that even if it did somehow become fashionable among leftoids to pay lip service to opposing technology, they still would not really be talking about technology in the sense that Kaczynski uses the term. If one is skeptical of this, one should be reminded that we can already see concretely the way that this works in the example of how it has already become fashionable for SJWs to publicly oppose things like fossil fuel companies, or to voice an environmentalist concern for trying to save nature. In both cases, they somehow miss the point twice as much, precisely through seizing the surface level linguistification, which actually does identify the right issue on a superficial level. They realize, though, that they don't have to go any deeper than the layer of pre-digested linguistifications which the global technological system had already fed to them, and which it had only done so as part of the system's neatest trick. To be more specific, the leftist critique of technology, if that ever did exist, certainly would not cause one to realize that one had to oppose the very subtle things about modern technology and how it functions. Things like modern technology's monopoly over the ability to go through the power process for really serious things like the production of food or the securing of drinkable water. Another thing about modern technology, which the leftist critique thereof would never identify, is that it is this lack of freedom under modern conditions as a result of this monopoly over serious iterations through the power process, which generates the need to be an SJW in the first place. For the need to find something to complain about that day would theoretically disappear if one could just get one's freedom back and concern oneself with real iterations through the power process instead of these superficial surrogate activities. No, these truths about what technology really is and how it really functions hit far too close to home to ever be allowed, let alone openly encouraged by the system through its neatest trick. Likewise, in paragraph 214, Kaczynski noted that any movement that really is in favor of nature must, by extension, be opposed to technology, for these are two different ways of saying exactly the same thing. But for this very reason, it must also avoid collaborating with leftists. This is once again not for any ideological reason, for as we've already shown, leftism is inherently pre-ideological. Instead, Kaczynski issued this warning because the psychological traits which define leftism are incompatible with any attempt to negate modern technology, because modern technology is directly required to achieve any of the kinds of goals which leftists favor. Great example of this is that leftists require collectivization. Collectivization is necessary because of the leftists' conflicted need to remain fully regulated by the over-socialization of societal norms, which precludes him or her from performing any really independently chosen action, combined with a hardwired need to go through the power process, which really is just a part of our human nature, and therefore lingers on despite any amount of over-socialization, and actually becomes even more pathologically frustrated as a result of this chronic technological repression. These two contradictory needs can only find compromise through allowing the leftists to identify with some large collectivist movement. For the latter allows one to vicariously feel like one has an opportunity to establish a goal and then expend effort towards it and then finally achieve that goal, even if all of this is just an elaborate illusion. For example, you might remember that when the Supreme Court ruled in favor of same-sex marriage in 2015, all of the SJWs in America publicly celebrated this decision as somehow being their own victory. They flew the rainbow flag on their profile pictures on FaceMash for one day without realizing that not a single one of them as individuals had actually done anything that day to make this happen. It's not an exaggeration to call this a purely virtual iteration through the power process, in which one is allowed to feel like one has performed not just any act, but a globe-spanning one, which is capable of changing the very trajectory of world history for all time, when in reality, one has remained completely passive that day and has only watched from afar as the global technological system itself implemented the exact same change which it had already decided would be beneficial for its technical functioning. Because of the totally illusory nature of this virtual power process, the SJW's satisfaction from watching its collective win is necessarily incomplete. And it's so short-lived that one will always feel the need to repeat the surrogate activity over and over again, but with a seemingly larger scale change pursued each time. A second goal of the leftists that directly requires modern technology is the regulation of behavior. even for seemingly beneficent purposes like, say, promoting tolerance. You might have already noticed that the real reason why leftoids are obsessed with promoting quote-unquote tolerance is simply because tolerance under this definition is nothing more than a euphemism for mind control. As Slavoj Žižek noted in his 2014 book, Absolute Recoil, political correctness really does differ from previous attempts to control speech because in modernity, it's no longer good enough to just make sure that people don't publicly say bad things about others on the basis of race, gender, sexual orientation, etc. No, the SJW has to reach all the way down onto the inside of people's minds to make sure that they aren't also silently thinking bad thoughts about other people on the basis of their race, gender, sexual orientation, etc. And they have to make sure that this isn't happening even on an unconscious level. This might sound like hyperbole, but you might recall that there actually was a ridiculous news article in late 2014 supporting the leftist violence of the Ferguson riots by telling the reader that it was justified by the fact that, look, we might as well admit that we're all pretty much racist, even if you don't intend to be, because your subconscious prejudices, according to this author, are always silently predisposing you to harbor negative stereotypical views about others, even if you don't realize that this was happening, until this self-righteous asshole in the media notified you that that was the case. It should be clear to anyone familiar with Kaczynskian or Ellulian critiques of technology, though, that all of this really is just a euphemism for saying that it's no longer enough for traditional over-socialization techniques such as parenting or schooling or religious indoctrination to teach children what is and is not appropriate to say in public and then leave it at that. No, under modern conditions, we also need to go below the surface level of thinking in order to regulate the deepest subconscious layers of the mind, which in a post-Freudian world that no longer believes in things like psychoanalysis, can only mean that the system requires super specialized psychological techniques to condition the brain to act in certain coerced ways, which in turn presupposes that a very sophisticated scientific modeling of how the brain functions as a biological machine must be developed and must be constantly improved upon. Lest the viewer make the mistake of thinking that Kaczynski was skeptical of this project's feasibility, one should recall that he explicitly mentioned in some letters from prison and also in a short unpublished essay from the early 1970s titled Progress versus Liberty that these scientific attempts to crack the code regarding how the brain functions as an extremely complicated biological machine could one day, in theory, succeed in fully liquidating all of the brain's secrets. However, the fact that this is theoretically possible is not proof that humans are uniquely intelligent and therefore indispensable to the system. No, on the contrary, if this ever were accomplished, it would only guarantee that the very possibility of human freedom would vanish forever, as the human person would then be permanently reduced to the status of nothing more than a fully replicable and fully manipulable electrical appliance. It also bears mentioning that because the ceiling for robotic capabilities is intrinsically so much higher than the ceiling for human abilities, because the latter are constrained by natural limits, which the former are free from, giving the global technological system the blueprints for every detail regarding how the human brain works, will inevitably allow the system to build an improved robotic model on top of that foundation, which it had plagiarized from nature. This, in turn, will guarantee human extinction as a result of destroying any possibility for humans to justify their existence on the basis of their talents, skills, or knowledge. Because the robotic upgrade built on top of this plagiarized foundation would include everything which nature gave us, plus so many other improvements which are fundamentally inaccessible to us. Leftists need to regulate human behavior through conditioning the brain to adopt the right views on an involuntary and subconscious level, therefore is only superficially a means to an end to advance goals like ridding society of racism, sexism, homophobia, etc. For in reality, all of these humanistic chimeras are completely irrelevant to the long-term goal of making human beings themselves technologically obsolete and then allowing the technological system to delete the entire species as irrelevant. Very interestingly, in paragraph 215, Kaczynski notes that leftists strive for power, which in turn causes them to be fully dependent on modern technology, is strangely to be contrasted with the anarchists' drive for power. This is because the anarchists' drive for power is exactly what makes the anarchist have to oppose modern technology. Now, a perceptive reader will throw up their hands at this point and ask, how on earth can we make sense of this apparent contradiction, in which the drive for power is a good thing in one case and a bad thing in another? Well, there's a certain ambiguity here with regard to the word power itself, which we have to unpack. Kaczynski noted all the way back in paragraph 33 that the need to go through the power process really is a universal of human nature because it is, quote unquote, probably based in biology. In other words, this need for the power process is a natural instinct, but this pre-givenness of it as an instinct leads it to later be construed in one of two directions depending on the individual. On one hand, this instinct can be construed empirically and concretely through the harmful technological mode of the leftists, which will drive the leftists to sign a deal with the devil of modern technology, which ensures human extinction in the long term, in exchange for the satisfaction of vicarious pleasure through watching one's collective movement rack up one political victory after another in the short term. On the other hand, the same instinct for power can be construed naturally by the anarchist, in which case one will be willing to risk everything to oppose the globe-spanning technological system simply because one loves freedom. And one loves freedom in the precise sense of the ability to go through the power process to satisfy serious needs without any interference from the global technological system over how one will do so. In paragraph 216, Kaczynski warns that timing is very sensitive when judging leftists' supposed opposition to any given thing. For example, in the academic industry, leftist professors passionately defended freedom of speech back in the days when they were still a minority who were fighting for their own right to espouse unconventional views by the standards of that time. But as soon as leftists became the numerical majority, now representing well over 90% of professors in some departments, they quickly changed their mind about this freedom of speech thing by instead shifting gears to talking about this other new thing called political correctness, which is the idea that we can't allow a fully unbridled freedom of speech in the academic industry because that might allow someone to say something which is perceived to be offensive or intolerant by an arbitrary and ever-changing standard, which, of course, only the leftist professors themselves get to determine. In the years since the manifesto was written, a new term has come to be favored by leftoids to justify taking away freedom of speech, not just for a handful of academic careerists in the ivory tower, but for the whole global population of internet users. This term is, of course, misinformation, which might as well be seen as the technological upgrade over political correctness, because this policing of misinformation allows the leftoids to regulate a far larger number of people, but to do so on a continuous, ongoing, and fully automated basis through having Silicon Valley robots constantly screen everyone's social media activity and then ban any users found to be problematic on arbitrary partisan grounds. So too, Kaczynski warns that even if leftists claim to oppose technology in the short term, while they're still in the minority, which is perceived to be in opposition to the broader technological system, as soon as they seize mainstream power over that same system, they will do exactly the same thing which they've always done. Or to use a simile from The Lord of the Rings, expecting them to destroy modern technology at the same moment they seize control of the global technological system and all of its power would be like expecting Schmeagol to destroy the ring after finally getting it back on his finger after so many years of chasing it. Neither of these could realistically happen, because that would amount to asking them to use their newfound power for the sole purpose of destroying their newfound power. This is something which is especially unlikely to occur for someone whose over-socialization and feelings of inferiority make it impossible for them to go through the power process as an individual. In paragraph 217, Kaczynski warns that this would not be the first time in history that leftists will have temporarily allied themselves with non-leftist revolutionaries only to throw them and their causes under the bus immediately after seizing power. you only have to look at the French, Russian, Spanish, and Cuban revolutions to find more than enough concrete empirical evidence of how this has worked in the past. However, this would be even more likely to happen in the case of a revolution against technology, because in none of the previously cited examples did a critique of modern technology play any role in the revolution. These were instead conducted against comparatively irrelevant humanistic concerns like capitalism, the monarchy, the Catholic Church, etc. But in a future revolution in which modern technology itself would be the issue, this would also be the one thing which the leftists could never get rid of without also losing their sole source of vicarious power. In paragraph 218, Kaczynski goes as far as to call leftism a religion, despite the obvious fact that it lacks, and in some cases has, an explicit aversion to any supernatural beliefs. This lack of supernatural belief, however, is totally irrelevant to leftism's status as a religion, because on a psychological level, leftism plays the exact same role that religion does for the true believer. You might recall that Nietzsche's critique of Christianity in the 19th century really was just a critique of these same two psychological traits, rather than really be a critique of the ideas of the first century AD figure Jesus of Nazareth as such. It's because at the particular moment in European history in which Nietzsche lived, the psychological traits of over-socialization and feelings of inferiority tended to find their socially acceptable outlet in the cultural figure of the outwardly pious religious conformist. This was a person who could fall back on blaming their ressentiment over their lack of personal agency, on their ethical duty to strictly adhere to a set of moralistic prohibitions. This is what explained their inability to act freely, while really just covering over their nihilism or their negative will to power, which wills nothing simply because it is too weak to affirm its own values. It should be obvious, though, that Nietzsche's critique of Christianity is totally out of date today, because in the 21st century West, the exact same role is now ironically filled by the anti-Christian secularist zealots in the SJW movement. And they've turned this hatred for traditional religious morality into a perverse kind of religious morality in itself. We know that the same underlying psychological mechanisms are at work in both cases, because in both cases, it is not enough to just privately believe in one's own moral code and then follow it on an individual level while minding one's own business. No, the moral zealot in both cases has a duty to impose these morals on everyone else while probably violating them oneself. This is because the values are, as Kaczynski says himself, quote unquote, right with a capital R, or something which has to be believed in, despite being contradicted by inconvenient things like logic or facts. This cognitive dissonance can be sustained to an extreme level, though, only because of the quote-unquote vital role which this right with a capital R plays in one's psychological economy, to use the term favored by Kaczynski himself. We can interpret this to mean that the only purpose of the absolute right with a capital R is to anchor the human subject in a firm belief that his or her current suffering and feelings of powerlessness will someday be resolved by the promise of being granted the ultimate outlet for one's freedom. Whereas for the 19th century Christian, this promise took the form of a supernatural belief in a heavenly reward in the afterlife, which could survive a lot of cognitive dissonance because there was no need to prove it conclusively in this life. For the secular leftist, however, this promise of salvation falls squarely on technological progress and has to be delivered upon within the realm of material reality and within historical temporality. This inconvenient fact that the technological system continually creates more problems than it solves by making its human inmates less free with each new innovation, ironically strengthens this belief in the short term, because worsening conditions make the leftists even more desperate for some big payoff someday in a future that won't actually arrive. In paragraph 219, Kaczynski warns that leftism is necessarily a totalitarian force for exactly the same reason that modern technology is a totalitarian force itself. In both cases, any element which is found to still lie outside the scope of the collective movement is given only two choices. It can either be coerced into joining, or it must be eliminated outright. This is the essence of leftism because it is the essence of modern technology. And this is because the former simply is the humanization of the latter. We could find confirmation of this in the way that Kaczynski explicitly warns at this point in the text that the leftist will forever remain unsatisfied, no matter how many political victories he or she racks up. Is because, quote unquote, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal, end quote. This is why there really is no such thing as ever reaching a point where the leftist finally throws up their hands and say, okay, that's enough. I've finally gotten enough political victories, and now I can lay the game of political activism to rest and go on and do something else with the rest of my life. This is something which the leftist can't ever do for just the same reason that modern technology is incapable of ever being satisfied with having taken away enough from nature or from our freedom. The reason for this should be quite clear. Leftists are quite literally human embodiments of modern technology. So the rules of self-propagating systems, which really don't make room for any such thing as an ending point where the game can stop, it should apply to both of them equally. In paragraph 220, we find that even if you gave a leftist a notebook and then asked them to just make a super long list of every single problem in society which they want solved, even if you gave them this blank check and then had a genie magically appear and grant the wish to have every one of these problems solved tomorrow, the leftist would still find something to complain about. In fact, the leftist would maybe take a few days to try to find something else, but as soon as they did, they would go back to the game. This is because the point, once again, is not to solve any one of the problems they claim to be so passionate about. Rather, the problem is to find a problem. You could just imagine that professional SJWs like Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks wake up first thing every morning and immediately grab their smartphones to begin the daily ritual of scrolling down the news feed, desperately trying to find something that they will be allowed by the media and Democrat Party to complain about that day. They already know that they want to vent their anger in a socially acceptable manner about something, even before they know what that something will get to be that day. But the real reason for this pathological need to find something, anything to be angry about, is that modern technology has already made them angry about its constant and ongoing destruction of their freedom. In paragraph 221, we find once again that over-socialization's hyper-regulation of the leftists' behavior precludes any kind of autonomous action except for the one morally acceptable outlet, to use Kaczynski's term, and that is, quote unquote, the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. This is a really, really strange kind of surrogate activity if you think about it, because it turns the moral prohibition against action into a perverse kind of action in itself. This proves that modern technology takes away so much of our freedom that we will eventually become so desperate to seize any opportunity to feel like we have something to work on that we will turn the prohibition against action itself into the only action we're allowed to perform. In paragraph 222, we learn that no one can be a viable candidate to join the anti-technological movement unless his or her sole commitment is opposition to technology. But now we know the exact reason why. If any other issue were allowed onto that list, even just one other issue, that would immediately compromise the member of the movement, because it goes without saying that technology would be required to solve the problem represented by that second issue. You would have to use technology to solve the goal represented by that other issue, because technology itself is defined in a certain sense as usefulness. In Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, he doesn't really use the word technology, even in the section of the text dedicated to it. Instead, Hegel simply calls it utility. This, however, is in itself something of an illusion, for Kaczynski notes that we can only see that technology isn't in itself usefulness for us and for our political goals if we realize that the true character of technology is that it is a self-propagating system which only temporarily values us and only so long as we're useful in allowing it to advance its drive to maximizing its scope of operations. The irony here is that the thing which Hegel defined as utility only allows us to exist so long as we remain useful to it. In paragraph 223, we find a humorous hypothetical voice raise the objection, quote unquote, "This stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they're perfectly nice people." Well, this misses the point that leftism for Kaczynski is not an ideology, we've already established that, but it's also not any group of human individuals as such. Leftism for Kaczynski is instead simply a morphological essence defined by the two psychological traits of over-socialization and feelings of inferiority. It's completely irrelevant then to single out any particular human instantiation of that type and then ask the mundane empirical question of whether that person is nice or not. The question is not whether any one individual leftist is a mean person. The question is whether leftism's psychological traits enjoy a perfect symmetrical accord with the defining features of modern technology as a self-propagating system oriented towards negating nature in favor of maximizing its own efficiency and predictability. Well, the answer to that is a clear and resounding yes. In paragraphs 224 to 26, we find that it doesn't even matter if a numerical majority of leftists are nice people. It won't matter because the laws of natural selection dictate that those types won't be the ones who will become the leaders of the movement. Instead, the ones who will claw their way to positions of power at the very top will be the most power-hungry types. But ironically, what this really means is that these will be the types who will have the most frustrated relation to power, precisely because they will be the ones who suffer the most under artificially induced conditions of powerlessness through their over-socialization under modern technology. As a result, these ruthless leaders who are angry because they are made even more resentfully powerless under the domination of modern technology will ironically do everything the technological system requires them to do, whereas the nicer types will refuse to condemn the decisions of their ruthless leaders because of their religious need to believe in the movement as being right with a capital R. This recipe for disaster, in which the ruthless types will push the bar much further than the nicer types will, but will never be called out for it for religious reasons in the proper sense of the term, well, you could see where this is going to lead in the long run, and that is human extinction. Paragraph 225 provides examples of how this already has worked in the past, as leftoids have consistently refused to condemn the communist Soviet Union when it engaged in imperialist invasions, even though it leapt at every opportunity to condemn capitalist America for doing the same thing. Well, paragraph 226, we learn that this only proves that leftism as a whole can take on a totalitarian form, even if the numerical majority of its human members are not really totalitarian as individuals. In paragraph 227, Kaczynski admits that, quote unquote, our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. This is the impossibility of defining the term leftist any more clearly than the two psychological traits listed near the beginning of the text had done. Now, in my own opinion, what Kaczynski seems to be saying here is that many readers will disagree with him and nitpick whether a given movement is or is not leftist on ideological grounds without realizing that Kaczynski's definition of leftism has nothing to do with ideology. As I mentioned many times before, for Kaczynski, leftism is simply a psychological type defined by these two traits of over-socialization and feelings of inferiority, and is therefore inherently pre-ideological. In fact, it can espouse any number of different surface-level contents because it only has to do so after the fact, and only as a means to an end to advance its own frustrated need for power, and to do so within the constraints that the global technological system had first laid down. Paragraph 228 confirms this, as Kaczynski gives some general guidelines for identifying leftists, which you may notice don't actually have anything to do with ideology. Instead, as we find in paragraph 229, the tendency towards large-scale collectivism, the negation of individual freedom, a preference for more regulation for its own sake, an opposition to violence unless it's committed by leftist rioters, and a tendency to traffic in linguistifications ending in suffixes like ism or phobia without really understanding what any of these terms mean. All of these are traits of the leftists, not for any ideological reason, but rather because they enjoy a perfect structural isomorphism to modern technology itself. Paragraph 230, the final paragraph in this section, we find a cryptic discussion of something which Kaczynski calls the crypto-leftist. Now, the crypto-leftist differs from the overtly power-hungry type, who we learned in paragraph 224, will be favored by the laws of natural selection to seize power within the movement, rise to the top, and then override the intentions of the numerically more numerous, nicer types within the group. For this reason, though, the crypto-leftist will be harder to identify because such a person will not rise up to a position of leadership within the movement, but will instead blend in with the rest of society and will probably even seem to the naked eye to be a model citizen. They'll be someone who holds down a good job, owns a nice home, and raises a family of similarly over-socialized conformists. Interestingly, Kaczynski warns that the more dangerous type of leftist is arguably just such a person, for this is somebody who will not engage in any overtly aggressive behavior, but will instead work quietly and consistently in the background to transform society into the kind of one which modern technology needs. So whereas an overtly aggressive leftist will attract attention and probably condemnation from many people within the public if they find violent actions like rioting, attacking police officers, or burning random buildings for leftist causes to be objectionable and scary, the crypto leftists will fly under the radar by instead implementing changes which actually seem on the surface level to be beneficial, but which are favored by the global technological system simply because they are a means to an end to further collectivize the whole of society, which is another way of saying to further negate individual freedom. To cite Kaczynski's own example, the crypto leftists will promote psychological techniques for socializing children, as well as increasing their dependence on the system. Well, in our era, the crypto leftist might be thought of as the progressive Democrat Party voter within the upper middle class of society who holds down a high-paying corporate job and understands that it is their ethical duty to waste $13 per ticket to take their kids to watch a stinker film like Disney's box office flop Strange World, despite the fact that at this point Disney has openly admitted that it is no longer doing anything like entertainment. The point is not to actually watch a film with a storyline resembling anything like art in the proper sense of the term. Rather, the purpose of this is to indoctrinate one's own children at a high price monetarily from the earliest age possible to understand that what will be required of them for the rest of their life is gender fluidity, sexual consumerism, and of course, a willingness to waste their money on whatever corporate marketers told them they're supposed to want. However, Kaczynski is very careful to distinguish the crypto leftist from the ordinary bourgeois type, despite the Marxist tendency to confuse the two. This is because the ordinary bourgeois type is solely driven by economic interests. They may say that they are promoting ideology for its own sake, but they're really just trying to make money off of it in order to become better consumers or to advance their careers. It would be a mistake, however, to claim that the crypto leftist behavior is solely driven by such economically reductivist motives. In other words, Kaczynski very subtly disagrees with the Marxist claim that all of our actions are just superstructural distortions of underlying materialistic forces with an ultimately economic nature. Rather, Kaczynski warns that the crypto leftist is motivated by the religious belief that the movement he or she is championing is right with a capital R. We learned earlier that this has a lot more to do with the psychological need to believe that someday one will get one's power and freedom back than anything to do with economically reductivist motives. This makes sense when you realize that your average American suburbanite in the late 20th and early 21st century already has a higher standard of living than any ancient or medieval emperor, but are still unsatisfied with this level of material wealth because they realize that what they need more of is not anything to do with the kind of economically reductivist motives which the Marxists would attribute to them. Rather, they realize that the only thing which can make them happy is getting back the freedom which they've sacrificed to the system. The religious belief in some utopian future brought about through progress, which gives them back the freedom which they sacrifice in the short term to bring that about, that's the only thing which can really explain their commitment to the movement. And this is exactly what makes the crypto leftist much more dangerous than the kind of bourgeois conformists which the Marxist critique will identify, is because the latter really are driven only by materialist greed, whereas the crypto leftist is still acting within the paradigm of a religious true believer. In paragraphs 231 and 2, the manifesto finally comes to an end with a short section titled Final Note, in which Kaczynski admits that his approximation to the truth might be crude, to use his own term, at best, because of things like a lack of sufficient evidence and the necessity for brevity, considering this was originally published within a newspaper. But he affirms, nonetheless, in the final paragraph 232, that he thinks that modern leftism differs from past movements that seem to be concerned with similar issues, like, say, championing the causes of the victimized, by being defined more by the traits of powerlessness and feelings of inferiority than these past movements had been. This really does make sense when you consider, though, that the objective factor, which didn't exist in those pre-modern times, but completely defines modernity, is, of course, modern technology. This actually, therefore, confirms that the leftist is, in a certain sense, justified in feeling this resentment over this powerlessness, because modern technology really has made them as powerless as they feel themselves to be. So this will conclude our reading of the text once again. We will be dealing a lot more with Kaczynski's letters from prison, unpublished essays, and revisiting anti-tech revolution, why and how, and all of this will be compiled and greatly expanded upon in an upcoming book titled Technological Crisis, a reader's guide to the philosophy of the Unabomber. Thank you once again to everyone who supported the channel, and I look forward to further discussions. Hey, how's it going? This is Chad Haig reporting from Southern India. I'd like to continue these series of videos on the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski. Now that we have finished the paragraph-by-paragraph analysis of the so-called Unabomber Manifesto, Industrial Society, and its Future just last week, as promised, we will now move on to examine those unpublished essays, beginning now with the 1971 Progress versus Liberty. This is a text which offers an extremely valuable glimpse into the thought of the early Kaczynski, as this essay predates the newspaper publication of Industrial Society and its Future by about a quarter of a century, which is quite a long time, but we still find some very early references to the same general ideas that would later define the philosophy of the so-called Unabomber. Here we have a very early description, for example, of the power process, albeit under a different name, as well as an early description of science itself as just another surrogate activity, although he doesn't call it that here. Something which is pursued more for its ability to allow one to feel like one can work on overcoming some challenge, rather than for any benefit which it provides to the human race. In addition, we find a very early description of how new technologies are maybe first introduced as being optional, but then quickly lose their optional status after they transform the society as a whole to make them required. We also find a very early description of entertainment as really being more like a psychologically conditioning technology of propaganda rather than anything like art in the classical sense of the term. And finally, we see a very early proposal for how to solve the problem of modern technology as something which takes away our freedom. But this is a proposal which actually does not make any reference to a revolution, which is the defining theme of the industrial society and its future Unabomber manifesto. Instead, the early Kaczynski here will propose a much less radical plan of action, which the reader familiar with his later work will find to be, let's just say, surprising, to say the least. So stay tuned to see all of this and much more in this video. But we'll also begin with the disclaimer that this video is for educational purposes alone. The purpose of this video is neither to promote nor to refute any theories, but rather to examine them from a strictly philosophical perspective. If you're interested in supporting this channel, links to my Patreon and Subscribe Star are in the video description. But also, if you find this video interesting, you may want to check out my upcoming book, The Technological Crisis, a reader's guide to the Unabomber manifesto of Ted Kaczynski, which provides a paragraph-by-paragraph analysis of industrial society and its future, but with a holistic picture of Kaczynski's thought restored through showing connections to unpublished texts like Progress versus Liberty to show how Kaczynski's thought process had evolved over the years. This book will be available as soon as March of 2023. All right, so as we get into the text itself, we find that Kaczynski clarifies as early as the first sentence of this document that the relation between progress and liberty, you know, the two things referenced in the title of the essay, well, their relation is, in quasi-mathematical terms, an inverse relation. In other words, the more technology you have, the less freedom remains. You might recall that in the Unabomber manifesto, this would later be narrativized into the analogy of an evil neighbor who comes back once a year to steal yet again half of his neighbor's remaining land. Eventually gets to the point where even if there's nominally or technically something remaining on the other side of that fence, it will have become so small as to have effectively disappeared altogether. This is a metaphor for the amount of freedom, which maybe there's still technically some that we have under modern technology, but it's already become so small as to effectively be all gone. Well, as early as the 1971 essay, Progress versus Liberty, Kaczynski goes as far as to warn that more technological progress will, quote unquote, inevitably, not maybe, but inevitably result in the complete extinction of individual liberty. Interestingly, the first concrete example he gives of technology's rapidly increasing ability to control our human behavior is, quote unquote, propaganda in the form of image-making techniques. Or to use a more plain term, he says that television and movies are the first thing that should be mentioned as proof that technology is destroying our human freedom. In the decades since this essay was written, this list should, of course, be expanded to include things like video streaming services on your smartphone screen or social media, which basically holds the same technological effect on one's psychological functioning. The skeptical reader will likely object to this point that it's absurd to make such a big deal out of television. After all, isn't that just harmless entertainment which allows the worker to unwind after a long day of laboring at his or her job? Well, it's precisely the idea that television is just entertainment, or we should say instead that it's just art. It's exactly that which Kaczynski disagrees with. We must recall that Kant defined art as an arbitrarily beautiful form, which is only art if it has no utilitarian purpose. Television, in contrast, is a supremely utilitarian technology because no matter what it might appear to do on the surface, its only real purpose is to transfer manufactured ideas from the show's producers into the mind of the viewer. You might recall that whereas great poetry has to be inherently ambiguous because it's only really a poem if every reader will interpret it slightly differently, the technology of television rules out such hermeneutical ambiguity in advance by guaranteeing that every viewer will interiorize the same manufactured ideology in the same fully reliable manner. To cite a recent example of this, Disney's 2022 flop Strange World is a film which just openly violated the Kantian rule that an aesthetic experience must involve a reflective rather than determinative judgment. To put it briefly, it's only an aesthetic experience of art if the subject has no universal concept readily available to clearly define what exactly it is that one sees. It is this lack of conceptual understanding which allows the subject's faculties to then launch into the kind of harmonious free play which generates the pleasure associated with seeing beauty. In viewing the paintings of Van Gogh, for example, or listening to the music of Mozart, one quite literally does not understand what one experiences, but that's the whole point. For if one did have a universal concept readily available to subsume the experience under, then this would put a halt to the aesthetic experience and prevent it from occurring. Well, in stark contrast, the only thing anyone knows about Strange World is that its protagonist is both gay and black. And the only purpose of combining these two universal, fully understandable conceptual categories of intersectional disenfranchisement into the space of the same character is to coerce the children watching the film to realize at as early an age as possible that they have to vote for Democrats as soon as they turn 18, because the political agenda of wokeness, which they're supposed to interiorize in a fully reliable manner as a result of watching this film, well, that only leaves them with one party that they're allowed to vote for, doesn't it? Such a film is not supposed to leave any room for the kind of hermeneutical interpretability which makes real art enjoyable, because every person who views that film must leave with exactly the same views as the woke corporate employees who produced it. Though the number of people who actually did so was so abysmally small that Disney is projected to have lost some $200 million on this film, whose performance at the box office fell so severely below expectation that this no doubt contributed to Disney losing nearly half of their stock value recently. But this only confirms that Kaczynski was right all the way back in 1971 to dismiss modern entertainment as a technology of psychological manipulation, which only superficially appears to be anything like art. For this reason, Kaczynski clarifies in this essay that he's not anti-art because he still, quote-unquote, venerates the great writers of the past, like, say, Shakespeare. One would be inherently mistaken, though, to think that there could be any comparison between these sorts of classical authors and the kind of movie producers you have in the present age, because whereas the great writers had to rely on things like human talent to produce the masterpieces of the canon, electronic entertainment producers get all of their power from modern technology itself. Kaczynski notes that modern technologies make incomparably less talented authors actually more psychologically potent in their ability to influence the reader in a predictable manner than Shakespeare himself could have dreamed of being, despite the fact that Harold Bloom literally designated Shakespeare the inventor of Western psychology in a book bearing the same title. Harold Bloom claimed that all of Western psychology after Shakespeare actually did originate in some narratological theme invented by the world's greatest playwright and then disseminated through these works of art. This demonstrates the brilliance of one naturally talented human individual, certainly, but at the same time, it reveals the full extent of modern technology's power of manipulation, in that the latter could provide the most unworthy sensationalist scribblers at some disreputable cable TV network with a roster of buttons which would allow them to stimulate predictable emotional and ideological reactions in the audience members on demand, despite the fact that they have no claim to originality or aesthetic genius while doing so. Kaczynski notes that this power has also increased simply because whereas going to the theater to watch a play or going to the opera house was a rarity in the past, today most people are just living in the movies, to use his own term, or spending virtually all of their free time living vicariously in somebody else's manufactured fantasies, which they see playing out on some electronic screen. They're not really living their own lives by doing the kind of spontaneous activities which had defined the majority of human existence not so long ago. How much worse, though, has this gotten since he wrote this essay? Keep in mind, this was all the way back in 1971 when he said this, but with the rise of the smartphone, that entertainment screen has become compact enough to fit in the inside of your pocket, and social conditions have evolved to the point that you're actually required now to have one on hand at all times. Many restaurants I've found, even here within India, no longer have a physical menu. It's just expected that you'll download a PDF and place the order through the phone, because there's not really an ability in many places anymore to pay with cash. Well, Kaczynski is careful to note that people's reason for spending so much time retreating into the fully passive state of simply consuming somebody else's manufactured fantasies is the negative reason that ever greater regulations over their behavior really have restricted what kind of activities they can perform. For example, it's not like you can just go out to the woods and go hunting anytime you feel like it, as might have been the case back in the prehistoric past. At the same time, the unnatural living conditions of urbanization have forced people to live in overcrowded and noisy conditions, which increase their psychological stress to the point that only an artificial super stimulus can lull them back into a sedated state. In one of many cases of overlap between the thought of Kaczynski and ellul, the latter similarly noted in the second chapter of The Technological Society that because modern technology makes up an interconnected, self-propagating system, there is no such thing as a machine in the singular, because any machine which is allowed by the system to exist must fit into a broader pseudo-ecosystem of many other machines by providing a necessary link whose work will benefit the whole. The effect on humans living under such conditions is that eventually we too devolve into human machines, which are only allowed to exist if we fit into the system in some way that benefits the whole. The most obvious of such roles is that of the human technician, or the person who can be useful through servicing machines by, say, repairing them when they're broken. Ellul noted the humorous irony, though, that urban crowding and unnatural living conditions create the perverse need for another machine to be invented to service the servicer. This second-order servicer, which repairs the human technician who is breaking under the stress, is, of course, just the entertainment screen, instantiated first through cinema, then through television, and today through the smartphone. There's a certain feedback loop, though, in which more stresses at work create the need for more entertainment machines within the home, which then results in a population who eventually have no other activities left in their lives except work and consumption. That might sound like a bit of an exaggeration the first time you hear it, but you might have noticed that even food itself has become just another form of entertainment rather than be a source of nutrition, as American fast food is now just openly an artificial simulation which packages a bundle of super cheap materials together and then splashes a layer of artificial flavoring over them to give the appearance that you're really eating meat, bread, cheese, and vegetables, while you're actually just consuming mystery ingredients as nasty as, say, traces of cow manure, which they deal with by adding a layer of ammonia filling within the burger to sanitize it from within, on grounds that they're simply too busy to get all of the poop out of your food. Even after explicitly learning this sad fact, though, the average consumer doesn't really care, so long as the meal serves its real purpose of being a stimulus for a pleasurable entertainment experience, which is sufficiently powerful as to take one's mind off of the stresses of work and one's loss of freedom under continued technologization, at least for a few more minutes. Ellul also noted that as stress levels rise, the technology of entertainment compensates for this by shoving multiple types of stimulation into the same medium. You may have noticed that pretty much all forms of entertainment now have to be unnecessarily eroticized, as one episode of Family Guy featured Peter returning a DVD to the rental store, angrily demanding a refund because there were no bared breasts in the whole movie. This unspoken agreement that any film worth the money must feature at least some graphic nudity to justify the high ticket price is an agreement which the filmmakers have realized they have to make good on as early as possible before they risk losing the audience, which is why many recent films simply open with an inexplicable random graphic sex scene. For example, in the 2007 film Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, the first thing you see after turning on that movie is Marissa Tomei assuming the position. The audience member who had just tuned in will have no idea who her character is supposed to be, or how any of this fits into the broader plot of the movie. Nor will they care, because the fulfilled fantasy of finally getting to see a fully nude Marissa Tomei, let's just say aggressively going at it on screen, is more than enough of a good excuse for the pervs at home with only one hand on the remote and the other one someplace else to stay tuned for more. This agreement between filmmaker and perverted audience member was taken to its logical conclusion in the mid-1990s, when Demi Moore broke the record for highest paid actress of all time, up to that point anyway, basically for no reason except to take off her clothes and striptease, which was later called the worst film ever made, because its makers were so blatantly uninterested in the traditional art of storytelling that they somehow did not realize that it was a bad idea to reveal the identity of the villain at the very beginning of what was supposed to be a murder mystery film, in a strange combination of prematurity and overexposure, which defined the problems with the film in both senses of the term. While it is easy enough to laugh at the filmmakers in retrospect, one should acknowledge that they really were just trying to do their part to give the viewers what they had so openly told them they wanted, which was more boobs and less story. The genre that maximized the former and completely eliminated the latter was, of course, porn, which unfortunately makes up a huge, if unacknowledged, percentage of what actually plays on these entertainment screens today, as one estimate found that no less than 1/3 of all internet searches are erotic in nature. This unnecessary eroticization of art has obviously spilled over from films into the music industry too, as you probably noticed that the competition among female pop stars each generation is only secondarily
Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy, malicious policies, part of the fulfillment of prophecy. Morally corrupted, experiments are conducted. Our impoverished state has been intricately constructed. Gullible people tricked by the ones who shouldn't be trusted. Some were to be the guinea pigs, others would be the puppets. Efforts to twist our brains be done in open plainly. Science and medicine being utilized inhumanely. The people with control of the system, they be the evilists, deceiving us with poison ingredients that they're feeding us. These are just a few of the treatments they put the frequent use in. What they seek to do is remove your power to reproduce. Falsely educated your children, you think you saving them. Nothing was wrong with your baby till you vaccinated him. He's like a war victim in the MMR prison, cause the shots from these vicious frauds gave him autism. No matter what the doctor's speaking, the sickness only deepens. Diseases are needed just to keep profiting from the treatment. Everybody's consuming them, never become immune to them. Straight injecting humans with mercury and aluminum.
Harvesting your organs are raw and a savage thing, and feminizing the men with the chemical atrazine. They placing it in the water and soon it becomes apparent, and its mission is to trigger a hormonal imbalance. They use the people just like lab rats and lab monkeys, self-monitored robotic social media junkies, and keeping everyone in one pool is their intention. Like fools, we enlist to be tools of their inventions, so simultaneously they can keep an eye on society, cause people using Facebook and Twitter as open diaries, autobiographies of debauchery, not knowing that there's someone in their headquarters watching these. And we divulge our whole life situation, no moderation, willingly giving information up with no provocation. Then what? What's on the TV, you believe every clip. Then from CNN and Fox News, they read you a script. And just because they show you something, still don't guarantee it. Gotta be skeptical to believe it, even when you see it. So many versions of what happened and options to put it. They can manipulate the storyline and doctor the footage. They spying on citizens using unscrupulous means. Meanwhile, we use our smartphones to do the stupidest things. To the point of them destroying us, we seem to be close. And they study your mind based on the things that you post. Mentally engineered self-hatred deep from within. Body implants, plastic surgery, and bleaching your skin. Then we weekly defend acts that place us in the slow grinder. Cause the worthless things that we major in are so minor. Sophisticated killers now conspiring a plot. They skillfully assassinate you without firing a shot. Could be an activist, they hate a politician in office. The murders of them all are marked down as natural causes. Tampering with the forces of nature, they sick and remorseless. Silent executors poisoning the planet's resources. Generations of violations, irreparable damages. Technology misused for military advantages. Television programming that programs who watches it, hypnotizing us all from intelligence to the opposite. It's mostly done for control and proceed. Genes pumped into animals to double their growth speed. The invention of spy drones that see in your place, plus cameras and satellites that can spot you from space. Facial recognition devices, RFID chips. Anything used for evil, Satan's world is equipped. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Malicious policy, part of the fulfillment of prophecy.
Yo, son. I want to hear his dad. Hold up. That's what I like to hear him talk to you.
Niggas dead on arrival, hand on the Bible. Bet I be the last nigga that you ever lied to. What nigga lying you when anybody round you? Life's no value, take a look around you. All we see is dead people, we're all thirst equal. Look at the Grim Reaper. Repo life, take yours and that's that. And damn near do anything for more stacks. With all that said, they walking without that. But that did said, you fool without rats. Who the livest nigga, we pick him out of the batch. Wash him up, song about it, this is savage rap. Throw an H on your chest, nigga, handle that. Tryna figure where you sleep, I had your man do that. It's a cold world, nervy, you not rocking the thermal. Keep your mouth shut, especially when shit don't concern you. I got goons on Troy Ave down to Fran Lewis. Anybody fucking with snitches, we call it rag grooming. Yeah, so you could keep that moving. I'm all niggas for death, don't let me start tattooing.
First the dynasty break up, now every day I wake up. Rappers want me to prove I can still bang something. Like cousin turned punk all of a sudden. Like suddenly I'm soft like erectile dysfunction. You niggas is truly bugging, trying to act all fly. But y'all crabs on my ball sack, hitching free rides. I know you try and use me for publicity. Use a stunt man, jumping to the fire, use a beast. Use the illest nigga in Omaha, you take me for an easy lick. I see you real naive, yeah, you powered by lithium, all charged up. Plus that Superman juice got you feeling it. Yo, niggas wanna move on me and make history and make TMZ. And this is 50, that's the kamikaze mission, I'm commander-in-chief. You hit Obama, guess what happened to you after you swing? Hey, yo, dog shit, you play yourself, you gon' get curved. I'll let you know right now, whatever it is you heard from these bird-ass thugs, stay chirping my name. You get yourself hurt bad, push me to display strength, power, force. What is it that you thought? I'll be lying in my songs? Nigga, I'm a boss, you deal with my employees. I got a couple freelance niggas that enjoy beef. Niggas won't play chess, I don't even play games. But I do got a few queens, niggas stay banging. 5-star flags, 6-star rags. I will drop bodies, but I'd rather drop bags. You should know the bandana dawn. Run rap marathon tracks around any rapper. They never last long. That's why they always won't go at me. They know they want the top slot. They gotta beat the top dog.
My fist is a gun, my fingers is individual pistol. System overload, flicks is toe to toe, eye to eye, soul to soul. Walk amongst the lords of war, swords of gore. Cause these invisible walls to fall. Mental slavery, schism in the prison corridor. Code leader, orator. Since I was a shorty, y'all busy with the 44. The black flag represent the skull and the guns. It's like selling a Mac 11 to a seal of the Hun. The ultimate in code leaders, adult folk villains, coke dealers in the champagne room with broke feelings, so fake amongst plastic piranhas. I'ma put you all to sleep in some acid pajamas. Central Intelligence Odyssey, mind control biography. MK Ultra, extraterrestrial side of me, way beyond astronomy. Double O like Sean Connery. We walk silently with big silencers, violently. Everything William Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York's way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. Everything William Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York's way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, man with one eye is the king.
My fist is a gun, every finger's an individual sword. You either living with Shaitan or you living with God. I make metal with the cold leader orator. Since I was a shorty, y'all busy with Bacardi Raw. I caught the 44 symphonies by Marley Marl. I would splatter all of y'all, shit y'all never saw before. Then he and his dogs of war, bombs the size of soccer balls. Since y'all was inside the walls, torture with the waterboards. Grab him by his throat, take his fucking head and scalp him. I carry black metal like I'm Venom's second album. Support Dr. York, don't believe what's said about him. Strangle non-believers till the fucking redness out him. If we don't like what they saying, I guess we have to drown them. All they see is the demon lord and death around them. I'm made of mercury alloy like I was an amalgam. No matter how you look at it, cousin, death is the outcome.
Was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York is way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. Everything was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York is way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. One eye. One eye. I is the king. I is the king. One eye is the king.
Got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and the atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. Some pedophile labels come and left them with cells. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I
stress the day-to-day vision. Who on the condom? Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap that MTV, grab every face of the nation. Optical examination, feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and it's sleeping ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army of Paraland. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scam my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but they know where to hurt to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but they know where to hurt to.
The fort was fighting between all Bedouin. Now we stop because they have everything. Why we fight? Everyone, he like more and more and more. But in Bedouin we see something, you know. The one he like more and more and more, there's a lot of sand. He can fill his eyes after he never say what more.